Household head, Jiang Miao. Address, Outer City, Shantytown E District, number 888. Farmland, Outer City, Wasteland E District, no. 888, 1 acre. Breeding ground, Outer City, Breeding E District, number 888, 1 acre. All materials are fully prepared. Go over there to receive your smartwatch, an energy lamp, a bag of white radish seeds, 5 eggs, and 5 duck eggs. As long as you plant something or hatch chicks or ducklings, you can exchange them at the Inner City Trading Center for points. The system has selected the best match for you, and your partner will meet you in the next few days. Next person. Jiang Miao was holding a bunch of things, her face blank as she was pushed out. Looking at these items in her hands, she finally believed she had traveled through time to the Wasteland 3 years later. After 10 years of natural disasters, volcano eruptions, tsunamis, earthquakes, mountain floods, and extreme weather, humanity faced a severe survival crisis. In these 10 years, the population shrank by 3/4. Some survivors were badly affected by solar radiation, becoming neither fully human nor ghostly. Of course, not all mutations are bad. Some people gained strange and wonderful abilities, becoming treasures in the wasteland world, admired by all. But these are very rare. Most ordinary people can't access such powers. Most struggle just to survive in such harsh conditions. The original owner was 18 this year, born 5 years before the disaster. She had 2 older brothers and was always the family's little princess, spoiled and willful. After the disaster, she was well protected and had no survival skills at all. After surviving 10 years of disasters, her eldest brother went out to scout and never returned. Her second brother went to find him and also disappeared. The family ran out of food and supplies, so her parents had to take her out to find food. One was severely affected by solar radiation and was killed by mercenaries. The other, starving and cold, died from illness. She then joined a group of old, weak, and women and children, wandering and living day to day, unsure if they would survive. Finally, in the 3rd year after the disaster, the government took over their group of refugees. She couldn't hold on and died. And so, she inexplicably entered this body. Jiang Miao looked down at the items, lost in thought. The things given by the government are all for survival, she understood, including the system-matched partner. In the wasteland, a woman alone is extremely dangerous. Either she can't survive or she will be targeted by malicious men. Even groups of women are not safe. The government took control of them to rebuild homes and increase the population. It was impossible to protect everyone all the time. The best solution was to assign spouses forcibly, balancing men and women. This way, women would have some protection, and they could also reproduce. Of course, survivors could refuse and leave the government's protection, but that would be very dangerous. Jiang Miao, having just been reborn, naturally wouldn't choose to risk her life. She silently sighed, walked out of the door, and saw that it was completely dark outside. During the day, the sun's radiation was so strong that almost no one dared to go outside, except for soldiers wearing radiation suits and some people with special status. Jiang Miao turned on her energy lamp and followed the information on her data for about 10 minutes until she finally found her small shelter. As soon as she stepped inside, a sudden voice sounded in her mind. Host detected. Binding daily sign-in system. Binding complete. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the daily sign-in system. As a new user reward, you can now sign in once and choose a reward. A. Food. B. Drinking water. C. Daily necessities. Please make your choice. Jiang Miao was stunned for a few seconds, but quickly regained her senses. Her eyes lit up, and she silently thought, I want drinking water. She had no idea how hungry and thirsty she was. Okay, the host is drawing a prize. Drawing complete. Congratulations, you have received 1 liter of radiation-free drinking water. The prize has been delivered. Please check. A warm reminder appeared. You can start building within your territory. Based on your contribution points, you will receive corresponding sign-in gifts of different levels. The more effort you put in, the luckier you are. Hurry up and take action. The voice suddenly stopped. In front of Jiang Miao, there was a bottle of uncertified drinking water. She hesitated for a moment, but then carefully picked it up, opened it cautiously, and took small sips to moisten her cracked, chapped lips. She then carefully opened her mouth, took a big gulp of water, and slowly swallowed. After only 2 large sips, she couldn't bear to drink more. Outside, the open water was highly contaminated with radiation and unsafe to drink. During their wandering days, they searched for underground water. Finding underground water was difficult. Sometimes they had to dig deep, like digging a well. Even if they found water, it was not completely free of radiation, just less radioactive. In this situation, a bottle of radiation-free drinking water was extremely precious. She hid the remaining water carefully and finally had the chance to look around her shelter. The entire shelter is built from plastic sheets and steel, with no proper ground treatment. She could even dig a hole with a shovel directly on the ground. It's hot in summer and cold in winter, and not very durable. Since it's just the 2 of them living there, the administrator gave her a small shelter about the size of a single apartment. Inside the door is a roughly 10-square-meter living room, with a room on each side. One is the kitchen and the other is the bedroom. Next to the bedroom is the bathroom. The bathroom is just a bucket, with no modern facilities. All waste goes into the bucket, which she must empty herself. The bedroom only has a steel bed and a metal rack, with no other household items. The kitchen is even cleaner, with a metal rack for pots and a simple stove, but it's gone now. Most of these items seem to have been pulled from ruins. Some are deformed or rusty. Jiang Miao felt helpless and almost wanted to cry. She glanced at the eggs, and her stomach growled uncomfortably. She wasn't sure if these eggs could hatch anything. If they don't hatch, they might spoil if left too long. Maybe she should just eat them? Just as she was debating, a voice came from outside. Jiji Miao Miao, can Annie and I come in? Jiang Miao immediately recognized Ji Xiaoyi's voice and quickly went to open the door, inviting them inside. Ji Xiaoyi is about her age, and Grandma Ji is a woman in her 50s. They met during a escape years ago. Grandma Ji saw Jiang Miao alone and, thinking of her own granddaughter, couldn't bear to see her suffer, so she invited Jiang Miao to join them. They grew close over time. As soon as Grandma Ji entered, she looked around Jiang Miao's shelter with a worried expression. Miao Miao, do you know the situation with the person the government assigned to you? I'm not sure if they have family or not. In such a tiny place, 2 people already feel crowded. Jiang Miao also felt worried, but she was used to relying on herself and kept her emotions in check. She looked at Ji Xiaoyi instinctively and asked, "Did you see your match yet?" Grandma Ji shook her head, looking even more worried. "I've been feeling anxious. If it weren't for my age and the fact that Xiao Yi is the only granddaughter I have, the government probably wouldn't let us live together. I don't even know if the other person has a family or is bringing others along. Our house is similar to yours, just 1 extra room." Ji Xiaoyi sighed and said, "The house is in District D, not far from here, just a few steps away. I checked with some neighbors nearby. The match, although arranged by the government, isn't necessarily permanent or unchangeable. If it's really impossible to get along, you can apply to live separately. However, in that case, you must find a suitable partner within a month. Otherwise, the government will assign someone new to you. So, I think there's no need to worry too much, mainly about food. Grandma and I plan to go out at dawn to look for supplies. Even if we can't find food, we might find useful items. Valuable items can be exchanged for points in the inner city. We want to get back home before sunrise and go out again in the evening after the sun sets. We'll stay close by, not go far. What do you think?" Jiang Miao immediately agreed, but her stomach growled loudly again. Grandma secretly took out a small white radish from her clothes pocket. "Eat this. I just traded for it using some things I found in the inner city. I traded 5 items. They say it was grown using strong lights by the city workers, so it's low in radiation and safe to eat. Small E and I each ate 1. I brought this especially for you. Radish has a lot of water, and eating it can quench your thirst." Jiang Miao knew that Grandma had saved those items for 3 or 4 days, and she only managed to trade for 5 small white radishes. Before the disaster, that wasn't enough for one person to eat a full meal. She shook her head, her face turning red. "Grandma, I can't take it."
Take it.
Grandma insisted, stuffing the radish into her arms. "Hurry and eat. We shouldn't keep too much food. If someone finds out, it won't be safe. In the Wasteland, edible things are precious. If someone with bad intentions notices, they will steal them." Fortunately, this is the outer city area, where mercenaries patrol and guard. Everyone must follow the rules here. If they go outside the city, looting and fighting are common. They had often encountered such situations when wandering with the main group. Luckily, all 3 are women and children. They didn't even have food to hide, let alone enough to eat. Due to malnutrition, the teenage girls looked like they were about 10 years old. They weren't targeted and managed to survive until now. Hearing this, Jiang Miao no longer refused. She quickly ate the radish in front of Grandma and her grandson. Then she asked, "Grandma, are you thirsty?" Grandma smiled and shook her head. Little E said, "We still have 2 cans of water saved. If you're thirsty, we can go back and get some for you." Jiang Miao hurriedly refused. After Grandma and her grandson left, Jiang Miao was so exhausted that she couldn't keep her eyes open. She quickly locked the door and lay down inside. It was still summer, and the room was stuffy without windows. Only a long rectangular opening near the roof, near the eaves, provided ventilation. Jiang Miao thought she would be too hot to sleep, but she only lay down for a little while before falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, when it was still dark inside the house, the Ji family grandparents and grandchildren came to wake her. When Jiang Miao woke up, she found herself sticky all over. She opened the door, and a cool breeze blew in. Instantly, she felt refreshed and more energetic. Ji Xiaoyi noticed her change and asked curiously, "Meow Meow, you look like you slept really well yesterday. You seem so different." Jiang Miao honestly nodded. "Yes, I slept quite well. I didn't wake up all night." Ji Xiaoyi was very jealous. That room was stuffy and hot. "Grandma and I didn't sleep well either. In the middle of the night, we just went to sleep in the vegetable garden in the backyard." "How could you stand it?" Jiang Miao shrugged. She wasn't sure herself. After joining the main group, Jiang Miao heard everyone complaining about how hot and stuffy the shed was, and that no one could live there. Some even worried that it would be unbearably hot when the sun came out during the day. She suddenly realized she was acting strangely. According to the original owner's memory, even when this body was down on its luck, it was a bit more delicate than others. The strongest and most resilient people had been exhausted last night. How could she have slept so peacefully? Could it be because of that bottle of free drinking water she had checked in with? Thinking of this, Jiang Miao decided she would verify it when she returned. For now, her main task was to find something. Since the shed was so hot and she had to stay inside during the day, she needed to find a way to lower its temperature. She turned to look at the Ji grandparents and grandchildren beside her. "Grandma, Xiaoyi, I think today, besides looking for food, we should also find some wooden or plastic boards to shade the roof. Even metal sheets or bricks and stones would work. Before the sun rises, we can lift the roof a few centimeters and cover it with something to block the sunlight. This way, the roof won't get direct sunlight, and it will stay cooler. We can do the same for the walls, but we probably won't finish it all in one day."
"Good.
That's the plan." Grandma Ji felt confident. Before Jiang Miao could decide where to go, she was already leading the way. Jiang Miao and Ji Xiaoyi followed her for more than 10 minutes until they reached a pile of ruins that had been dug through countless times. There used to be several tall buildings here. They collapsed during the disaster, leaving a field of debris. Since many people had come here, the roads were already cleared. Honestly, finding food here was harder than finding gold on the street. But finding boards, plastic sheets, or similar coverings was not difficult, especially bricks and stones. The 3 of them entered the ruins along a path dug out by others. Not long after, Jiang Miao noticed a large section of ceiling that had been crushed down. It was probably the ceiling falling down. Many ceiling panels were deformed and broken. Luckily, the ceiling was large, so pulling out a few usable pieces shouldn't be a problem. They started working. When others heard the noise and came over, they thought food had been found. Seeing Zhang Miao and the others struggling with the useless ceiling panels, they got angry and cursed several times before turning away. Later, more people arrived. Their reactions were similar to the previous group, and their attitude was very rude. Ji Xiaoyi wanted to argue with them, but Zhang Miao and Grandma Ji held her back. Everyone knows we are old and weak. Who would listen to us? We might even get bullied. Basically, everyone was just watching because there was no strong man around to protect them. If there had been a man, these people wouldn't be so brazen. But luckily, more people came. Everyone understood they weren't looking for food, so eventually, no one paid them any attention. Ji Xiaoyi was furious, but paused for a moment. Suddenly, she asked, Meow Meow, do you think if we had a partner, we could stand tall and not be bullied? Zhang Miao smiled. Instead of relying on others, rely on yourself. As long as we can stand firm, we don't need to worry. If the person comes along is kind and truly wants to live with you, they can protect you. That's good luck, a bonus. If they turn out to be useless and can't help themselves, you can kick them out without losing anything. We shouldn't put all our hope in men. Grandma Ji nodded in agreement. Meow Meow sees things clearly. You're really something, kid. No matter how tough things were before, we got through it. Now that life is starting to improve, you're getting impatient. Listen to Meow Meow. Focus on what's important now. We've already taken out more than 10 panels. Covering a room and a bathroom isn't a problem. We won't fix the living room for now. There's no time. Zhang Miao nodded. Grandma, wait a bit longer. I just need to pull out these last 2 panels. Xiaoyi, help me. These 2 panels were buried deep, but they were relatively intact. Zhang Miao didn't want to give up so easily. The 2 of them used all their strength to pull, finally managing to remove the ceiling panel, which also brought down a cardboard box attached to it. The box was rotten, revealing some broken instant noodles inside. All 3 froze in shock. Grandma Ji was the first to react. She quickly said, find the food first, put the good stuff in bags. Xiaoyi, keep watch. Ji Xiaoyi obediently turned and ran outside. Zhang Miao and Grandma Ji immediately started rummaging through the items. After they cleared away the visible food, they realized this wasn't a supermarket. It was probably a restaurant supply store. There was only 1 box of instant noodles, and 80% of it was crushed, especially the ones on top, with the bags torn open. The food inside had already gone bad, and was no longer edible. The packages underneath were still intact but crushed into pieces, so they weren't sure if they could still eat them. They quickly gathered the items, then looked through them again, and found some unopened packets of seasoning. Zhang Miao and Grandma Ji took the seasoning and also buried the spoiled food to hide it from others. By the time they finished, it was already daylight, and soon the sun would rise. They faintly heard someone calling everyone to gather. They hurriedly the bags, slung them on their backs, and arranged the ceiling panels. Each carried a few pieces to keep the bags hidden. If others asked, they could only pretend not to know or touch the items. Seeing that they had packed everything, little E.G. suppressed her excitement and went over to help. When they put the items on their backs, they bent quite a bit. As long as they kept their heads down while walking, others wouldn't notice anything unusual. After joining the main group, everyone started asking about their finds, especially if they had found any food. As expected, most people said no, though 1 or 2 were caught lying. But since they had companions, no one dared to steal from them openly. A woman about Zhang Miao's age, carrying a bunch of items, passed by them and saw the ceiling panels on their backs. She looked disgusted and said, really useless. Zhang Miao and little E.G. exchanged glances and rolled their eyes silently. It's just because they found a leader man, right? Look at her acting so proud, almost nose in the air. Luing used to escape with them too, but she had a family. Even when everyone was in trouble, Luing still thought she was better than others. 6 months ago, the wife of their team leader from Group 672 died of illness. Luing took the opportunity to rise in rank, marrying a man 15 years older than her and becoming the team leader's wife. From then on, she started to form cliques within the group. Women who flattered and fawned over her were considered her allies, while women who refused to follow her were targeted. Grandma Ji didn't want little E.G. and Jiang Miao to learn those messy ways, so she kept them from moving forward. In this way, Lu Ying remembered them. Fortunately, there are other tough team members who are even stronger than them. Lu Ying mainly fights with those people and hasn't caused much trouble for Jiang Miao, but she still shows no friendliness towards them. Sometimes she even withholds their food and curses at them to vent her anger. This situation only improved when the government started taking over Group 672. Now, Jiang Miao and the others are used to going out with friends to find supplies. They no longer have to give up part of what they find, and Lu Ying can no longer bully them as she used to. Jiang Miao gave Ji Xiaoyi a subtle signal and quietly advised, "Why are you arguing with her? She's probably feeling upset right now." Originally, marrying an older man was mainly for his status, resources, and priority in sharing things. Now that everyone is under government management, Lu Ying no longer has the right to boss them around. For someone like her who built her own family, it's not easy to split up. The government doesn't have the energy to interfere unless both parties want a divorce. Most likely, Lu Ying will spend her life with the team leader. Losing her only advantage, especially since the man is much older, makes her mood understandably bad. Serves her right. Ji Xiaoyi cursed, and her mood clearly improved. The three of them parted ways near their home. Jiang Miao pushed open her door with her belongings. As soon as she set down her things, she noticed the sky beginning to glow with dawn. She thought something was wrong, so she quickly went outside to gather some stones and broken bricks. She also moved the iron rack outside to use as a ladder, climbed onto the roof, and placed some stones under the room and bathroom areas. Then she covered the ceiling with the collected ceiling panels and pressed them down with bricks and stones. Once it looked secure, she hurriedly climbed down. Luckily, she is very slim. Otherwise, the iron rack might not have held. After finishing these tasks, Jiang Miao was exhausted. She had to grit her teeth and move the iron rack into the house before the sun reached their doorstep, then quickly closed the door.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing 1% of territory construction. The system detects that the host is still in the early survival stage. Today's check-in items: A. Food, B. Drinking water, C. Daily supplies. Please make a choice. Hearing this familiar voice, Jiang Miao immediately relaxed and looked more natural. Thinking of food, she quickly rummaged through her bag. The sun was already out, and almost no one was outside. Her door was locked, so she could check her supplies openly. She decided not to look at the seasonings first, since instant noodles were probably expired, and she wasn't sure if they were still edible. Just as she hesitated, the system repeated the options. Jiang Miao clenched her teeth and said, "I choose food." Not sure if these foods are safe, she decided not to take any risks alone. Okay, the host is drawing lots. The drawing is over. Congratulations, the host has received a box of compressed biscuits. The prize has been delivered, please check. In the blink of an eye, a small box of compressed biscuits appeared in front of Jiang Miao. The packaging had no writing, and the inner bags were clean and empty, like that bottle of water, an unbranded product. The quantity was quite satisfying, 40 small bags, enough to last half a month if eaten carefully. Thinking about the water from yesterday's check-in, it seemed she still needed to work hard to build her home. Not to mention, as long as her living place changed, the items given by the check-in system were quite generous. The biggest problem now was where to hide these foods safely. Jiang Miao didn't have magical storage space. After thinking, she decided that digging a hole in her room and burying the food underground was the safest option. But digging was tiring, and she had no tools. Just as she was at a loss, there was a slow, rhythmic knocking on the door outside. Jiang Miao was startled, quickly hiding everything under her iron bed. She then closed the simple door to her room and went to open it. The sun had already come out, so she didn't dare to fully expose herself outside the door. She only opened a small gap, hiding behind it. Outside stood a man about 1.85 meters tall, dressed as a mercenary. Her eyes showed hesitation. "Who are you?" she asked cautiously. The man saw her cautiousness, and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. He introduced himself. "My name is Su-yi. You must be Jiang Miao, right? I am the government-assigned spouse. May I come in?" Her guard gradually eased, replaced by curiosity. She turned sideways to let Su-yi in. He was carrying a bunch of things, including several pots and pans, which made her eyes widen in surprise. "Close the door so the sun doesn't shine in," Su-yi said, setting down his things before turning to look at Jiang Miao. The room was dim after closing the door, but light came through the holes in the walls, so she could still see clearly. Seeing Jiang Miao's nervousness and wariness, Su-yi sat down on the floor and smiled kindly. "I was just following orders from above to marry you. We've never even met before, so it's a bit awkward to be together like this. Let's start by being friends. My name is Su-yi. I am 25 years old. My parents have passed away. I am now the leader of Team 857 in the Scavenging mercenary group. Our main task is to ensure the safety of the outer city area and follow orders to complete missions. From now on, I will protect you, and no one will dare to bully you." Seeing how small Jiang Miao looked, a hint of confusion crossed Su-yi's face.
"How old are you?"
Through these few words, Jiang Miao could tell that Su-yi was not difficult to get along with. He secretly felt relieved and forced a friendly smile. "My name is Jiang Miao. I am 18 years old. I have no parents and am alone. I have been fleeing with Group 672 before." "Group 672? The leader is Chun Jianya?
Sui Joswaliasket.
Do you know him?" Jiang Miao was more surprised. Su-yi chuckled casually. "I heard he's a pretty good person. During the 10 years of natural disasters, he took in many old, weak, sick, and disabled people. Despite danger and shortages of food and clothing, he never gave up on anyone seeking help. That's why many follow him. People like that who are kind and loyal are quite rare these days." Jiang Miao looked indifferent, glanced at Su-yi, and gritted his teeth. Most people judge others based on what they hear.
Sui Raiset Anayebro.
"Really? Is he not what he seems?" Jiang Miao nodded. Chun Jianya isn't very capable and is a bit afraid of his wife. It's not that he wanted to take us in out of kindness, but because his wife insisted on helping those in need. After following them for so long, I suspect his wife might have some hidden skills. Chun Jianya only survived the 10 years of disaster because of his wife. When she died, his attitude changed. He still keeps the image he built before, and he doesn't want to ruin his reputation easily, so he continues pretending. Honestly, without his wife's support, Group 672's food supplies are getting scarcer each day. Many in the team are starting to complain, and everyone is anxious. He knows he can't keep leading everyone to survive, so he decided to seek help from the government. Su-yi suddenly understood and grinned at Jiang Miao. "Your information is very helpful. Thank you." Jiang Miao wasn't sure how useful her information was, but since Su-yi thanked her, she happily accepted. At this moment, Su-yi looked around every corner of the house. After inspecting, he slightly twitched his lips. "It's true you can't rely on them too much. Luckily, I brought all my belongings. Here is a cast iron pot for cooking, along with a bucket, basin, and towels. I often go on missions and am not at home, so you can arrange the items as you see fit. The bag contains white radishes I received earlier. If you're hungry, you can eat them. Also, here's some process-safe drinking water. It has a tiny amount of radiation, but it's safe for daily drinking. If you can't drink cold water, you can boil it in the pot. You can also boil the radishes. By the way, do you have any stored food?" Jiang Miao was touched by Su-yi's honesty and openness. Her defenses started to weaken. After thinking for a moment, she went to the bedroom and dragged out a bag of instant noodles from under the bed. "I just found these, but I don't know if they're still good." Su-yi opened the bag and was very happy. "Yes, these instant noodles are still in good condition. If you're not comfortable selling them to the trading center, you can sell them to me. The trading center people are very arrogant and tend to lowball. If you sell to them, You won't get a good price and might attract unwanted attention. If you trust me, you can sell them to me. Instant noodles are good for quick meals and easy to carry. They are perfect for our missions. Then I'll sell them all to you.
But I don't need points right now.
How about trading for some radishes? Jiang Miao pointed at the bag of radishes, looking at Su Yi with hope. Su Yi waved his hand casually. These radishes are my earnings. Now that we're working together, my things are your things. Feel free to eat them. I bought the noodles for the team members. We should share the points, but just take them. Thanks to Su Yi's insistence, Jiang Miao's points balance on her smart device went from a sad 0 to 120. Seeing her confused look, Su Yi knew she didn't understand points well and didn't bother explaining. He only asked, "What are your plans next?" Jiang Miao blurted out, "I want to fix up the house. I plan to add a layer of wooden or plastic boards on the roof to help with insulation. During the day, the house won't get too hot to stay inside." When Su Yi arrived earlier, he noticed that the roof of this shed was different from others, so he nodded. "Leave that to me. I'll have it fixed for you soon. Anything else?" Jiang Miao was pleased and turned to take out the seeds and eggs she collected last night. "I also want to learn how to hatch eggs and make seeds sprout." Su Yi immediately frowned and forced a smile. "I really can't help you with this, but I heard that seeds can't be exposed to sunlight before they sprout. Otherwise, they won't grow and might even turn into highly toxic seeds. The more poisonous they are, the harder they are to destroy. Once they sprout, the toxic plants are very hardy and hard to remove. Be careful if you plant these." He continued, "And these eggs, I've heard that hatching eggs requires a specific temperature and they can't be placed in direct sunlight. Otherwise, the embryos inside will quickly die. All the tasks you're trying to do are quite complicated." Jiang Miao didn't expect it to be so troublesome. She instinctively looked toward the back door, which led to the breeding and planting areas. So far, she hadn't gone to see it and didn't know what was there. Su Yi saw what Jiang Miao was thinking and immediately stood up, walking toward the back door. He opened a small gap and saw that the back door was in a shaded area. He waved to Jiang Miao, signaling her to come over. "Look, this land is divided." Jiang Miao looked outside and saw about an acre of wasteland, completely bare, surrounded by tall walls made of similar materials as the sheds. At the end of the wasteland, there was a small door leading to about an acre of breeding area, with closed roofs. She looked at the tall walls around and hesitated, asking, "Are these high walls meant to prevent theft?"
수인호뜻. Partly.
They also serve as protection. Ordinary people don't have radiation scanners, so they can't tell if vegetables are radiated or how much radiation they contain. If someone accidentally eats or touches high radiation vegetables, the consequences could be serious. Can they mutate? Like my dad's case? Jiang Miao's clear eyes looked into Su Yi's, and unexpectedly, Su Yi felt a bit of sympathy. He comforted her. Any contact with high radiation things increases the chance of mutation. But what kind of mutation might happen is unknown, and most aren't good. You must be very careful. "Yes," Jiang Miao replied softly. Su Yi was about to close the door when Jiang Miao begged, "Could you help me put a shade over the vegetable garden?" Su Yi didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. But plants need sunlight to grow. Covering the garden with a shade can block solar radiation, but it also cuts off the sunlight essential for the vegetables. Your radishes probably won't produce results. Jiang Miao pursed her lips, still not giving up, and asked, "Isn't there some transparent radiation-proof glass or something like that?" Su Yi was surprised by her bold idea. "You really dare to say that?" There are radiation-proof glasses, but they are very rare and only used by people in the city center. Such things can't be used for growing vegetables. If you want to grow vegetables, I can help you get a powerful energy light later. A bunch of powerful lights might be too much, but 1 or 2 should be manageable. Jiang Miao's 1-acre land should be enough. Jiang Miao sincerely thanked him and shyly asked, "With your skills, why haven't you found someone you like?" Even someone like Chun Jianyan managed to marry a younger wife 15 years his junior. With Su Yi's conditions, as long as he waved his hand, many women would rush to him. Su Yi slightly smiled, took a deep breath, closed the back door, then sat in a corner and slowly said, Everyone's abilities are built up over time. I also had a weak and helpless past. When things were tough before, I only thought about surviving and didn't dare to think about other things. Over the years, I've seen many dark sides of human nature. I know one thing for sure. Don't underestimate any weak person, especially women. Most women can't withstand the tests during disasters. They will do anything to survive, even sell their bodies or betray their families. Seeing this many times, I have no interest in finding a partner. That's why the government assigned me a partner forcibly. Since it's a strict rule, we might as well get along. Being roommates isn't bad. That way, no one will keep pressuring me to marry, and you'll have an extra helper. Will be a win-win. Jiang Miao looked deeply at Su Yi, understanding that he was speaking honestly. He felt relieved and grinned, showing 8 teeth. Okay. From now on, we're roommates. Let's work well together. Su Yi looked at the small hand in front of him, helplessly smiled, and reached out his big hand to shake hers. With a basic understanding, Jiang Miao started planning. Roommate, this shed only has one room, and we can't both live there. Can you think of a way to change it into a 2-bedroom shed? Su Yi shook his head regretfully. If there are more people, I could apply, but it's not realistic right now. Jiang Miao caught his meaning, blushed, and quickly changed the subject. In that case, we can only make the best use of limited resources. One of us can sleep in the bedroom, and the other in the living room. What do you think? I can also live in the living room. Just help me make a bed with some wooden planks and metal sheets. Su Yi refused, saying, no need to make things complicated. I spend most of my time outside on missions, only taking 2 days off each month. I can only stay for 2 days when I come back. Today I came back, but I have to leave early the day after tomorrow. I'll just stay in the living room. But it's better if no one knows we sleep separately. I'll go out later to find some wood planks, attach them to the wall to make a small bed. We can say it's just a bed or a shelf. When I'm not home, you can put some things on it. That way, no one will suspect anything. Jiang Miao nodded repeatedly, carefully noting down Su Yi's words. After they finished talking, Su Yi immediately put on his hat and goggles, dressed in radiation-proof clothing, fully armed, and strode out of the house. At this moment, the sun had already fully risen. When he opened the door, the blinding sunlight made it hard to see. Jiang Miao hid behind the door, but was still startled by the bright light. Such strong sunlight makes it impossible for plants to grow normally. Could reducing the sunlight also lower the solar radiation? With this guess in mind, Jiang Miao was eager to find out. But right now, the most important thing was to improve the greenhouse. As the sun rose higher, she clearly felt the temperature inside the house rise by more than 2 degrees. If it continued like this, by the afternoon, it might reach about 40 degrees, similar to a sauna. Jiang Miao wiped her sweat and walked to the bedroom, feeling much more comfortable there. Then she took out the unfinished bottle of water she had hidden, took a small sip, and immediately felt much better. Given the current situation, she believed staying in a room during the day wouldn't cause any problems. Confident, she became more eager for Su Yi to find the materials. Just as she was looking forward to it, Su Yi returned carrying a bunch of plastic boards, including large sheets of PVC and ceiling panels. He didn't ask Jiang Miao anything and quickly went onto the roof. Comparing it to the higher roof Jiang Miao had added earlier, he swiftly covered the ceiling of the living room and kitchen with an extra layer. Jiang Miao inside could tell where Su Yi was just by the sounds. She once again marveled at how useful he was. His skills were worth 3 men. Just as Jiang Miao thought Su Yi was about to come in, he was instead circling around the house outside, knocking and banging, though it was unclear what he was doing. Jiang Miao didn't dare go out to look and just kept listening quietly. It wasn't until the sun had shone on the backyard that Su Yi finally returned to the house. Alright, I also added a layer of barrier on several walls. Using all these random materials to patch it up isn't very pretty, but it can help block the sun and insulate against heat. Jiang Miao looked happy. I originally wanted to reinforce the wall, but I didn't have enough materials. I was planning to work hard these days to gather enough supplies before starting. I didn't expect you to finish all my work in one go. Su Yi examined Jiang Miao's weak body and chuckled. From now on, I'll handle this kind of physical work. You just need to take care of yourself and stay alive. Jiang Miao was stunned, her eyes slightly moist, and she slowly lowered her head. Su Yi didn't hear her voice. He looked up with some confusion on his face. What's wrong? Jiang Miao sniffed and smiled at him. After all these years, you're the first person to tell me I don't need to do anything just to stay alive. Before, only my parents and brother ever said that to me. It was hard not to feel touched. Su Yi smiled, stood up, and patted Jiang Miao's shoulder. As a friend and roommate, I naturally want you to be well. He emphasized roommate and friend. Jiang Miao nodded seriously, smiling openly. Then I'll rely on my roommate from now on. In the evening, I plan to go scavenging with Grandma Xiao Yi. If you're free, could you help me set up the shed over the vegetable patch? And clear the top layer of soil. The top layer of soil had long been dried by the sun and was too radiated to use. Su Yi agreed, without hesitation. In the evening, when the sun was almost gone, Jiang Miao quickly grabbed her scavenging tools and ran out of the house. Su Yi watched her small figure being covered by a tall woven bag behind her until she ran far away. Then he looked away and started working. Jiang Miao reached the border between Zone E and Zone D. Soon, she saw Ji's grandmother and grandson running toward her, followed by a tall man. He was dressed like Su Yi, also a mercenary. Ji Xiao Yi seemed very pleased with his partner. When she saw Jiang Miao, her face was still red, shy and bashful. She approached and affectionately walked with Jiang Miao, whispering, "Miao Miao, this is my partner, Zhang Cheng. He's the captain of the 858th Squad of the Tsang-ing mercenary group." Jiang Miao looked at Zhang Cheng in surprise.
Do you know Su Yi?
Zhang Cheng, who had always been serious and expressionless, finally showed some different emotions. His gaze at Jiang Miao became more serious. Are you Su Yi's spouse? Jiang Miao nodded honestly. It seems you know each other. Zhang Cheng smiled. Not just knowing each other. We are brothers who have faced life and death together. Later, we all made contributions and were assigned as leaders of different squads. Since you are Su Yi's partner, why didn't he come out with you? Ji Xiaoyi nodded in agreement. Sister Miao Miao, where is brother-in-law? Jiang Miao gently explained. He was busy all day today, first fixing the roof, then reinforcing the walls. Now he's helping me clear the land and can't come out. Aunt Ji heard this, and her eyes widened in surprise. Amazing! Today, Ah Chung helped us with the roof too. The walls aren't finished yet. You all are so fast. Zhang Cheng's mouth twitched as he joked. That guy Su Yi is full of energy, always rushing around and never wasting time. No way. Tonight I also have to finish the walls so I won't fall behind him. Everyone laughed at his joke. While talking, the four of them walked to the place where they had scavenged earlier in the morning. Because Zhang Cheng looked like a tough guy, the members of the scavenging team became more cautious. Some even kept their distance from Jiang Miao and the others. Only Lu Ying was unwilling to back down. She had mocked Jiang Miao and Ji Xiaoyi before, thinking the government would assign them partners who were old, ugly, or sick. She never expected they would end up with someone as strong and handsome as Zhang Cheng. Chen Jianye stood next to Zhang Cheng, looking like Zhang Cheng's father, completely different from him. Why had she gone to such lengths to marry an old man, while Ji Xiaoyi had simply done nothing and still got such a strong, handsome partner? Unable to understand, Lu Ying suddenly became angry and stepped forward to challenge Ji Xiaoyi, pushing her to the ground. Ji Xiaoyi was stunned and scraped her hands on the ground. Furious, she got up and slapped Lu Ying. Lu Ying, used to showing off, had bullied Ji Xiaoyi before and thought she would always be able to tolerate it. She never expected Ji Xiaoyi would fight back, and now she had been hit.
Ah!
Lu Ying screamed in anger and lunged at Ji Xiaoyi. I'll tear you apart. Before she could reach Ji Xiaoyi, Zhang Cheng intervened, grabbing Lu Ying's arm and pushing her hard to the ground. What are you? How dare you touch someone I care about? Lu Ying, filled with jealousy and resentment, ran over to Chen Jianye, complaining, I was bullied, and you didn't help me. Chen Jianye watched the whole scene unfold. He was unhappy with Lu Ying's aggressive attitude. As the former leader of the 672 Regiment, he had protected Ji Xiaoi many times. Knowing Lu Ying was his woman, he thought her actions were really over the line. Thinking of this, Chen Jianya looked at Ji Xiaoi with more disgust. Ji Xiaoi apologized to Lu Ying. "I will forgive you this time." Lu Ying stood beside Chen Jianya, proudly lifting her chin. Ji Xiaoi glanced at Zhang Qing beside her, gaining some confidence. "Why should I apologize to her? She was the one who deliberately caused trouble for me. You used to be the leader of Group 672. How can you be so biased?" Chen Jianya's face immediately darkened. He pointed at Ji Xiaoi and scolded loudly. "Nonsense. Who saw Lu Ying cause trouble for you? Who saw it?" "No one. I only saw you hitting Lu Ying." "I saw it." Jiang Miao slowly stepped forward. Everyone around silently watched her. Chen Jianya was stunned for a moment, then sneered mockingly. "Jiang Miao, everyone knows you're in cahoots with the Ji family. Your words can't be trusted. If Ji Xiaoi doesn't apologize today, don't expect to join us in future scavenging trips." This was a threat, an outright threat. Grandma Ji was immediately anxious. "Chen Jianya, are you still human? If it weren't for Yu Hong, you wouldn't be where you are today. And you still want to be the leader of Group 672? Let me tell you, it was Yu Hong who took us in. We are grateful and respectful to her. You're just riding on Yu Hong's coattails. When Yu Hong was alive, she didn't like Lu Ying. After she died, you turned around and married this awful woman. Did you ruin the entire Group 672 with your bad choices? I've tolerated you long enough. Now you're trying to isolate us. Don't think we're afraid. We're outside the city, within the government's area. Without you troublemakers, maybe we'd be better off." Grandma Ji vented all her frustrations accumulated over the years. Chen Jianya was furious. "Old woman, now even you dare to boss me around. If I don't show you some color, you really think I can't handle you now?"
Good.
"I'm waiting. I'll stand right here so everyone can see what kind of person the former leader of Group 672 is." Grandma Ji was also determined. Chen Jianya waved his hand, and his followers immediately moved to surround Grandma Ji. Just as Ji Xiaoi and Jiang Miao were worried, Zhang Qing moved. He was the kind of person who wouldn't strike unless he had to, but once he did, he was ruthless, especially with men. Within a short time, all the men near Grandma Ji were knocked to the ground, each with bruised noses and swollen faces, lying there groaning. Their women could only cry from a distance, afraid to approach. Zhang Cheng's sharp gaze swept over the fallen men and declared loudly, "I've said this before, and I'll say it again. The Ji family and Jiang Miao are under my protection. If they lose even a single hair, I will break your leg. Do you understand?" Zhang Cheng cracked his fingers loudly, his fierce look successfully scaring away Chen Jianya and his group. Lu Ying never expected that they couldn't defeat just one Zhang Cheng. She felt even more jealous but dared not stay any longer, so she chased after Chen Jianya. The troublemakers ran away, and the others quickly dispersed, avoiding the areas where Jiang Miao and others were searching. Suddenly, everything became quiet. Jiang Miao and Grandma Ji looked at each other and both rushed to the same spot from earlier in the morning. "Grandma, I feel like there should still be food underneath, but I'm not sure how to dig it out," Jiang Miao said, walking around and feeling uncertain about where to start. Zhang Cheng clearly already knew they had found food, so he examined the surrounding terrain, pointing to the sealed entrance buried by Jiang Miao, and said, "There should be more underneath. But the ceiling panels here have been removed, so it's not supporting weight, and it could collapse. The best way is to dig." He threw a woven bag onto the ground and took out a retractable iron shovel. With each shovelful, Jiang Miao and the others dug for about 10 minutes. The troublesome hole was growing visibly larger. While Zhang Cheng was working, Jiang Miao didn't stop either. She kept searching for ceiling panels and wooden boards that could be used to cover the opening. After a while, she found a plastic-wrapped bag of rice under an iron door. Jiang Miao's eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly continued digging. After digging for a while, she only found two 20-kilogram bags of rice. She hurriedly packed them into her bag and used all her strength to drag them over to Zhang Cheng. By then, Zhang Cheng had dug a hole about as tall as a person, with several bottles of mineral water beside it. Ji Xiaoyi saw this and was clearly very excited. She grabbed Zhang Miao's hand and excitedly praised Zhang Cheng. Big brother Zhang is amazing. He just dug for a little while and found a box of mineral water. All of it is intact. He said there should be more underneath. Let's keep looking. What did you find? Zhang Miao didn't hide anything and opened her bag. Ji Xiaoyi and Zhang Cheng were both stunned to see the 2 bags of rice. Miss Miao Miao, where did you find this? Ji Xiaoyi couldn't wait to go and dig it up herself. Zhang Miao pointed to a spot and smiled wryly. I don't have much strength. Even with a shovel, I can't move it.
You can go try.
Zhang Cheng immediately came over, took a shovel, and started digging. Before they could find the rice, Grandma Ji returned, also finding a bag of sunflower seeds, and she was very happy. When she learned Zhang Miao had found rice, Grandma Ji was very jealous. It's been many years since I've seen rice like this. Zhang Miao quickly said, Grandma, later you and Xiaoyi can each take a bag back. Grandma Ji snapped out of her thoughts and quickly shook her head to refuse. The stuff is from your find, and it's such precious food. I can't take it. Even if you don't eat these 2 bags of rice, you can trade them at the inner city trading center for a lot of points. Maybe you could exchange for a big bag of white radishes, and then you'll have enough food for this month. Because Grandma Ji firmly refused, Zhang Miao had no choice but to put the 2 bags of rice back. At this moment, Zhang Cheng and Ji Xiaoyi had already dug through a large area where Zhang Miao had found the rice, but they didn't find any extra food. Instead, they uncovered a brand new, unopened bottle of cooking oil. Both of them were quite happy. As night fell, staying outdoors was no longer safe. Zhang Cheng hurriedly called everyone to pack up and led them back home. Just as they reached the shanty town, Zhang Miao keenly sensed several glances. Upon closer look, those eyes disappeared again. She hesitated, then heard Zhang Cheng say, Let's go. We'll take Zhang Miao home first, then go back. The Ji family grandfather and granddaughter had always done this, so they didn't think there was any problem. After the 4 left, a woman hurried into Lu Ying's house. Captain, Ji Xiaoyi, and the others just came back. Look at that heavy bag, they must have found a lot. Su Chunyu's eyes sparkled with greed, eagerly waiting for Chen Jianyi to speak. In the past, everyone reported what they found, and Chen Jianyi would distribute the items. Their family had a good relationship with Chen Jianyi's family, so they always managed to get ahead and grab things first. Even after the government took over the 672nd Regiment, this rule remained. Before, Ji Xiaoyi and the others were too weak to find anything good, so no one paid attention to them. Now that they had men around, the situation was different. Today, Chen Jianya was harshly scolded by Zhang Cheng and still feels sore. Hearing Su Chunyue's words, he suddenly became very angry. Why are you so happy just because they found good things? What's wrong with you? Su Chunyue paused, raising her voice. No, it's not. Captain, they found things and kept the leftovers for themselves. The extra must be handed in for distribution. Isn't that how it's always been? You can't be biased. Chen Jianya's face darkened instantly.
I'm biased.
You fool. Can't you see I got beaten up by Ji Xiaoyi's man? That old woman from the Ji family even said today she won't join us in scavenging anymore. If you're brave, go talk to her yourself. Su Chunyue was unwilling and muttered, Old Mrs. Ji is just talking out of anger. Tomorrow she'll still follow us. Why shouldn't their stuff be shared? Just then, a few people approached. Su Chunyue explained the situation, her face tense. At times like this, you can't pretend you don't see or hear. We need to stand together. If old Mrs. Ji and her group refuse to hand over their things, we can't include them in future scavenging. They've taken advantage of the team for years, and now it's time to pay back. She became more enthusiastic as she spoke. The others, who hadn't paid much attention before, started to change their minds after hearing her ideas. Lu Ying, who had been pretending to be silent, finally spoke up. Janya, maybe we should go talk to them. After all, they've enjoyed your protection for so many years, but haven't contributed anything. Isn't that right? Chun Jianya was tempted, but immediately felt pain all over his body and hesitated. If you want to go, go ahead. Anyway, I won't take them with me in future scavenging. Do as you like.
Captain, since when are you so timid?
Yeah, you weren't like this before. Several people expressed their dissatisfaction with Chun Jianya. Lu Ying's face darkened, and she argued with them. My husband doesn't want to go, and you all should understand that he's injured. His injury was because of you. If you hadn't gone looking for trouble with Ji Xiaoi, they wouldn't have fallen out with the team. Then we could have confidently asked for our share. Hearing this, many people looked at Lu Ying with unkind eyes. Lu Ying was furious and started arguing with Su Chunyue and others. The argument escalated, and everyone's tempers flared, nearly leading to a fight. No one wanted to confront Ji's family directly, so their eyes turned to Zhang Miao, who was alone. To calm everyone's anger, Lu Ying spoke up willingly. Forget it. Since things are like this, I will go in place of my husband. Where does Zhang Miao live? People immediately named Zhang Miao's address. A group of them quickly set out. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng had just taken Zhang Miao to her doorstep. Su Yi didn't expect to see Zhang Cheng and exchanged a few words with him. Zhang Cheng looked serious and said, Su Yi, today we had a conflict with Chun Jianya and his wife. Chun Jianya is not the person people say he is. He's not good. He also ordered others to hurt Grandma Ji, but I handled it. I'm worried that after our holiday, those people will come after them. Su Yi instinctively looked at Zhang Miao, frowning slightly. Are you hurt? Zhang Miao honestly shook her head. No, they didn't hurt me, but I was with Grandma Ji and Xiao Yi. They definitely won't let me go. Su Yi sighed in relief and looked at Zhang Cheng. Tomorrow, I will go with you to search the ruins and warn those people. It should be fine. Zhang Cheng knew that Su Yi's warning wouldn't just be a warning. He felt reassured and smiled softly, whispering, Your partner is really strong. You found something good. Just see for yourself. Su Yi nodded, saw off Zhang Cheng and the others, then called Zhang Miao inside. In just one evening, a wooden bed, 1 meter by 2 meters, was added to the living room. The bed leaned against the wall, making it suitable for sleeping or sitting, at least giving someone a place to sit for a while. Zhang Miao looked around happily. You're really fast. It only took a little while to set up the bed. Su Yi's lips curled slightly. If I don't hurry, I'll have to sleep on the ground tonight. This is solid dirt, not a smooth, flat floor. Zhang Miao agreed deeply and pulled out her woven bag, excitedly saying, Can I use your bed for a while? She placed 2 large bags of rice on the bed, showing off a bit. Rice. Su Yi's pupils trembled sharply when he saw the rice. He blinked hard to make sure it wasn't a hallucination, then became very excited. Where did you find this? Is there more? Zhang Miao honestly shook her head. Zhang Cheng already dug around that area. Besides a barrel of cooking oil, there's nothing else. Su Yi looked at Zhang Miao deeply. You're really lucky. Do you know how valuable these 2 bags of rice are? Zhang Miao shook her head again.
Sui chucked softly.
It's understandable if you don't know. After all, it's rare to find this kind of rice now. As far as I know, a 20-pound bag of sealed rice can sell for 10,000 points. If you find 2 bags at once, selling them would easily earn you 20,000 points. Zhang Miao was tempted. I want to sell. Su Yi wasn't surprised at her quick response. Of course, you want to sell, but once this stuff appears in the inner city, you'll definitely attract attention. If you trust me, I can help you handle it. When I come back next time, I'll transfer the points to you. Zhang Miao hesitated, but then agreed. All right, I'll leave it to you. Su Yi thought she might need time to consider or might refuse, but she agreed so easily that he didn't know how to react. Ms. Zhang Miao, it seems you still don't understand the value of these 2 bags of rice. Just as he finished speaking, Su Yi heard a series of hurried footsteps. His face changed, and he quickly hid the 2 bags of rice in Zhang Miao's room, then closed and locked the simple door. Before Zhang Miao could understand what was happening, there was a loud banging on the door. Zhang Miao, come out. Zhang Miao looked sharply at Su Yi. It's Lu Ying, Chun Jianya's woman. Today, she's the one who started trouble for us. Su-yi understood immediately. He naturally stepped in front of Jiang Miao to protect her and went to open the door. What's going on? Lu Ying and her group saw Su-yi, tall and stern-looking, and immediately fell silent. They looked at each other, unsure how to speak. Lu Ying shyly blinked at Su-yi. We just want to find where Jiang Miao is staying. Sorry for the disturbance. Jiang Miao peeked out from behind Su-yi, watching her warily. What do you want? Lu Ying. Lu Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. She looked at Jiang Miao, then at Su-yi, her face twisting with jealousy. Is this your man? Jiang Miao nodded. So what? Do you have a problem with that? Lu Ying's last hope shattered. Su Chunyu saw her struggling to say anything and hurried forward. We're here to tell you that, according to the rules of Group 672, all found food must be handed over for distribution. Jiang Miao suddenly understood. She looked at Lu Ying and her group with a teasing look. If I remember correctly, this is the outer city, right? The government doesn't have a strict rule requiring us to hand over what we find. On what basis are you asking me to do so? This has always been the rule of our scavenger team. You enjoy the protection of the scavenger team, so you should fulfill your duties. Su Chunyue said confidently. Jiang Miao chuckled and stepped out from behind Su-yi. Protection from the scavenger team? If the team was always led by Aunt Yu Hong, I would agree. But since Aunt Yu Hong died, the team hasn't protected us at all. We rely on ourselves for food and water, often going a day or two without finding anything, just barely hanging on with a little water. That water was also collected by ourselves. What protection did you give me? When Aunt Yu Hong was sick, we took good care of her. We even buried her ourselves. Where were you then? Su Chunyue, you always jump in first when there's something good. You run the fastest when there's a chance to get something. Do you really think I, Jiang Miao, am easy to bully? There's no need to argue with them. Just fight them out, Su-yi, a handsome man, said coldly, like ice. Before Su Chunyue and her group could continue arguing, Su-yi had already thrown them several meters away with a flick of his hand. Everyone saw Su Chunyue and Lu Ying fall hard, as if their bones were broken. They all fell silent and scattered like frightened birds. Jiang Miao was once again amazed by Su-yi's skill and clapped loudly. A few neighbors nearby had also come out and joined in clapping. Su-yi took the opportunity to greet everyone. I'm the squad leader of the Scavenging mercenary group. Usually I go on missions. My wife is the only one at home. She's quite weak and not very good at finding food, so we rely on what I bring back. Today she went out mainly to find some ceiling and floorboards to reinforce the house. Those people don't know anything. When they saw my wife carrying a big bag, they suspected she found food and came to cause trouble, disturbing everyone's rest.
Sorry about that.
Everyone quickly shook their heads. No, we heard everything. They're just looking for trouble. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, your house has been under repair all day. Who doesn't know that around here? A middle-aged man, about 40, spoke. He was accompanied by a woman in her 30s. Both looked friendly and easy to get along with. Su-yi smiled at him and continued, I only come back twice a month. I need to finish the work at home quickly. That's why there was some arguing today, but it'll be over tomorrow. Everyone didn't pay much attention. In this hot weather, we can't sleep during the day. There's no point in arguing about it, the woman sighed. Today, the house felt like a furnace. In the morning, everyone hid behind the backyard wall and only came inside at noon. The inside was as hot as an oven, and lying on the ground, they were sweating all over. Everyone was worried about what to do next. Jiang Miao immediately suggested, if possible, you could add 1 or 2 layers on the roof, the more the better. This way, the sun won't shine directly on the lowest roof layer, and the rooms will stay cooler. Also, reinforcing the wall surface for better insulation would help. Today, after doing this, the house felt much cooler. You should go inside and see for yourselves. It was just evening and the walls and roof, heated by the sun all day, still hadn't cooled down. Inside their houses, it was still very hot. They tried entering Jiang Miao's living room and were surprised to find it much cooler than their own homes. Everyone was so excited they jumped up. No, I need to find some boards and ceiling panels now and fix the house tonight. Otherwise, we won't make it through tomorrow. The couple also hurriedly left. From their expressions, it seemed they wouldn't sleep tonight. Sue-yi saw the last group off and then closed the door. Turning to Jiang Miao, he said, "You did a good job just now. If this house really works, everyone will appreciate you. At least when I'm not around, they'll help out more, and there won't be anyone causing trouble. Tomorrow, I'll go out and see if I can find a sturdy iron door to install outside to prevent anyone from breaking in violently." Jiang Miao nodded repeatedly, grateful. "Thanks to you tonight." Sue-yi waved his hand. "We're in this together, no need to thank me. I've already built the shed in the planting area for you, and I even dug out the topsoil. If that's not enough, I can dig deeper."
Wow, so fast.
Jiang Miao's eyes widened and her mouth opened in surprise. She opened the back door, stepped out, and almost fell when her foot slipped. She exclaimed, "Are you really digging out 2 centimeters of soil? How did you do it so quickly?" Sue-yi smiled and took out a portable energy lamp, leading Jiang Miao to the ground. That's when Jiang Miao noticed a tiny excavator in the corner. Where did that come from? Seeing her excited expression, Sue-yi's voice became lighter and more cheerful. "You said you wanted to turn the soil, so I contacted some friends in the team to bring the excavator over, along with the materials for building the shed. You left just now, and they arrived right after. This land wasn't dug by me alone. My brothers helped me, and we built the shelter together. I couldn't do so much on my own. In the rebuilding of the Wasteland, all kinds of infrastructure are in place, and supplies are plentiful. The nearby excavator is used by the mercenary group to dig for food. Sue-yi is using public resources for personal gain." The other person's concern moved Jiang Miao a little and also made her nervous. "You've helped me so much. I really don't know how to thank you. Like you said, we're now tied together. I'm not picky. Once I grow white radishes, I'll definitely share half with you." Sue-yi laughed loudly, not taking Jiang Miao's words seriously. He spoke like a child's caregiver. "Okay, I'll be waiting for your white radishes. Even if you don't have radishes, some radish leaves are fine. Who do you think you're looking down on?" Jiang Miao rolled her eyes. Seeing the mini excavator, she decided not to argue with Sue-yi. Tonight, probably no one nearby will sleep.
Teach me how to use it.
"I'll dig a bit deeper, preferably to reach the moist soil layer." Sue-yi went over directly. "Let me do it. I've already dug the ground for you." Jiang Miao was not convinced, but she was quickly proven wrong. Sue-yi skillfully operated the mini excavator, digging a long row of soil high into the air. She hurried to fill her bucket with soil and dump it out. When she returned, she saw the pile of soil had grown even higher. Her work speed couldn't match Sue-yi's digging. In the end, Sue-yi helped clear out the soil. Now, it looks like about 40 centimeters of soil has been dug up on this 1-acre plot. The soil is starting to feel moist, which is suitable for planting white radishes. To prevent water loss, Jiang Miao covered the remaining materials used to build the shelter on the ground. After finishing these tasks, it was almost dawn. Sue-yi only closed his eyes for about half an hour before waking up full of energy. Jiang Miao, who didn't have his strong physical stamina, had to sneak back to her room. She drank the remaining half bottle of water before feeling better.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing 5% of territory construction. The system detects that the host is still in the early survival stage. Today's check-in items: A. Food. B. Drinking water. C. Daily necessities.
Please make a choice.
Jiang Miao's eyes narrowed slightly as she started to think about her options. Yesterday, she chose food, and the box of compressed biscuits could last for several more days. Food is not currently scarce. Living supplies are too noticeable, at least when Sue-yi is home. He can't appear out of nowhere. After looking around, choosing bottled water seems the best option. I choose B. Bottled water. The system's sweet voice rang in Jiang Miao's mind. Okay, the host has chosen bottled water.
Drawing.
Drawing complete. Congratulations, the host has received a box of bottled water. Please check. As soon as the system's voice disappeared, A box of 3-in-1 bottled water appeared in front of Jiang Miao, about 12 bottles, each 2 liters. She was so excited she knelt on the spot. To avoid raising Su Yi's suspicion, she quickly hid the box of water under the bed, thinking she would go out later to pick up some daily necessities, preferably something that could hide the bed's underside or store some items. After hiding the water, Jiang Miao left the room and carefully locked the door. At this moment, Su Yi was still in the fields. After finishing his work early morning, he lay down in the field to sleep, saying it was cooler outside. Jiang Miao opened the back door and softly called, "Su Yi, it's time for us to leave." Su Yi's eyes suddenly widened. He jumped up like a carp and threw the pre-packed bag over his shoulder, shouting, "Let's go. Won't you eat something?" Jiang Miao took out a white radish. Su Yi naturally took it and said, "Thanks." He quickly ate the radish in 2 or 3 bites, seeming as if he hadn't eaten at all. Jiang Miao hurried back inside to get another one for him. This time, Su Yi looked surprisingly at her. "Aren't you afraid I'll eat all your food?" Jiang Miao honestly shook her head. "This is food you brought back. Even if you eat it all, it's okay. I can save up food to support myself."
Su Yi checked it.
If someone else said this, he would doubt them, but after yesterday, he had seen Jiang Miao's skills and knew she could truly support herself, not just being polite to him. He took the radish from Jiang Miao's hand, finished eating, and then slowly said, "I usually eat in the morning and evening. I rarely eat during the day unless I exert a lot of energy." Jiang Miao nodded, understanding. "Do you want another one now?" This time, Su Yi really couldn't hold back. He turned to look seriously at the small girl in front of him, who was only up to his chest. "Food is precious. Although I am a mercenary and need more food, eating 2 radishes in 1 meal is already a lot. 1 meal with 2 radishes, that's for a day. Others usually eat only 1 or 2 radishes a day." Jiang Miao glanced at Su Yi's build, wondering how he managed to become so strong just by eating white radishes. The 2 of them left the shed and saw Zhou Lantian and others also heading out to forage. Su Yi took the initiative to start a conversation with them, and as they talked, Jiang Miao was gradually included in one of Zhou Lantian's groups. Halfway through, they ran into Ji Xiaoyi and her group. Jiang Miao quickly pulled them over, making their team even bigger. Meanwhile, Chen Jianye gathered members of the 672nd Squad early in the morning, strictly forbidding anyone from bringing Jiang Miao and Ji's family to forage, openly excluding the 3 of them. His idea was simple. He wanted Jiang Miao and Ji's family to surrender willingly, apologize, and hand over the items they found. However, after watching for a while, he didn't see Jiang Miao and her group, but instead saw them with other forage teams. What made Chen Jianye angrier was that Su Yi was now with Jiang Miao. Originally, Zhang Cheng and his team couldn't defeat Chen Jianye's group, and now with Su Yi, who seemed even stronger than Zhang Cheng, Chen Jianye lost all hope of reclaiming the situation. He quietly kept his distance and avoided them. Jiang Miao naturally noticed Chen Jianye's actions. She glanced at Su Yi beside her and quietly said, "They're afraid of you." Su Yi looked toward the direction where Chen Jianye's group had left, a slight smile on his face, and said thoughtfully, "I just talked with Zhang Cheng and asked about our neighbor's background." Zhou Lantian was also a leader of a forage team before. They joined the government earlier than the 672nd Squad and stayed in the shed for several months. They are quite respected here, at least more reliable than Chen Jianye. From now on, you can forage with them. With Zhou Lantian watching over, Chen Jianye won't dare to hurt you. "Thank you," Jiang Miao said gratefully. "Don't thank me. Come help out," Su Yi said, lowering his head to clear the iron door he had dug out. It was an aluminum security door, partly buried under a collapsed wall. Aside from some broken joints, it was intact. The most important thing was that it had a stainless steel protective mesh, allowing people outside to see through. Jiang Miao helped lift the door out. Su Yi continued digging and said, "There should be another door underneath. Let's find one more." Jiang Miao nodded. "You keep digging, I'll go see if there's any food." "Don't go too far," Su Yi warned, then focused on his work. Since it was Jiang Miao's first time in this area, she didn't dare to go beyond the safe zone without Su Yi's reminder. She only observed the terrain nearby. This place is similar to the ruins they visited yesterday, with broken walls and debris everywhere. The difference is that the buildings here are not as completely destroyed, and it's clear that this used to be a shopping mall. Since it was a mall, there are probably many valuable items buried underground. Many people shared Jiang Miao's idea, so almost everywhere nearby are survivors searching for valuables. But everyone searches separately. Whenever someone finds a safe spot, they quietly move away without crowding others. Jiang Miao likes this unspoken rule. She carries her woven bag and the shovel Sui gave her, then finds a quiet spot to start digging. People around her shake their heads when they see her casually digging, thinking, how can she find anything like that? She's still too young. They think this silently, but don't say anything, letting Jiang Miao work hard. After about half an hour, Jiang Miao has dug a large hole. She was about to give up, but as she kept digging, she suddenly felt the soil below becoming softer. Her face changes. She realizes something's wrong. She's about to climb out, but the hole suddenly collapses.
Ah!
Her scream startles Sui, whose heart races. He quickly runs toward the sound. When he arrives, Jiang Miao is inside the hole. A few others are stretching their necks, looking around. Seeing Sui, they step back and continue searching elsewhere. Anxiously, Sui kneels at the hole's edge and shouts loudly, Jiang Miao, can you hear me? Dazed from the fall, Jiang Miao stares blankly for a few seconds before reacting. She looks up at the light above her and quickly responds, I can hear you. It's very dark down here. I can't get out. Wait for me. I'll send you a rope with a flashlight, and you can see what's around you first. Don't worry, I'll get you out. Su Yi's voice has a calming strength. Half of Jiang Miao's panic disappears. She sits still, waiting until the flashlight reaches her within reach. She quickly unties the rope from the flashlight, turns on the light, and sees everything around her clearly. Excited, Jiang Miao looks up and shouts to Sui, this is a home textile store. I fell onto a mattress. No wonder I'm okay. She estimates she's about 4 meters from the hole's edge. Luckily, she landed on a mattress. Otherwise, she might have been seriously hurt or worse. Hearing this, Sui quietly breathes a sigh of relief. Good, you're safe. Check if there's a safe place nearby to rest. First, stay hidden. I'm worried the hole might collapse again. Once it's stable, I'll pull you out. Jiang Miao values her life and quickly dodges away as fast as she can. Everyone around who heard Jiang Miao's answer turned and walked away. It's just a home textile shop with no food. The quilts can be used, but going into the hole just for a quilt is too dangerous and not worth the risk. Having made up her mind, the crowd gradually dispersed. Ji Xiaoyi and the others came rushing after hearing that Jiang Miao was in trouble. They were also followed by Zhou Lantian and his wife. Seeing Sui carefully clearing the dirt and loose stones near the hole, they hurriedly asked, How's Miao Miao? Sui didn't look up and said, She fell onto a mattress. She should be fine, just minor injuries. Zhang Cheng, come help. First, widen the hole and clear it out. We also need to prevent a second collapse. Everyone else, stay back a bit to reduce the pressure on this area. Grandma Ji was very worried and took the initiative to pull Ji Xiaoyi and the others back to safety. While Sui and the others were busy, Jiang Miao was also not idle. She had just taken a quick look around and thought it was a home visit shop, but upon closer inspection, she realized it was actually a supermarket. This part was where they sold bedding sets. How did she find out? It was because of the shelves nearby, which still had some children's toys and scattered food. Although the supermarket had collapsed, there were still some gaps to crawl through, but she wasn't sure if it was safe. Without being certain about her safety, she dared not take risks. She only gathered the visible food and moved the intact bedding sets and quilts from the shelves. Just as she was busy, she suddenly noticed the light around her dimming. She turned her head and saw Sui climbing down a soft ladder.
Sweet.
Jiang Miao's happy voice made Sui pause briefly. He unconsciously quickened his pace. Don't be afraid, I'll help you up. After he landed, Jiang Miao excitedly pulled him aside. Look at these. Sui initially only noticed the quilts and bedding sets, but then he saw the pile of snacks and drinks nearby. His pupils suddenly contracted. This is. Jian Miao nodded at him and whispered, "It's a supermarket. I just found it too. There should be quite a lot of food inside. I didn't dare go in, so I only picked up what was nearby along with these quilts and mattresses. Can I bring them up?" Sui grinned because he was so excited he couldn't help but gently ruffle her hair. "No problem. Don't tell anyone for now. I'll help you get these up, then ask Zhang Qing to help carry everything home. Look again to see if there's anything else you want," Zhang Miao said with a forced smile. She glanced at the bed beside her, and Sui understood immediately. After Zhang Miao climbed out using the soft ladder, Grandma Ji and Little E both relaxed. Zhou Lantian and his wife also felt relieved and quickly stepped forward, looking at Zhang Miao with concern. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Zhang Miao honestly rolled up her torn pants and sleeves, revealing her wounds. Yi Shui, Zhou Lantian's wife, gasped, "You're bleeding. We need to go back immediately. You can't stay outside any longer. If the wounds are exposed to sunlight, they can get worse quickly and become infected." Everyone was very careful when searching for things, trying to protect themselves as much as possible. Grandma Ji knew how serious the problem was, so she called Little E to help take Jiang Miao home. When Jiang Miao got home, she gave Grandma Ji 2 white radishes to thank her. Grandma Ji immediately scowled and said, "You're hurt. Stay at home and rest for these days. Don't go anywhere. Little E and I can find food ourselves. I don't need your things. Do you understand?" Jiang Miao nodded obediently. Grandma Ji finally relaxed and turned to leave with Little E. Not long after they left, Sui returned with some supplies and told Jiang Miao, "You wanted big items, but I can't handle it alone. Since you found the supermarket downstairs, I've already called some brothers from the team to help. We'll make sure to get everything you need. These are the foods you found. Keep the door closed. Don't open it for anyone until I come back." Jiang Miao agreed. As soon as Sui left, she immediately locked the door and started counting the food. A whole pack of seaweed sheets, 3 packs of soda crackers, 2 large bottles of orange juice, a big bottle of cola, 5 packs of beef jerky, and a jar of assorted candies, including lollipops. Without thinking, Jiang Miao opened the candy jar, took out a hard orange-flavored candy, and put it in her mouth. The sweet taste instantly filled her senses, and her expression grew more relaxed. With the candy in her mouth, Jiang Miao felt much happier. She thought about how Sui would bring her the bed later, so she hurried into her room. She took out the things hidden under the bed and decided to hide them in a woven bag in the kitchen corner for now. She also opened a bottle of water to clean her wounds. Before she returned, she hadn't felt much pain, but now that her wounds were exposed to the air, they hurt more and more, especially with dirt and dust on them. If not treated, they could get infected. While the sun hadn't yet shone on the backyard, Jiang Miao opened the back door and sat at the base of the wall, enjoying the cool morning breeze. She carefully cleaned her wound with drinking water and took a few sips herself. Gradually, fatigue overwhelmed her, and she slowly fell asleep without realizing it. She was awakened again by the knocking of Sui. When she went to open the door, she saw many unfamiliar faces outside. Everyone greeted her in unison. "Hello, sister-in-law." "Hello. Hello." Jiang Miao quickly opened the door and stepped aside. Sui's friends looked around the house and frowned instinctively. Is the higher-ups too stingy? Why did they give us such a small house? How can we live in this? Big brother, are you saying we should replace this iron bed? Sui nodded. Let's remove the wooden table in the living room, move the iron bed into the living room so guests have a place to sit, and also to store some things. Take out the metal rack too. First, install the bed in the room, lay the mattress and straw mat, and then see if the cabinet can fit. Everyone started working according to Su Yi's instructions. Jiang Miao couldn't help much, so she retreated to the kitchen and sat quietly beside the woven bag, not wanting to cause trouble. These mercenaries were skilled workers. Tasks that seemed complicated and troublesome to Jiang Miao were done quickly and easily by them. The bed was assembled swiftly and perfectly, and in no time, the mattress was laid out. Next was the cabinet, which was originally assembled but was taken apart forcefully. They used nails and a hammer to reassemble it roughly. Before long, a double-door wardrobe was built, filling the remaining space in the room. Only a narrow path, about 1 person wide, was left for walking. Sui cut the remaining wooden boards to fit perfectly and also laid down the flooring. In an instant, the room was transformed. Aside from the memories of past disasters, it now looked like a small, single apartment from 10 years ago. Everyone looked around, feeling a bit dazed, with a new sense of hope and longing for the future. "Big brother, why don't we help you install these 2 doors too?" One mercenary suggested, bringing everyone's thoughts back. A few young men immediately got to work. With their help, the 2 aluminum doors were installed quickly. They also helped change the locks, matching keys so the doors could be used normally. After finishing, the group greeted Sui and then left. Sui sent them away, then immediately closed the door. He tried twice and quietly sighed in relief. He said to Zhang Miao, "Now the house is much safer. At least we don't have to worry about thieves coming in. Here are the blankets and 4-piece bedding set you wanted. The packaging is intact and quite clean. There are still quite a few inside. Asked Zhang Qing to take some back, and I also gave Zhou Lantian a blanket and a 4-piece set." Zhang Miao nodded repeatedly. "That's right. We can't use all of it ourselves. If anyone else needs it, I'll leave 2 blankets, which should be enough." Sui shook his head.
Keep them for now.
"If you don't need the blankets, they can be turned into winter clothes to keep warm in winter." After the disaster, the weather became very strange, hotter than summer and colder than winter. The only constant was the sun's radiation, which remained as intense as ever. Hearing this, Zhang Miao immediately stored everything in the closet, leaving one area for her woven bag. After closing the closet door, she felt much more at ease. Sui looked at her wound and said thoughtfully, "Later, I'll have someone bring some disinfectant. For now, don't go out. Wait until your wound scab's over before leaving." Zhang Miao nodded immediately. Sui added, "That place you found probably still has a lot of food. Zhang Cheng and I have arranged to go there tonight with some people to dig it out and bring all the food back. You're a hero. According to the rules, you can have a share. What do you want?" Zhang Miao thought for a moment. "If you find any daily necessities, please leave some for me. The rest is up to you." "Just that?"
Sui rice et anebrol.
He thought Zhang Miao might want food like rice. Zhang Miao smiled. "That's enough. Although I found that place, honestly, with just my own skills, I could only find the food. I can't get anything inside." Sui looked in the direction Zhang Miao pointed and saw the pile of snacks. His eyes immediately caught the open jar of candies. Sure enough, girls like sweets. Sui nodded with a smile. "I understand. Rest well. Later, I'll help you organize the breeding area. Starting tomorrow, you'll have to live alone. Is that okay?" Zhang Miao raised her hand to promise. "No problem at all." By then, the sun had risen. Zhang Miao hadn't eaten much earlier, so she was starting to feel hungry. While Sui was working in the breeding area, she turned around and unwrapped a pack of compressed biscuits, then drank half a small bottle of water. After lying down, she quickly fell asleep. By the time she woke up again, the sun was almost setting. Sui was packing his bags in the living room. When she came out, he immediately handed her a bottle of disinfectant. "Apply this to your wound first. I need to leave soon. I might come back tomorrow morning." Zhang Miao hesitated for a moment before reminding him, "Be careful." Sui paused, then smiled at her.
Got it.
After Sui left, Zhang Miao first treated her wound with disinfectant, then went to the breeding area. There probably wasn't much there before. Sui spent half a day making partitions to divide the space into different zones, installing cages and shelves for incubating eggs. Now, everything needed was in place. The next step was figuring out how to raise seedlings and hatch eggs. For seedlings, she only knew to bury seeds in soil and keep it moist. She didn't understand much else. For hatching eggs, she knew humidity and temperature needed to be controlled. Basically, she needed to make a warming device, but with the high temperature now, she wasn't sure if the eggs had gone bad. If they were spoiled, she wouldn't be able to hatch anything, no matter how much effort she put in. The main problem was she couldn't make a warming device herself. After thinking it over, Zhang Miao decided to give up on hatching eggs for now and focus entirely on raising seedlings. Since the seeds were dry, she needed to soak them first. She took out the only metal basin at home, filled it with drinking water, and soaked the seeds. After doing this simple task, she felt bored again and lay on the bed, doing nothing. Meanwhile, Su Yi and Zhang Cheng's mercenary teams were both ready to start excavating the area around the supermarket. Su Yi began digging where Jiang Miao suggested, and after an hour, his team started finding things. Zhang Cheng's team started from the area where Jiang Miao had fallen, finding many daily supplies. Since it was near the home textiles section, there were also lots of clothes, tables, chairs, needles, and threads. They couldn't clear all those items quickly enough. To leave before dawn, Sui had to contact his superior, Zhao Qingfeng, the leader of the 8th team of the Scavenging mercenary group. In the middle of the night, Zhao Qingfeng was awakened by Su Yi's message. He quickly got dressed, gathered some people, and rushed to the scene. Seeing Su Yi and Zhang Cheng's teams clearing out a pile of items, Zhao Qingfeng burst into excited laughter.
Good job.
Su Yi, you're really doing well. What's the situation now? Su Yi approached Zhao Qingfeng, appearing less friendly than he did in front of Jiang Miao. His expression became more serious and respectful. He explained in detail how Jiang Miao discovered the supermarket. I found food here, while Zhang Cheng's team uncovered mostly daily supplies. Zhao Qingfeng laughed happily and patted Su Yi on the shoulder. Gao Meng was bragging this morning about finding a flour mill. I was worried that in this competition, our team 8 might fall behind. I didn't expect you to surprise me so quickly. It's really you. By the way, you said this supermarket was found by your object? Where is she now? Sui lowered his eyes and sighed softly. She also accidentally fell into the hole and discovered it. Luckily, she landed on a mattress and wasn't seriously hurt, but she has several scratches and can't go out scavenging these days. She's staying at home to recover. Hearing this, Zhao Qingfeng's face grew more serious. When you return to the team tomorrow, come find me. I'll have someone prepare some medicine and food. We've been taking care of her meals these days. If there are any other issues, just tell me. I'll do what I can for her. Sui thought about Jiang Miao's previous casual complaint and quickly asked, can we get a bigger shelter? The place we're living in is really small, and she seems uncomfortable. Zhao Qingfeng frowned instinctively. The planning and management of the outer city district aren't under our control. Our main responsibilities are maintaining security, protecting survivors, and searching for supplies. This answer was expected by Sui. Just as he was about to speak, Zhao Qingfeng continued, but everything can be flexible. I can't directly change the shelter, but I can use connections to talk to the planning department. Renovations or expansions are possible. What do you think? Su Yi looked up happily. Thanks, boss. Zhao Qingfeng was surprised. It's been years since I saw you so happy over a woman. Looks like you're starting to have feelings. Bring her over sometime so we can see. Su Yi had been with him for over 10 years. He considered this young man almost like a son. A sudden realization struck Su Yi. He liked Jiang Miao? No way. They'd only known each other for 2 days. It must be because Jiang Miao was too weak, and he was just instinctively taking care of her. That's definitely it. After understanding this, Su Yi quickly masked his emotions and said vaguely, let's talk about it later. Zhao Qingfeng chuckled teasingly and didn't pursue the topic further. Soon, other mercenaries involved in the excavation also made discoveries. Su Yi quickly returned to his team. Their location was the best. Initially, they found various delicacies, dried goods, and sealed packages, all intact. Later, they started finding large bags of rice and flour. It seemed this area was a supermarket warehouse. The 8th team of the Scavenging mercenary group worked all night to clear out the warehouse, and the supplies they gathered made Zhao Qingfeng smile widely. Everyone worked hard all night. Even though they were exhausted, they remained energetic. As agreed, Su Yi returned to the hut at dawn. Jiang Miao heard the noise and immediately went to open the door for him. Seeing him sweaty, She quickly brought him a bottle of plain drinking water. Su-yi didn't pay much attention. After placing the woven bag down, he took the water bottle and drank eagerly. After finishing, he looked at the bottle with a strange expression. Today's water seems a bit sweeter. Jiang Miao looked puzzled. Really? Doesn't it all taste the same? Seeing her confused look, Su-yi forgot his doubts and thought about the busy night. Last night, we worked all night. The entire 8th team of the Scavenging mercenary group was involved to clear that area. Most of the supplies were dug out and taken away. I picked out a few small items for you to see if you can use them. There are also some clothes. Someone will deliver more later. Jiang Miao's clothes were very old and dirty, so much so that the original color was unrecognizable. She hadn't changed clothes in these days, and when Su-yi helped her set up the room, he hadn't seen any extra clothes either. He guessed she only had the clothes she was wearing. Jiang Miao thanked him and was drawn to the items inside the woven bag. This is a set of undamaged bowls and chopsticks. There's also a brush, towel, toothbrush, and a rinsing cup. Even toothpaste, body wash, shampoo, laundry detergent, and various soaps. Plus needles, thread, slippers, and socks. They really emptied out the supermarket. But she wondered, can these toiletries still be used? Even if they can, we probably can't use them now. She sighed with amazement and then started to worry. This house is too small. Once we put everything in, there's no space left to stand. Su-yi smiled gently, recalling Zhao Qingfeng's words. He comforted her. These were all given willingly. Don't worry. The team leader said he's willing to find ways to help us expand. As long as the higher-ups agree, we can start construction. They now lived in Area E. Between two huts, there was a large open space. The design was mainly for patrols to easily spot suspicious targets. As long as the above agreement is in place, the empty land can be fully used. Even using just half of it could add about 30 to 40 square meters of space.
Great.
These days, I plan to gather some bricks to build a house. Is that okay? Jiang Miao looked at Su-yi with shining eyes. Su-yi couldn't refuse at all. If you want to gather bricks, I have no problem with that. But I don't recommend you go out before your wound heals. The captain said he will provide food and medicine for your recovery these days. I'll bring them to you later after I return to the mercenary group. Jiang Miao didn't expect such a good thing. She immediately smiled happily. Before leaving, Su-yi took the 2 bags of rice Jiang Miao found and exchanged them for points. After the door closed, Jiang Miao jumped a couple of times before calming down.
Ding.
Congratulations, the host has completed 6% of territory development. The system detects that the current survival supplies are sufficient. Seeds need growth aids to sprout. Today's check-in items: A. Food, B. Drinking water, C. Daily necessities, D. Plant and animal growth aid. Please make a choice. Jiang Miao paused. Yesterday, the progress was 5%, and today only increased by 1%. That 1% probably relates to the items Su-yi brought back. The system only activated when Su-yi brought these items back. If he hadn't, would Jiang Miao still be able to check in today? And what exactly is the plant and animal growth aid? Jiang Miao couldn't figure it out. Since survival supplies aren't the most urgent need right now, she definitely chose the plant and animal growth aid. I choose D, plant and animal growth aid. As soon as she made her choice, a bottle of clear white liquid appeared in front of her, about 250 milliliters. Congratulations, the host has checked in a bottle of radiation purification liquid. Its function is to remove radiation from plants and animals and improve soil radiation levels. Seeds soaked in radiation purification liquid can return to normal. Using it to irrigate soil can effectively prevent soil radiation. Friendly reminder: the host needs to speed up construction to unlock more treasures. The system's voice suddenly stopped. Jiang Miao tremblingly held the bottle in her hands, swallowed hard, then turned to the kitchen to bring the soaked seeds to the living room. She poured the clear water into the backyard vegetable patch, then added the radiation purification liquid into the basin. The seeds soaked in the radiation purification liquid seemed to swell slightly instantly. Jiang Miao blinked hard, staring at the seeds in the basin for a long time. She only snapped out of her trance when she heard a knock on the door outside. She hurried to open it. The visitor was Su-yi. There was also a large package behind her. Jiang Miao quickly stepped back. After Su-yi entered, he quickly closed the two doors, his eyes falling on the water basin on the iron bed. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Was this what you were messing with this morning?" Jiang Miao shyly scratched her head. "Nothing to do, so I just stared at the seeds." Su-yi smiled gently and opened the package he brought. "This one contains clothes. I don't know exactly what girls need, but the team's sister-in-law helped pick these out. There are also some personal items for girls. They didn't let me see them, so I didn't. This bag has white radishes, about 40 gene. The captain gave you this food. This bag has medicine for injuries. Injuries are rare supplies in the mercenary group, so the captain could only give this much. The last two are bright lights. If you're planting, you can try using these." Jiang Miao happily took the two bright lights. "Su-yi, you're amazing." Su-yi's face turned slightly red, and he looked down to hide his embarrassment, acting more distant and polite. "We're roommates, part of the same team. I help you, because I should." Jiang Miao nodded heavily, her attention entirely on the bright lights, not noticing Su-yi's change in mood. Seeing her distracted, Su-yi said, "I've brought everything back for you. I'll leave now. I'll probably be back in 10 or 15 days. Be careful." "Okay. Stay safe." Jiang Miao responded politely, smiling as she watched him leave. Once the door was closed, Jiang Miao's smile instantly disappeared. She carefully took the two bright lights to the backyard and studied them for a long time before understanding that their energy came from sunlight radiation. This meant they could only be installed at night, and they wouldn't be usable until tomorrow at the earliest. Since that was the case, she decided to set them aside for now. She turned to open the clothing bag and found 2 winter down jackets, several high-neck sweaters, 3 sets of thermal underwear, 2 winter coats, and a large bag of expired sanitary pads. This was really good stuff. The original owner had been weak and undernourished, only getting her first period at 16. Fortunately, the disaster had passed by then, and she still had the Ji family's grandparents and grandchildren nearby. Every time she had her period, they helped find clean cloths for protection. If they couldn't find anything, she would hide in her room until it was over. Now everyone was separated, and she couldn't rely on Su-yi anymore. She had to depend on herself. It was impossible to hide for a few days each month like before. Having sanitary pads made things much easier. It would be even better if she could unlock sanitary pads through future check-ins. Jiang Miao silently thought for a moment, then turned around and stored everything in the cabinet. It took a lot of effort to close the cabinet door. There was nowhere left to put the remaining items, and she was increasingly eager to expand the house soon. After tidying up, it was already noon. A few hours had passed without checking, and the cabbage seeds had swollen a little again, showing faint signs of sprouting. Jiang Miao quickly added some radiation purification liquid and drinking water inside. Then she took out the eggs, which had only been kept for 2 or 3 days since she received them. They had been stored in a cool place and should still be fine. Thinking of this, she took a plate and carefully arranged the eggs on it, then poured a layer of radiation purification liquid over them. The liquid only formed a shallow layer at the bottom of the plate, so the eggs wouldn't spoil. She then moved the plate to a cool spot under the bed, planning to check on it later, hoping it would help. While she was messing with these things, time passed unknowingly. When the house was completely dark, there was another knock at the door outside. Jiang Miao opened the second door and saw Ji Xiaoyi through the outermost security door. She quickly opened the door to let them in. When the energy lamp inside the house lit up, Ji's family gasped in unison, "Wow. It's only been a day, and your house is almost full of stuff. Where did all this come from?" Jiang Miao immediately knew Zhang Cheng hadn't received anything. She hurriedly said, "I fell into that pit, and there was something inside. The mercenary group dug it out." Su-yi said these things are rewards from the mercenary group. "Grandma, do you and Xiaoyi have enough food? I have some white radishes, you can take some back." Grandma Ji refused repeatedly, You haven't been able to go out for scavenging these days. Keep it for yourself to eat. We have enough food. Xiao Ji smiled sweetly and nodded. When Zhang Qing came, he brought a bag of white radishes. He said those things are for me and Grandma. If we save them, we can eat for half a month. Also, we found quite a few things during the last scavenging. Grandma wants to go to the inner city trading center to exchange points. Do you want to come along? Thinking about her own situation, Zhang Miao hesitated and shook her head. Forget it. I'll wait until we go out scavenging again and have some gains before going. The Ji family's grandmother and grandson understood completely. They looked at Zhang Miao's wound, confirmed it was not serious, and then left. As they left, Zhang Miao immediately took the energy lamp and 2 bright flashlights to the field. Installing the powerful lights was not easy. She fiddled with them all night before finally getting them set up. Meanwhile, Su Yi, who was on a mission with the mercenary group, had been distracted all day. Walking beside him, Tangjing couldn't help but speak. Boss, today even our mercenary leader personally praised you. You've really shown your strength. Why do I feel like you're not very happy? These mercenaries rely on real achievements to climb higher. Su Yi made a big contribution this time, so he should be proud and treat his brothers to some white radishes. But why does he look so lost all day? Su Yi stopped and looked at Tangjing. Did I? Tangjing nodded vigorously, looking quite exaggerated. Boss, do you have something on your mind? I heard you're going to visit your wife during this break. Is your sister-in-law not satisfied? Nonsense. Su Yi's tone suddenly turned cold. He instinctively couldn't stand others speaking badly about Zhang Miao. Tangjing awkwardly scratched his nose. I was just guessing. If that's not the case, then you're missing her. Angrily, Su Yi slapped Tangjing on the back of his head. Seeing the distant light flickering, he suddenly remembered something. Oh no! I forgot to install the spotlight for her. I don't know if she can handle it alone. No, I have to go back and check. Ah Zheng, you patrol first. I'll go back. Su Yi ran faster than a rabbit, and Tangjing tried to stop him but couldn't. Still saying he's not missing her. Clearly, I guessed right, and he's just embarrassed. Getting slapped for nothing. What bad luck. Tangjing muttered as he continued patrolling. At this moment, Su Yi was already on his way back. By the time he returned to the shed, it was almost dawn. Standing outside the door, Su Yi hesitated for a moment before knocking. Unexpectedly, Zhang Miao came quickly to open the door. She was still wearing the same clothes, her hair exactly as it was when he left. Su Yi's brow furrowed. You didn't sleep all night? Zhang Miao nonchalantly nodded. I slept a lot during the day yesterday, and I wasn't sleepy at night. I took advantage of the sunlight to do some things. Did you forget something? Su Yi glanced around the room and shook his head slightly. No, I forgot to install the spotlight. I came back to check.
Perfect.
I installed it overnight. Help me see if there are any problems, Zhang Miao said casually. Su Yi quickly went to the backyard, climbed onto the roof, carefully checked everything, then relaxed and said seriously to Zhang Miao, the installation is fine. It can be used normally tonight. As for your injury, Zhang Miao raised her hand to look at it and smiled. It's already scabbing. I was very careful when doing these things. As long as I don't touch it, it's fine. If it weren't for the worry that wounds might get infected in the hot summer, she would have just wrapped it with a clean cloth. Su Yi was sure that Zhang Miao could take good care of herself alone. Besides feeling relieved, he also felt a small, unnoticed sense of disappointment. Since you're fine, I'll go now. Zhang Miao handed him a few white radishes. Take these for the road. I'm going to get busy now. She didn't bother to say more to Su Yi and left quickly and efficiently. Su Yi slightly curled his lips, chuckling softly. It seemed he was overthinking. The young girl simply wasn't aware, and he was worrying too much for nothing. Once he understood, Su Yi felt a sudden clarity and quickly left. Zhang Miao only relaxed after hearing the door close, then quickly entered her room. She took the sprouting seedling from the corner and carried it to the vegetable patch. Taking advantage of the cooler morning, she planted the seeds into the ground, then poured the remaining radiation purification liquid over them, covering with plastic film. Now she just had to wait for the seeds to sprout and grow tender leaves.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing 10% of territory construction. The current survival supplies are sufficient. Vegetables need growth aids. Today's check-in items: A. Food. B. Drinking water. C. Daily necessities. D. Plant and animal growth auxiliary medicine. Please make your choice. Here it comes. Jiang Miao thought quickly and said, I choose D. Plant and animal growth auxiliary medicine. Okay, the host is checking in for the plant and animal growth auxiliary medicine. Checking in. Unlocking a box of radiation purification liquid for the host.
Please check.
In the blink of an eye, a box of radiation purification liquid appeared in front of Jiang Miao. It contained 12 bottles, each 250 milliliters. This time, Jiang Miao finally figured out the daily check-in pattern. The faster her construction progress, the more items she unlocks. If her progress is slow, fewer resources are unlocked. Understanding this, Jiang Miao became even more eager for the seeds to sprout quickly. Now she faced another problem. Vegetables need water to grow. She couldn't use the unlocked drinking water to irrigate, as that would be pointless, and she didn't have enough to waste. She didn't know how others solved this problem. Following her principle of asking for help when in trouble, Jiang Miao stayed at the door until Zhou Lantian and his wife returned from scavenging. Then she approached them. Brother Zhou, sister-in-law, may I ask you something? Zhou Lantian and his wife looked a bit surprised to see Jiang Miao but nodded. Go ahead, just ask. Jiang Miao immediately asked, you guys also received seeds and eggs, right? I want to ask how you handled them. Have you tried planting seeds? Where does the water for planting come from? Zhou Lantian and his wife looked at each other, both feeling confused. Yi Shui asked in return, in our shed, each household has a water pipe installed. Don't you know that? This time, Jiang Miao was confused. She then asked them to come inside to help look. My vegetable patch has been dug up dozens of centimeters deep, and I didn't see any water pipes. The couple followed Jiang Miao into the house and saw there were many household items inside. Thinking about some rumors they've heard recently, they looked at Jiang Miao with more sympathy. When they arrived at the backyard vegetable patch, they saw plastic sheeting covering the ground and were about to step in. Jiang Miao quickly stopped them. My land has just been tilled and is still resting. Can you walk around it? The couple didn't understand but followed Jiang Miao's suggestion, sticking close to the wall. They finally found the water pipe connector at the corner of the wall. It's this one. Use a tool to unscrew it, and water will come out. If you want to use it, it's best to connect a water hose and tighten it. Don't touch this part.
Why?
Jiang Miao asked, confused. Zhou Lantian sighed. Although the water is pumped from underground, its radiation level is still too high. It can't be drunk or used. If you must use it sparingly. You can try watering the fields, but the results are really poor. Seeds won't sprout, and many people have tried before and eventually gave up. Jiang Miao suddenly understood. No wonder Su Yi didn't bother with the water pipe when tidying the planting area. He probably knew about this and didn't intend for her to use it. Thinking of this, Jiang Miao bit her lip and asked, Brother Zhou, if I want to use this water, do I need someone to help connect the hose? Where can I buy these things? Zhou Lantian and his wife knew Jiang Miao couldn't handle all this alone, so they went out to contact the facility installation manager responsible for the shed area. Jiang Miao paid 20 points, and the other person helped connect the pipe in just half an hour. They even gave her a 2-meter-long flexible hose for free. Jiang Miao didn't expect such kindness and kept thanking them. Old man Huang smiled and waved his hand. You're welcome. Not many people want to use this water now. My pipes are stacked up and no one has installed them. My pressure is quite high. Honestly, I should thank you. If you use it well, remember to promote it more. He is a government-appointed official responsible for tasks and has performance evaluations. No one needs him, so where does his performance come from? Certainly. Jiang Miao politely saw the person off, then locked the door and cheerfully went to the backyard. Carefully, She took a bucket of water that exceeded radiation safety standards and immediately poured half a bottle of radiation purification liquid into it. After pouring, she paused, wondering how much of the stuff was enough. How could she tell if the radiation in the water was fully purified? This question had been bothering her because she wasn't sure if the radiation was completely gone. She didn't dare to use the water and had to wait until sunset to visit Zhou Lantian's house again. Along the way, she also brought a white radish. Brother Zhou, sister-in-law, I want to ask how I can test if something's radiation level is too high. Zhou Lantian and his wife were surprised for a moment, then burst into laughter. Foolish girl, isn't the smartwatch you're wearing enough to test that? Yi Shui pointed to the watch on Jiang Miao's wrist. This watch was issued by the government after they took control. It recorded everyone's identity and functioned as an electronic ID card. They also used it to exchange points at the trading center. Jiang Miao always thought the watch's main functions were for electronic transactions and ID verification. She had been so busy lately, she hadn't looked into it much. She didn't realize it could also test radiation levels. She quickly suppressed her excitement and asked quietly, "How do I use it?" Yi Shui stepped forward, pressed a hidden button on the side of the watch, and a small needle-like probe popped out from the other side, with a delicate sensor on it. Put the probe on the thing you want to test. Soon, the screen will show the radiation level and safety grade. When you're done, just press the probe back in. If the watch breaks, you can ask Grandpa Huang to fix it.
He knows how to do it.
It costs 20 points each time. Yi Shui kindly shared what she knew with Jiang Miao. After understanding, Jiang Miao thanked her and left. Once she was gone, Yi Shui couldn't help but worry, saying, "This girl doesn't seem to have much survival skill. I don't know how she's managed to live this long." Zhou Lantian looked at the white radish, his eyes deepening slightly. "Don't underestimate her. Just look at the shed she lives in, and you'll see she's not simple." They had moved here a few months ago and never thought about renovating the shed. They just endured day by day. But Jiang Miao had only been here 3 days, and she not only made the shed comfortable, but also filled it with things. She even dug a vegetable patch. It was fine when they didn't say anything, but once Yi Shui spoke up, she felt a bit embarrassed. "Head of the household, maybe we should try planting some crops too?" Without hesitation, Zhou Lantian shook his head. "I've tried before, and it didn't work at all. Forget it. Let's see how others do it first. If Jiang Miao really can grow something, we can learn from her later." Neither of them believed Jiang Miao could grow anything, so they tidied up and went to sleep. Surprisingly, the newly built shed was much cooler than before, and they could even stay inside at night. Meanwhile, Jiang Miao, who was not optimistic about her chances, had already run back to her backyard. She eagerly turned on the radiation testing function of her smartwatch and carefully dipped the probe into the water. The screen of the smartwatch flickered wildly, as if it was broken. After a moment, the screen returned to normal. A few words appeared: radiation level 5%, low radiation, high safety level, edible. Jiang Miao's face lit up with joy. She quickly poured more radiation purification liquid into the bucket and tested again. The radiation level dropped to 2%. She added a little more until the radiation was completely gone. This meant it took about 200 milliliters of purification liquid to clean 1 bucket of water. She still had about 10 bottles of purification liquid, enough to last several days. Excited, Jiang Miao looked up at the sky, then down at herself, covered in dirt. A frightening idea suddenly came to her. She wanted to take a bath. Once the thought appeared, she couldn't push it away. She gritted her teeth, went back inside, and took a gray floral bed sheet set from the bed. She tore off the sheets, cut some pieces of fabric to fit her body, and sewed them together with needle and thread. Soon, she made a rough, thin pair of long pants and a long-sleeve shirt. She also found the underwear and socks that Su Yi had brought back. She gathered her bath and shampoo bottles, toothbrush, and toothpaste too. At first, she thought these things wouldn't be useful, but now she needed them so quickly. Joyfully, Jiang Miao carried everything to the vegetable garden. This bucket of water was precious. She scooped a cup, brushed her teeth 3 times, and stopped only when her mouth felt clean. Then she started washing her hair. Since she began wandering, she hadn't washed her hair. During the 672 group, scissors were a luxury. She only cut her long hair when it grew so unruly that Granny G had to borrow tools to trim it. After trimming, she tied her hair up tightly. Her current hair was nearly waist length, but it was thin, yellow, and covered in dust. Some parts were matted and couldn't be washed through with water. In the end, she used all that water to wash her hair. Finally, after rinsing her hair thoroughly, Zhang Miao poured another bucket of water, mixed with radiation purification liquid. She used body wash to scrub herself from head to toe 2 or 3 times until the foam turned white, then she stopped. 1 bucket of water was finished. After washing, Zhang Miao felt her pores opening all over her body. In the summer evening breeze, she started to feel sleepy. She quickly fetched more tap water, mixed in radiation purification liquid, peeled off the plastic film, and began watering. After watering, she left the plastic film off, turned around, and went back inside to sleep. That night was the best sleep Zhang Miao had since traveling here. She slept until late morning, feeling refreshed.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing 13% of territory construction. The current survival supplies are sufficient. Vegetables need growth aids. Today's check-in items: A. Food, B. Drinking water, C. Daily necessities, D. Plant and animal growth aid. Please make a choice. Zhang Miao decisively chose D. Suddenly, a box appeared beside her. Congratulations! You have checked in and received a box of concentrated plant growth nutrients. These nutrients provide all necessary elements for plant growth. When used, dilute at a ratio of 150. Zhang Miao quickly sat up, first combed her hair into a high ponytail, then braided it into 2 braids and wrapped them around her head. She still had leftover fabric from yesterday's clothes, so she made herself a headscarf to cover her hair tightly, even wrapping around her neck, so she wouldn't have to worry about her hair getting dirty. After fixing her hair, she used some purified water to brush her teeth and wash her face. Once done, she ate a compressed biscuit to fill her stomach. After eating, she went to check the plant growth nutrient box. It contained 12 bottles, each weighing 10 jin, about 5 kilograms. The large box had no place to store everything, so she temporarily placed it in the breeding area. When she entered the breeding area, she remembered the eggs. Yesterday, she treated the eggs with radiation purification liquid and then left them alone. She wasn't sure how they were doing now. She took them out and examined them carefully. The eggs showed no change. Since the weather was hot and there was no insulation, they might hatch. Thinking this, Zhang Miao placed the eggs into a hatching box made by Su Yi with a basin of zero radiation purified water underneath. She planned to sprinkle some radiation purification liquid on them occasionally and then leave them be. She decided to leave it to fate. After finishing these tasks, Zhang Miao fetched another bucket of water, mixed in radiation purification liquid, and used the plant growth nutrients to water the land. Once done, she turned on the grow lights, exited the planting area. After taking care of the breeding and planting areas, Zhang Miao didn't rest. I cut the remaining fabric and made 2 sets of lightweight long pants and long sleeves for the G family's grandparents, based on their sizes. It was almost evening when I finished the clothes and was about to deliver them, but unexpectedly, they came to find me first. When they saw the completely new Zhang Miao, they were stunned. Since everyone was heading home outside, Zhang Miao quickly pulled them inside to avoid being seen. Ji Xiaoyi pointed at Zhang Miao in surprise. Meow meow. Did you take a bath? Using that tap water? Aren't you worried about radiation? Zhang Miao made a shushing gesture. Of course I'm worried about radiation, but I prepared some special items beforehand. I found a little treasure that can reduce radiation. It's not much, just enough to make a few buckets of water. I kept 1 bucket for each of you to wash with. These are the new clothes I made for you, perfect for changing into. Everyone was now calmer. They couldn't live like wild people anymore, especially since Ji Xiaoyi had a partner. Ji Xiaoi didn't think much of it before, since everyone was in the same situation, but now seeing Jiang Miao so clean and fresh, it was hard not to feel moved. Before she could speak, Grandma Ji rejected it first, scolding with a frown. You should have saved all that water, especially the drinking water. It's a lifesaver. Using it for bathing is wasteful. Jiang Miao wasn't upset about the scolding. Instead, she smiled and said, I know Grandma cares about me, but I can still manage. I also sold some rice I got in sealed bags for a lot of points, so I'm not short of a little water. I prepared a bucket for each of you, so you can wash up and put this behind us. It's time to start fresh and welcome the better life. She added, even if Grandma doesn't do it for herself, she should think about Xiaoi. She's married to Zhang Qing now. It's not right if she doesn't take care of herself. Grandma Ji looked into their pleading eyes and finally relented. All right, I give in. I'll just wash Xiaoi's face. I don't need it myself. Grandma, unable to resist their sweet begging, Grandma Ji finally agreed and went to the backyard. When they arrived, the Ji family grandparents were surprised to see Jiang Miao's vegetable garden had sprouted tiny seedlings. They were so excited they almost shouted. Jiang Miao made a shushing gesture. Quiet. These took a lot of effort to grow. Even these two bright lights were brought by Su Yi. It's just the beginning, and I don't know if they'll bear fruit. Growing vegetables needs more than just water. The Ji family's grandparents and grandchildren were suddenly cooled down by a splash of cold water, and their heated minds instantly calmed. Grandma Ji sighed regretfully, saying, It would be great if we could have children. Then we wouldn't have to worry about running out of food. Let's see about that later. Jiang Miao changed the subject, carrying water as she carefully led them through the vegetable garden to the back breeding area for a bath. There were no residents nearby, so a little noise wouldn't disturb anyone. In the darkness, the Ji family's grandparents and grandchildren undressed without hesitation. Using the faint light from the neighboring bright lamp, they washed their hair, carefully handling the water. Watching how cautious they were, Jiang Miao felt a tightness in her chest. She believed in a daily sign. No matter how tough life was, she could keep going. Ordinary people, however, weren't so lucky. For them, this water could truly save lives. One bucket of water wasn't enough for both hair and body, but the Ji family's grandparents and grandchildren managed to wash themselves thoroughly within their limited resources. At least, Jiang Miao thought they looked very clean, almost like herself. Then she changed into the new clothes she had prepared. Ji Xiaoi's face was always filled with a happy smile as she affectionately held Jiang Miao's hand and pouted, Miao Miao, you're still the best. Before I took a bath, I didn't feel like I was doing anything wrong. Now I feel like I've been reborn. Do you have any cloth? I want to make a headscarf like yours to cover my hair, so it doesn't get dirty. In the Wasteland, taking a bath was a luxury most couldn't afford unless they dared to use water contaminated with radiation. She might only get one bath in her life, so she wanted to take good care of her clean hair and body. Grandma Ji agreed with Ji Xiaoi's idea and helped make a headscarf, reminding her everyone should keep this to themselves. No one can say anything. If asked, just say we couldn't stand it and used tap water once, but we won't do it again. Many people did this, but those who didn't find soap or other cleaning supplies couldn't wash properly. They just washed more thoroughly. Thinking of this, Grandma Ji looked at Jiang Miao and asked, Where did you get the shampoo and body wash? Did the mercenary group give them as rewards? Jiang Miao nodded honestly. Yes, I think everything in this room was given as a reward by the mercenary group. That's what Su Yi said, so I feel okay using them. Ji Xiaoi looked at her with envy. How come I don't have your luck? Grandma Ji glared at her. Stop talking nonsense. Miao Miao's luck was just a lucky accident. If she hadn't fallen in the right spot and landed on a mattress, who knows what would have happened to her? I think Miao Miao has been unlucky lately. It's better for her to rest at home for a couple of days and fully recover before going out. You should also be careful when you go out and avoid wandering around aimlessly. After Grandma Ji said this, Ji Xiaoi and Jiang Miao just nodded obediently. Once the headscarf was ready, the grandmother and granddaughter carefully wrapped and her hair before leaving. The next morning, The grandparents came to Jiang Miao's place before heading out to forage, bringing her a small bag of white radishes. Jiang Miao didn't want to refuse, so she accepted. After they left, the daily sign-in system appeared. Because the radiation purification liquid was very useful, Jiang Miao chose to sign in for plant growth enhancer potions. Sure enough, this time she received a box of radiation purification liquid. She signed in for the items she wanted, and her mood lifted. In the following days, the white radishes changed daily under her careful care. As her vegetable patch changed, her construction progress also increased, though slowly. It reached 25% and then stalled, but the amount of supplies she signed in for didn't decrease. Currently, she had 8 boxes of radiation purification liquid and 3 boxes of concentrated plant nutrients. The radiation purification liquid was used quickly. She only used it when necessary. The purified water was used for daily brushing, boiling water, and watering the garden. She still had 6 boxes left, which could last for a while. So, when she signed in again, Jiang Miao chose food. The system probably wanted to help her change her taste, or maybe because her construction progress had increased significantly. This time, it gave her a box of beef jerky. Although it was still a product with no additives, the beef jerky was soft and firm, with a great taste. Eating a small bag could last half a day. Each box contained 80 bags. Plus the white radishes she had dried and not finished eating, she now had enough food to last her for 2 months. Jiang Miao was overjoyed. After eating a bag of beef jerky, she quickly found a place to store the rest, then got up and left the room, locking the door behind her. She carried her woven bag and went out of the house. Recently, she had resumed her foraging life. The difference was that while others looked for food, she focused on collecting bricks. Any good ones were kept and brought home, stacked high against the wall. No one needed these bricks, and no one came specifically to steal them. Plus, everyone knew Jiang Miao had a powerful mercenary spouse, so they dared not cause trouble for her. Although the evening sun was gone, the ground still held some warmth. Jiang Miao had only taken a few steps with her bricks when she broke out in sweat, soaking wet all over. When she reached the shed, she felt as if she had been drenched with water. I just threw the woven bag on the ground and took a few deep breaths. When I looked up, Jiang Miao was surprised to see Su Yi, who had been missing for half a month, had returned. He was now studying the bricks she had gathered. "You're back?" Su Yi turned around and saw Jiang Miao's expression, which showed some strange feelings. In the past half-month, the dirty little girl had become clean and even gained some weight. She had changed inside and out, as if she had become a different person. Sui looked her over for a moment before nodding and stepping forward to help her pick up the woven bag. "Are you collecting these bricks to build a house?" Jiang Miao whispered softly and casually said, "If I can get this land approved, I want to build a brick house. It would be more solid than the shed I live in now. I feel safer living alone. It's okay if it doesn't get approved. With so many bricks, I feel secure just having them around." Su Yi smiled. "Don't worry. Captain Zhao is reliable. The land has already been approved. I was out on a mission recently and couldn't come back to tell you sooner. If you need cement to build a stone brick house, the Inner City Trading Center sells it externally. 1 bag costs 15 virtual coins. Buying it isn't a problem, but cement needs water for mixing. It's best not to use water with radiation levels that are too high. Safe drinking water with low radiation is in high demand. It's not worth spending so many virtual coins on drinking water just to build a house." Jiang Miao knew Su Yi was telling the truth. She didn't want to be seen as different. After thinking for a moment, she whispered, "Can you help me build a big house with iron sheets and wooden boards? Make it taller and cover the roof. If possible, please buy some cement for me. I'll think about it slowly." Su Yi guessed what she was planning just by her expression. Since their friendship was only SOSO, he didn't say much and simply nodded. "I sold those 2 bags of rice for 20,000 points. I'll transfer them to you."
Thank you.
Jiang Miao opened the door, and they entered the shed one after the other. Sui noticed that since he hadn't been home for half a month, the place seemed to have more things. The originally empty kitchen now had 2 shelves, probably brought back by Jiang Miao later. They held buckets and basins he had brought back earlier. Besides that, there were 2 buckets, an aluminum basin, and underneath, there were bowls, plates, and a soup pot. Another shelf was filled with bottles, jars, and some supplies in bags. He didn't know what they were. The iron stove and iron pot were gone. To him, it looked like this place had become a storage room. There was an empty space under the iron bed in the living room before. Now, the ground is covered with a tarp, and the space is filled with stuff. The winter quilts that were in Jiang Miao's cabinet are also stored there. Opposite the iron bed, near the wall, there is a table with everyday items on top. Beneath it, many small things are stored, faintly visible. Both the kitchen and living room are like this. It's easy to imagine Jiang Miao's room is also packed. The entire shed is probably only the bathroom that remains mostly empty. Sui glanced inside and was surprised to see the bucket was gone. The whole bathroom was empty. He instinctively asked, "Where's the bucket?" Jiang Miao just came in through the back door and casually replied, "In this weather, putting a bucket in the room would smell too bad. I took it to the breeding area to use. It's cleaner there and watering the plants is more convenient."
Oh.
After answering, Sui suddenly felt something was wrong. Watering the plants? Did you grow white radishes? Jiang Miao hesitated and nodded. Yes, they've sprouted. But I don't know what's happening underneath. Let me see. Sui couldn't wait and stepped out the back door. His eyes were immediately caught by a vast green scene that almost blinded him. He froze, staring at the scene in front of him, unable to react for a long time. After a while, Sui cleared his throat twice, trying to suppress his excitement. His eyes shone with curiosity as he looked at Jiang Miao. How did you do this? It was the first time he saw such lively greenery in the Wasteland world. It made him feel like he was back in the world before the disaster, a world he longed for. Sui's reaction was expected by Jiang Miao. She smiled lightly and said, "What else can I do? Just use the limited resources to grow as much as I can. I've decided to keep half of the best-looking white radishes for seeds. The rest, once harvested, can be sent to the trading center for points." Su Yi's innate farming instincts ignited. He clenched his fists, looking at Jiang Miao with eager anticipation. "When you're going to dig them up, can you call me?" Jiang Miao chuckled softly. "No problem, but you'll have to wait another month. The white radishes you brought back earlier, I've dried and stored them all. What should we eat tonight? Maybe make beef jerky with dried radish stew?"
Suiraiset anayebro.
Such a good thing? Jiang Miao nodded and turned to the room, grabbing 2 packs of beef jerky and a handful of dried radish. Sui followed behind her and then noticed that the stove in the house had been moved next to the vegetable patch by Jiang Miao. The iron pot he brought back was also placed on the iron stove. Next to it, there was a pile of firewood. It was also blocking her view earlier, so she didn't notice these things right away. Jiang Miao carefully lifted the lid of the water bucket nearby, scooped out some water, and briefly washed the iron pot. All the water used for washing the pot was poured into the vegetable garden, with no waste. After washing the pot, she poured the ingredients into it, added a couple of scoops of water, covered the pot, and started a fire. Soon, a strong aroma of beef and radish filled the air around the garden. Sui became more and more surprised. He immediately turned on his smartwatch to test the radiation level of the water bucket. When the display showed 0, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his gaze towards Jiang Miao changed. Jiang Miao watched him test without stopping her, knowing that since they lived under the same roof, many things couldn't be hidden. It was better to be honest and open, and it also allowed her to see how Sui would react. If he started asking too many questions, she could make excuses to cover it up. But if she did that, she would have to be more careful in the future and avoid doing things that might upset Sui. If Sui chose to trust her and help cover things up, she would gain a strong ally. The two silently tested each other. Jiang Miao was prepared for questioning, but Sui quietly put away his smartwatch and sat silently to the side. Only when the beef and radish soup was almost ready did he get up to fetch bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen. Jiang Miao's lips unconsciously curled into a small smile, and she continued cooking as if nothing was happening. This dinner was probably the most elaborate meal Su-yi had had in years. In the past, he ate hurriedly, but this time he learned from Jiang Miao, holding his bowl carefully and savoring the food. If only the dried radish could be replaced with fresh radish, he said. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Miao choked on her saliva, looked at him in disbelief, then smiled.
All right.
Tomorrow I'll use fresh white radish. Su-yi quickly took out the bag of white radish he brought back. All the food for these half months, you can decide how to use it, he said. Now that Jiang Miao was cooking, he was eager to give her all the supplies, so he could feel at ease eating the food she made. After dinner, Jiang Miao boiled another pot of water and washed the bowls, chopsticks, and pots. She poured the cool, dirty water into the vegetable garden. Su-yi, full and ready, went out to find materials, planning to spend a day covering the nearby land and bringing back some cement for Jiang Miao. Jiang Miao wanted to help. Su-yi directly refused her. Just do what you usually do. At this time, do whatever you need to. I'll handle things here. Jiang Miao didn't argue with him. As she turned to go inside, she saw Yi Shui peeking out from the next door. Is Su-yi back? Are you planning to build a house? Yi Shui looked a bit surprised. Jiang Miao knew that building an extension would make everyone curious, so she took the chance to explain. Our house is too small, and there's not enough space for everything. Su-yi managed to get approval through some connections. The report says they approved 60 square meters of land next to us, allowing us to add a shed. Hearing this, Yi Shui looked envious. How do you apply for that? Jiang Miao immediately looked at Su-yi. I don't know either. You need to ask him.
예조 understood.
Soon after, Zhou Lantian came out. Jiang Miao went back inside. Before going to sleep, she faintly heard Zhou Lantian and a few others talking with Su-yi, but she didn't know how long they talked. When Jiang Miao woke up again, it was the next morning.
Ding.
Congratulations! The host has completed 28% of territory development. Your current supplies are sufficient. Building a house requires many materials. Today's check-in items. A. Food. B. Drinking water. C. Daily necessities. D. Plant and animal growth aids. E. Building materials. Please make a choice. Jiang Miao immediately woke up and hurried outside. She saw that next to her house, a new 60 square meter shed had been built, about 3 meters high, with the roof also completed. She ran around the shed and found no door for entry or exit. Su-yi was nowhere to be seen. She didn't see him at all. Just as Jiang Miao was confused, a truck slowly drove over from a distance and stopped in front of her. Su-yi got out of the truck and said, I bought all the cement for you. You don't need to use the bathroom at home. I opened a door on that side, which connects to the new shed. Wait for me. I'll help you move the cement inside. Jiang Miao stared blankly at Su-yi unloading the goods. She was about to help when Su-yi stopped her. Go do your own thing. I can handle these physical tasks. Jiang Miao still wanted to argue, but she saw Su-yi carry 6 bags of cement into the house easily. She silently swallowed her words and followed Su-yi into the house, feeling a bit defeated. Meanwhile, the system kept reminding her to make a quick choice. Jiang Miao was about to go crazy. Su-yi was at home, so she couldn't choose to check in for building materials. What if the system sent her bricks or sand? How would she explain that? Feeling frustrated, Jiang Miao could only return to her room and choose to check in for food. Soon, a 20-kilogram bag of rice appeared before her. Is this the reward for the new shed? Jiang Miao couldn't understand it. But that didn't stop her from adding more food for Su-yi, just to reward him. Thinking of this, she opened a bag of rice, scooped a cup of it into the backyard to soak, then picked up her woven bag and told Su-yi, I'm going to search for some wild food. You can rest for a while after you're done, and I'll cook when I come back. Su-yi nodded. He had already eaten 2 white radishes and drunk a glass of light salt water early in the morning. Whether he ate or not didn't matter. After Jiang Miao met up with Ji's family and their grandparents, she saw Zhang Chun was also there and immediately smiled. Big brother Zhang. Zhang Chun grinned brightly at her. Miao Miao, Xiao-yi told me everything. Thank you for making clothes for them. What about Su-yi? Isn't he on leave too? Why didn't he come out with you? Jiang Miao explained, and Ji Xiaoyi looked at her with envy. That's great. They can even expand the house.
Our house is too small now.
Grandma said she wants to turn the back breeding area into a house. In fact, everyone was doing the same, so no one complained about not having enough space. Grandma Ji explained, there's hope for planting, but breeding is not worth it. People are not enough to eat. How can we have enough to feed poultry? Jiang Miao thought about her 10 eggs that hadn't shown any signs of hatching, and a trace of bitterness appeared on her face. Maybe she should change the breeding area? But as soon as this idea arose, she suppressed it. Forget it. She would give those eggs one more chance. If the new house still wasn't enough, she wouldn't be so heartless. Zhang Qing couldn't bear to see Xiao Yi upset, so he quickly said, if you want to add more rooms, I can try to find a way. Be a little braver, and the boss will definitely agree. Xiao Yi immediately smiled happily and refused. No need, no need. Grandma has almost tidied up the breeding area. We can just use that. Zhang Qing then gave up. The group chatted while looking for things. Since Jiang Miao accidentally found the supermarket last time, they hadn't found anything good since then. The Ji family grandparents and grandchildren were a bit worried. Jiang Miao was fine. Even if she didn't find food, she was happy just to find some useful items. Sure enough, she just found a sturdy table, almost intact, only slightly deformed. After finally digging it out, she was worried about how to carry such a heavy piece back.
Just then Su Yi arrived.
Seeing Su Yi, Jiang Miao felt like she saw a savior and hurriedly called him over loudly.
Help me.
Su Yi looked at the table and then at the others, sighed helplessly. You're still as unique as ever. Su Yi raised both hands and easily lifted the big guy, Jiang Miao, to the top of his head, making her feel hopeless. Su Yi took a few steps, saw Jiang Miao not following, and turned around to meet her stunned, smiling face. He smiled and said, hurry up and go.
Oh.
I'm coming now. Jiang Miao quickly caught up. The two returned to the shed. Jiang Miao saw that the new shed was filled with cement, and there were shovels and other tools for building, all new. She suppressed her excitement and asked calmly, did you buy these? Su Yi nodded and said he bought them at the inner city trading center. The staff asked what he was going to do with these items, but when he showed his identity, they didn't ask further. After a moment of surprise, Jiang Miao realized she shouldn't be too bold. Seeing her reaction, Su Yi understood she had understood, and his tone softened unconsciously. You don't need to worry too much. As long as you're careful not to be seen, it's fine. If anyone finds out, just say it's my idea.
I'll handle it for you.
The reward is that every time you come back, you cook for me. Jiang Miao was stunned, both amused and helpless, and nodded. Okay, I'll start cooking now. To thank Su Yi, Jiang Miao not only cooked porridge but also added dried beef, white radish, and even plucked a few leaves from the radish plants in the field. The porridge turned out so delicious that Su Yi almost drooled. They each ate a bowl, and neither spoke during the meal. After eating, Su Yi sighed. If I could always have a bowl of this porridge when I come back, I'd be willing to work like a horse for you. Jiang Miao laughed loudly. Captain Su, do you have no ambitions? Su Yi looked wistful. You don't understand. This bowl of porridge is the most delicious thing I've had in years. I want to thank the government, thank our leader, and most importantly, I want to thank you. No more talk. From now on, you're like my little sister. I'll protect you. Just for eating? Su Yi nodded seriously. Jiang Miao suddenly found the man in front of her a bit adorable with his contrasting expressions. Whether Su Yi was serious or joking, he was showing kindness, and Jiang Miao didn't think much about it. After finishing the meal, Su Yi wandered around the house, trying to find something else to do. But Jiang Miao had already arranged everything at home, so he couldn't help. He simply lay on the bed for a while. In a daze, he fell asleep. When he woke up again, he heard water splashing in the backyard. Su Yi peeked out and saw Jiang Miao washing her hair. The dirty water from rinsing her hair collected in a large, broken basin. He increasingly found Jiang Miao to be mysterious. Jiang Miao naturally noticed Su Yi's gaze and explained, "It's too hot. Washing my hair once every half month is my limit." The water I save is used for watering the land, so it's not wasted. Do you want to wash? Su-yi initially wanted to refuse, but then looked at the water in the basin and changed his mind. I can wash with that water. Jiang Miao's face turned bright red. Was he crazy to want to wash with her shampoo? Before Jiang Miao could speak to stop him, Su-yi turned around and went back inside to get his toiletries. She could only quietly retreat to her room. On such a hot day, her hair dried quickly after wiping it. But before her hair was fully dry, Su-yi had finished his shower and returned. One sat on the bed in the room, the other on the iron bed in the living room, both silently doing their own things. Jiang Miao couldn't help but ask, "How did you take a shower when you were in the mercenary group?" Su-yi lazily lay down and let out a comfortable sigh. The mercenary group was originally a self-established organization by civilians. Back then, conditions were tough, and we rarely had the chance to shower unless we happened to find a lot of underground water. Later, it was managed by the government, which allowed each person to shower once a month. That water was also limited and couldn't be used freely. Honestly, I think the shower water they gave us was even worse than the water you used to wash your hair. Jiang Miao probably liked to be clean, or maybe she poured out the first wash water from her hair. That basin of water wasn't really dirty, and it even had a faint smell of shampoo. Most importantly, he had just tested it. Those waters had 0 radiation. Jiang Miao suddenly understood and felt relieved.
All right.
From now on, when you come back, I'll prepare some shower water for you. You can help me with chores. Okay. Su-yi's lips slightly curved, and as he lay down, he fell asleep again. In the evening, Jiang Miao went to forage for supplies, and this time Su-yi also went out with her, helping carry things. Since Jiang Miao had nothing to do, the next morning after eating the meal she made, Su-yi left. As soon as he left, the check-in system immediately rang. It was the same prompt as yesterday, indicating that the system hoped she would choose building materials. Since that was the case, Jiang Miao took a bold step and made her choice according to the system's suggestion. Congratulations to the host for signing in and receiving 5 tons of construction site water. Friendly reminder: this water is not for drinking, cannot be used for watering land, and is not suitable for daily living. The 5 tons of water are stored underground. The host can connect to the water pipe using a special key. The water that flows out is construction site water. If you use a regular key, the water that flows out is contaminated tap water with high radiation levels. As soon as the words finished, Jiang Miao saw a bronze-colored key for the water pipe in front of her. She excitedly ran to the backyard to collect some water, then used a smart meter to check it and found the radiation level was 0. She smiled happily. When Su-yi returned, she immediately asked him to help bring back some sand and gravel. Seeing her like this, Su-yi knew she was eager to start working. He went out again and quickly brought back what Jiang Miao needed, even helping to carry a new load of bricks. Seeing Su-yi's suspicious look, he explained, "Right now, only the inner city needs these materials. Other places don't. We always have enough, so there's no shortage." Jiang Miao nodded and took the initiative to fetch water and cement from the backyard. Su-yi was about to say something but decided not to. Following Jiang Miao's instructions, he obediently helped her with the work. Since the weather was hot, they couldn't mix too much cement at once. They mixed only what they could use each time. After using some, they mixed more. Jiang Miao was worried that the large load of bricks and stones wouldn't be enough and that it might be hard to explain if someone saw it after sunset. But by noon, Su-yi had used up the entire load of bricks, including those Jiang Miao had gathered. To finish building the house sooner, Su-yi drove out again to bring back another load of bricks. He only stopped after all the bricks were inside, and the sun had set. To avoid suspicion, Jiang Miao continued to go out and scavenge as if nothing was happening. This time, she was lucky and found a collapsed pharmacy. She couldn't use expired medicine, but the trading center could recycle it, probably for research purposes. She called Ji Xiaoyi and a few others to help quickly, trying to gather as much as possible before anyone noticed. By the time Jiang Miao had packed most of the bags, someone finally saw what she was doing. Seeing Jiang Miao and the others with woven bags, Zhang Cheng made a noise to wake everyone up. They hurriedly stopped what they were doing. After working like this, it quickly got dark. Everyone gained something this time, and on the way back, they all looked happier than usual. Zhang Cheng and the others first took Jiang Miao back home. Sui came out to meet her and, upon hearing about the pharmacy and the large bag of medicine she found, gave her a thumbs up. Are you planning to go to the inner city yourself, or do you want me to help you carry things there for the trade? Jiang Miao immediately handed him the woven bag. Please help me. I really don't want to carry it all alone on such a long journey. It's tiring and dangerous. Even when she arrives, she might be cheated or pressured to sell cheaply. Why would she want to go alone? Also, I'll pay you back for the cement bricks. Sui waved his hand to change the subject. I'll help you sell them early tomorrow morning. I'll give you the points when I return. Come inside and see if the house height is enough. Jiang Miao immediately shifted her attention. When she looked inside, she saw the wall was over 2 meters high. She nodded in surprise. That's enough. That will do. Sui smiled, dusting off the dirt on his hands. I'll go out again later and bring back the materials for the roof. I hope we can finish everything tonight. To Jiang Miao, this plan was perfect. To reward Sui, she quickly went to the backyard to cook. Next door, Zhou Lantian and his wife smelled a faint aroma of food and whispered, "Whose fire is that? It smells so good." It does smell nice, but it's a bit too fancy, Zhou Lantian said thoughtfully. Yishua thought for a moment and lowered her voice. It might be Miao Miao's family. She's quite lucky to marry someone as capable as Sui. I heard he's the leader of a small team in the mercenary group. Supporting her is no problem. Zhou Lantian nodded. We can't compare ourselves to them. Let's tidy up and get some sleep. Yishua hesitated and lay beside Zhou Lantian. Hubby, do you think we might have children someday? She used to not even dare to think about it, but now that life is stable, her desire to become a mother grows stronger. Zhou Lantian suddenly opened his eyes in the dark, turned around, and hugged Yishua. His voice was heavy with emotion. Let's wait and see. We need to be sure we can support ourselves and a child first. Who doesn't want children? Especially in this situation, having children is a sign of hope. But he can't be selfish, like those women who sell their bodies just to survive. They don't know how many men they've been with, and they don't know whose child they might be carrying. Pregnant women in this world find it hard to survive, and with no medical help for abortions, they can only leave it to fate. Even if they are lucky and give birth safely, the child might not survive. Having seen so much, Zhou Lantian feels numb. He would never let his own child be born into such circumstances. Yishua kept her eyes open, looking at the ventilation window in the dark. After a while, she said, at least now we can stay in this room. Winter is cold and long. If we can survive the winter here, we can stay forever. They had solved their basic needs, food, shelter, and transportation. They were slowly saving food, so at least for this month, they didn't have to worry about starving. They were also gathering warm clothes and supplies for winter. Maybe next year, things will be better. Thinking this, Yishua slowly fell asleep. Meanwhile, Zhou Lantian beside her couldn't sleep. Next door, Jiang Miao had already prepared dinner. She was waiting for Sui to come back, so she could serve him and help with chores. The old shed now had a roof. They added a layer of reinforced steel, wood, metal sheets, and cement, which helped keep the cold out and made the house safer. Jiang Miao wanted to help put up the steel bars, but found they were quite heavy. She could lift them, but couldn't carry them onto the roof. Just as she was feeling awkward, Sui carried a bundle of steel frames all at once. Jiang Miao's mouth opened in surprise. Why you?
How?
How could he lift so much at once? If he could carry 6 bags of cement easily, lifting these heavy steel frames was not just strength, it was extraordinary. Normal people simply couldn't do that. Seeing Jiang Miao's shocked expression, Sui made a shushing gesture. Jiang Miao instinctively covered her mouth. Her face turned pale for a moment before she calmed down and silently watched Sui bring in all the steel frames. She saw him easily place each one on the wall and cover them with cement. Then he moved the wooden boards through the gaps in the steel frames onto the roof and covered them with metal sheets. When Su Yi was attaching the wooden boards, Jiang Miao finally realized what was happening. She obediently went to the side, handed him cement, and helped with the work. Together, they quickly finished covering the 60-square-meter roof. It had to be said, the house that once looked plain now gave a strong sense of safety after this work. Su Yi, who had seemed unimpressive before, suddenly said, "We still need a door here. Wait for me next time I come back and I'll install it. For now, let's make do for half a month." Jiang Miao nodded eagerly. She was already impressed with what they had accomplished. She thought, what more do I need? The two of them left the house. Jiang Miao helped Su Yi fill a basin with zero radiation water. "You've been tired all night. Use this water to wash your body and take a good shower. Rest well, and it will be dawn soon." Su Yi didn't complain and obediently went to the backyard to shower. Jiang Miao's lips curved into a slight smile. "It's really good." Now Su Yi knows she has secrets, and she knows he's not ordinary. Both of them have their own advantages, so neither needs to be on guard against the other. At this moment, Su Yi, who was showering in the backyard, was also thinking about this. His body had changed after exposure to solar radiation, but the change was positive. He gained a special ability, great strength. Most people with strong muscles can lift a few hundred pounds, but he can easily lift thousands of pounds. During a natural disaster, this abnormal trait almost got him killed by his companions. Later, he learned to hide his strength. Plus, since some of his companions had accidents one after another, no one knew his secret anymore. Today, when he sensed Jiang Miao's special trait, his first reaction wasn't rejection but a feeling of surprise and shared hardship. He instinctively wanted to protect her and become someone she could trust. So, impulsively, he revealed his true self. Although he didn't say it directly, he believed Jiang Miao, being smart, must have noticed his difference. From now on, they were truly in the same boat. Su Yi enjoyed the cool water and thought about the meals over the past 2 days. He started to seriously consider his future life. It seemed that continuing like this wasn't so bad. When he finished his shower and returned to the living room, Jiang Miao's door was already closed. Su Yi silently smiled, lay down, turned over, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Inside the house, Jiang Miao heard the silence outside and closed her eyes peacefully. The next morning, Jiang Miao woke up when her biological clock rang.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing 30% of territory development. It has been detected that the current survival supplies are sufficient. A sturdy brick house has been built. It is recommended to upgrade and maintain the room to improve living quality. Building a house requires a lot of materials. Today's check-in items: A. Food. B. Drinking water. C. Daily necessities. D. Plant and animal growth aid. E. Building materials. Please make a choice. Friendly reminder: as territory development progresses, the construction speed slows down. The host still needs to work hard. What's going on? Jiang Miao's good mood was ruined. She pouted and ignored the system, quickly got up and left the room. She then found that Su Yi was no longer in bed. Sounds came from the backyard. She quickly ran over and saw Su Yi studying a cast-iron pot, seemingly preparing to cook, but her technique was awkward and she didn't know where to start. She hurriedly spoke. "Wait for me, I'll do it." Then she quickly went back to her room, scooped a cup of rice, and took 2 packs of beef jerky. Thinking that Su Yi would be gone for half a month and might not come back, she packed some extra rice. She took the items to the backyard. In front of Su Yi, she rinsed the rice, saving the rinse water to wash her face later. Next, she put the beef jerky and 2 cleaned white radishes into the pot, added water, and covered it.
Done.
The next step is to light the fire. When the rice soup boils, turn to low heat and simmer. It will be ready in about 10 minutes.
수인 어때 트레페아테틀리?
Jiang Miao breathed a sigh of relief and turned to brush her teeth and wash her face. Su Yi watched silently and said thoughtfully, "Earlier, I found a lot of supplies at the supermarket, including toothpaste and other things. If you want, I can bring some back next time I return." Jiang Miao nodded vaguely, her eyes showing some gratitude. Su-yi smiled slightly and turned back to watch the burning firewood. When the food was almost ready, it was already daylight. At this time, the people nearby had gone out to scavenge, and no one could smell the delicious food from here. Su-yi finished eating happily and hesitated before leaving, reminding Jiang Miao, "I know you're capable, but when I'm not home, you're alone. Be careful, especially with food. When I'm at home, even if you cook something good, people won't dare to do anything bad. Maybe just some jealousy or gossip. But if I'm not here and your food is discovered, those with bad intentions might target you." Jiang Miao understood Su-yi's meaning and immediately promised, "Don't worry. I only cooked because you came back this time. When you're not home, I just keep it simple." Su-yi looked slightly surprised, his brows gently furrowing. "That's not necessary. Just take care of yourself. If you want to cook, you can do so when everyone goes out to scavenge." Jiang Miao obediently agreed. Only then did Su-yi leave the house with his things. As soon as he left, the system started shouting wildly, "Please make a choice. Please make a choice." Jiang Miao's face twisted in frustration. That annoying thing. To avoid further harassment from the system, she chose building materials as the system suggested. As soon as she finished speaking, the system returned to normal. The host's choice is building materials.
Checking in.
Congratulations, the host has received a batch of wooden boards. The purpose of these boards is to attach to walls or lay on the ground. Please accept them, host. While Jiang Miao was lost in thought, a pile of tall wooden boards suddenly appeared on the floor of the brick house. The color matched the roof boards, but the size was slightly larger. The board's height was just a little taller than the current wall. Laying these boards on the ground was perfect. Jiang Miao gasped in surprise.
Wow.
This system is really helping her build without holding back. After marveling, she started to worry. With such large boards, could she install them properly? It would be great if Su-yi were here. Feeling frustrated, but knowing she had to do it herself, she spent the whole day working inside the house with these boards. First, she applied prepared cement mortar to the wall, then stuck the boards on. Before the mortar dried, she placed 2 bricks underneath to ensure the boards stayed close to the roof. She worked from morning until evening, finally aligning the boards neatly on the wall. Next, she waited for the mortar to dry before laying the ground boards. When she carried a woven bag out of the house, she suddenly noticed the weather seemed unusual. The neighbors around seemed to have left early, and there was not a single person in sight nearby. Her heart tightened, and she hurried to the places they often visited. Halfway there, she met Grandma Ji and her grandson rushing back. Grandma Ji saw Jiang Miao and quickly grabbed her. "Don't go any further. The weather is about to change. Everyone has left. Why are you still out so late?" Jiang Miao awkwardly explained, "I overslept." Grandma Ji shook her head helplessly. "Forget it. Let's go back for now. When the weather clears, we'll deal with it. This rain is troublesome. Make sure your house is secure. Move your things to higher places. If water gets inside, don't step in it. There might be radiation." Jiang Miao nodded repeatedly. Once home, she immediately moved everything from under the iron bed in the living room onto the bed. Other areas were less affected, so there was no big problem. After finishing, she checked the brick house and found that the wall boards she made this morning had dried completely. The ground was ready for construction. With this progress, she could start working tonight in the late hours. Jiang Miao was happy and quickly ate something, then lay down to sleep, hoping to wake up and start work. Maybe she was too tired during the day. She fell asleep immediately. She was awakened only when she heard the crackling sounds on the roof. It was raining. The house was still pitch dark inside. She quickly looked at her smartwatch, which showed it was only 3 a.m. She turned on the energy lamp and carefully checked the ground to make sure no water was coming in. After confirming that, she hurriedly put on her shoes and stepped outside. She moved carefully with each step. Only after making sure the entire house was dry did she breathe a sigh of relief. She quickly ran to the backyard planting area to check. At this moment, she was very grateful for Su-yi and his group of mercenary brothers. They built a sturdy and solid shelter for her. Even in the rain and wind, It showed no signs of shaking or leaking. The bright light was still strong, and the rainwater didn't seep inside. Jiang Miao quickly fetched a bucket of tap water. She tested the radiation level and found it was twice the usual sunny day level, which made her a little nervous. She hurriedly poured in radiation purification liquid. Because the radiation level was higher, purifying a bucket of water took more of the liquid. Jiang Miao felt a bit heartbroken. After watering the plants with this purified water, she finally relaxed slightly. She turned and entered the brick house. Although the weather outside had changed, it wouldn't affect her home for now, and certainly not this room. The wooden boards on the walls had dried, so she immediately started laying the floor panels. She applied a layer of cement mortar on the ground. Once it was mostly dry, she would lay the floor panels and fill the joints with cement. This task looked simple, but was actually very difficult, especially ensuring the floor was flat, which was a big challenge for her. After smoothing the mortar on the floor, dawn had broken. She looked down and realized it was almost noon. Jiang Miao was stunned for a moment, then went to the living room. In the quiet environment, she could tell the rain had lessened but hadn't stopped yet. Because it was raining, the house was cooler than usual by several degrees. Exhausted, Jiang Miao casually gnawed on 2 white radishes and then fell asleep. She slept so deeply, she even had a dream. When she woke up again, it was dark outside. She looked at her smartwatch and saw it was only 5 p.m. Today's daily sign had no updates. It seemed they would only bother her after she finished her work. Jiang Miao shook her head and hurried to continue working next door. The cement mortar on the ground was almost dry now. At least she could step on it without it deforming. She carefully examined her work and was quite satisfied. Attaching the wooden boards would be quick, about 3 hours to finish.
Ding!
Congratulations! The host has completed 32% of the territory construction. The current survival supplies are adequate. A sturdy brick house has been built. It is recommended to upgrade and maintain the house to improve living quality. Building a house requires many materials. Today's items for check-in are A. Food, B. Drinking water, C. Daily necessities, D. Plant and animal growth enhancer, E. Building materials. Please make your choice. The terminology is exactly the same as yesterday. Jiang Miao almost lost her temper. She initially wanted to be playful and choose D, the plant and animal growth enhancer, but then she thought the day is almost over and she can check in again soon. So she rationally chose E, building materials. Host has chosen building materials.
Checking in.
Congratulations! The host has received a large bucket of natural waterproof, moisture-proof, and pest-resistant paint. Function. Applying this paint to wood surfaces provides waterproof, moisture-proof, and pest-resistant effects, with some cleaning benefits. Jiang Miao examined the paint in front of her and sighed silently. She had to accept her fate and do the work. Without a paintbrush, she made her own by tying a cloth to a stick. First, she painted the ceiling, then the walls, and after the walls dried, she painted the ceiling again. Next, she painted the walls 3 times before stopping and began painting the floor. Painting the floor was much easier. It was like mopping the floor, almost done by noon the next day. Once the painted room dried, it looked completely new. Jiang Miao took a nap, almost hesitant to step inside again. At this moment, the check-in system sounded again. This time, she decisively chose D, the plant and animal growth enhancer, and checked in again to receive a box of radiation purification liquid. The system seemed dissatisfied with her choice and gave a friendly reminder, roughly meaning that she now has a house but lacks daily necessities, hoping she would choose those. Jiang Miao ignored it. She quietly opened the door and saw that the weather outside was gloomy. No sun, no rain, but the ground was wet and water was everywhere. No one dared to go out to forage. After understanding the situation, she quietly closed the door and went back to sleep. Before dawn the next day, Jiang Miao woke up and checked in again. This time, she tentatively chose C, daily necessities. The check-in system seemed quite pleased. Congratulations, the host is checked in a solid wood double bed measuring 2 meters by 2.2 meters. The item has been delivered.
Please accept it.
Jiang Miao's pupils suddenly contracted. She quickly ran to the next room and found a large bed in the empty space. The bed was already assembled, and the bed frame was intact. She stepped forward and touched the bedboard, discovering it could be lifted. Beneath it was a cabinet that could store many items. Jiang Miao was very happy and praised the system several times. She turned around, grabbed a woven bag, and happily went out to forage. After resting for 2 days, everyone was probably out of supplies. During the foraging, she clearly sensed everyone's anxiety and unease. Jiang Miao quickly lowered her head, trying to find something. Unknowingly, she realized she had entered a strange area. Luckily, she saw Lu Ying and others. Just as she was about to leave, Lu Ying and her group noticed her. "Stop!" Lu Ying shouted angrily, drawing everyone's attention. Su Chunyu still remembered the items Jiang Miao had found earlier, and her greedy eyes locked onto Jiang Miao. She was the first to rush toward her. Before she reached Jiang Miao, a fierce dog that had been hiding in the shadows pounced on her. Everyone was shocked and scattered in fear. Su Chunyu screamed in terror, "Help!
Help me! Ah!"
Help me!" Jiang Miao was already terrified. She knew that a rabid dog could be deadly, and running in front of it would only make it more aggressive. While the dog was biting Su Chunyu, Jiang Miao carefully backed away, not daring to make any noise. Only after the dog was out of sight did she run as fast as she could toward the crowd. At this moment, the foragers also received news of the dog attack. They were all fleeing toward the shelter. Jiang Miao could only grit her teeth and follow. Finally, she reached the safety of her home. She hurriedly locked all 3 doors and collapsed on the ground, exhausted. The fear of surviving the attack made her tremble uncontrollably. After about half an hour, she finally calmed down, staggered to her feet, and sat on the metal bed. She drifted into a restless sleep, plagued by nightmares. When she woke up, it was already afternoon. She had just stepped out of the backyard when she faintly heard animal sounds, nearly scaring her half to death. After a while, she realized the sounds came from the breeding area. Thinking of those eggs, Jiang Miao hurried over and saw 4 chicks hatch from their shells. At that moment, the joy of new life overwhelmed her fear. "So cute," Jiang Miao whispered softly. She carefully approached and gently touched the still damp feathers of the chicks. After thinking for a moment, she decided to indulge herself and cooked some rice for the chicks. That day, she didn't go out again and stayed in the breeding area with the 4 chicks, feeling that this would bring her peace and calm. The sky darkened completely. Jiang Miao fed the little chickens again and moved them to a larger cage before returning to her room. Just as she was about to lie down and sleep, she heard a knock at the door. She suspiciously opened both doors.
"Who is it?"
"It's me," came the reply. Outside was Sui. Jiang Miao quickly opened the door to let him in. "Why are you back at this hour? Are you okay?" They spoke at the same time. Sui looked serious and spoke hurriedly. "I heard you encountered a mutated fierce dog while exploring the Wasteland." Jiang Miao quickly closed the door, her tense nerves easing a little. She forced a smile and said, "I'm fine." It was Su Chunyu. She was attacked by a vicious dog. Sui examined Jiang Miao carefully from head to toe, making sure she was uninjured before he relaxed. "Good, you're fine." Su Chunyu was asking for it. "It has nothing to do with you. Don't be afraid."
"How do you know that?"
Jiang Miao looked at Sui curiously, wanting to pour him some water.
"Sui, stop it here."
"Don't bother. I just came back after hearing the news to check on you. I have a mission to complete soon." So, Sui came back because he was worried about her? Jiang Miao's heart was touched. She quickly changed the subject.
"I'm fine."
"What about Su Chunyu? How is she?" Su Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Without saying a word, he took Jiang Miao back to her room. "Rest well. Don't be afraid. The fierce dog has been shot and its body burned completely. It won't attack humans again." As for Su Chunyu, when the mercenaries arrived, she had already passed away. We handled her body together. Every time it rained, many plants and animals mutated. This was the most dangerous time. Next time it rains, don't go out until things settle down. Jiang Miao obediently agreed, her eyes shining with a faint light in the darkness. Su Yi, who had initially planned to leave immediately, suddenly hesitated. His voice softened a little. Sleep peacefully. I'll leave a little later. Jiang Miao slowly closed her eyes. In the darkness, their breathing was very clear. It wasn't until Jiang Miao's breathing grew deep and steady that Su Yi quietly left the room, closed the door, and slipped away. The next morning, just before dawn when the house was still dark, Granny Ji and Little E arrived. As soon as they entered, they eagerly asked, "We heard that Su Chunyu tried to attack you yesterday, but she was bitten to death by a vicious dog. What happened?" Yesterday, the two of them were scavenging on the other side when they heard a vicious dog attack a person. They were so frightened that they forgot everything and ran away. After they got home, they started to worry about Jiang Miao, but they didn't know what was happening outside and dared not go out. They could only wait anxiously. It wasn't until they saw others going out to scavenge that they finally dared to leave the house. While walking on the road, they heard about the incident. Jiang Miao's face turned slightly pale. She nodded and told them everything that happened yesterday. Su Yi came back last night. He told me not to go out these days and wait until the warning is lifted. The Ji family grandparents and grandchildren looked surprised. Ji Xiaoyi covered her chest, terrified. So there might still be vicious dogs outside? Jiang Miao thought for a moment. It might not be a vicious dog. Maybe plants or animals that were soaked in heavy rain have mutated. I'm not sure, but I believe Su Yi wouldn't harm me. I won't go out these days. Grandma Ji nodded. Su Yi is very capable. Since he said that, we should listen to him. Anyway, we have enough food for now. Xiaoyi and I will go home. After seeing off the Ji family, the system sounded again. Congratulations! You have completed 32% of the territory construction. It detects that you have hatched 4 chicks. Poultry feed is essential. Today's check-in items: A. Food, B. Drinking water, C. Daily necessities, D. Plant and animal growth aid, E. Building materials, F. Poultry feed.
Please make a choice.
I choose F. Poultry feed. Okay, checking in. Congratulations! You receive a 20-pound bag of grain feed. Purpose: grain feed is the main food for poultry, providing essential nutrients for their survival. Friendly reminder: you need to feed them regularly for the poultry to grow strong. Jiang Miao hurried to the breeding area. When she arrived, she saw a 20-pound bag of grain feed beside the chicken coop. She saw the chicks chirping loudly from hunger and quickly mixed the feed with boiling water to feed them. She looked at the last egg. It was the same as before. She wasn't sure if it would hatch. The other 5 duck eggs hadn't moved either. She felt a bit disappointed but then thought, hatching 4 chicks is already impressive. I shouldn't be too greedy. She calmed down again. Back in her room, she opened a pack of compressed biscuits to fill her stomach. After eating, she went to tend the vegetable garden, adding some nutrients to the plants. The rest of the time, she just stared at the chicks and daydreamed. 2 days later, after Jiang Miao checked in a large wardrobe covering the wall and a mattress, the last chick finally hatched. This chick looked much weaker than the other 4. She lacked confidence that she could raise it successfully, so she did her best to provide it with nutrition, even using drinking water she herself hesitated to drink, to feed the chicks. After carefully caring for 3 days, the little chick finally looked normal. Meanwhile, 5 more duck eggs hatched one after another. The entire breeding area suddenly became lively. As long as Jiang Miao fed them a little late, they would rebel and make noise. To avoid attracting attention from others, she had to work hard to feed them. Soon, it was time for Su Yi's vacation. This time, Su Yi returned a bit earlier. It was still daylight when he arrived. As soon as he put down his things, he noticed that the brick house had completely changed. He walked inside and saw that the previously plain brick house had been renovated into a clean, cozy space. In the middle of the room was a large bed with a mattress, and there were 4 sets of blankets brought back from the supermarket. On each side of the wall, there was a large wardrobe covering the entire wall, and next to the bed was a small coffee table. Near the wall, there was a set of aluminum doors, seemingly waiting for him to install. Sui smiled and stepped forward, carefully examining the door and frame, studying for a while before starting to work. Jiang Miao, returning from her foraging, found that the troublesome door had already been installed perfectly, fitting tightly and looking flawless. She praised Sui enthusiastically and excitedly said, "I'll go make you something delicious."
수이 chocolate kuyitli.
After finishing his chores and washing his hands in the backyard, he heard unusual sounds from the breeding area and followed the noise. Soon, Sui rushed to Jiang Miao's side, looking excited. "You really did it." Jiang Miao understood what he meant and nodded with a smile. "It took a lot of effort, but the result is good. They're all growing strong. What are they eating?"
수이 wondered.
Jiang Miao simply took him to feed the chickens and ducks. This was a very ordinary task. After she finished, she went and cooked dinner. By the time the meal was ready, Sui was nowhere to be seen. She had to go look for him in the breeding area and found him staring intently at the chickens and ducks. Jiang Miao crouched beside him, her expression softening. "When these chickens and ducks just hatched, I looked at them the same way, like I couldn't get enough. Besides foraging and planting vegetables, I've been staying here all this time. Later, I noticed they hadn't changed much, and watching them every day helped them grow a little more. Stop watching and come eat." Sui followed Jiang Miao as they left the breeding area, feeling hopeful about life again. The lively breeding zone and the thriving planting area made him feel optimistic. When it was time to eat, he noticed Jiang Miao's cooking was good and the dining environment was nice. The only problem was there were no chairs, so he had to squat on the ground to eat. He took the initiative to say to Jiang Miao, "After we finish eating, I'll go outside for a walk and find some tables and chairs for cooking and eating. I'll place them along the wall, so they don't take up your vegetable plots."
And
Sui looked toward the breeding area and hesitated before saying, "I didn't expect you to really hatch poultry chicks. The wall around there isn't very strong. If someone outside used force, they could break in easily. Do you still have water for building the house?" he asked in a subtle way, and Jiang Miao understood. She nodded. There should still be some. "Should be?" This answer surprised Sui, but he didn't ask further. He just said, "If there's enough water, I'll buy some bricks and cement to enclose the breeding area. I'll also make it taller and stronger, but it should look natural." Jiang Miao happily nodded. "Okay. I'll help you mix the cement mortar." In truth, she was also worried. Every morning when she opened the back door, she'd stand nervously for a moment, looking around to make sure the yard was quiet and safe before going out. Since the chicks hatched, the noise from the breeding area increased, making her even more anxious. Sometimes, when the Ji family's grandparents and grandchildren came over, she'd try to talk to them outside to avoid them noticing the chicks. She was afraid they might accidentally reveal the secret, which would cause trouble for her. Fortunately, the Ji family only came early in the morning or late in the evening when it was almost dark, so they couldn't see inside the shed clearly. Sui was infected by her good mood. He quickly finished a big bowl of fragrant beef porridge and immediately got up to go outside. It was already completely dark. After night fell, some things hiding in the shadows during the day would quietly come out. Besides mercenaries, no one dared to wander around in the pitch-black night. Jiang Miao trusted Sui's skills. She closed the door and immediately went to the breeding area, first moving the chickens and ducks to the vegetable garden, then tidying up the ground along the wall. She also wanted to dig the foundation at the same time, but her strength was too small. She could only dig a little with each shovel, while Sui could dig a meter in one go. His work was even better than hers. So, she wisely didn't cause trouble and took the copper key to fetch water from the construction site. The previous check-in system provided 5 tons of water for the construction site. If water still flows when opening the copper key, it means there is water. If it doesn't, the water has been used up. Currently, water still flows, but no one knows how long it will last, so they use only what they need. After about 2 hours, Sui finally returned. Jiang Miao heard the sound of the car stopping and hurried to open the door. She saw that Sui brought back a large truckload of items, and she had to look up to see the highest parts. As Jiang Miao wondered how to unload everything, she saw Sui climb onto the truck bed and quickly toss bags of cement down, making a lot of noise and kicking up dust. She quickly hid inside the house. Soon, Sui carried in several bags of cement. Having made multiple trips, Jiang Miao lost count. Finally, around 2 a.m., they moved everything from the truck to the backyard. Then Sui kept digging the foundation without stopping. Jiang Miao could only help him. The two worked until dawn, nearing the time to scavenge. Seeing that Jiang Miao didn't plan to go out, Sui suddenly remembered something, clapped his hands, and opened his smartwatch. The medicine I sold for you last time earned 5,000 points. I'll transfer it to you. Jiang Miao shook her head repeatedly. No need, I should also earn points for buying tiles and cement. I haven't used the 20,000 points you earned from selling rice for me yet. She was confident that she was quite wealthy in the shed, or at least well off. Seeing her serious expression, Sui chuckled silently and insisted on giving her the points.
I'm also part of this family.
Usually you take care of everything at home. I just come back to help when I rest. You prepare the food. It's just buying some things, no need to be polite with me. Besides, building materials are quite cheap, especially these infrastructure supplies. The expensive ones are food, medicine, and cold weather supplies for winter. Anyway, the points are transferred now, you can check. Also, more than 20,000 points isn't much. If possible, you should save more for emergencies.
Ouch.
Jiang Miao asked in disbelief. Do you have a lot of points?
수인 어땠 칼mli?
Probably about 100 times more than yours. Jiang Miao took a deep breath, feeling like she was talking to a big boss, suddenly realizing she was like a clown. Forget it. Since that's the case, she felt justified in spending his points. Her little thoughts were almost written all over her face, and Sui found it amusing. Both of them went about their tasks. During this time, Jiang Miao waited for the neighbor to go scavenging again and cooked another meal. After eating, she continued working. When the bricks were almost used up, Sui went out again. As soon as he left, the system appeared.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing 40% of the territory construction. It detects that the host is renovating the breeding area. Today's check-in items: A. Food, B. Drinking water, C. Daily necessities, D. Plant and animal growth supplements, E. Building materials, F. Poultry feed. Please make a choice. I choose E. Building materials. Okay, checking in now. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 tons of construction site water. Construction water guidelines. The system finished its mechanical report, and Jiang Miao quickly turned on the tap. She found that the previously weakening water flow had become stronger again, and she let out a sigh of relief. When Sui returned, the two continued working. They transported building materials 6 times, finally completing the fences around the breeding area within 2 days. The new fences were 3.5 meters high, almost reaching the roof of the shed. According to Sui's plan, he wanted to make the roof into a house-like structure, but due to limited time, he had to wait for the next construction phase. Jiang Miao was already very satisfied with this result. At least, with a brick wall and a metal fence, the chickens and ducks inside the breeding area couldn't be heard outside when they made noise. She no longer had to worry every day about being caught for raising chickens and ducks. After sending Sui off, Jiang Miao continued scavenging. The Ji family grandparents and grandchildren noticed she was in a good mood and looked at her with teasing eyes. Fortunately, Jiang Miao hadn't realized their intentions and didn't understand their teasing, or she might have embarrassed herself completely. When she returned from scavenging, the system prompted her to check in as usual. There were no particularly scarce resources at home, so she chose building materials again, planning to save up and, once enough, to finish building the fences around the breeding area. If possible, she also wanted to renovate the shed. The system and she shared the same goal. In the following days, she received the same supplies daily. On the first day, it was steel frames for the roof, matching the style of the steel frames Sui had previously bought, with no noticeable difference. The second day provided her with wooden planks for the roof, and the third day, better quality metal roofing sheets. On the 4th day, she received 10 tons of industrial water. By the 5th day, Zhang Miao found there was no more space in the breeding area and dared not check in for more building materials. Instead, she checked in for poultry feed, food, and plant growth supplements, accumulating 20 pounds of grain feed, 20 pounds of rice, 20 pounds of flour, 2 boxes of radiation purification liquid, 2 boxes of concentrated plant nutrients, and 1 pound of iodized salt, along with a box of beef jerky and a box of compressed biscuits. As her belongings kept piling up and the house was almost full, Su-yi finally returned. At this time, the white radishes in the field were ready to be harvested. When Zhang Miao told Su-yi this news, his eyes lit up. What should we do? Su-yi rubbed his fists in excitement. He had only seen white radishes before, eaten them, but had never dug one himself. Zhang Miao took out a metal shovel used for building houses and pointed at the field, gesturing for a while. First, dig around the sides. Dig carefully and check as you go.
Try not to break them.
Su-yi tried a few times and quickly got the hang of it. Zhang Miao pointed to a radish, and he dug there. At first, he dug shallowly. When he almost saw the white radish, he used more force to dig deeper. Finally, he dug out a radish, and he was amazed by its size.
Is
this what you grew? Zhang Miao nodded honestly. Su-yi hurried back to the house and poured out the bag of white radishes he brought. Do you think these are all the same kind? The radishes he brought back were about the size of a palm, half a palm wide. The ones Zhang Miao grew were about the size of his small arm, 3 times bigger. Even more impressive, one radish had a bunch of smaller ones growing underneath, truly abundant. Even if Su-yi had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs run, and these radishes were definitely top quality. If they had low radiation. Thinking of this, Su-yi quickly used his smart device to check all the radishes thoroughly. He examined every single one, and the results showed 0 radiation. 0 radiation. Su-yi's gaze at Zhang Miao was no longer just shock, it was beyond words. Zhang Miao felt a bit uneasy at his reaction. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Su-yi swallowed hard, his eyes complex. The radishes are fine. In fact, they are excellent quality. No radiation at all. Do you know? Radishes like these are only cultivated at the inner-city agricultural research base. They produce very few. They're used for research, or for high-level officials' meals, or medical purposes. These radishes are priceless. His face grew serious. After thinking for a moment, he said, "We can't eat all these radishes ourselves. Selling them at the trading center might cause trouble. I'll dig out the rest and take them to the inner-city trading center to see how much we can get." The inner-city trading center is for ordinary residents, where rare or scarce items are traded. But most people can't get there easily. If it weren't for Su-yi discovering the supermarket's key role earlier, I wouldn't have had the chance to connect with the trading staff in the city center. I didn't expect this network to become useful so quickly. Following Su-yi's instructions, Zhang Miao dug out all the white radishes he needed. Since there were only 2 strong lights, he didn't plant the entire acre, only about 2/3 of it. Plus, Zhang Miao needed some for seed, so he actually dug up just over half an acre. In the end, the white radishes he pulled out filled a big truck and were already sprouting. Su-yi took advantage of the night to quickly start the car, driving the white radishes toward the city center. This car was provided to each team leader by the mercenary group. It was a private vehicle, but marked with the group's logo. Everyone recognized it, so the drive was smooth and unobstructed. He arrived at the trading hub in the city center just as dawn was breaking. Today was also Xie Pengfei's workday. He remembered Su-yi and immediately greeted him warmly. "Hey, isn't that Captain Su, who made a big splash recently? Did you find something good this time?" They only dealt with rare items. Common goods didn't catch their interest. Su-yi jumped out of the car, quickly approached Xie Pengfei, and whispered, "Do you buy radiation-free white radishes?" Xie Pengfei's eyes lit up. "If they're truly radiation-free, we definitely buy." Su-yi led him to the back of the truck, lifted a corner of the tarp, and said, "Take a look." Xie Pengfei was stunned. "Wow. So big. So many. Captain Su, where did you get these?" Su-yi made a shushing gesture, looking secretive. Xie Pengfei automatically imagined the source, instinctively covering his mouth, and excitedly said, "Drive the truck into the 001 trading warehouse first. I'll handle this deal. Just wait a moment." Seeing a big opportunity, he was so excited he couldn't think much. Sui followed his instructions and drove the truck inside. Soon, he heard other vehicles arriving outside, likely for trading.
Sui sekreti feltlaki.
Soon after, Xie Pengfei and 2 staff members came over to help. Everyone worked together to unload the big white radishes and weighed them. Seeing the various numbers on the big screen, even Xie Pengfei, who was prepared, couldn't stay calm. "Brother, my big brother, 1,800 kilograms of radiation-free white radishes. Where did you get these? I've never seen such a big batch in all these years. I need to carefully think about how to value this. This high-quality white radish is priceless in the market. It can sell for 1,000 points per gene, but he definitely can't sell it to Sui at that price." After a long discussion, they agreed on a price of 600 points per gene. Once Sui received 540,000 points, he felt more at ease. He then looked at Xie Pengfei and asked, "Do you have other plant seeds for sale?" Xie Pengfei nodded and said, "Of course. But other plant seeds have a high mutation rate after radiation, so ordinary people can't grow them. That's why we don't supply them publicly. If you want, I can give you some. Then I won't be polite." Sui followed Xie Pengfei to the trading warehouse and quickly received a large bag of mixed seeds, including easy-to-grow cabbage, spring vegetables, and cauliflower. Before leaving, Xie Pengfei eagerly took Sui's hand and kept trying to get close, saying, "Captain Su, if you find more good stuff like this next time, don't forget to come to me. Let's exchange contact information." Sui naturally didn't refuse. After exchanging contact details, Sui quickly left. As he walked away, the director of the city center trading hub hurried over and immediately asked Xie Pengfei, "I heard you received nearly 2,000 kilograms of radiation-free white radish. Where is it?" Xie Pengfei quickly took the director to the warehouse to check the goods. The director was amazed after inspecting, his heart pounding. He carefully asked Xie Pengfei, "Who sold this to you?" Xie Pengfei honestly replied, "It was the captain of the Eagle Mercenary Group, the one who collected a bunch of supermarket supplies last time. His name is Sui." "Mercenary Group?" The director frowned. He thought it was a private plant research institute. If it was a dedicated plant research group, he could contact them, and the agricultural institutions in the city could also gain some fresh blood. He didn't expect it to be a mercenary group. Since mercenary groups are not part of their system, he couldn't overstep his authority to negotiate. Plus, he wasn't sure how this batch of radishes came about. If he offended a leader because of this, it would be bad. After thinking it over, the director decided not to take risks and told Xie Pengfei to keep this matter quiet. He warned, "Next time, if the other side comes to trade again, ask more questions about where the goods come from." Understood. Sui had no idea he was being hurried by Xie Pengfei to the warehouse for inspection. The director was also stunned after checking and asked Xie Pengfei carefully, "Who sold this to you?" Xie Pengfei honestly replied, "It was the captain of the Eagle Mercenary Group, the one who collected a bunch of supermarket supplies last time. His name is Sui." "Mercenary Group?" The director frowned. He initially thought it was a private plant research institute. If it truly specialized in plant research, he could contact them. The agricultural agency in the inner city could also benefit from fresh ideas. But, to his surprise, it turned out to be a mercenary group. The mercenary group is not part of their system, so he couldn't overstep his authority to negotiate. He also didn't know where the white radishes came from, and offending any leader might cause trouble. After thinking it over, the director decided not to take any risks. He chose to keep this matter quiet and warned Xie Pengfei, "Next time, if the other side comes again, ask more questions about how they got the items." Understood. Sui didn't realize he was being watched by the director of the city center trading zone, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At this moment, he arrived at the inner city trading center, planning to buy more bricks and cement. By the time he returned to the shed with a large load of supplies, it was almost noon. The nearby residents were all staying inside, and everything was very quiet. Jiang Miao didn't have radiation protection equipment. After opening the door, she hid in her room. She waited until Su Yi unloaded everything before daring to come out. Su Yi washed his hands with construction site water and transferred some points from selling white radishes to her. Sold for 54,000 points. Now you've saved up a bit. I also asked the city center staff for a bag of seeds. They said it's for cabbage, spring greens, and cauliflower. Do you want to plant a few more? Jiang Miao hesitated and nodded. Planting is fine, but the strong light lamps aren't enough. No problem. I'll take care of that, Su Yi said confidently. Then he went to eat and started working again. The roof of the breeding area needed to be rebuilt. The materials were ready, but the old roof had to be removed first. Then, it would be raised by 10 or 20 centimeters and covered with a new layer. The chickens and ducks inside needed to be temporarily moved out. Jiang Miao arranged the poultry in the planting area. The white radish leaves she had chopped were so many she couldn't believe it. She left some for the chicks and ducklings and hung the rest on ropes to dry in the wind. Once they were mostly dry, she planned to send some to the Ji family's grandparents and grandchildren to avoid suspicion. Both of them were busy with their own tasks. Even without talking, they got along very naturally and comfortably. By evening, Su Yi had finished covering the breeding area with metal sheets. People scavenging for scrap would just think their place was too small and that they turned the breeding area into a living space, so they wouldn't suspect anything. After completing these tasks, Su Yi went back to fetch a large load of metal and wooden boards. He raised the roof again, adding a new layer over the old one. By the time he finished, it was already late at night. Jiang Miao said, "Let's rest first and continue tomorrow morning." Next, she needed to improve the planting area, but it wouldn't be done in just a few days.
Su Yi understood this too.
He turned around and moved the cages back to the breeding area. After settling the chickens and ducks, he took a quick cold shower and went to sleep in the living room. The next morning, he got up without doing anything and started tidying the vegetable field. To save time, he even asked the mercenary group for a day off. He worked until he reinforced the walls and roof of the planting area and installed 4 bright lights for Jiang Miao. Only then did he feel at ease and leave. When he returned to the team, his teammates, puzzled, started teasing him. It looks like the captain really likes his wife. He never seemed this eager during holidays before. Now he's not only asking for time off but also rushing back as soon as he can. TSK. Amid their teasing, Su Yi finally understood what they had misunderstood. It was hard to explain, so he just pinched his nose and accepted it. After Su Yi left, Jiang Miao looked at the transformed planting and breeding areas, feeling very secure.
Great.
She no longer had to worry about anyone breaking into her secret base. She could live at her own pace peacefully. Thinking about the seeds Su Yi brought back, she immediately took 3 pots and mimicked the process. She radiated and purified the seeds, then germinated them. Next, she tilled the soil. Just as she finished turning the soil, a system notification sounded. Congratulations, the host has completed 45% of territory construction. Detected that the host is tilling the soil. Fertility is needed to nourish crops. Today's check-in items: A. Food. B. Drinking water. C. Daily necessities. D. Plant and animal growth aid. E. Building materials. F. Poultry feed. G. Soil improvement.
Please make a choice.
Jiang Miao was already familiar with the system's routine. Since new options appeared, she definitely chose this. As soon as she made her choice, the system announced again, checking in. Congratulations, the host has received 2 bags of base fertilizer. Please till the land thoroughly and make good use of it. In the blink of an eye, 2 large bags of fertilizer appeared in front of Jiang Miao. She resignedly started plowing and fertilizing the land. She worked all day and almost hurt her back. In the evening, she had to go out with everyone to forage. On the way, Yishui saw her looking exhausted and asked with concern, "Miao Miao, why are you so tired? Are you hungry?" Jiang Miao shook her head.
No.
It's just that there's too much work at home. With Su Yi gone, I have to do everything myself. Yishui looked confused. Why are you so busy? But speaking of which, you and Su-yi are quite the handful. Every time he comes back, your house is full of constant banging and noise. Jiang Miao didn't hide anything and honestly said, he helped me reinforce the house. I still feel uneasy about the time the vicious dog killed Su Chunyue. Living alone in the house makes me suspicious of everything. He reinforced the breeding and planting areas so I don't have to worry about something attacking me from the backyard anymore. Regarding the vicious dog incident, Jiang Miao was involved and Yishui had heard about it. She comforted her immediately, saying, in the future, when you go scavenging, stick close to us. Chen Jianye and his people won't dare to hurt you. Jiang Miao quickly thanked her. After her explanation, no one else doubted her. The next day, she checked in with the system and chose G soil improvement again. This time, she unlocked 2 large bags of base fertilizer. With yesterday's base fertilizer and today's, she was ready to start planting. She spent the whole day working in the fields. Only after finishing planting did she finally relax. In the following days, she lived at her own pace. Whenever she needed more supplies, she checked in to get them. The planting and breeding areas didn't need renovation, but her shed, besides the brick house, had plenty of space for upgrades. The key to renovation was gathering materials and having enough labor, Su-yi. As the system tracked her construction progress, it became more user-friendly. For 5 days, she checked in for building materials. The first 3 days, she received steel frames, wooden planks, and metal sheets. Starting on the 4th day, she received building panels for walls and floors. On the 5th day, she got water for the construction site. The system tried to give her everything she needed for building. When it couldn't, it prompted her to choose other items the next day. In half a month, Jiang Miao filled the breeding area with various building materials again. When Su-yi returned, he headed straight to the breeding area, thinking about the chickens and ducks. But as soon as he saw the materials, he was shocked and turned to Jiang Miao, asking, "Are you planning to renovate somewhere?" Jiang Miao chuckled awkwardly and pointed to the shed. Su-yi wasn't surprised at all. He frowned and said, "The shed isn't a perfect square. To renovate it, we need to surround it with metal sheets outside and tear down and rebuild the roof and walls.
2 days is too short for that."
Jiang Miao knew her request was a bit much and immediately shared her idea. "Can we first surround it with metal sheets, then tear down the walls to rebuild? We can leave the roof for your next visit. In the meantime, I can stay in the brick house and move the other things over." Su-yi thought it was unreliable, so after some consideration, he discussed with Jiang Miao, saying, "I can arrange for days off at the beginning of next month to help you rebuild the shed." Jiang Miao thought about it and agreed that this was the best plan. Since there was no need to renovate the house, Jiang Miao went out to scavenge, and Su-yi went along. With Su-yi with her, she didn't have to follow the crowd and could act alone. She went to a new scavenging spot based on the direction she had previously studied. Su-yi looked around and asked, "Is there anything special here?" Other scavenging spots could be identified by the collapsed buildings around, which suggested what the place was used for before the disaster. But this place was different. It looked very desolate, with no large buildings, just a barren land. To scavenge here, they could only dig. Jiang Miao led Su-yi to a marked spot, and after searching for a while, she found half of an iron plate. The other half was probably buried deep in the ground. "It looks like a station sign," Jiang Miao said. Su-yi shook her head. "People probably think the same, so many pass by without digging. But this sign isn't for a station, it has another purpose." Su-yi became interested and crouched down, asking what else. "It's a logistics station." As Jiang Miao finished speaking, Su-yi's eyes lit up. "Are you sure?" Jiang Miao was very confident. Don't ask her how she knew. Before the rebirth, she had often gone to logistics points. "I'm not sure if there's anything left at this logistics station, but the sign is here, so nearby should be a collection point. If you're lucky, you might find some goods, probably packed. If you're unlucky, there might be nothing. Do you want to take a chance?" Su-yi suddenly stood up and contacted her team in front of Jiang Miao, saying, "Tang Zheng, gather the team members now, bring all digging tools, and meet me in the southeast of the shantytown."
Boss.
Aren't you on leave? Tang Zheng called out while gathering his team and asking. Su Yi's expression grew serious. I'll explain when you arrive. That's all for now. He hung up his smart device and looked at Jiang Miao. Digging here won't be quick. We probably have to wait until the sun rises. The survivors will disperse before we start. Where do you want to go now? Jiang Miao shook her head. I don't want to go anywhere. You know the situation at home. With those things around, I can stay inside for a while, but I have to stay with the group. Whatever they do, I'll do. That way, I won't be seen as different. It's rare that you're back, so I can hide for a couple of days. You can stay with me and explore around, and maybe check which area Qinjianya and the others are in. Next time, I'll hide even farther away. Recently, she has been following Zhou Lantian's team because Zhou and Qinjianya don't have any conflicts. The team members don't usually discuss Qinjianya or his group, so she hasn't heard any news about them for a long time. Knowing yourself and your enemy helps you stay safe. Seeing her serious expression, Sui couldn't help but laugh and say, if you want to find out where Qinjianya and his group are, it's easy. Just contact me, and I can find out everything about them in no time and tell you exactly. Then Sui remembered that they had been registered as a couple for a while. Besides Jiang Miao asking for help when she was on leave, Jiang Miao never reached out to him on her own. He should be happy that his partner is easy to care for, but for some reason, he feels a little uncomfortable inside. Jiang Miao didn't understand why, but after politely thanking him, she found a relatively clean stone to sit on and daydream. When it was almost time, she stood up and said, I'll go back first. You wait here for them. Sui pursed his lips and silently helped her carry the woven bag. I'll take you. Someone offering to help Jiang Miao made her very happy, and she walked more lightly. When they got home, Sui carefully put the woven bag away. He was about to leave but hesitated for a few seconds. Jiang Miao stepped into the house, took a few more steps, then turned back and asked, By the way, will you come back for dinner tonight? This morning, they only had pickled radish and beef jerky, with no cooking done. Su Yi's expression softened. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. I'll come back to eat. Don't go out to forage. If they really found something valuable, he would report everything honestly. Jiang Miao could then get a reward from above. Isn't that better than risking everything for a small find? Jiang Miao was always obedient. She nodded sweetly and watched Sui leave. After the 3 doors closed, she immediately went to the backyard to fetch water, planning to take a good shower. She had been so busy lately that she hadn't taken a proper bath in a long time. She had planned to wait until the shed was renovated, but after Sui suggested otherwise, she decided to wait at least half a month more. Since that was the case, she had no reason to hesitate. While she was comfortably taking a shower at home, Sui had already arrived at Jiang Miao's designated spot, just as Tang Zheng and the Canjing mercenary group's 857th team arrived. Sui immediately got into his work mode. Tang Zheng looked around the desolate area with a puzzled expression, asking, Boss, how did you know there was something here? Could we have been tricked? This place was flat and empty, not at all like there was anything hidden. Sui pointed to the label on the ground, serious. Whether there's something or not, let's dig and see. Everyone hadn't found anything so far. Instead of wasting time wandering around, they decided to do something productive. Tang Zheng seemed to guess Sui's plan, looking a bit annoyed but resigned, and called his team to start digging. The digging was careful, like building a foundation pit. The sun was rising higher, its bright light making it hard to see, but the fully armed mercenaries weren't affected. 4 of them operated excavators, digging a shallow square hole about 3 meters on each side, centered on the label. According to Sui's earlier guess, they needed to dig more than 5 meters to reach the bottom, but after about 4 meters, they hit cement. He was surprised and excited, telling everyone to keep digging outward. By noon, just as doubts were setting in, Sui finally uncovered a well-packed wooden crate. Tang Zheng immediately got excited and stopped the machine, rushing over. What is this? Sui shook his head, then quickly opened the box in front of everyone. Inside was a large, intact box of bread.
Wow.
There really is something good. Who's so clever to hide bread inside a wooden crate and pack it so tightly? One team member shouted excitedly. Everyone rolled their eyes at him. Sui felt a bit helpless. You know there's something called logistics, right? This place is a logistics park, probably quite big. Keep digging, I believe there's more below. Tang Jing nodded eagerly and told everyone to keep working. He then leaned in and whispered to Sui, "Boss, you're amazing. You even found a logistics park buried underground." TSK. Old Zhao will definitely take the spotlight this time, and you'll make a big contribution. Thinking of Jiang Miao, Sui hesitated, saying, "This place wasn't discovered by me. It was my girlfriend."
Pet, wow.
Boss, you're so lucky. Even the government assigned you a partner, and she's so impressive. People really do outshine each other. Sui glanced at him and chuckled. What? You don't like your partner? Tang Jing nodded heavily. That woman's more timid than anything. She gets scared at the slightest noise, and she's always muttering something I can't understand. I don't get it at all. Moreover, her mood is sometimes stable and sometimes irritable. When she gets angry, she doesn't hurt others but self-harms. I was quite worried when I saw her like that, but we don't know any doctors, so we can't help her. We can only keep her like this for now and see if her condition improves after some time. He's not a heartless person. Although he had no previous connection with her, since the government forced them together, he naturally feels responsible for her. When Sui heard this, he immediately felt sympathy for Tang Jing and silently patted his shoulder. Keep working hard. It's not easy to support two people alone now. Tang Jing nodded obediently and continued digging. Soon, everyone kept digging until they found wooden frames. Sui was in charge of moving them. By evening, they had cleared about 20 frames. It seemed there were more nearby. Survivors searching for scrap heard the news and moved closer, but they only watched from afar and dared not approach. Since the wooden frames hadn't been opened, no one knew what was inside. They whispered guesses and refused to leave for a long time. Zhang Cheng received the news and brought the Ji family's grandparents and grandchildren over. Seeing Sui leading the team, he immediately jumped up.
Great.
We agreed to take a break together, but I was on leave, and you made a big discovery behind my back. In response to Zhang Cheng's complaints, Sui seriously replied, "You can work hard too, and you might succeed." Zhang Cheng chuckled and rolled his eyes. "Did you tell Lao Zhao?" Sui nodded, just informing him earlier. He would arrive soon. Zhang Cheng felt relieved and looked at the sky. It was getting dark. He pondered, "I'll take them back first, then come later to join the fun and share the reward." Sui didn't say anything. When it was completely dark, all the survivors watching dispersed. Zhao Qingfeng led a large group over. Seeing the dozens of frames, he lost his composure and patted Sui's shoulder forcefully.
Good job.
You're amazing. It's only been a short time, and you've made such a big find. Tell me, what reward do you want this time? He knew well that Sui had made another great contribution. Sui hesitated and said, "This place was discovered by Jiang Miao, and she brought me here. If you want to praise me, I have no objection, but Jiang Miao should get a share too." Zhao Qingfeng smiled teasingly and nodded with a good temper.
All right.
What does she want? Sui thought of Jiang Miao's longing for a house, and without hesitation said, "Allow her to renovate and expand the shed, but it definitely won't affect the neighbors." Zhao Qingfeng agreed after hearing this. Anything else? That's just a matter of talking. It doesn't count as a reward. Say something practical. Sui shrugged and said, "That's all I can think of for now. The rest we'll deal with later." Zhao Qingfeng didn't say anything, seeming to agree. A slight smile appeared on Sui's face as he remembered promising Jiang Miao he would go back to eat. He turned to Zhao Qingfeng and said, "Boss, I've been busy all day. Nothing urgent. I'll go home for a meal first." Zhao Qingfeng looked at Sui as if he didn't recognize him anymore, his eyes wide like bells. "Go home to eat? My goodness.
Sweet.
This isn't the first time we've been out on a mission. When did you start being so picky? I brought a bag of white radishes. Just eat a couple." Sui refused, saying, "I promised her I would go home." Caught off guard by the sweet words, Zhao Qingfeng's face was full of surprise. Everyone watched silently as Su Yi disappeared into the night. Zhao Qingfeng snapped out of his surprise and scolded with a smile. What are you looking at? Keep working. As everyone teased Su Yi, he just entered his home and found Jiang Miao awake. Did I wake you? Jiang Miao shook her head and slowly walked out of the room. Su Yi smelled the scent of her shower gel and shampoo, guessing she had just finished bathing. Jiang Miao said, I just lay down a little while ago. The food is in the pot. I'll heat it up for you. Tonight, they cooked a porridge with white radish and dried beef, adding dried radish leaves, making the flavor richer than before. Su Yi waved his hand and said, no need. I'm fine eating like this. You go to sleep. He originally wanted to talk about expanding the shelter, but worried Jiang Miao might get too excited and have trouble sleeping. After thinking, he decided to wait until approval came from above. Jiang Miao didn't think much of it. After Su Yi finished eating and left, she turned over and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, when she went out to forage, she overheard many people discussing the mercenaries digging up boxes. Because Su Yi was not there, she didn't dare act alone and followed the crowd as usual. Su Yi was gone for 5 days. He only returned on the 6th day. He also carried 2 large bags of white radishes for Jiang Miao. Jiang Miao was now tired of eating radishes. Her face looked exhausted. Why so many? Su Yi explained, the logistics park you found turned out to be unexpectedly large. We dug out thousands of wooden frames, mostly filled with good stuff, food, clothes, useful items, and even some rare and luxury goods. The higher-ups were shocked, and there will be many rewards coming soon. These are from old Zhao to thank you. He asked me to bring them to you. He also helped communicate with the planning bureau to get permission to expand the shelter. He said, thanks to you, you can rest for a week. It's a good time to renovate the house. Jiang Miao was very happy. Excited, she grabbed Su Yi's arm and jumped a couple of times. She then turned and ran toward the breeding area, saying, I'll check if we have enough building materials at home. Su Yi followed her and smiled, saying, right now you should be thinking about how big the shed should be, not just looking at these things. After calming down, Jiang Miao thought carefully and agreed that Su Yi was right. She immediately asked, how big do you think we should build it? We already have a brick house, but we will need a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and storage. We should also prepare a room for you. She added, my plan was to put the bathroom near the planting area, digging a trench and a pit for compost, so waste can be stored and used to water the land. The kitchen should be close to the water tap for easy access. Other areas can be planned as needed. I can handle that, she said. Su Yi agreed with her. They discussed briefly, and Su Yi quickly went out to buy a truckload of metal sheets. He built the shed inside the materials, making it taller and stronger, then covered the roof. During the day, neighbors stayed inside their houses, only guessing about Jiang Miao's activities from the sounds. Yi Shui was among those curious. Neither Miao Miao nor Su Yi knows what they're doing. It seems like they're endlessly messing with the house, she said. Zhou Lantian nodded without looking at him. Last time we visited Miao Miao's home, she was good at saving things. I bet she's accumulated a lot again, and there's no space left. Heard Su Yi did something great again. Maybe the authorities approved their expansion, and they're working hard now, he added. Yi Shui looked envious. That's great. I wish we could expand too. Her family also had a lot of belongings, even too many to store, but they didn't have the ability to do that. Zhou Lantian hesitated and said, maybe I'll try to join the mercenary group when they start recruiting. Yi Shui was stunned, then shook her head quickly, her face turning a bit pale. Don't go. I was just saying. At your age, I just hope we can stay safe and alive. Nothing else matters. Seeing her worried, Zhou Lantian silently patted her hand and didn't mention it again. Su Yi worked from morning till evening and finally finished building the metal house by sunset. Next, he started dismantling the shed inside. The noise was loud and steady. The Ji family grandparents and grandchildren heard the sounds and came over to ask about it. They found they couldn't even get inside the house and had to stand outside calling for Jiang Miao. Jiang Miao struggled to squeeze out, looking disheveled. Grandma, Xiao Yi, why are you here? What's going on? Is this how you're supposed to do things? Grandma Ji was very curious. Jiang Miao quickly told Su Yi about the approval for the house extension. This is my little reward. I just wanted to make the house a bit bigger, so I don't have trouble turning around inside. You just love to tinker, Grandma Ji said helplessly, patting Jiang Miao's head. Ji Xiaoyi giggled quietly beside them. Jiang Miao covered her head, suddenly thinking of dried, white radish leaves. She regretfully patted her head and hurried inside to pack a bag for them. These are dried vegetable leaves, blanched and dried. You can cook them in soup to fill your stomach. Grandma Ji wanted to refuse, but Jiang Miao wouldn't let her. In the end, the Ji family grandparents and grandchildren could only thank Jiang Miao and then leave. The matter of the house extension was considered settled. The next day, Su Yi went out and brought back several loads of bricks and cement. Both of them then focused fully on renovating the shed. It took 3 days to finish building all the walls. Once the walls were done, they started installing steel frames and covering the roof. They worked for another day and a half. After the roof was finished, they used wooden boards to cover the walls and floors, then painted several coats of natural oil paint. Su Yi spent all 7 days of his holiday building the house. The process was very hard, but the result was good. The renovated shed was more than twice as big as before. The living room was about 30 square meters, and the room Jiang Miao used to live in was expanded by half and turned into Su Yi's room. The original kitchen area was turned into a storage room with a security door after the expansion. Next to the storage room, near the planting area, was the bathroom. The bathroom door opened next to the storage room, with the kitchen outside. The kitchen door opened to the outside, so cooking wouldn't dirty the shed. The dining area was also in the backyard. Overall, Jiang Miao was quite satisfied with the result. Su Yi was even more so. He didn't have high demands for food, clothing, or shelter. He did all this mainly for Jiang Miao. Now that the house was built, he had a spacious, comfortable, and safe private space of his own, and he was naturally happy. Once the high-security door was installed on the outside, their secret base was finally complete. From the outside, Jiang Miao's house looked like a simple extension of a metal shed, no different from others. Only when opening the outermost door could you see something unusual. After finishing these tasks, Su Yi relaxed completely and told Jiang Miao, "The house is all done for you. You can do whatever you want in the future without worrying about anyone breaking in. I need to report to the mercenary group now. I'll make up for anything I lack when I come back next time." Now the house is finished, but it is completely empty. It's fair to say there are only 4 walls. Originally, he planned to go to the inner-city trading center to buy furniture. But now it's dark, and the trading center only sells food. Other items cannot be purchased. He must return to the mercenary group early tomorrow morning, so there's no time. Jiang Miao nods eagerly. "No rush. I'll wait for you to come back next time." Seeing her happy little face, Su Yi feels a bit helpless. It seems he was worried for nothing. The next morning, as soon as Su Yi leaves, the system immediately starts working.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing 50% of the territory construction. It has been detected that the house has been fully renovated. Some items need to be added to make the living environment more cozy. Today's check-in items: A. Food. B. Drinking water. C. Daily necessities. D. Plant and animal growth supplements. E. Building materials. F. Poultry feed. G. Soil improvement. Please make your choice. Jiang Miao lazily speaks. "I choose C. Daily necessities." Okay, system is checking in. Congratulations to the host for checking in a large bed, 2 meters by 2.2 meters. Jiang Miao gets up and goes to the next room. She sees a bed identical to hers has appeared inside, and she slightly grimaces. In the following days, she can already predict what she will check in next. Sure enough, the second day is a large wall cabinet, the third day a mattress, the fourth day a set of coffee tables, the fifth day a sofa set, the sixth day a living room coffee table, and the seventh day a wall-mounted cabinet for storage. On the 8th day, it's warehouse shelves, 1 per day for days in a row, filling the warehouse. Later, there are also items like a toilet, wash basin, and more. When Sui returns on his day off and sees the scene before him, despite being mentally prepared, he is still stunned, speechless. Especially when he sees that his room is exactly the same as Jiang Miao's, with everything included. At this moment, he feels like his heart is struck by an electric shock, tingling and numb. Is this what a home looks like? Sui murmurs, staring at everything in the room without blinking. It's only when he hears the door opening outside that he comes back to himself and quickly goes to open the door. The two make eye contact. Jiang Miao smiles at him warmly. You're back. Sui is about to say something but notices Zhou Lantian and his wife behind Jiang Miao. He swallows his words and politely nods to them, suppressing his voice. Thank you for taking care of Miao. Zhou Lantian was a bit surprised but quickly shook his head nonchalantly. We didn't do much. Miao Miao is very careful and takes good care of herself. Please wait a moment. Sui turned to go inside, and Jiang Miao didn't understand why. Soon, the man came out carrying a bag of something and handed it to Zhou Lantian with seriousness. This is a small gift I just brought back. Please accept it. The bag was opaque, so Zhou Lantian couldn't see what was inside, but he still refused.
However, Sui insisted.
After some back and forth, Zhou Lantian finally accepted it. Yi Shui cheerfully said to Jiang Miao, "See you tomorrow." Jiang Miao nodded politely and looked at Sui with curiosity before going inside with him. The two doors closed behind them. Inside, the energy lamp turned on. Jiang Miao, while taking off her shoes, asked, "What should we eat tonight?" As soon as she finished speaking, she looked up and met Sui's deep eyes, feeling momentarily confused. What's wrong? Did something happen? Sui smiled quietly, then lowered his gaze and shook his head. No, I just got back and was a bit surprised. The room is very beautiful.
Thank you.
Jiang Miao waved her hand casually. It's just a small favor. You built the house, I helped decorate it. It's just right. The spring vegetables in the field are ready to eat. I'll cook you one tonight. So sweet and fresh. Seeing Jiang Miao change the subject, Sui followed her to the backyard, where he saw a lush, green vegetable patch full of life. He was surprised again. You did it again. Of course. Jiang Miao said proudly, with a shy look. Do you want to try? I'll let you pick. Sui was happy to agree and immediately grabbed a knife, ready to pick. Jiang Miao quickly said, Don't pick like that. We pick the outer leaves, and the rest can keep growing. When they're no longer good to eat, we dig them out. Sui didn't understand much, so he believed everything Jiang Miao said. He picked a basket of spring vegetables and then went to help light the fire for cooking. He also asked, Have the chickens and ducks grown much again? Jiang Miao nodded. I feel like it's not as hot lately. It'll probably get cold in about a month. When the weather turns cold, it'll snow soon. Usually winter lasts 4 or 5 months, so we need to think about keeping the poultry warm. Honestly, it was her first time raising chickens and ducks, especially in such harsh conditions. She wasn't confident they could survive until spring next year. Hearing this, Sui nodded immediately. Later, we'll discuss how to keep the poultry warm. Jiang Miao nodded firmly. The two of them cooked and ate together, then went to the breeding area to discuss this issue for most of the day. Jiang Miao felt a bit of a headache. She thought it would be nice if she could find some dry grass like wheat straw to make a nest for the creature. Currently, the plants outside are contaminated with radiation and cannot be used. Her usual reliance on the check-in system didn't unlock any related items this time, which was unusual. Sui hesitated for a moment before saying, I'll go to the trading center and talk to the administrator. Maybe I can find out some information. Jiang Miao nodded, placing all her hopes on Sui. When Sui arrived at the inner-city trading center in his car, he noticed many people buying medicine. A shadow of worry darkened his mind. A staff member, busy but still taking time to talk, asked, Sir, what are you trading? Sui hesitated, unsure how to ask, and pointed at the people buying medicine, asking, What's going on with them? The staff member sighed. The seasons are changing. More people are getting sick lately. If they can hold on, they do. If not, they come to buy medicine. It's good if they can find some, but if not, they just have to wait. The atmosphere in the inner city is heavy, but the outer districts are a bit better. Sui felt heavy-hearted and responded vaguely, I want to know how the research institute keeps poultry alive during winter. The staff looked puzzled. Seeing Sui dressed as a mercenary, he thought perhaps the mercenary group was also conducting experiments. Without much thought, he replied, all I know is they use heating equipment. I don't know what it looks like exactly. We probably won't get a chance to see it. This answer was almost the same as no answer at all. Sui was mentally prepared and wasn't too surprised. After returning to the inner city, he shared the results with Jiang Miao and advised her, the weather's been strange lately and more people are getting sick. If possible, you should stay indoors. No one knew if those people had contagious diseases. If many people in the outer districts also fell ill, Jiang Miao's strong body might not be able to avoid it. Jiang Miao didn't dare to take chances, and quickly nodded. During the Wasteland scavenging, too many people had died, for various reasons. Having seen so much life and death, everyone had forgotten about infectious diseases. This was the first year everyone had settled down and no one knew what the future held. Feeling uneasy, Jiang Miao thought for a moment and then called her smart device to contact Ji Xiaoyi and Grandma Ji, sharing the inner city news with them. Grandma Ji sighed. When Xiaoyi and I went to the inner city trading center the day before yesterday, I saw it myself. We've gathered quite a bit of supplies these past few days, but we haven't dared to go. Now the situation is even worse? Sui replied, I went there today and this is what the staff told me. Grandma Ji sighed repeatedly, promising they wouldn't go outside, and also reminding Jiang Miao to take good care of herself. Jiang Miao thought carefully and advised, Grandma, if you're feeling unwell, just boil some white radish water to drink. Drink plenty, urinate often, and sleep well. Grandma Ji was especially happy because of Jiang Miao. She mentioned Zhang Cheng, your son-in-law Sui. He has been on leave these days. Our Zhang Cheng still has a while before he comes back. He said he wants to work hard to make progress and fix the house before it snows, so we can stay warm this winter. Talking about her son-in-law, Grandma Ji was very satisfied. Jiang Miao praised him a few words before hanging up. It was already late, and both of them went back to their rooms. After Sui entered his room, Jiang Miao suddenly poked her head out. Your quilt is in the cabinet. I also made 2 sets of clothes for you, which you can wear as pajamas. The fabric for the clothes was taken from the 4-piece bedding set, which was durable and comfortable.
Sui sincereli tanket.
After Jiang Miao went back to her room, he opened the cabinet and saw the 2 sets of pajamas. He first held them up and looked at them, then carefully put them back. Before sleeping, he kept thinking about how to help Jiang Miao solve the problem of wintering the poultry. The next day, unable to think of a good solution, the 2 of them had to leave secretly with woven bags. While others were busy searching for food and storing winter supplies, Jiang Miao and Sui focused on gathering wood to stockpile for heating. They worked for 2 days, but the pile of firewood was just enough to build a wall, which was far from enough. Sui felt a strange sense of urgency. He still needed to report to the mercenary group, so he could only continue working when he returned next time. After Sui left, Jiang Miao's life returned to normal. As the weather grew colder, more people outside the city fell ill. Sometimes, she could hear coughs from outside her house. Without medicine, this was very frightening. To avoid getting infected, she tried to go outside as little as possible. When she had nothing to do, she checked the house thoroughly inside and out, and also counted the supplies. She started with the rear breeding area. When they built it, Sui considered that the noise from chickens and ducks might carry outside, so he added an extra layer of bricks. This made the walls thicker than those of the planting area and their living house. Plus, there was a layer of iron sheets and wooden boards on the outside, making it very sturdy. The most important issues here were chicken and duck feed and keeping warm. Over time, she collected poultry feed 5 times, and now she had over 100 pounds of grain feed, enough to last a long time. These feed supplies are stored in a cabinet in the corner of the breeding area. If Sui doesn't organize them, she wouldn't know the exact quantity. The main trouble in the breeding area is keeping the poultry warm in winter. The planting area is a bit better because the entire field is enclosed with a reinforced and thickened roof. This should help keep the plants warm. Covering them with a tarp is enough. Spring vegetables might not grow, but white radishes, cauliflower, and cabbage can stay in the ground through winter for harvest. Next is the house. The entire house is new, with wooden panels that provide insulation. When the door is closed in winter, the inside should stay several degrees warmer. Sue previously brought back 4 large quilts, and later she brought 4 more. She planned to use them to make warm clothes for winter. But she was too busy and only made a few pairs of long pants and long-sleeve shirts before stopping. Fortunately, she already had down jackets and warm winter clothes, so she didn't need to make them herself. Only the food supplies still need to be checked. She quickly turned on the energy lamp and entered the storeroom. All the white radishes that couldn't be eaten at home were made into dried radishes, filling 2 large bags. Honestly, these could last her through the entire winter. Besides the dried radishes, there are 4 unopened boxes of beef jerky, which she collected over time. There are 2 boxes of compressed biscuits. These are filling and good for winter, when she doesn't want to cook. There are about 80 pounds of rice and some dried radish leaves. Additionally, she has 10 pounds of salt, 5 pounds of sugar, and some unopened seasonings she found in the ruins, like cumin, black pepper, salt, and pepper powder. In another large cabinet, there are 2 rows of concentrated plant nutrients and 3 rows of radiation purification liquids. These 2 liquids look similar except for their containers, and no one knows what they are for. Jiang Miao locked the cabinet, and Sui wouldn't ask any questions. On the 3rd shelf, she stored miscellaneous household items, mostly brought back by Sui. The last shelf was empty. After counting all her belongings, Jiang Miao thought she needed to get a few large water buckets or tanks because, in the cold weather, tap water wouldn't flow. She needed to store water in advance. There are many things to prepare. When she finished and walked out of the warehouse, ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed 55% of your territory development. The system detects extra space in your warehouse, so proper planning and utilization are very important. Today's check-in items: A. Food. B. Drinking water. C. Daily necessities. D. Plant and animal growth supplements. E. Building materials. F. Poultry feed. G. Soil improvement. H. Survival medicine. Please make your choice. Finally, the medicine has been unlocked. Jiang Miao was very happy and calmly communicated with the system. I choose H. Survival medicine. Okay, the system is checking in. Congratulations. The host has received a box of special heat relief cold medicine. Its effects: it can treat cold symptoms caused by heat. Dosage instructions: 3 times a day. Adults, 1 packet each time. Children, half a packet each time. For severe symptoms, continuous use for a week can cure. For moderate symptoms, 5 days of continuous use can cure. For mild symptoms, 3 days of continuous use can cure. The system's voice suddenly stopped, and in front of Jiang Miao appeared a small box of special cold medicine. She quickly opened the packaging and found 48 small boxes inside. Each box contains 21 sachets, meaning 1 box can treat a patient with severe symptoms. The packaging looked plain and unremarkable, with no labels except for the words cold relief medicine. It seemed the system only printed these words because the medicine shouldn't be taken casually. Otherwise, even these words might be omitted. Having this box of cold medicine made her feel a bit more at ease. After storing the medicine in the cabinet and locking the warehouse door again, she lay down on the sofa in the living room and drifted into a light sleep. Half asleep, she was awakened by urgent knocking on the door. Her heartbeat skipped a beat, and she immediately became fully alert, rushing to open the door. Through the aluminum alloy security screen door, she saw the dark night outside and Zhou Lantian standing at her door. "Brother Zhou, what's the matter?" Zhou Lantian looked anxious, even tearful. "Meow meow, I really can't do this alone. I came to ask for your help. Can you help me save Yishui? She is very sick, and I don't know what to do." Brother Zhou Lantian was so anxious that he couldn't speak clearly.
Yishui is sick. She started coughing last week.
I told her to rest at home, but she refused. 3 days ago, she began to have a fever and looked very weak. I forced her to stay inside, and kept giving her white radish, but it didn't help at all. Now there are too many sick people. The inner city trading center has run out of medicine for trading. I really don't know what to do anymore. Can you help me contact Su Yi and ask him to help? Jiang Miao used her smartwatch to contact Su Yi right in front of Zhou Lantian. When the watch lit up, she realized it was 3 in the morning. She didn't know if Su Yi was resting. Desperate to save someone, she didn't think much and quickly connected. To her surprise, Su Yi answered immediately. Jiang Miao hesitated for a moment before speaking. Su Yi, Sister Yi Shui, is very sick. Brother Zhou just asked me to reach out. Can you come back and help? Please. Okay. Wait for me, Su Yi replied quickly and clearly. Jiang Miao even heard the sound of him running. After the call ended, she told Zhou Lantian outside, Brother Zhou, Su Yi is on his way back. You should go home and take care of Sister Yi Shui. When he arrives, he will definitely help. Thank you, thank you. As long as Yi Shui can be saved, I will do anything to repay you. Zhou Lantian looked at Jiang Miao with deep gratitude. Jiang Miao comforted him a few more words. When Zhou Lantian turned to leave, she closed the door and went inside. She then contacted Su Yi again. Recently, many mercenaries had also fallen ill. The already scarce medicine became even more precious. To save someone, medicine was definitely needed. Su Yi was about to ask Zhao Qingfeng for help when he left the building and received Jiang Miao's call. He hurriedly answered. Jiang Miao's restrained voice came through. Su Yi, do you have anyone with you? If not, listen to me. Brother Zhou just told me about Sister Yi Shui's symptoms. I have some special fever-reducing cold medicine that should work. I didn't say anything earlier because I was afraid others might hear and target me. Bring some supplies to cover your tracks, go home first, then deliver the medicine. Tell others you bought it somewhere else, so no one suspects me. Su Yi's furrowed brow relaxed immediately. He changed direction and started driving. You're doing very well.
Stay at home now.
If Zhou Lantian comes again, tell him I'm almost there and not to open the door. Wait for me to return. Hearing this, Jiang Miao felt much more at ease. The wait felt endless, but since Su Yi was coming back, she decided to cook a pot of porridge for him. Almost the porridge was ready. Outside, there was the sound of a door opening, and Su Yi was talking to someone else. Wait for me, I'll go to your house after I go back to my room. As he spoke, the door closed with a click. Su Yi took off his mask and strode toward Jiang Miao. Where is the medicine you mentioned? Jiang Miao immediately took out a box of medicine. Su Yi looked carefully, feeling confused. There's nothing here. Can you eat this? Jiang Miao nodded seriously. It's very effective against heat-related colds. Take it for 7 days straight, 3 times a day, 1 packet each time. There are 21 packets in a box. Su Yi put on his mask and took a box to go out. Zhou Lantian was still waiting outside anxiously. When he saw the medicine in Su Yi's hand, his eyes immediately fixated on it, unable to look away. The two of them went to Zhou Lantian's house together. Su Yi noticed that this couple knew how to take care of daily life. The simple shed outside looked plain, but inside it was very cozy. The space was well used, and the shelves and tables were all scavenged. Even though they hadn't been washed with water, everything was very neat. Yi Shui was lying on a bed with a blanket and a straw mat. When the weather got colder, they would change the position of the straw mat and blanket to keep warm. Nothing could beat that. He handed the medicine to Zhou Lantian and said seriously, this medicine is for people with wind heat colds. Take it for 7 days, 3 times a day, 1 packet each time, mix with water. Many mercenaries were sick, and resources for medicine were tight. I could only get this much. You should give it to your wife and see if it helps.
Thank you. Thank you.
Zhou Lantian's eyes filled with tears as he tremblingly took the box of medicine. He then made a cup of medicine for Yi Shui right in front of Su Yi. Yi Shui was very ill, seemingly confused by the fever, and couldn't be awakened even when called. Zhou Lantian cried, begged, and fed her the medicine. Finally, he managed to give her the cup. Even Su Yi, who was used to life and death, felt a twinge of sadness when he saw this scene. After Zhou Lantian laid Yi Shui down carefully, he whispered, "Let's observe her first. I won't leave for now. If her condition doesn't improve, I'll take you to the inner city at dawn." Going to the inner city might not guarantee a solution, but helping a little was better than nothing. Zhou Lantian immediately knelt before Sui. "Sui, I will never forget your great kindness. As long as I have a life, I will listen to your commands anytime." Sui pulled him up roughly. "Stop talking nonsense. Take good care of your wife. I'm leaving now." Meanwhile, Zhang Miao had just finished collecting the remaining medicines and put them away.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, on completing 56% of the territory development. The system detects your helpful nature, earning the loyalty and full favor of 2 people. Keep up the good work to create a better future. Today's items for check-in: A. Food, B. Drinking water, C. Daily necessities, D. Plant and animal growth supplements, E. Building materials, F. Poultry feed, G. Soil improvement, H. Survival medicine. Please make your choice. Zhang Miao was very happy, as it seemed the medicine was working. She quickly said, "I choose H. Survival medicine." "Okay, the system is checking in. Congratulations, you have received a box of special cold and flu medicine. Its effects include treating various cold symptoms caused by wind and cold. Instructions for use: 3 times a day. Adults take 1 packet each time. Children take half a packet. For severe symptoms, continue for a week to recover. For moderate symptoms, 5 days. For mild symptoms, 3 days." After the system finished, another box of the same medicine appeared beside Zhang Miao, but with 2 different words on it. She frowned slightly, quickly checked, and saw the quantities were the same. There was nothing special, so she stored the medicine away. Just as she closed the storage door, Sui returned. "How is it?" he asked. Sui took off his mask, sat on the sofa, and exhaled deeply. "I saw Zhou Lantian pour the medicine in himself. I don't know if it worked. I guess we'll see." Thinking of what the system said, Zhang Miao was quite optimistic. "I'll cook some porridge for you. Let's eat first." She moved past Sui towards the backyard.
Sui suddenly gra beter. Norush. Sit with me for a while, he said.
He didn't tell Zhang Miao that when he left Zhou Lantian's house, several suspicious figures appeared nearby, probably watching. If Zhang Miao had given the medicine directly to Zhou Lantian earlier, those people might have rushed into the house now. If something happened to Zhang Miao, Sui was frightened by this scary thought and shook his head hard. The fear made him grip Zhang Miao's hand tighter without realizing it. Zhang Miao looked confused and a little worried. "What's wrong?" Sui pulled her to sit down and stared at her without blinking, looking more serious than ever. "Listen to me. I will come back once a week to bring you food. Stay at home and don't go out. Don't open the door if you can avoid it, even for Granny G. If someone asks you for medicine, call me. Don't talk to them yourself, understand?" Zhang Miao obediently nodded. Even though Sui didn't explain in detail, she could guess a little. Seeing that she listened carefully, Sui felt reassured and took her by the hand, leading her to the backyard. Neither of them realized that the atmosphere in front of them was unusual. In the backyard, Zhang Miao spoke in a quiet, mosquito-like voice, saying, "I've collected quite a bit of food lately. Usually, I don't dare to cook for myself, and when I do, it's only when everyone has gone out scavenging. There's still a lot of rice left at home, so I cooked a little extra." Sui understood that Zhang Miao was doing this for him. His eyes softened a bit. "Thank you." He then took a bowl of porridge himself and offered it to Zhang Miao. Zhang Miao shook her head to refuse. "I'm not hungry yet. You should eat. Calling you back in the middle of the night might affect your important work." Sui shook his head, thinking about the current situation with the mercenary group, and sighed. Every year, during the seasonal change, the number of sick people in the group suddenly increases. Besides our own tasks, we also help other squads with some things. This period is the most dangerous, but he didn't plan to tell Zhang Miao about it. Zhang Miao could sense his exhaustion and weariness. Although she was worried, she didn't ask further. After Sui finished eating, Zhang Miao noticed there was still a bowl left in the pot. She guessed it was left for her, so she didn't say anything and asked, "When will you go back?" Sui thought for a moment and said, "In the afternoon. You can give me some medicine after dawn. I'll ask around Zhou to see if anyone nearby has seriously ill people, so I can deliver some supplies and explain the situation to prevent others from coming to find you when they are sick." Jiang Miao knew Sui always thought for her. She immediately took 2 bags and ran to the storeroom. Each bag contained 20 boxes of special medicine.
"These are for you."
Jiang Miao's generosity once again made Sui feel touched. He appreciated her kindness, but also worried that her softness might put her in danger. Just before dawn, Sui left with his supplies. Most people out scavenging now were either running low on food at home or unlucky, so they couldn't find much to eat. The number of survivors had decreased significantly. Sui knocked on Zhou Lantian's door. Zhou Lantian, who had dark circles under his eyes from lack of sleep, looked exhausted. When he saw Sui, he was very excited. "Sui, your medicine is amazing. Yishui took it yesterday, and within half an hour, she started sweating. Her temperature quickly dropped. Now she's sleeping soundly, breathing steady. We've really made it through this time." Sui was shocked by the effectiveness of the medicine, but he kept a calm face. "As long as it works, that's good. These are all the medicines I brought back. Brother Zhou, please ask around nearby if anyone else has seriously ill people. We need to help quickly." Zhou Lantian's pupils shrank, and he nodded vigorously. "Yes, there are definitely some." Just as he finished speaking, 5 or 6 people rushed over from all directions, kneeling in front of Sui and begging for medicine. "Please save my grandson.
He's almost gone."
"I beg you." An elderly man in his 60s cried, tears and snot covering his face. "Me too. My mother can't hold on much longer," said a man younger than Zhou Lantian. "My sister, please save my sister. She's already confused from the fever." 15-year-old Sun Yufan desperately kowtowed to Sui. As they begged, more and more people were drawn over. Sui's brow furrowed tighter and he said loudly, "Everyone understands the current situation. It's not just you who get sick. Even the mercenary group members can fall ill. We are on dangerous missions, and if we get sick, it will be even more dangerous for us. Yesterday, I received a help request from Miao Miao and rushed back. These medicines are all I could find. There isn't enough for everyone, so I can only help with urgent cases first. If someone in your family is very seriously ill, stand over here. I will go back with you and give you treatment medicines based on the situation. If I have leftovers, I will distribute them to others. Also, I want to remind you, I only have medicine for colds. I can't treat other illnesses. Why do you have medicine for colds but no other medicines?" Someone protested angrily. Sui coldly glanced at the person and snorted. "I am a mercenary, not a doctor, and certainly not a government official responsible for you. I only protect you when you're attacked. Understand that. Helping you is a favor. Not helping is my duty. It's not up to you to argue with me or cause trouble." The man didn't expect Sui to speak so firmly and angrily turned away. Zhou Lantian whispered to Sui, "His name is Li Hezhong. He's sneaky, likes to take advantage, and used to be with us scavenging. His family was quite large before, but after the government took over, his brothers all went their separate ways. He can't share things with everyone anymore. He talks in a sarcastic way, eyes not quite right, nose not quite right. Don't bother with him." Hearing this, Sui narrowed his eyes slightly, but said nothing. He turned to look at the people who had first come to ask for help. The elderly person's grandson has a similar illness to Yishui. According to Jiang Miao's previous instructions, Sui gave her 11 small packets of medicine and advised her on how to take them. Then she went back with another man. After checking on his mother's condition, she also left a box of medicine. The third person is Sun Yufan. Sun Yufan's younger sister, Sun Yueying, is a girl just over 10 years old. She is obedient, sensible, and capable. Even when she was sick, she didn't say anything and kept going until she couldn't hold on and fainted. Sun Yufan only then realized how serious his sister's illness was. He didn't fail to buy medicine in the inner city, but it was impossible to find any. He went to ask Zhou Lantian, but Yi Shui's wife was also very ill. Zhou Lantian couldn't even save his own wife. What else could he do? Since he learned that Zhou Lantian went to ask Jiang Miao, he kept paying attention to what was happening there. That was his only hope. Fortunately, he didn't give up. Su Yi checked on Sun Yueying and found that her condition was even worse than Yi Shui's. Unsure of what to do, he left a box of medicine for Sun Yufan and then left. Among the other people seeking help, 4 of their family members were really seriously ill. The others were not in such danger yet. Su Yi divided the remaining medicine, giving 4 or 5 days' worth to those with slightly worse conditions and 2 or 3 days' worth to those whose condition was worsening. He tried to take good care of children and the elderly. Only after all the medicine was given out did he return home. Soon after saying a few words, he got in the car and left again, only returning close to noon. When he came back, he started knocking and banging outside the house, installing something unknown. Jiang Miao went out to look but couldn't understand what was happening, so she stopped and went to the storage room, scooping 4 jean of flour. She added some seasonings inside. She also carried a bucket of oil to the backyard. The cabbages in the field could be harvested. She chopped the soaked white radish into small pieces and shredded the fresh cabbage, then all went into the flour. The 5 hens she raised earlier were mostly hens, and they had started laying eggs recently. The little hens laid very small eggs, which she thought probably couldn't hatch. She collected all of them, about 7 or 8, and used 5 to mix into the flour. She added water and mixed it into a somewhat dry batter. She poured oil into a pan, heated it until just right, then used a flat spatula to spread the batter and fried it in the pan. The batter didn't seem like much, but after frying into flatbreads, it filled 2 large basins. Su Yi was working outside and faintly smelled something delicious, guessing Jiang Miao was cooking something tasty. He secretly felt glad that the sun was out now. Their house was quiet, with no wandering people around, so it was easy to explain. By the time he finished his work, Jiang Miao had already cleaned up everything. Seeing him come in, she immediately said, "Wash your hands first, then eat. What delicious food did you make? I can almost drool just smelling it outside," Sui asked as he walked toward Jiang Miao. Jiang Miao pointed proudly at the 2 large bowls of fried dough. "It's my first time making it. Try some." Su Yi's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he washed his hands and took a piece of fried dough to eat. He looked energized. "Delicious. You're really talented." He hadn't eaten fried food in a long time. Feels like a dream before the disaster. Seeing he liked it, Jiang Miao immediately said, "Just leave 2 for me. You can take the rest with you to share with your brothers."
Suyi frowned.
Jiang Miao quickly explained, "I can't eat so much alone. It will spoil in a couple of days. Can you help me take some to Grandma and Xiao Yi?" Suyi's expression relaxed a bit. He thought for a moment and said, "Eat 1 plate yourself. Pack some for Grandma Ji, and I'll take the rest." Jiang Miao nodded quickly. After packing everything, Sui rested for a while on the sofa in the living room before leaving with the food. Once the door closed, Jiang Miao relaxed completely. She happily ate a fried dough and then went back to her room to sleep peacefully. Over at the Ji family, Grandma Ji and Xiao Yi were busy making clothes and preparing for winter. Suyi's arrival surprised them both. "Why did you come so suddenly?" "I thought it was Zhang Cheng," Grandma Ji joked, noticing the mercenary clothes and assuming. Su Yi handed over a bag. "This is food Miao Miao asked me to bring you. It's not safe outside right now. Zhang Cheng probably told you not to go out. I also don't want Miao Miao to risk going out. You might not be able to see each other for a while," he added. Grandma Ji nodded repeatedly, understanding. She asked, "What's inside?" Su Yi smiled casually, "Just some food.
Keep it and eat slowly.
Don't let anyone know." Xiao Yi wanted to ask more, but Grandma Ji sensed something and immediately thanked Su Yi. After Su Yi left, she quickly closed the door. Xiao Yi was still surprised, but Grandma Ji opened the bag and revealed what was inside. The grandparent and grandchild both stared wide-eyed. Xiao Yi instinctively covered her mouth and whispered, "Oh my gosh! Where did Sister Miao Miao get such good stuff? And it's still warm." Could she have made it herself? Grandma G paused and nodded slowly.
Probably.
Meow Meow is lucky, and Su-yi treats her well. It's not surprising she can get nice things. Ji Xiaoyi thought for a moment and agreed that it made sense. She said enviously, it would be great if Zhang Qing could bring some rare ingredients home. Grandma Ji rolled her eyes and said, you need to be as capable as Meow Meow. The supermarket incident was because Meow Meow fell in and discovered it. Later, Zhang Qing said that Su-yi's team found another logistics park and Meow Meow was the first to notice it. She also had some credit. When Su-yi brought her things from the mercenary group, no one said anything. Our situation is different, so we can't compare. Ji Xiaoyi smiled and said, Grandma, I was just talking casually. Even if Zhang Qing really tries to find those good things for me, I wouldn't understand how. Before the disaster, she was young and knew nothing. The past 10 years of growth were spent scavenging. Besides becoming more cautious, she hadn't learned any skills. She couldn't even figure out how to start a fire or cook, let alone make such delicious food. She could only envy and talk about it casually. Grandma G thought about it and realized she was right. She smiled wryly and started to worry about her granddaughter's future. She wondered whether to wait until next year when the weather warmed up to let Ji Xiaoyi learn cooking from Jiang Miao. Jiang Miao had no idea that her simple act of sharing food caused so much worry for Grandma Ji. Now that the weather was cold, the house was neither too hot nor too cold, perfect for sleeping. She slept straight through until she naturally woke up. She didn't need to check the time. Inside, day and night felt the same. Familiar with her surroundings, she reached the backyard and felt a little more awake. She looked at her watch and realized it was 5 in the morning, which meant it was time for scavenging. She shook her head and slowly brushed her teeth, thinking about what to eat. Suddenly, she heard Zhou Lantian calling outside. Jiang Miao hesitated for a moment and decided to open the inner door to see what was happening. Through the security door, she saw Zhou Lantian's pale face. Her heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively covered her chest. Brother Zhou, what's wrong? Could it be that Yishui didn't make it? That shouldn't be. While Jiang Miao was lost in thought, Zhou Lantian anxiously said, Meow Meow, someone is dead at your door.
Don't move yet.
Jiang Miao stepped back in shock. What's going on? Another survivor, a bit braver, tried to approach to check the dead person's identity, but as soon as he touched the body, he started trembling all over. Obviously, he had been electrocuted. Seeing the situation was dangerous, Zhou Lantian quickly grabbed a stick and pushed the person away. He called others over to help with the rescue. After a while, the person finally recovered and, trembling with fear, kept retreating, keeping his distance from the body. He was electrocuted. How could he die from electrocution? Someone nearby whispered. Zhou Lantian just noticed the tools near the victim and guessed that the person was trying to break into Jiang Miao's house. His face immediately darkened. Breaking in through a door lock without permission shows bad intentions. Meow Meow, quickly contact Su-yi and ask what's going on. The door wouldn't have electricity, without a reason. Remembering that Su-yi was knocking and hitting things at home yesterday, he almost understood what was happening. Jiang Miao obediently dialed Su-yi's number and even put it on speaker. Su-yi, someone died outside her house. Brother Zhou said the other person was trying to break in. What's going on? I was worried you might be unsafe alone at home, so I installed a security system. It triggers if someone uses anything other than a proper key to open the door. That's normal. Su-yi's voice was calm, as if a person dying was just an everyday thing for him. His attitude successfully scared some people and made those with bad intentions stop their plans. Jiang Miao was stunned for a moment, then quickly turned off the speaker. She said a few words to Su-yi before hanging up. Now she was calmer. She gently addressed the people outside. Su-yi has sent someone to handle this. Thank you for your concern. I can't go out now, so please help remind others to avoid coming here and risking their lives. Thank you. She smiled sweetly, but her words carried a chilling coldness. It was strange and unsettling. Everyone nodded vaguely and dispersed. Zhou Lantian asked, Do you need my help? Jiang Miao shook her head. Not for now. If Brother Zhou could keep an eye out, that would be great. When the people come to handle things, they can explain everything. I understand. Zhou Lantian stood still, deciding to wait for the others. With him watching, Jiang Miao felt reassured and went back inside. After the door closed, she sank down exhausted and hugged herself tightly. If it weren't for Su Yi's security device, she couldn't imagine what might have happened last night. She also wondered if other places had been damaged. Thinking of this, she immediately opened the door. Seeing Zhou Lantian still there, she asked, Brother Zhou, could you walk around my house? I want to see if this person caused any damage elsewhere. Zhou Lantian nodded with pursed lips. Go inside first. I'll wait for the people to come and move the body, then help you check. Don't worry, I'll tell nearby residents to keep a closer watch. Thank you. Jiang Miao went back inside.
Ding.
Congratulations. The host has completed 57% of a territory development. It has been detected that the host's territory successfully defended against an attack, which has a deterrent effect. Today's check-in items are A. Food, B. Drinking water, C. Daily necessities, D. Plant and animal growth supplements, E. Building materials, F. Poultry feed, G. Soil improvement, H. Survival medicine. Please make your choice. Is this possible? Jiang Miao was surprised. After thinking for a moment, she said, I will choose H. Survival medicine. Okay, checking in. The system announced, congratulations, the host has received a box of special anti-inflammatory medicine. Its effects and usage. This traditional Chinese medicine targets common inflammation. Take it twice a day. Adults take 1 packet each time. Children take half a packet. 1 course lasts 7 days. After the system finished, a box of medicine appeared in front of Jiang Miao. The packaging was exactly the same as before, but the words on the box were different. Jiang Miao carefully marked it with a pen and stored the medicine in the warehouse cabinet. Soon, she heard voices outside. She quickly put on her shoes and went out, just in time to see 2 mercenaries carrying a stick, moving a dead body to a distant place. The body was lying face up, stiff, with a face Jiang Miao didn't recognize. Zhou Lantian was negotiating with the 2 mercenaries. Can you find out who this person is? The mercenaries shook their heads and replied routinely, it's not unusual for a dead person at this point. We can only send the body to the management office. If someone comes to claim it, we might find out who it is. Zhou Lantian also knew they were telling the truth and said nothing more. After the mercenaries took the body away, he approached Jiang Miao. You heard that too. We don't know who they are yet, but everyone knows that breaking into your house is dangerous. They probably won't do it again. I'll check your place now, so wait a moment. Jiang Miao nodded obediently. Zhou Lantian was very quick. He finished inspecting almost immediately. When he appeared again in front of Jiang Miao, his expression was quite impressive. Miao Miao, I checked carefully. Someone did damage your wall, but it's not a big deal. It seems Su Yi reinforced the wall, so only a small scratch was caused and nothing serious. Also, they probably avoided causing more damage to avoid attracting attention, so they gave up. Jiang Miao still felt uneasy and asked more details. After confirming everything was fine, she thanked Zhou Lantian and watched him leave. Then she quickly closed the door and called Su Yi, explaining the situation. Brother Zhou said someone maliciously damaged our wall, but it's not a big problem. Did you also reinforce the outer metal layer? Yes. Su Yi calmly explained, I just used cement to stick the metal sheets and wall tiles together. If someone damages the metal sheets, it only makes a loud noise and won't cause any damage to the house, unless they use professional demolition tools, which ordinary people can't get. You can rest assured. Today's incident isn't a bad thing for you. At least, no one will bother you anymore. Just one thing, stay indoors. If you have free time, raise chickens and ducks, plant vegetables, or study new recipes. Jiang Miao raised an eyebrow in surprise. She understood what Su Yi said earlier, but she didn't understand the last part about studying recipes. If she remembered correctly, this guy didn't like her cooking alone at home. Noticing Jiang Miao's silence, Su Yi chuckled softly. The fried dough I brought back was snatched up by the brothers. Even old Zhao didn't know where I got a piece from, and he chased me to my dorm to scold me for eating alone. He insisted I give some to him. I told them it was yours, and now everyone is interested in you. According to old Zhao, from now on, he wants a share of everything you cook.
You can set the points as you like.
After winter, you shouldn't waste food, and this could be a good way to make money. There's one thing Su-yi didn't mention. Recently, the two major achievements of their team were both related to Jiang Miao. The team members all have a very good impression of her. Plus, with the temptation of delicious food, if she needs help in the future, just say the word. Even if Su-yi is out on a mission outside the city, others will actively assist her. Jiang Miao suddenly understood. I see. Don't worry, I know what to do now. She hung up the communication. Jiang Miao really started to think about how to make food. With limited conditions, the only things she could deliver as takeout were bread and steamed buns. Making these requires fermentation, and if she remembered correctly, after 10 years of disasters, yeast had become extremely rare. Only the research lab still had authentic yeast. In natural environments, yeast was either mutated or deactivated, so it was impossible to find. She would have to rely on the system for yeast. But the system's offerings weren't something she could control. Thinking of this, Jiang Miao couldn't help but sigh. In the next few days, she checked in daily for food, insisting that the system give her a packet of yeast. According to the system, she should have chosen medicine, so when she picked food, it was reluctant to give her anything but rice, flour, or flatbread, or compressed biscuits. For 5 consecutive days, Jiang Miao didn't give up. The system couldn't resist her, and finally provided her with a box of yeast cultures. This box contained 30 small packets, just enough for a month. With the yeast, Jiang Miao felt happier. She became more honest during her daily check-ins, easily understanding the system's meaning. For 5 consecutive days, she received different medicines, special antibiotics, detox pills, hemostatic powders, heart-saving pills, and disinfectants. Each day unlocked a new type of medicine. Jiang Miao wondered if the system wanted her to open a pharmacy. Otherwise, why give her so many medicines? Just as she was pondering this, on the 6th day, the system provided a special medicine for fever and colds. Could a new cycle be starting? Before Jiang Miao could figure it out, Su-yi returned home. As soon as he entered, someone came to find him. They didn't dare knock on the door, only crying outside in a loud, desperate voice. Jiang Miao's face turned pale. Worried, Su-yi asked, "Have people been bothering you during this time?" Jiang Miao shook her head. "No, but as soon as you came back, they started again." Su-yi's expression grew colder. "It looks like they've been bothering you." Jiang Miao sighed. "They're probably desperate. Just wait, I'll give you some medicine. We still have plenty stored at home, and we don't need so much. If it can help one person, that's good enough." Silently, Su-yi watched Jiang Miao carry out 2 boxes of medicines. She said, "One box has special cold and fever medicine. The other is a mix: fever medicine, detox pills, heart-saving pills, anti-inflammatory drugs, and antibiotics. All are labeled, and I've written instructions on how to use them. Just take what you need. The principle is simple. These medicines are enough for now, just to handle emergencies." Su-yi looked at her deeply, then instinctively ruffled her hair. "Don't worry, I'll handle it." Jiang Miao nodded. She watched Su-yi leave the house. Outside, a crowd had already knelt on the ground. The sky was gloomy, with a faint sign of rain or snow. The cold wind was piercing, yet these people wore thin clothes. Some even wrapped themselves in burlap sacks. If they weren't forced to do this, they probably wouldn't. Su-yi sighed silently. He repeated the previous words to them before going door to door to check on the patients, giving medicines based on the severity of their conditions. After walking around, it was already noon. His 2 boxes of medicine were nearly empty. A few families still couldn't get any medicine, so he told them, "I'll try to find another way, but I can't promise I'll get more medicine." When he returned, he told Jiang Miao the situation. She immediately took out more medicines for Su-yi. He took the supplies and drove to the inner city first, then came back to deliver medicines to those families. The busy morning turned into afternoon. At this time, Cold rain began to fall, mixed with small hailstones that quickly melted on the ground. Soo-yi parked the car, and as soon as he opened the door to enter the house, he smelled a strong beef aroma. He immediately closed the door tightly and hurried to the backyard. Jiang Miao was cooking. Hearing the noise, she looked over and smiled at Soo-yi, saying, "Wash your hands. It's almost time to eat. I made beef noodles today with cabbage leaves, spring vegetables, and 2 eggs. You should eat the spring vegetables quickly. If you leave them too long, who knows how long they'll last." Soo-yi stared at the steaming, fragrant noodles in the pot, his throat moving slightly as he asked innocently, "Why put eggs in? Isn't it better to keep them for hatching chicks?" Jiang Miao smiled gently. "You'll see when you go to the breeding area later. I picked some eggs with fertilized embryos for nesting. The ones without fertilization are saved for eating slowly. The weather is cold, and hens don't lay eggs easily. You might have to wait until winter passes to eat them. You should cherish them." Soo-yi didn't understand these things. He simply listened to Jiang Miao. The noodles were ready. He served a bowl, took a sip of hot broth, and instantly felt warmth spread from his stomach to every part of his body. Then he took a bite of the fresh, tender cabbage, an indescribably wonderful taste. While enjoying himself, Soo-yi unconsciously ate a large bowl of noodles, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. Jiang Miao filled another bowl for him. After finishing 2 large bowls, he was completely satisfied. He casually took the empty bowl from Jiang Miao, helped wash the dishes, and then asked, "Aren't you planning to sell these vegetables from the field?" Jiang Miao nodded slowly. "Winter is okay. If they can be stored or blanched and frozen into blocks, they can last through the cold winter. That way, we'll have enough vegetables to eat." Listening to Jiang Miao's plans, Soo-yi couldn't help but admire her ability to manage daily life well. The two returned to the living room. As they listened to the rustling sounds on the roof, the room's temperature suddenly dropped. Jiang Miao guessed it was snowing and hurried to boil water. She said to Soo-yi, "Take a good shower later, change into warm clothes. I'll wash your dirty clothes. Otherwise, if the water pipes freeze next time, it will be impossible to wash clothes."
Soo-yi nodded obediently.
Watching Jiang Miao busy, he decided to go out and help bring back some large water tanks. After Jiang Miao finished treating the tap water and boiled it, Soo-yi carried 7 or 8 large water tanks toward the breeding area. She quickly went to help. It takes a day or 2 to fill all those tanks with water. By the time Soo-yi left, it wasn't finished. As soon as Soo-yi left, Jiang Miao hurriedly signed in 1 batch of radiation purification liquid. Even after using everything, it's not enough. She still has to dig into her stored supplies. These radiation purification liquids are essential for her survival. When the supply runs low, she starts to panic. So, for the past few days, she has been constantly checking in for medicine and radiation purification liquids. Unknowingly, the cold winter has arrived. Jiang Miao hasn't opened her door again and doesn't know how much snow has piled up outside her home. Fortunately, the area management clears the snow every 3 days, so her door won't be buried. During the winter, she doesn't worry about food, and there's nothing else to trouble her. With nothing to do, Jiang Miao begins to miss Soo-yi. Although Soo-yi is not very talkative, mostly she talks and he listens. Having someone company is better than being alone at home all day and night. Living in such an environment for a long time can lead to depression. Just as Jiang Miao is thinking about how to pass the time, her smartwatch suddenly beeps. It's Grandma Ji. She quickly answers the call. Grandma Ji's anxious and helpless crying is heard. Meow meow. Xiao-yi says she has a stomach ache and might be going into labor. I can't contact Zhangcheng, so I need your help. Can you ask Soo-yi to tell Zhangcheng to come back quickly? Jiang Miao almost falls off the bed in shock. Grandma, don't worry. I'll find Soo-yi right away. What's wrong with Xiao-yi? Why is she about to give birth all of a sudden? When did Xiao-yi get pregnant? Jiang Miao keeps recalling but realizes she has no memory of it. Grandma Ji's crying becomes even more heartbreaking. Xiao-yi doesn't understand either. Usually, everyone wears loose clothes, so it's hard to tell. I only noticed it when summer was almost over. When I asked her if she was pregnant, she didn't know, and I don't know when she got pregnant either. During that time, the city had a serious infectious disease, so I didn't dare let Zhongqing take her out to see a doctor. Now I don't know if she's about to give birth or not. What should I do?
Boo-hoo.
Zhang Miao immediately knew that Grandma Ji was panicking and disconnected the call to contact Sui. To her surprise, she also couldn't reach Sui. She felt very anxious. She put on 2 pairs of fleece-lined down pants, a thick down jacket, a hat, gloves, and the fleece-lined rain boots Sui had prepared for her. She also wore a large, wide raincoat over everything, fully armed. She carried a bag of compressed biscuits and dried beef, then stepped outside. The wind and snow were raging outside, and the weather was gloomy. The snow's radiation level on the first day was definitely too high, but the levels would decrease over time. She didn't have the time to measure that now. She headed towards Zhou Lantian's house. After knocking for a while, someone finally opened the door. At first, Zhou Lantian didn't recognize Zhang Miao until she spoke. Only then did he realize, "Why did you go out? Is there an emergency?" Zhang Miao hadn't left the house for over a month. He thought she would wait until winter passed before appearing. She didn't have time to say much and anxiously asked, "Big brother Zhou, do you know anyone nearby who can deliver babies?" Granny said Xiao Yi has a stomach ache, and it seems she's about to give birth. She's very worried. Zhou Lantian was stunned for a moment, probably surprised that someone was pregnant at this time. For a brief moment he was panicked, but after a while he quickly responded, "I used to study medicine, so I know a little. My wife studied nursing in a vocational school. We might be able to help, but with this weather, I'm worried Yishui can't go out easily." Yishui had been seriously ill before and was still a bit weak. The family had no good medicine to help her recover, and because of winter, food was rationed. Yishui didn't dare eat much and had been enduring it all this time. Without hesitation, Zhang Miao handed him a bag. "This is some food, as a thank you for helping us. There are also warm clothes at home. Wait here, I'll go back and get them. Is that okay?" Yes, as long as you can go out," Zhou Lantian replied. Zhang Miao quickly turned to leave. Meanwhile, Zhou Lantian also quickly closed the door, placed the items on the table, and saw they were all sealed in plastic bags, so he couldn't tell what they were. He then said to Yishui, "These are for Miao Miao. They should be cookies. I don't know what these are, but I'll open one and let you try." Yishui hurriedly stopped him. "I'm not hungry right now. Don't waste them," Zhou Lantian insisted. When he opened the bag, a strong beef aroma quickly spread out. The couple's eyes lit up. Zhou Lantian looked very excited. "It's meat. It can nourish the body. You should eat it quickly." Yishui looked at the beef close to her mouth, her eyes turning red. "Let's eat together." Zhou Lantian shook his head seriously. "Stop talking nonsense. Eat quickly. Miao Miao is almost here with clothes. We'll put them on and go see. After all, 2 lives are at stake." Yishui could only obediently eat the beef jerky. Before she finished, Zhang Miao brought over a long men's down jacket.
"Try this on."
Yishui didn't fuss and put on the clothes. The 3 of them hurried out and headed to the Shantytown District D. When they arrived at the Ji family, they saw Ji Xiaoyi lying on the bed, groaning, with a pale face. Jian Miao looked at Ji Xiaoyi with a frightened expression and quickly stepped forward to hold her hand. "Don't worry. Brother Zhou and Sister Yi are doctors. They will find a way to help you." Ji Xiaoyi cried and nodded helplessly. Zhou Lantian is not an obstetrician, so he asked Yishui to check Ji Xiaoyi. But Yishui was not much better. After examining her, she only knew that Ji Xiaoyi was about to give birth and didn't understand what to do. She immediately turned her head, grabbed Jian Miao's hand, and said urgently, "I know someone in the F zone of the shanty town. If she's still alive, she can probably help. But everyone in the F zone is old, weak, sick, or disabled. It's so cold today, I'm not sure she can hold on." The F zone of the shanty town is the most special part of the entire area. Girls like Jian Miao, who are alone but can still contribute to human reproduction, are given some special treatment by the government, such as being assigned strong partners and larger shanty houses. But the old, weak, sick, or disabled who are alone are different. They can't contribute to the government, and the current government can't afford to support them. They are only given a place to live, left to fend for themselves. It's said that people die in the F-zone every day. It's a topic everyone knows but avoids talking about. Jian Miao's heart sank. She hurriedly asked, "Who is she? What's her name?"
Yi Shui looked at Zhou Lantian.
Zhou Lantian sighed slightly and said thoughtfully, "Her name is Su Baihui. She is a very skilled obstetrician. We met her during our escape years ago. At that time, Su Baihui still had her husband, son, daughter-in-law, and a little grandson. The escape was chaotic. First, her grandson went missing. Then her daughter-in-law, who had lost her baby, went crazy. One morning, she suddenly went berserk and ran away, and she couldn't be found. Her son couldn't handle and chose to end his life. Only Su Baihui and her elderly parents remained. In a short time, they experienced such a big change that they almost couldn't survive. Our team took turns comforting them. Everyone supported each other, and they gradually recovered. But unfortunately, in the last year of the disaster, Su Baihui's husband died of illness. Since then, she has been like a walking corpse. She does whatever others do, as if she doesn't care. If she can live, she lives. If she can't, she dies. She accepts everything, wearied, numb, indifferent to everything. Yi Shui's eyes were slightly red. Our abilities are limited, and we can't take care of so many people. We can only keep an eye out when we scavenge. As long as someone comes, it's fine. Later, I got sick and Lan Tian didn't take anyone out. I don't know her current situation either. Also, after those events, she became a bit closed off and doesn't talk much to others. Even if we ask her to help, she might not agree. That was also why they didn't tell Jiang Miao about Su Baihui right away. Jiang Miao said decisively, "Brother Zhou, please take me to find Su Baihui. I want to ask her." Zhou Lantian agreed, but looked very serious. "It's hard to say if she's still there. I'll take you to check." The two of them disappeared into the snowstorm, hopeful eyes on Granny G. The distance from Shantytown Area D to Area E was a bit far. The snow already reached their ankles. They stepped carefully, taking more than 10 minutes to reach Su Baihui's home. The house in Area F was even smaller, looking like a refugee camp. They knocked for a long time before hearing movement inside. Zhou Lantian was worried Su Baihui was in trouble. He gritted his teeth and pushed hard, and the door suddenly opened. Cold wind and snow rushed into the room. The small room had only an old iron bed, with piles of clutter beside it. Everything was visible. Su Baihui was lying on the iron bed, covered with a tattered, dirty cotton quilt. Underneath were plastic bags and cloth. Her white hair was dirty and messy. It was the sound of her turning over just now. Zhou Lantian hurried forward, looking relieved. "Auntie, luckily you're okay." Jiang Miao quickly closed the door, leaving only a small gap. Su Baihui looked at Zhou Lantian and the unfamiliar Jiang Miao, her voice hoarse as she asked, "What are you here for?" Zhou Lantian couldn't wait to tell her about Ji Xiaoyi. "Auntie, that girl is very anxious. Xiao Shui and I are at a loss. We had to come ask you. If you want food, clothes, or medicine, just tell Jiang Miao. If she can do it, she probably won't refuse." Jiang Miao nodded seriously. "Grandma Su, I beg you to help Xiaoyi. No matter if you want food, clothes, or medicine, I can give it to you." Such big words. "Little girl, you don't look over 20, Su Baihui replied slowly, like chatting with family. "This is a shanty town in the outer city. Everyone here is a powerless survivor. We just stick together for warmth. What makes you think you can guarantee anything?" Zhou Lantian hurriedly said, "Auntie, Miao Miao's man is the team leader of the mercenary group. He's very capable. During the recent epidemic, many people almost didn't make it. It was her husband's help that saved many of us, including Yi Shui."
She was also saved by him.
Su Baihui gradually stopped acting indifferent and looked seriously at Jiang Miao. "Can you really agree to any condition I ask?" Jiang Miao hesitated for a moment, then nodded firmly. "As long as your request is reasonable, I can do it." Su Baihui smiled, thinking about her only concern. Her eyes suddenly turned red. Ever since my husband passed away, I haven't wanted to live. These past 3 years, I've just been going through the motions. If it weren't for worrying about my grandson and daughter-in-law, I probably wouldn't have lasted until now. Since your husband is a mercenary, I have only one request. Help me find out what happened to my daughter-in-law and grandson. I want to know whether they are alive or gone. Su-yi wasn't here, so Jiang Miao didn't dare to be too confident. She quickly said, Grandma Su, I understand your request. Don't worry, I will definitely ask Su-yi for help. Even if he doesn't help, Zhang Cheng will. He's also the team leader of the mercenary group. Xiao-yi is his wife. You saved Xiao-yi and the child, so Zhang Cheng will surely want to repay your life-saving kindness. Also, I can help you get through this cold winter. After all, you need to stay alive first to keep waiting, right? This promise seemed more suitable for her. Indeed, Su Baihui was moved, but outside, the snowstorm was so strong she really couldn't go out. Jiang Miao immediately took off her down jacket and down pants to give to her. She thought, since she was already wearing so many clothes, she could still manage for a while. Zhou Lantian sighed in relief and carried Su Baihui out the door. When they arrived at the Ji family's place, Ji Xiao-yi looked even paler. Su Baihui looked at her briefly and calmly ordered, She's too weak now. Boil some hot water and prepare easy-to-digest food. It needs to be hot. First, feed her something. I don't have surgical tools on hand, but I might need them later. Jiang Miao had brought a few sets of surgical instruments, simple scalpels, scissors, sutures, and so on. She hurriedly grabbed Grandma Ji, who was panicking, and said, Grandma, I have those tools at home. I'll go back and get them now. You go boil some water. I'll also bring some food. Then she looked at Su Baihui. Auntie Su, is there anything else you need besides the surgical tools? It would be better if there was disinfectant, Su Baihui replied. Jiang Miao immediately turned and left. Zhou Lantian and his wife were very worried, but at this moment, besides helping with some heavy chores, they couldn't do much else. After about half an hour, Jiang Miao finally returned. She was carrying many things in her hands and had a large bag of unknown items on her back. Yi Shui quickly went forward to help. Jiang Miao said thoughtfully, In the bag, there's water, a bag of rice, surgical tools and disinfectant for Aunt Su, antibiotics and anti-inflammatory medicine. The last bag has food, brown sugar, dried beef, blanched cabbage, and compressed biscuits. That should be enough, right? Everyone in the room was amazed when they saw these items. Su Baihui became more convinced that Jiang Miao was extraordinary. First, those medical tools and medicines weren't easy for an ordinary person to get. It seemed she had high hopes for her request. Thinking of this, Su Baihui gathered her courage. She asked Yi Shui to help her cut Jiang Miao's messy hair and carefully wash her hands. There were toiletries in the Ji family. In the past, Granny Ji rarely washed her hands like this, but now she didn't care about anything else. As long as she could save her granddaughter, she was willing to use all the water. After Su Baihui finished washing her hands and boiled some water, she made a cup of brown sugar water and gently fed it to Ji Xiaoyi, who was exhausted. Once Ji Xiaoyi relaxed and regained some strength, they checked her stomach and explained what to do next. At this time, Zhou Lantian automatically avoided going to the backyard and helped cook. He boiled the rice into red sugar porridge. During this, Ji Xiaoyi ate a big bowl, clearly very hungry. While she ate, everyone else unconsciously swallowed hard but didn't say anything. By the time it was past 9 at night, after a day of fussing, the sound of a crying baby came from the shed. Everyone relaxed. Su Baihui quickly handled the baby, carefully wrapped her, and placed her beside Ji Xiaoyi. Then she left the room. Jiang Miao hurriedly helped her sit down. Grandma, you worked hard. Su Baihui smiled wryly. I'm too old and useless. Luckily, the mother cooperated, the baby's position was correct, and she delivered smoothly. There were some tears, but it's not a big problem. It might even not need treatment. Considering the current conditions are really bad and Miao provided the surgical tools, I sewed her up with 2 stitches. The wound will probably hurt for a few days, so she needs careful care. She explained all the precautions to Granny Ji, who was now calm. Because her granddaughter's life was at stake, she listened very carefully. She repeated the instructions twice. After Su Baihui nodded, she finally showed a relieved smile and gratefully looked at Jiang Miao and the others.
Thanks to you all today.
If it weren't for your help, my silly granddaughter wouldn't know what might have happened. When Zhang Cheng returns, I will make sure he thanks you properly. Jiang Miao quickly stood up. Grandma, you take care of Xiao Yi first. It's something to thank you for later. But Su Grandma really needs some help now. When Zhang Cheng comes back, just ask him to find Su Grandma. Of course, of course.
Grandma nodded repeatedly to promise.
Su Baihui was very pleased with their attitude and was about to leave. Grandma Ji hurriedly stopped her. Wait a moment, there's still some food in the pot. Eat a bit before you go. Everyone shook their heads at the same time. Those foods were very precious, better kept for the women after childbirth. Thinking of this, Su Baihui reminded them again, if possible, give the new mother some brown sugar water and nourishing food. If she doesn't have enough milk, it can be a big problem. Hearing this, Grandma Ji no longer insisted. The group left the Ji family. Zhou Lantian took the initiative to carry Su Baihui on his back. Outside, the snow was already 5 or 6 centimeters thick. Every step required lifting the feet high. Jiang Miao wore knee-high rain boots and was not worried at all. Zhou Lantian and Yi Shui only had plastic bags over their shoes, and with each step, their feet nearly froze. The two gritted their teeth and quickened their pace. At the E-block of the shantytown, Zhou Lantian told them to go back first. He would take Su Baihui home and then return. Yi Shui shivered from the cold, nodded, and walked with Jiang Miao. When they reached the door, she pretended to take off her down jacket to give to Jiang Miao. Jiang Miao refused. Thanks to sister-in-law, brother Zhou, and Grandma Su for their help today. Keep your down jacket for now. Let's get through this winter first. Thank you, Yi Shui said gratefully. They both opened the door at the same time and also closed it simultaneously. Back home, Jiang Miao felt like she had come alive again. Only after relaxing did she realize she was very hungry. She hurried to the kitchen to light a fire, boil water, and cook some noodles to warm her stomach. Thinking that Yi Shui and Zhou Lantian hadn't eaten all day, she cooked a little extra. When the noodles were ready, she took a bowl of soup from the house and quietly went next door. Zhou Lantian had just arrived home. Before he even sat down, he hurriedly went to open the door. Jiang Miao didn't bother to say more. After entering, she said, I cooked some food. Brother Zhou and sister-in-law probably haven't eaten. I prepared this specially for you. No need, no need. We'll just make some radish soup. Yi Shui quickly refused politely. Jiang Miao stubbornly set down the basin. Anyway, I've already prepared everything. If you don't eat, it's a waste. Just borrow the basin for now, and you can return it later. As he spoke, Jiang Miao turned to leave, not giving them a chance to stop him. After Jiang Miao left, the couple looked at each other in surprise. Zhou Lantian turned on the energy lamp and saw steaming noodles, smelling the aroma of beef. He was filled with emotion. Ah Shui, this pot has good food. Eat more, and you'll get better quickly. Today, they had been out for most of the day. Although Yi Shui caught a cold, Jiang Miao was generous, bringing both a down jacket and such delicious food. So it was worth it. He had a feeling that as long as they maintained good relations with Jiang Miao and his wife, their future would get better and better. Yi Shui was both surprised and happy. She turned to get bowls and chopsticks. You should eat some too. By the way, should we save some for Aunt Su? Zhou Lantian nodded. This big pot is enough for 3 people. Miao Miao probably included Aunt Su's share. I'll go out again. Yi Shui quickly helped divide some noodles. Meanwhile, Jiang Miao finished eating and tried to call Su Yi, but couldn't get through. She could only lie down worriedly. After what felt like a long time, her smartwatch beeped. She looked at her wrist and saw it was a call from Su Yi. She answered quickly. Su Yi's urgent and steady voice came through. Miao Miao, what's wrong? He had just finished a mission. Previously, he was in an area with no signal and couldn't receive any messages. As soon as he got a signal, he contacted Jiang Miao immediately. Jiang Miao asked back, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Jiang Miao breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "What about Zhang Cheng? Are you with him?" "Auntie couldn't reach him yesterday." Su Yi hesitated. "We're not together right now, but we did go on the same mission."
"Why do you ask about him?"
Jiang Miao said in a low voice, "Yesterday, Xiao Yi gave birth. It was urgent. Auntie couldn't contact Zhang Cheng, so she asked me for help. I couldn't reach you either, so I finally asked Brother Zhou and Sister Yi for help. They introduced us to a top obstetrician, Aunt Su. Aunt Su's help allowed Xiao Yi to give birth to her son smoothly. But Aunt Su's help came with conditions. She wants us to help find her missing grandson and her missing daughter-in-law. I don't dare promise to do everything myself. I think if Zhang Qing comes back, he should go see Aunt Su and understand the situation carefully." Sui patiently listened to Jiang Miao and then smiled to comfort him. "This small request is nothing compared to 2 lives. Zhang Cheng is still on a mission and probably won't return soon. I'll go back to the mercenary group first and then head home." "Is there anything missing at home?" Jiang Miao honestly replied, "To ask for their help, I gave away one of my down jackets and a pair of down pants. I also gave Yi Shui's wife one of your long down jackets." "I understand. You stay at home and wait. I'll be there later," Sui said. After hanging up, Sui frowned deeply. Tang Zheng, who was driving, saw Sui's serious expression in the rearview mirror. He spoke earnestly. "Boss, Captain Zhang was injured, right? Why did you hide that from his wife just now?" Sui sighed in relief. "You heard it too. Zhang Cheng's wife just had a baby. If they found out Zhang Cheng was hurt now, she might not handle it well. It's better to keep it quiet for now and tell her later." Just then, Sui's communicator rang again. "Sui, Zhang Cheng's condition is serious. The group's antibiotics and anti-inflammatory medicines are gone. Old Xiao has gone to find some. I heard you had a lot of medicine before. Do you still have some?" The speaker was Ma Jichao, the doctor from the mercenary group. Earlier, Sui had helped Jiang Miao sell a lot of medicine, so the news had already spread quietly. Sui thought of Jiang Miao and nodded immediately. "There's a little left at home. Wait for me, I'll go get it now. Can I ask Lin Zhao to drive us there directly?" Ma Jichao looked especially anxious. It seemed Zhang Cheng's condition was really serious. Sui agreed and immediately told Tang Zheng to speed up toward home. Their car just arrived and Ma Jichao and his team also showed up. They arrived in an ambulance with Zhang Cheng on board. Sui hurried forward and asked, "Dr. Ma, what medicines do you need?" "Antibiotics, and if there are any other topical medicines, that would be better," Ma Jichao said seriously, leaning out his head. Sui quickly opened the door and led Tang Zheng inside. This was Tang Zheng's first time at Sui's home. He had always thought that the houses in the shanty town were small, broken, and dirty. But as soon as he entered, he saw Sui changing his shoes, and he didn't know where to put his feet. Feeling unsure of himself, Jiang Miao, with loose hair and wearing a down jacket, came out with his hands in his pockets. Tang Zheng hadn't seen such a clean woman in a long time. He was stunned for a moment before realizing what to say. Blushing, he hurriedly greeted sister-in-law. Jiang Miao smiled shyly. "Come in and sit. No need to take off your shoes." No, I just came to take a quick look. Sister-in-law's house is really clean, haha." "Haha," Tang Zheng said awkwardly. Jiang Miao didn't know how to respond. At this moment, Su Yi briefly explained Zhang Cheng's injury. Jiang Miao learned that Su Yi was here to get medicine, so he didn't delay. He immediately opened the storage room door and led Su Yi inside. "See what you need, help yourself." Su Yi saw a full cabinet of medicines, and his pupils shrank. He glared at Tang Zheng, who was about to enter the storage room, and said, "Stay outside and watch. Don't come in." Tang Zheng pouted. "Got it, boss." He stepped outside. Su Yi lowered his voice and asked, "Where are the antibiotics? Do you have any topical disinfectants or similar medicines?" Zhang Cheng was bitten, and the wound was badly torn. The rescue vehicle can perform surgery, but most of the medicines are used up. Jiang Miao raised an eyebrow. What was he bitten by? A mutated, raging cheetah. It fought back fiercely in its last moments. Although it was almost dead, it nearly bit off Zhang Cheng's arm. Su Yi didn't hide the truth from Jiang Miao. Jiang Miao's face turned pale. He took 10 boxes of antibiotics and 2 large bottles of topical disinfectant, handing them to Su Yi. Take these out first. I still have hemostatic powder and detox pills. I'll look for more. These 2 medicines are not used often, and the quantity from the system is limited. He had hidden them in a corner, so it wasn't easy to find them now. Su Yi quickly took the medicines and kicked Tang Zheng, who was sitting comfortably on the sofa, saying, "Hurry up and give these medicines to Dr. Ma." Tang Zheng was startled and jumped up, exclaiming, "Oh my God! Boss, how come you have so many medicines hidden here?" Jiang Miao, inside the storage, felt tense. He overheard Su Yi explaining, "My wife found a pharmacy last time, as you know. The medicines sold there are just part of what we need. We have to keep some for emergencies. Right now, this is all we could find. My wife is still looking for more. Take these medicines out first." Tang Zheng heard Jiang Miao searching through things and automatically assumed there wasn't much. He gratefully said to Jiang Miao, "Sister-in-law, thank you. We all know medicines are priceless. The mercenary group won't take advantage of you. Just go. Stop wasting time."
수익이게 Tang Zengkagain.
This time, Tang Zheng really ran away. Jiang Miao heaved a sigh of relief and handed the remaining 2 types of medicines to Su Yi. "That's all we have. The others aren't suitable." Su Yi nodded solemnly and advised, "First, tidy up the storage room, lock all the cabinets, and lock the doors. Don't answer any questions they ask. I will handle it." Jiang Miao nodded repeatedly. With Su Yi here, she didn't need to worry. Meanwhile, Tang Zheng, who handed the medicine to Ma Jichao, stayed by the rescue vehicle, ready at any moment. Lin Zhao was assisting Ma Jichao. They opened the medicines and found only the names on the packages, with nothing else. Their faces darkened immediately. "Tang Zheng, what's going on with this medicine? Is it real or fake? If there's a problem, it can't be used on people." Tang Zheng had no idea. "Dr. Ma, this was given to me by our boss. He's here now, ask him." Su Yi already knew Ma Jichao would doubt this. He calmly got into the vehicle and said thoughtfully, "These medicines were found by my wife. The original packaging was damaged and very dirty. I had someone make new packaging to tell them apart. You know how things are in the inner city. They did a good job considering the circumstances. We can't ask for more." There was a manufacturing factory in the inner city that mostly took government or large organization orders. They rarely accepted private orders, and if they did, there were many restrictions and high costs. For example, printing 3 characters versus 5 characters on a box would cost different amounts, with extra charges for additional characters. Ma Jichao and Lin Zhao shook their heads at the same time. Lin Zhao muttered softly, "Inner city really is like that. This is medicine, and they're so stingy. It's really unreasonable." They were unhappy with the factory's rules, but trusted Su Yi. They reluctantly opened the medicine. While Zhang Cheng was still somewhat conscious, Ma Jichao said, "This medicine was found by Su Yi's team. It's the best we can get now. I'll do my best to save you, but I can't guarantee the outcome. You need to be strong." Zhang Cheng responded very softly, seeming close to losing consciousness. At this critical moment, Su Yi spoke. "Yesterday, Ji Xiaoyi had a son. She couldn't contact you. It was Miao Miao who asked for help to keep the mother and child safe. Don't you want to see your newborn son?" As soon as he said this, Zhang Cheng, who was nearly fainting, miraculously opened one eye slightly, his mouth moving as if he wanted to speak but couldn't. Just then, Ma Jichao made a move. Severe pain struck, and Zhang Cheng shouted loudly, beads of sweat covering his forehead. The surgery was still ongoing. Su Yi kept a close eye, not daring to relax for a moment. After Ma Jichao and Lin Zhao finished treating the wound, Su Yi quickly fed Zhang Cheng a detoxification pill. Ma Jichao and Lin Zhao each packed their things, not noticing this. As the medicine took effect, Zhang Cheng's half-blackened face surprisingly started to return to normal. Soon after, he kept farting, and the smell was so bad that even the rescue vehicle couldn't stay. Lin Zhao quickly turned on the exhaust system. They detected that Zhang Cheng's health indicators were gradually returning to normal, and the three of them all sighed in relief. Ma Zhiqiao looked at the remaining medicine, his face turning red. Su-yi, can I buy the rest of this medicine? Don't worry, I'll pay whatever the market price is. I won't treat you unfairly. Su-yi nodded without saying much. Ma Zhiqiao and Lin Zhao were both very happy. Since Zhang Cheng still needed observation, the rescue vehicle quickly left the shantytown. Somewhere in the sky, snowflakes started falling again. Su-yi went inside and returned the remaining detox pills and hemostatic powder to Jiang Miao, whispering, I didn't give these out. Zhang Cheng's treatment went smoothly. If all goes well, he'll be home in 3 or 4 days. I'm going to the mercenary guild first, and I'll bring back what's missing for you. Jiang Miao nodded slightly, watched Su-yi's car leave, then turned to close the door.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing 60% of territory development. Detected that the host is kind and helpful, saving a life, gaining the favor of 3 people, and earning 1 loyalty. Today's check-in items: A. Food, B. Drinking water, C. Daily necessities, D. Plant and animal growth aid, E. Building materials, F. Poultry feed, G. Soil improvement, H. Survival medicine, I. High-tech equipment. Please make your choice. High-tech equipment? A new option. Jiang Miao thought for a moment and said, I choose I. High-tech equipment. Okay, system is checking in. Congratulations. The host has checked in a tap water radiation purifier. Installing it at the water outlet of the tap can remove radiation and harmful substances from the water, making it truly safe for drinking. After the system finished speaking, Jiang Miao waited for a while, but didn't see the radiation purifier. She paused, then suddenly had an idea, quickly getting up and running to the backyard. Sure enough, she found a machine next to the backyard tap, with an instruction manual included. Before she could figure it out, Su-yi returned. Jiang Miao hurriedly pulled him over to study it together. Can you install this? What is this? Here is the improved and simplified version of your text. Su-yi read the installation instructions and saw the words tap water radiation purifier. His heart suddenly beat faster, and he looked at Jiang Miao in disbelief. Where did you get this? Jiang Miao said nothing. Su-yi took a deep breath. All right, let me put it this way. This thing is very rare, even in the city center. Only special people can use it. Jiang Miao looked up at Su-yi with concern in her eyes. She smiled and said, This was a gift from someone. I can't tell you who, but I will get many more good things in the future. Can you keep this a secret for me? Su-yi looked at her steadily for a few seconds, then helplessly rubbed his forehead. Haven't I always done that? He then started installing the tap water radiation purifier and told Jiang Miao, I brought back 2 sets of down jackets, including tops and pants. I also brought plenty of food. Also, Dr. Ma, who gave me those medicines, transferred 80,000 points to me. If that's not enough, I can ask him for more. That's enough. That's plenty, Jiang Miao said excitedly. She hadn't expected to sell those medicines for points, and now the system had rewarded her with a tap water radiation purifier. The 80,000 points were a big gain. Why would she be unhappy? After Su-yi finished installing the purifier, Jiang Miao packed up her things. This time, Su-yi brought her 2 sets of down jackets, a big bag of wool sweaters, coats, and pants for winter, a box of dried pork from the city center, 2 large bags of white radishes, and many seasonings. The most surprising thing for Jiang Miao was a small bag of seeds, which looked unimportant. She carried the items to find Su-yi. What are these seeds? Jiang Miao noticed that besides the 2 large potatoes and sweet potatoes and a few corn kernels, she didn't recognize the rest. Su-yi honestly shook his head. I don't know either. Recently, we completed a mission and caught a group of mutated wild goats. We sold all these things at the city center trading area. They gave us a thank you gift, a bag of seeds. Jiang Miao was confused. Aren't mutated animals usually dealt with on the spot? Su-yi shook his head. Only the aggressive, crazy mutants are dealt with immediately. Those wild goats are different. After mutation, they doubled in size, became gentle, and didn't attack. Their shape stayed stable, probably after several generations of breeding. Originally, we could trade with the Research Institute ourselves. Now, selling to them means they can make some money too.
They're happy about that.
Jiang Miao understood, but was still a bit confused. Why do you want the people in the inner city to make this money? Su Yi said thoughtfully, the people at the Research Institute are strange and hard to approach. We're not even sure if they have special abilities. Interacting with them is risky. It's better to deal directly with the traders in the market area, since at least they follow the trading rules. Jiang Miao suddenly understood. After clearing up her confusion, she quickly put aside the issue and turned around to go back inside. She packed a big basin of flour. I plan to make pancakes later and cook some porridge. I'll send some to the Ji family and also give some to Grandma Su and Brother Zhou. Plus, I can check if the tap water is really purified. Su Yi couldn't help but laugh at Jiang Miao's carefree attitude. It seemed his little test didn't get through to her at all. Oh well, from now on, I'll be more careful. That's enough. Jiang Miao had no idea that Su Yi had thought so much in such a short time. She curiously looked at the modified tap and asked, where does this energy come from? Su Yi pointed to the roof. It's converted from solar or light energy. When I installed the strong light bulbs earlier, I also put in an energy converter on the roof, so it can be used directly. Jiang Miao nodded in understanding. She turned on the tap carefully and filled a basin. After testing, she found it was truly radiation-free and smiled immediately. Su Yi was secretly amazed. Even knowing how effective this device was, seeing the results still felt incredible. If this thing could be widely used. He quickly shook his head. Such devices are rare even in the city center. How could they be common? Seeing Jiang Miao start a fire, Su Yi hurried to fetch some firewood. After the fire was lit and boiling, the basin of water Jiang Miao had filled was also ready. She poured all the water into a pot and pondered, if possible, next time, bring back a bigger iron pot. I'm boiling some water now, and later I'll bottle it to give to people. Su Yi understood her meaning. They worked together quickly and managed to boil the entire basin of water. The weather was warm, so the water cooled down after a while. Then it was time to bottle the water. Su Yi just finished, and Jiang Miao's vegetable pancakes were almost ready. There was a whole big basin of pancakes, probably 10 or 20 in total. Seeing that they couldn't fit much more, Su Yi stood up and said, I'll take some to the Ji family first, then go see Grandma Su. Jiang Miao nodded in agreement. She still needed to keep making pancakes, so it was perfect for Su Yi to deliver them. Before leaving, Jiang Miao asked Su Yi to bring 5 jin of red sugar to Ji Xiaoyi. Su Yi carried a bunch of things to Shedu District E. Grandma Ji opened the door and, seeing Su Yi, was both happy and surprised. Su Yi, can I ask you about Zhang Cheng's whereabouts? I haven't been able to contact him since yesterday. He's never been like this before. She didn't know what was happening. Since Sun and V gave birth yesterday, she felt uneasy, as if something bad had happened. Fortunately, Sun and V's situation was safe, so now only her son-in-law was unreachable. If she didn't have to take care of her granddaughter and great-grandson, she would have gone out to look for him. Su Yi held Grandma Ji's arm to calm her down. Grandma, Zhang Cheng is out on a mission. You know, we often go out. If he's in a place without signal, no matter how you try to contact him, it won't work. I heard their team's mission will take about 3 or 4 days, so don't worry. Everything is fine. Grandma Ji didn't understand the details of the mission, but she knew some questions were best left unasked. She nodded hesitantly and then noticed the things Su Yi brought: red sugar, pancakes, and a bunch of water. She was momentarily speechless. These are prepared by Miao Miao, right? You've spent so much again. Grandma Ji blushed and felt embarrassed. Su Yi shook his head, not minding. Grandma, don't say that. Zhang Cheng is my brother. I naturally want to help take care of his family. Don't worry, he's doing very well and will be back in a few days. If there's nothing else, I need to go to other places. Grandma Ji nodded and personally saw Su Yi off. After returning home, Su Yi took the food Jiang Miao prepared for Su Baihui and went out again. This was his first time visiting Shedu District F. The dilapidation here exceeded his expectations. As he walked, apart from the sound of snow falling, he heard nothing else. When he found Su Baihui's shelter, he politely knocked on the door. Soon, an elderly man with white hair appeared. He was wearing Jiang Miao's down jacket and pants, so Su Yi could easily tell who he was. Hello, Grandma Su. I am Su Yi, Jiang Miao's partner. May I come in to talk?
수이 아스켓 폴리텔리.
The tall, strong man was almost as tall as the hut, giving a very imposing presence. Su Baihui saw Su Yi and was not afraid. In fact, she looked a bit happy. She stepped aside to let him in. Our home is simple and humble. Please bear with us, Mr. Su. Su Yi didn't mind at all. He lowered his head and entered the house, noticing that it was indeed messy and dirty. He put down his things and looked at Su Baihui thoughtfully, then said, "These are food items Miao Miao asked me to bring you." Zhang Cheng is the father of the child. He hasn't been able to come back these days. I am here on his behalf to thank you. Also, I can agree to the request you made. Later, tell me the details about them. When I go back, I will ask the mercenary group to help keep an eye out. As soon as there is any news, I will inform you immediately. Su Baihui looked happy and said, Okay. Okay. As long as you are willing to help me, no matter what the outcome is, I can accept it. She just wanted to leave without any worries. Su Yi sighed inwardly, his gaze falling on the food. He softly said, Please eat something while it's still warm. Grandma is very capable. Right now, the government is in chaos. Honestly, if you want, you can leave here anytime. Su Baihui paused, then forced a smile and shook her head. I lost my passion long ago. Besides, at my age, I can't even hold a knife properly. What can I do? I appreciate your kindness, but really, there's no need. She opened her bag and found it was filled with baked flatbreads and several bottles of water, looking a bit absent-minded. Sui explained, the flatbreads are freshly made and still warm. The water was boiled and cooled. Just heat it up and you can drink it directly. If you need anything else, just tell me. I may not be very capable, but I can help with food, clothing, and shelter. Su Baihui's weathered face showed more gratitude. I'm not lacking anything for now. I appreciate your kindness. Sui nodded and waited until Su Baihui explained the situation of her daughter-in-law and grandson before leaving. When he returned home, Zhang Miao had already sent a portion of flatbread and water to the neighbor. The two sat by the kitchen stove, warming themselves and eating. The peaceful feeling of those quiet days made Sui feel somewhat dazed. Zhang Miao broke the strange yet harmonious atmosphere first. What is the situation with Grandma Su's daughter-in-law and grandson? Sui pulled back his wandering thoughts and said slowly, her daughter-in-law is Jiang Yunru. She and her son Gu Shi are high school sweethearts. They dated from high school through college. After graduation, they got married and had a son named Gu Yi. When Gu Yi was 7, a disaster struck. Around the 6th year of the disaster, he went missing. According to Su Baihui, Gu Yi got separated from them while fleeing, and they haven't been able to find him since. Losing her son, Jiang Yunru's mental health worsened day by day. During the escape, everyone was too busy to comfort her patiently. Soon, she went crazy, saying she wanted to find her son, and she ran away unnoticed. Her whereabouts are now unknown. Gu Shi couldn't accept the fact that his wife and son were gone, so he chose to end his life. You probably know what happened afterward. If we do the math, Gu Yi should be about 20 years old now if he is still alive, and Jiang Yunru is around 45. Now, everyone is living without food or drink, struggling hard. Judging by their appearance, it might be hard to tell their true condition. Oh, by the way, Grandma Su showed me some photos she treasured. I asked her for 2 copies, and they're here. Later, I will have some printed and posted around. It's the most effective way. Jian Miao took the photos and looked at them carefully. She saw a picture of a man and woman in graduation gowns, probably taken when they graduated. Only in such special circumstances would they keep such photos. The other picture was a family portrait taken abroad. The little boy in the photo is about 6 or 7 years old, smiling brightly. The family looks very happy. However, this happiness was destroyed by a natural disaster. Jian Miao looked at the photos with some sadness and said thoughtfully, if you print the photos, please make a copy for me too. I can help ask around. Sure. Sui noticed she wasn't very enthusiastic and immediately changed the subject. When I visited the Ji family, I saw the newborn. Such weather is a tough test for new life, especially since their conditions are quite simple. Jian Miao's heart skipped a beat. What should we do? Don't worry. Grandma Ji isn't someone who gives up easily. She made arrangements before the snow fell. The 1-acre breeding area was used by Zhang Cheng, and they built 2 bedrooms and a large living room inside. The floor is covered with wooden planks about 10 centimeters thick, just like ours. The walls are similar, and they also covered several layers of waterproof plastic film. Honestly, their house is warmer than ours. Ji Xiaoyi and the children have already moved in. Grandma Ji is running back and forth. When Zhang Cheng doesn't come back, she stays next door. When he returns, she moves to the front room. Everything is very well thought out. Su Yi spoke with some envy. Although Jian Miao is very capable when he is not around, only she is at home. She has to handle everything herself. When something happens, no one can help quickly. This is why he often worries about her when on missions outside, sometimes fearing that bad people might target her, and other times worrying that she might have an accident at home, and he wouldn't be able to contact her in time. It would be nice if Jiang Miao also had an elder like Grandma Ji. Jiang Miao didn't know Su Yi's thoughts and nodded in agreement. If Grandma isn't smart, she wouldn't be able to protect us from so many dangers. That would make me feel better. In the future, I'll just send her some food now and then.
Sui similet.
You don't need to send things so often. When Zhang Qing comes back, you won't have to go there anymore. Jiang Miao nodded and was about to get up to wash the dishes, but Sui stopped her. I'll do it. You can go do what you want. Jiang Miao blinked and looked at the water flowing out of the tap. On impulse, she said, I want to take a good shower and wash my hair. Who knew how much she wanted to enjoy a proper, relaxing shower now? Although she had washed a few times before, those times were with diluted radiation purification liquid, and she tried to save water to avoid wasting the liquid. She never truly enjoyed a full, satisfying shower. Hearing this, Su Yi was a bit tempted too. Okay, I'll boil water. You go prepare some clean clothes. After you finish, I'll also take a good shower, and tomorrow I'll go gather firewood. Su Yi decided to have a wild shower with Jiang Miao. After they finished bathing, it was already completely dark. Sui took over the laundry and casually chatted with Jiang Miao. Every year when the snow melts and warms up, several refugee groups outside the city come to the government. Next year probably won't be any different. Jiang Miao paused, her hair drying, and raised an eyebrow. Will that affect our lives? Su Yi shook his head. It's still uncertain. You have to remember, winter is long and cold, and more people die than are born. When the weather warms up, government workers will go door to count the population and make adjustments. We don't know what new policies might come next year. Don't worry too much. You've helped the mercenary group several times. Old Zhao has talked to the planning department, so your house probably won't be touched. Su Yi's words didn't fully comfort Jiang Miao. Instead, they made her feel more anxious. Su Yi, can you help me find out how to get ownership of this house and land? Su Yi looked into Jiang Miao's big, clear eyes and was momentarily stunned before shifting his gaze away. He cleared his throat to hide his surprise. Land ownership belongs to the government. No one can really own the land, but you can apply for permanent or priority use rights. Usually, if you get the priority use right, the land is yours to control. As long as you don't do anything illegal on it, the government can't seize or interfere with it. Currently, the urban shantytown residents only have temporary rights to use the houses and land. The government can relocate them at any time. Tomorrow, I will help you find out more. There should be a way. Thank you, Jiang Miao said softly, feeling truly grateful to Sui. Sui reached out to help, but then realized it was inappropriate, so he withdrew his hand, feeling a bit awkward and scratching his head. Just then, the smart device rang. He quietly relaxed and immediately answered. Ma Jichao's excited voice came through. Su Yi, Zhang Cheng is no longer in danger and is awake. The medicine you gave was really effective. If there are more good medicines like that, let me know. I don't mind how many points it costs. Sui looked at Jiang Miao, who was smiling brightly, and asked relieved, "How is he now? How long will it take to recover? When can he go home?" Ma Jichao hesitated and replied annoyed, "Do you think I'm a fairy, or that he is? He was bitten by a cheetah and almost lost his life. It's lucky he's out of danger and awake now. Such serious injuries need at least 10 days or half a month to recover. I've already reported to Captain Zhao. Zhang Cheng doesn't need to go on missions this month. He should rest and recover in the team. Does he have to stay with a mercenary group all the time?" Su Yi asked with a frown. Ma Jichao pondered and said, "At least a week here for observation. After that, we'll see how he's doing. I just wanted to tell you so you wouldn't worry. Also, Captain Zhao asked me to tell you to rest at home for 3 days. After that, you can return to the team, and there will be new tasks. Things are busy lately, and we're short of people. If the resources weren't tight, he'd want to recruit more. By the way, get me 2 assistants. Lin Zhao alone can't handle everything. All right, I won't bother you anymore. We'll talk when you return." Sui ended the call with a sigh of helplessness. "Looks like you'll need to find an excuse to explain." Jiang Miao smiled wryly and shook his head. Probably Zhang Qing already told Grandma and them. They might already know. I don't need to make excuses. Indeed. Su Yi also felt a bit speechless. After packing up, they each went back to their rooms. Su Yi took out the blankets from the cabinet, laid one on the bed, and covered it with another. Soon the bed was warm. He let out a comfortable sigh and quickly fell asleep. The next day, Zhang Miao got up early and cooked a big pot of porridge. He packed some to visit the Ji family's grandparents and grandchildren, bringing some rice to make rice soup for the children. Su Yi still needed to go to the inner city to gather information. After sending Zhang Miao outside the Ji family's door, she left. As soon as Zhang Miao entered the house, she saw Grandma Ji with red eyes. She quickly put down her things and asked with concern, "Grandma, what's wrong?" Grandma Ji looked toward the breeding area, pulled Zhang Miao to sit down, and lowered her voice. "Yesterday, Zhang Cheng got back to me. He said he was injured on a mission and couldn't come home for now. I asked what happened, but he was vague and wouldn't say much, just that he'd return in some time. I'm worried and didn't want Xiao Yi to know, so I kept it inside. It's really hard to bear. I just want us to live a good life, but it's so difficult. I lost my son and daughter-in-law when I was young, and I've been taking care of my granddaughter. After all the hardships, I just want her to grow up happily, get married, and have children. But right after Xiao Yi had her baby, Zhang Cheng got into trouble."
Boo-hoo.
Grandma Ji couldn't hold back her tears and started crying. Jiang Miao quickly patted her back to comfort her. "Grandma, mercenaries always face danger, you know that. Luckily, things are getting better each year. They will face fewer dangers in the future. Zhang Cheng will be blessed after this big trouble. He won't be targeted forever, right?" Hearing this, Grandma Ji was comforted. She wiped her tears and nodded repeatedly. "You've always been lucky. I believe you. By the way, your family's Su Yi just came back. Why aren't you making the most of your time and coming here?" Grandma Ji was anxious because Xiao Yi had a son, and Jiang Miao's stomach hadn't moved at all. Jiang Miao chuckled and shook her head. "Grandma, there's no rush. Su Yi went to the inner city for some business. I just came to see you. These are porridge I cooked this morning and some rice. Keep them for the baby to make rice soup." Grandma Ji was heartbroken. "You're still making porridge? Oh, how precious. How can you just eat it? You should save it for emergencies." Sigh. Without an elder around, it's easy to make mistakes. Unfortunately, I don't have a clone spell, so I can't take care of both sides. Jiang Miao secretly stuck out her tongue. "Grandma, don't worry about me. I'll live my days well."
What's so clear about that?
"I think you're clueless," Grandma Ji muttered. Jiang Miao hurriedly ran away. When she returned home, Su Yi hadn't come back yet. She quickly packed away the clothes that had been hanging all night and had become stiff, placing them in a clean corner of the kitchen. "As long as I cook, the kitchen temperature can rise to about 10 degrees, and my clothes will gradually return to normal. After messing with my clothes, I boil a pot of water. Half of it I use to wipe the tables, chairs, and cabinets and clean the floors, while the other half I use to warm my body with sweet syrup. It's just a way to pass the time when I'm bored, but it ends up making the house very clean. Seeing the bucket of cold, black wastewater makes Jiang Miao feel happier. She becomes more reluctant to leave her little home she has worked on for a year. By 2 in the afternoon, Su Yi finally returned. Jiang Miao heard the noise and hurried out of her room. Any news?
She asked.
Su Yi hesitated, nodded, but didn't say anything. Seeing him like that, Jiang Miao's heart sank and her smile faded. It's okay, just tell me. Give me some mental preparation. Su Yi forced a small smile. It's not too complicated. I want to. Jiang Miao had never seen Su Yi so indecisive before. She looked at him curiously, as if discovering something new. Su Yi sighed and thought for a moment. He handed her a bag. These are things I found at the trading center in the city core. Last time, I saw you like something, so I traded for a few. I don't know if you need any of these. Jiang Miao opened the bag and saw more seeds than the last time Su Yi brought back. Some even had their labels fallen off, so she couldn't tell what they were. Su Yi is a mercenary. Although he has some small authority, it's not easy for him to get so many seeds. Besides white radish seeds, other seeds are not sold to the public. How did you get these? Jiang Miao looked up, staring at Su Yi without blinking. Su Yi looked a bit uncomfortable and cleared his throat. The ordinary workers in the inner city wouldn't know about this, but the people in the city center are different. All the information flows from the city center to the inner city, then to the outer city. Asking the staff in the city center is the most accurate. This person is responsible for trading at the market, and I buy things from him while also asking about news. Since you have the skill to grow things, I asked for a few more. Jiang Miao was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Thanks. She lowered her head and continued to tidy up. Su Yi watched her reveal a white, slender neck, thinking about what she said earlier about roommates and friends. He felt like slapping himself and then remembered what Xie Pengfei had said. He made up his mind, gathered his courage, and asked, Miao Miao, have you ever thought about living with me for your whole life? Jiang Miao paused, her heart skipping a beat. Why are you asking me this all of a sudden? She asked without looking up. Su Yi sensed her embarrassment and sighed helplessly. Over the past year, being with you has made me feel the peace and comfort of home again. Every time I come back during holidays, I find myself reluctant to leave. I admit I have fallen in love with this home, and I love it deeply. But what truly keeps me here isn't just the house, but its owner. I used to be self-righteous and naive, and I apologize for my shallow thinking. Here, I want to sincerely tell you, Ms. Jiang Miao, will you marry me and be my one true love for life? I don't expect an answer right now, but I hope you will think carefully. Jiang Miao finally felt her heart settle, and she quietly let out a breath. She spoke softly, okay? I will think about it carefully. As she said this, she grabbed the seeds on the ground and rushed back into her room. With a loud bang, she shut the door tightly. Seeing her run away in a hurry, Su Yi felt a bit disappointed, but he quickly cheered himself up. At least Jiang Miao agreed to consider their relationship again, which meant he still had a chance. Comforting himself, Su Yi looked for something to do. He found that Jiang Miao had already cleaned the floor, table, and chairs thoroughly, so there was no need for him to do anything. Since that was the case, he decided to go outside to gather firewood. He needed to fill the storage for the next month. In the room, Jiang Miao turned on the energy lamp and curled up in her blanket, looking like a turtle. She only peeked out when she heard Su Yi leave. Her pretty face was scrunched up in worry. What should I do? What should I do? Should I agree? Or refuse? If she refused Su Yi, could they still get along peacefully like now? Probably not. From what she knew of Su Yi, he would likely step back voluntarily. If that happened, she'd be left alone. The government wouldn't let her be by herself. They would probably arrange someone new for her. What if the new person was a troublemaker or a lecher? She'd be doomed. Not everyone was as gentlemanly as Su Yi. No. Instead of letting the government find someone new, she'd rather keep Sue. At least he looked good, had some mysterious skills, and was kind-hearted. Perfect for her. Thinking about it this way, maybe agreeing to Sue wasn't such a bad idea. After understanding her true feelings and needs, Zhang Miao's anxious heart gradually calmed down. Now she just had to decide how to reply to Sue. She thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out the answer. Her mind was a mess, and as she turned over and over, she gradually fell into a dazed sleep. When Sue returned, he saw the room was completely dark. Zhang Miao's room was still tightly shut, and the house was very quiet. He instinctively moved quietly, piled all the firewood into the breeding area, then went out and brought back a cartload. By the time he finished, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening.
It was really dark outside now.
He hesitated whether to get food from the storeroom to cook, when suddenly he heard Zhang Miao open the door. He turned around quickly and saw her sleepy face, which made him smile. "You're finally awake. It's time to eat." Zhang Miao nodded like a little chick pecking at grains, hurriedly went to open the storeroom door for Sue. "What should we eat tonight? Rice? Noodles? Or pancakes?" She confidently showed her food cabinet. Various ingredients were stacked inside, making her look very reassuring. Sue gave her a thumbs up. "Since your supplies are so rich, I won't hold back. I want to eat pancakes." Without hesitation, Zhang Miao scooped a basin of flour, took 2 white radishes, and grabbed 2 packs of compressed biscuits. Sue followed her to the kitchen and saw Zhang Miao holding a kitchen knife, chopping a cabbage from the field. He asked quickly, "Can I help with anything?" "Help me cut vegetables. I'll make the dough. If there's meat, I can steam buns. If only vegetables, frying pancakes will be tastier," Zhang Miao mumbled. She continued working while talking. Sue moved quickly and finished preparing the vegetables Zhang Miao needed. She highly praised and appreciated his help. The dough was also ready. She rolled it out with vegetable strips, pressed them down, and put it into the pan to cook on low heat. A rich aroma of wheat oil filled the entire planting area. Zhang Miao took a few deep breaths, feeling energized. According to their portions, they made 4 pancakes. The leftover oil could be used to make soup. She scraped the remaining batter, added some vegetable leaves, and made a little dough ball soup. Eating it with hot pancakes was like a feast. Sue happily enjoyed the delicious dinner, secretly thinking about whether to ask his brothers for some advice. Just then, a loud noise came from the next room, like a heavy object hitting something. The two looked at each other, listening carefully for a while, but heard nothing. Zhang Miao was a bit worried. "Is it Brother Zhou's house?" Sue shook his head and pointed to the other side. "It's over there." Zhang Miao was a bit surprised. If I remember correctly, the neighbors are also a couple assigned by the government. They are quite shy and not part of Brother Zhou's team. We haven't really talked much. In that case, we shouldn't interfere too much. If you're worried, you can contact the management staff to come take a look, Sue suggested. Zhang Miao agreed. The area manager is actually Old Huang. Besides maintaining facilities, he also patrols the area. However, since the weather got colder, Old Huang doesn't like to go out often. He usually patrols once every few days. But as the saying goes, money can make the impossible possible. Sometimes she needs Old Huang's help, and she always offers small favors in return, sometimes a few white radishes, or a pack of compressed biscuits, or beef jerky. Old Huang knows that helping her means he'll get something in return. He always responds enthusiastically. After Zhang Miao explained the situation to Old Huang, he immediately said he would go check it out now. Zhang Miao felt relieved and told Sue, "Bring a pack of compressed biscuits for Old Huang. It'll be easier to ask for his help next time." Sue immediately understood Zhang Miao's intention and went to prepare. Old Huang rode his off-road tricycle slowly through the snow. After about 10 minutes, he arrived at number 887, Block E, in the neighboring shantytown. It was still snowing. To him, the sound of something hitting the ground was nothing special. If it weren't for Zhang Miao asking him, he wouldn't want to come out on such a cold, snowy night. Hearing the noise, Sue opened the door. Old Huang looked over and saw it wasn't Jiang Miao coming out. He quickly asked, "Are you Jiang Miao's partner?" Sui nodded and handed him a pack of compressed biscuits. "Thanks for coming all this way." "No problem, no problem. It's my duty." "Well, I'll go knock on the door and ask," Old Huang said happily. He strode to door number 887, raised his hand, and knocked. To his surprise, the door opened by itself. Caught off guard, Old Huang shouted and took a step back. Sui hesitated for a moment, then turned and walked over to Old Huang. Jiang Miao finished tidying up the kitchen and was about to come out to talk to Sui when she saw he hadn't returned after half a day. She was suspicious and was about to open the door to look for him when Sui entered. Seeing his serious face, Jiang Miao's expression changed. "Something happened?" Sui nodded, quickly put on his mercenary uniform, and dialed Zhao Qingfeng's contact. "Head, in the outer city slum area an unknown wild beast has broken in and is acting wildly. Requesting backup." Jiang Miao listened with fear. Sui quickly hugged her.
"I need to go out now."
"Stay in the room and don't come out no matter what you hear. Don't worry, our house is reinforced and safer than others. I will stay nearby to protect you. Nothing will happen. If you're scared, turn on the energy lamp." Jiang Miao silently nodded and tightly held Sui's sleeve. "Be careful." Sui smiled and left. That night was undoubtedly difficult for Jiang Miao. She worried about Sui, her grandparents, everyone who helped her. She wanted to contact Sui but was afraid of disturbing him during his mission. She stayed awake until dawn. Even after 2 dark circles formed under her eyes, Sui didn't return. She wanted to go out and check but was worried about danger outside. At that moment, Grandma Ji called. "Meow meow, I heard there was a mutant beast attack in the slum area last night. Are you okay?"
"I'm fine, Grandma."
"How did you hear so quickly?"
"Oh."
"Zhang Chen called me early this morning to tell me. He also told me and Xiaoyi not to go out and to hide in the breeding area. It's reinforced with several layers of walls, so it's safer. I'm already hiding inside with Xiaoyi, bringing in food and supplies. I don't know what's going on outside. Can you manage there?" Grandma Ji wanted Jiang Miao to stay with them, but going outside was dangerous, and she didn't know what to do. Jiang Miao nodded quickly.
"Don't worry, Grandma.
Our house is reinforced too, so it's safe." Grandma Ji sighed in relief. "That's good, that's good. I heard this mutant beast is very strong." Several mercenaries were injured. The injured were sent to the mercenary group's treatment area. That's probably why Zhang Qing heard so quickly. "You must protect yourself." Jiang Miao's face changed slightly. After hanging up, she impulsively tried to call Sui again. But the call didn't connect. Her heart tightened inexplicably. Thinking Sui might have had an accident, she couldn't sit still and felt like rushing out of the house. Meanwhile, Sui and his team were surrounding the wild beast that was acting crazy. It was pure white all over, except for its red eyes. When it closed its eyes, it almost blended into the icy snow, making it very stealthy. It was agile, with strong jumping ability. One leap could land on a roof. They had chased it all night but failed to catch it and were attacked by it several times. Several of their brothers were badly injured. They waited until dawn before taking control of the situation. After finally trapping the guy in a corner of the ruins, Sui couldn't afford to be distracted. Even though he knew the smartwatch was ringing, he had no chance to check it. The furious beast cautiously stared at the approaching mercenaries, baring its teeth and ready to attack at any moment. Sui held his breath, signaling to his brothers. When the beast suddenly lunged, they quickly threw a special animal-catching net, trapping it.
"Got it."
"Pull hard. Don't let go. Activate the intermediate shock mode," Sui shouted. The electric shock made the beast scream in pain, fully unleashing its fury. Tang Zheng watched nervously. "Boss, if it gets worse, just shoot it. The net can't hold much longer." Sui calmly replied, "Switch to high-level shock mode. We shouldn't kill it unless it's the last resort. That's an order from above." This mutated beast was too thoroughly changed. It was impossible to tell what animal it had once been. It was very aggressive but seemed somewhat intelligent, not attacking blindly. Zhao Qingfeng only took one look and ordered them to capture it alive. They could only follow orders. With the high-level shock mode activated, the entire net trembled. The wild beast struggled a few more times before finally calming down. Everyone remained alert and tense. When the medical team arrived, they injected a large dose of anesthetic into the beast and placed it in a special animal cage. Only then did everyone sit down, exhausted. Su Yi, under his mask, was sweating heavily. He quickly checked his smartwatch and saw Jiang Miao's call. He answered immediately. Jiang Miao's urgent voice came through. Are you okay? Any injuries? Is the problem solved? When will you be back? A faint smile appeared at the corner of Su Yi's mouth. Tang Zheng and the others looked at him with envy, their eyes turning red. They took off their masks, glaring at Su Yi with jealousy, and complained sourly, "Sister-in-law, we're on a mission too. Why don't you care about us?" Jiang Miao froze for a moment, her face flushing. After a moment of stammering, she managed to say, "Are you all okay?" Su Yi rolled his eyes at everyone and said softly, "I'm fine. Don't pay attention to them. The beast has been captured alive, but the alarm isn't fully off yet. I need to patrol with my team, so I probably won't be back until tonight." "I understand." Jiang Miao quickly ended the call, clutching her chest with a feeling of relief and happiness. Could it be that she's fallen for Su Yi?
Ding.
Congratulations, the host has completed 60% of the territory development. It has been detected that your mindset has changed, becoming more positive about future life. Keep up the good work. Today's reward items include A. Food, B. Drinking water, C. Daily necessities, D. Plant and animal growth supplements, E. Building materials, F. Poultry feed, G. Soil improvement, H. Survival medicine, I. High-tech equipment. Please make your choice. The progress of territory development has not changed. Jiang Miao feels a bit disappointed but understands, as she hasn't made any modifications to the territory recently. I choose I. High-tech equipment. Okay, the system is registering your choice. Congratulations, you have received a water radiation purifier. This device is installed at the water outlet and removes radiation and harmful substances from tap water, making it safe for drinking. It's another water radiation purifier. She quickly runs to the backyard and finds a new purifier beside the faucet, which makes her both amused and helpless. She doesn't really need so many now, and having multiple units is pointless. It seems she has to wait for Su Yi to return and discuss how to handle them. Because it's heavy, she uses all her strength to move it to the side and covers it with a plastic bag. Then she goes to the storage room, scoops a large basin of flour, and takes a packet of yeast, planning to steam some vegetable buns. The dough takes longer to rise in this weather, especially in warm water, and needs temperature control. It takes until noon before it's ready. By the time the buns are cooked, it's already 1 p.m., and Su Yi just arrives home. Smelling the aroma of food, Su Yi's previously tense brows relax considerably. He quickly closes the door to block out the cold outside. Jiang Miao pokes her head out and sees Su Yi carrying things inside. She hurriedly calls him to wash his hands and eat. "You're back so early. Any earlier or later wouldn't be good." Su Yi grins and says, "That means we have good teamwork." Hearing this, Jiang Miao is no longer as panicked as she was yesterday. She quickly cooks a vegetable soup and serves it with the buns. Seeing him eat eagerly, Jiang Miao's brow unconsciously furrows with concern. She suddenly feels a bit worried, asking, "You haven't eaten anything all day?" Su Yi nods and swallows the food in his mouth, explaining, "Since last night when the incident happened, all of us have been on high alert. That thing in the dark is more capable than us. It injured several of our brothers. We are very passive in the dark and have to guard against its attacks on ordinary survivors. We haven't had the chance to think about anything else." He pauses. "We only gained the upper hand after dawn. When you contacted me, we had just trapped that creature. We really couldn't reply to you." Jiang Miao didn't expect such danger, and her heart tightened. She asked cautiously, "Where are your weapons? Didn't that fierce dog that attacked Su Chunyue get killed quickly?" "It's different." Su Yi took another sip of soup and said slowly, That time was at the wild area, outdoors, and it was broad daylight. When we acted, we could ensure no innocent people got hurt. Last night in the shantytown, the houses were close together. The creature often jumped onto roofs. If we shot randomly, there's a risk of shooting through walls and hurting people inside. Also, the higher-ups ordered us to catch it alive, so we couldn't just shoot to solve the problem. Jiang Miao suddenly understood. That makes sense. I also want to know what's going on next door. Although they didn't usually interact much, they were neighbors. Jiang Miao couldn't ignore it. Sui looked at her and sighed slightly. They're all dead. After dawn, we checked and found that the couple didn't seem to want to live peacefully. The house was the same as when they got it. Some parts of the metal sheets and wooden boards were loose and letting in wind. The door was half broken and not repaired. There was a hole at the bottom, and the wild animal probably got in through that. Only their place in the shantytown was affected. Everyone else was fine. Jiang Miao's pale face finally looked a little better. Sui continued. Now everyone knows about the tragic death of the neighbors. Few are willing to move in for a while. I plan to talk to the planning department in the inner city to have the shanty next door torn down and divided for us. The shanty and the farming and breeding areas are connected. That way, you'll have an extra acre to farm. If we change the breeding area into farmland, it will be 3 acres. The neighboring shanty can be turned into a storage room, so your things won't be hard to store. Jiang Miao's eyes lit up as she nodded excitedly. After feeling happy, she remembered her earlier question. Wait, if the weather warms up, won't the government redistribute the shanties? You haven't said how we keep this house, so why are you thinking about the land next door? This question hit the key point. Sui lowered his eyes and said seriously, there is indeed a way. The first is that we become a real married couple and have a child. Like Zhang Cheng and Ji Xiaoi, they can apply after the new year to change the land's temporary use rights to priority use rights. After living there for 5 years, they can convert the priority rights into permanent ownership. Jiang Miao was very surprised by this answer and couldn't quite understand. What if the couple can't have children? It's quite simple. You can adopt a child. In this world, having a child is easy, but raising one is not. If you adopt a child, it can be seen as contributing to the government, so you have the right to do so. However, once you adopt, you must be responsible for the child. If abuse or similar incidents occur, the government can revoke your land use rights or even remove you from the urban area. Additionally, the government gives a 3-year limit. This means a couple must have a child within 3 years, whether by birth or adoption. If the couple's relationship breaks down, they must find a new partner within 1 month. In other words, to keep their place, they only have 3 years. These details are all things Sui heard from Xie Pengfei. Jiang Miao secretly feels relieved. She still has 2 years. Deducting 1 year for pregnancy and childbirth, she only has 1 year left. In that year, it's unlikely she'll find a suitable partner, and she doesn't think she's lucky enough to meet someone better than Sui. So, it seems Sui is her best choice. After thinking it through, she suddenly looks up at Sui and says, I accept your confession. I decide to try to accept you as my partner. But I want to make one thing clear. I won't accept betrayal. If you cheat on me during our marriage, I will definitely find someone else. Sui is amused by her proud attitude.
Don't worry about that.
I'm a clean person. I haven't done anything like that so far. Jiang Miao's pupils tighten in surprise as she looks at Sui.
Why is that?
She doesn't believe Sui would lie. Sui thinks about some past events. His smile fades a little. He lowers his eyes slightly, pulls at the corner of his mouth, and slowly says, those are all in the past. They don't matter now and won't affect our lives. Let's not talk about it.
Oh.
Jiang Miao raises an eyebrow and decides not to pursue it further. Everyone has things they don't want others to know. She has her secrets too. As long as it doesn't affect her, she won't say anything. Seeing her understanding, Sui feels a bit guilty. He's thinking about whether to tell her about his past, but then Jiang Miao calls out to him, there's a water purifier here that uses radiation to clean the water. We don't need it for now. What do you think we should do? Suddenly, Sui stumbles and falls from the doorstep. his face full of disbelief. When did such a good thing become available? Is this still the world he knows? Where? Let me see. Soo-yi rushes over to check. He installed this device himself. No one knows it better than he does. After inspecting it thoroughly, he is completely convinced. This is truly a tap water radiation purifier, meow meow. This thing is not ordinary. You shouldn't easily take it out or expose it casually. So, I'll first move it to the storage room. Once we get the neighboring plot, I'll install it on the tap there. What do you think? This was the best solution Soo-yi could think of. Jiang Miao looked obedient, as if saying, I'll listen to you, which made it hard to scold her. Soo-yi could only work silently, thinking about how to help her handle the aftermath. This girl was getting more capable. His lies were becoming more and more outrageous. Now, Xie Pengfei suspected he was collaborating with a private agricultural research institute, which had lots of resources, constantly trying to get close to him. The brothers in the mercenary group believed he secretly kept many treasures and was quite wealthy. God knows all this was just an illusion. If Jiang Miao's situation was ever exposed, how could he protect her? At this moment, Soo-yi started brainstorming. Jiang Miao threw him the items and then ignored him. Since they decided to change their relationship, the first step was to stop sleeping in separate rooms, because it affected their feelings. But sharing a room made both of them awkward. Turning in any direction while sleeping felt uncomfortable. After struggling for a long time, Jiang Miao finally fell into a dazed sleep. Soo-yi, lying nearby, suddenly opened his eyes when he heard her steady, gentle breathing. He gently pulled Jiang Miao into his arms, smelling her faint fragrance. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he slowly closed his eyes. The next morning, Jiang Miao woke up in Soo-yi's arms. She opened her eyes and saw his strong chest. For a moment, she almost screamed, but her reason quickly returned. Remembering what happened yesterday, she stiffened and dared not move. After 10 minutes of silence, seeing Soo-yi still unmoving, she made a quick decision. She quickly slipped out of his arms, hurriedly put on her down pants and jacket, and without looking back, rushed out of the room. Her movements were smooth and natural, making Soo-yi almost laugh. He thought that the house was still too dark. Now that the roof had a power converter installed, he could go to the inner city to buy some lights and install them. That way, the house would always be bright, no longer relying on energy lamps. He decided to do it immediately. He got up right after her, quickly dressed, folded the bedding, and tidied everything up. Only after Jiang Miao came out of the bathroom did he go in. They didn't mention sleeping together. Soo-yi said seriously, later, I'll go to the inner city to buy some lights and install them, and also take over the usage rights of the neighboring land. This is a big matter. Jiang Miao immediately set aside his confusing thoughts and asked, what excuse can we use? Soo-yi smiled and stood up, saying, there's no need for an excuse. You can't hide the fact that you're raising chickens and ducks for long. Now is a good time to start spreading some rumors. Whether they're true or false, no one will know. Plus, my identity still has some use, and the other side won't refuse to give me face. As he spoke, Soo-yi picked up his gear and left. Jiang Miao didn't go to the inner city area. Hearing Soo-yi's words, he felt relieved and started thinking about how to use the land next door. In the planning office of the inner city district, Director Deng Jianhong had just received a report from the mercenary group, which included photos of the tragic scene in the slum area. The bright red blood made people's hearts race. He frowned and carefully read the report. With a loud snap, he closed the report and closed his eyes wearily. Currently, the government plans to take over nearly 300 survivors after spring. This year, fewer than 100 people died in the slum area. How to settle the more than 200 others is a big problem. He hadn't figured out how to handle it when this incident happened, and it made him very anxious. At this moment, a staff member knocked and entered. Director, Captain Soo-yi of the Scavenging mercenary group's Team 857 is here to see you. Deng Jianhong suddenly opened his eyes wide and quickly walked around his desk to go out.
Oh, Captain Shu,
You're finally here.
come in, sit down.
Deng Jianhong's overly enthusiastic attitude made Su Yi raise an eyebrow. He sat down naturally and said directly, "Director Deng, I came mainly to talk about the beast attack on the slum area yesterday." Deng Jianhong's heart skipped a beat, and his heartbeat unexpectedly quickened. What happened? Are there any accountability issues from above? The planning department's responsibilities include both planning and management of the slum area. However, due to limited staff and resources, their focus is on planning arrangements. There are indeed many gaps in subsequent management. If the higher-ups really hold him accountable, he, as the director, won't be able to escape. Sui neither admitted nor denied this, only sighing deeply. I don't know the specific details, but many of our mercenary brothers were seriously injured this time. Captain Zhao is very angry. I've already comforted him. Today, I mainly want to understand the situation in the slum area and the upcoming arrangements from Director Deng to facilitate our follow-up work. It makes sense for the mercenary group to patrol and gather information. At this moment, Deng Jianhong couldn't calmly analyze Su Yi's words. He anxiously explained, "Captain Su, I am deeply sorry for the losses of the mercenary group. I didn't want this to happen either, but unfortunately, accidents happen. If you don't believe me, I can tell you all about our plans and arrangements. I really didn't expect this to happen."
수이 리스테넷 카레풀리.
Deng Jianhong immediately asked his team to bring the latest plans for this year and next year, and explained everything to Su Yi from start to finish. "You know, this is the third year of our government's post-disaster rebuilding. Resources are tight, and we are working on clearing the shanty towns, removing safety hazards, and planning future housing and supplies. All of this is funded by the government, and we haven't asked survivors for any money. Of course, it's not that we don't care about benefits, but resources are limited, and we can only help build a safe shelter. Survivors are expected to improve their homes little by little on their own, even transforming planting and breeding areas into residential zones without our interference. I also understand the situation of this particular family. They haven't planned to live properly. Their house is already broken with a big hole, but they haven't done anything about it. We sent people to check, and they only added a roof to the shanty. The reason for that was the summer heat, making it too hot inside to stay. We really can't do much about this. If this family had fixed up their house like others in the E-Zone, they wouldn't be in such a terrible situation." He looked at Su Yi eagerly, hoping Su Yi would speak a fair word. Su Yi didn't agree with him. Instead, he focused on next year's plan and asked, "The higher-ups say the government will take over 300 survivors. This year, fewer than 100 people died in the shantytown. What about the extra 200? We can't just break the current balance and put them all together. That could cause many uncontrollable dangers. Director Deng, you're not considering our mercenary group's safety at all." "I'm afraid not." Deng Jianhong broke out in a cold sweat, trying to flatter him with a smile. "Captain Su, this is the current situation. The specific plan hasn't been finalized yet. We're still discussing it. If you have any good ideas, please share them. We will consider them carefully." This was exactly what Su Yi wanted to hear. He pointed to an empty area on the city map. "This area is our next target. When spring comes and the snow melts, we can help clear the land. The supplies we find will belong to the mercenary group. You can send people to urgently build shelters. As for the current shanty town, I suggest keeping it as it is. Over time, residents will settle down, making it easier for everyone to manage, right?" "Yes, yes, yes. Captain Su is right, of course." Deng Jianhong quickly nodded in agreement. "First, the most important thing is to calm the mercenaries." Su Yi nodded with satisfaction. "There's one more thing. The shed that had the incident is next to my house. Now, the E-Zone of the shantytown is causing a lot of trouble. Since my family can't live there anymore, I want to transfer the land use rights to my partner." Deng Jianhong frowned in confusion. "Captain Su, did you add someone to your family? I remember Zhao came over before and approved a few dozen square meters of residential land for you. Why can't you live there?" Sui shook his head and looked around, lowering his voice. "Honestly, my partner also works in research. She farms and raises animals herself. Believe it or not, she has managed to create some small success. Our home has 1 acre for farming and 1 acre for raising animals, but that's not enough. So, we want to take over the 2 nearby acres too. It doesn't matter whether we get the shed or not. Hearing this, Deng Jianhong looked troubled. Captain Su, if you take those 2 acres, what can you do with that broken house over there? Since that's the case, I'll just transfer that whole area to you. I hope Captain Su can speak well for me in front of Zhao. Of course. The two reached an agreement. Soon, Su Yi obtained the relevant documents, and the property at number 887 in the E-zone of the Shantytown was theirs. After leaving the planning department, Su Yi immediately drove to the trading center, bought some lamps and 2 energy converters from an acquaintance. When he returned home, Zhang Miao immediately invited him to eat and asked about the progress. Su Yi placed the documents on the table. Take a look. Zhang Miao carefully examined them and jumped up excitedly, circling around Su Yi. You're amazing! Now we can plant a lot next year. It would be even better if we had some fruit seeds. Zhang Miao was already looking forward to it. Seeing her happy, a smile appeared on Su Yi's face. Now it's very cold outside. Even if the neighboring area becomes our land, we can't clean it up now. We'll wait until the weather warms up. Zhang Miao nodded vigorously. She was already planning to start collecting building materials. She thought that by signing in a little every day, when spring comes and the snow melts, they wouldn't have to worry about lacking materials. But those materials take up a lot of space, and after signing in, they can't be kept at home. They still need to go over there to check. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao looked at Su Yi. We can't renovate the house next door right now. Can we open a small door in the planting area leading to the neighbor's place? That way, I can check on things anytime and sometimes store some items in the neighbor's breeding zone. The planting area is outdoors, while the breeding area has a roof. 1 acre of land is enough to store all the building materials. Sui hesitated for a moment and then agreed. The door would have to be opened eventually, whether early or late. Since that's the case, it's better to deal with it now, so Zhang Miao doesn't have to worry alone when he's away. They decided to start immediately. After dinner, Sui quickly went to the car and brought out his tools, including a special electric saw. This tool can cut through steel, but it's just for cutting a wall, so there's no problem. There was a door left unused from a previous renovation, and it fit perfectly here. Together, they managed to install the door before it got dark. The door looked like the entrance to Monet's garden. Although behind it was a deserted and broken area, it had become her territory. With some good renovations, she believed she could make this place look completely different. Seeing Zhang Miao focused on the neighboring area, Sui smiled helplessly and turned to install the energy converter, connect the wires, and set up the lights and switches. They each worked on their tasks. It looked a bit strange at night, but surprisingly, they worked harmoniously. When Zhang Miao finished exploring the neighbor's place and returned home, she was startled to find the house brightly lit like daytime. Her heart fluttered, and she hurried inside. Seeing Sui installing the lights, she felt a strange sensation. Her nose tingled, and her chest felt filled with happiness. To hide her feelings, she immediately turned away and went to the storage room. When she opened the door, she found a switch by the door. She pressed it, and the entire storage room lit up. From now on, she wouldn't need to hold a flashlight in one hand and search with the other. To thank Sui, she decided to cook a big dinner tonight. When Sui finished setting up the house's lighting system, he found Zhang Miao already cooking. The rich aroma of meat filled the room. He followed the smell to the kitchen and saw 3 dishes and a soup on the table. There was a stir-fried cabbage, a vegetable pancake, and diced beef stir-fried with white radish. The soup was a vegetable broth with a duck egg and some sliced pork. The main dish was rice. They had been together for almost a year, and this was the first time Zhang Miao cooked rice. Sui was surprised. What's special today? Such a feast. Zhang Miao set the bowls and chopsticks and smiled. To celebrate us getting the land use rights next door and officially being a couple, she poured a bowl of soup and clinked glasses with Sui. Sui was amused. They both raised their bowls and drank together. This meal made both of them very happy. The two of them ate until they were full and then relaxed happily in the armchair. Sui looked at Jiang Miao for a long time and realized that Jiang Miao now was completely different from when they first met. Before, Jiang Miao was a thin, messy girl whose appearance was hard to see clearly. He only remembered her clear, bright eyes, and it was because of those eyes that he showed her kindness. Now, Jiang Miao has grown up, her face is more flesh, and her fair skin makes her delicate features even more beautiful. Her hair, which she had grown for a year, has regained its shine. Given time, this girl could easily attract many men. Thinking of this, Su Yi's face darkened instantly. He seriously reminded her, in the future, remember to wear a face covering when going out, keep your hair covered, and try to only show your eyes. I'll find you a pair of sunglasses, and you should be fully armed so no one notices your difference. Jiang Miao nodded, thinking she was just too clean and different from everyone else, so she didn't think much of it. Sui nodded with satisfaction, took the bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen, washed them, then wiped the dining table. Naturally, he pulled Jiang Miao back to their room. Yesterday, they slept back to back. He only held her when she was asleep. Today, they could sleep together openly and honestly. He believed that with 2 more days, everything would fall into place. Why was this holiday so short? Maybe he could take 2 more days off? Su-yi was lost in his daydreams while Jiang Miao gradually fell asleep. When he snapped back to reality, the person in his arms was already asleep. He could only smile bitterly, holding Jiang Miao as they both drifted into sleep. The next morning, Jiang Miao woke up to find that the person beside her was no longer surprised by her presence. She quickly got up, made breakfast for Su-yi, and saw him off. The next time this guy returned would be in half a month. As the door closed, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing 65% of territory development. The territory has expanded. This is a good sign. Please continue to build and develop for a better future. Today's check-in items: A. Food, B. Drinking water, C. Daily necessities, D. Plant and animal growth enhancer, E. Building materials, F. Poultry feed, G. Soil improvement, H. Survival medicine, I. High-tech equipment. Please make your choice. Jiang Miao's eyes widened instantly.
Wow.
The progress bar hadn't moved before, and now just expanding the territory by a little increased it by 5%. The system was so realistic. If expanding territory was this easy, she might as well focus on developing her territory. The system detects that the host has some opportunistic ideas. Warning, warning. Please make your choice immediately. Jian Miao put aside her messy thoughts, quickly got up, opened the small door to the planting area, and ran to the neighboring breeding zone. I choose building material, E. The host's choice is building materials. The system is drawing lots. Congratulations, the host has drawn a batch of building stones. These stones are very strong and much safer and more defensive than bricks or concrete. The downside is poor insulation, so heat insulation measures are needed. As soon as the system finished speaking, a pile of stones suddenly appeared in a corner of the open breeding area, neatly stacked like a small mountain. There are quite a few stones, but probably not enough to build the entire area. Luckily, these can be stored outdoors without issue, and there's also a storage area in the planting zone. After returning from the neighbor's place, Jian Miao carefully thought about it. She guessed that because there was a beast attack nearby, the system detected danger and upgraded her building materials. For the next 10 days, Jian Miao signed in daily for materials from the neighbor. She received stones for 5 days straight, until the 6th day, when the system provided wooden planks instead. Now, she had no more space to store things, so she had to pause and continue signing in for food. Several days in a row, she accumulated rice and flour, nearly replenishing what she had used up before. Just when she thought Su-yi would return, she was surprised to hear that he had sent a message saying he had taken a day off and would have a few extra days at home during the New Year holiday. Jian Miao felt a bit speechless. She checked her smart device and realized there were only about 20 days left until the New Year. After 10 years of natural disasters, everyone had forgotten about holidays. Celebrating the New Year no longer meant much to most people. She didn't know what Su-yi was thinking, to say he wanted to stay home a few extra days during the holiday. She silently smiled, got up, and cleaned the inside and outside of her home. Thinking she hadn't seen Ji Xiaoyi for a while, she decided to prepare some food, packed 2 bottles of warm water, and left fully armed. When she arrived at Ji's house, Grandma Ji quickly pulled Jian Miao inside, worriedly chattering. "Why did you come out in such cold weather?"
Oh.
"Bringing things again. TSK, I told you before, you should save everything. Things are hard now, be frugal. Why don't you listen?" "Grandma, I haven't come over in a long time. Don't nag. Where are Xiao-yi and the kids?" Jian Miao looked toward the backyard. Grandma Ji hurriedly took her over. "They're inside. Zhang Cheng has also returned. I didn't realize the child was hurt so badly." Zhang Cheng said, "Luckily, your family has medicine, or he might not have made it." "Miao Miao, you and Su-yi are truly our family's great benefactors." When talking about this, Grandma Ji's eyes instantly reddened. "Zhang Cheng is like a blessing from heaven to our family. If something happened to him, we wouldn't know what to do. Fortunately, he's safe." Jiang Miao smiled softly and shook her head. "Grandma, you've been helping me escape danger for years. I only provided some medicine, that's nothing. As long as Zhang Cheng is okay." Just as she finished speaking, Zhang Cheng came out of the house. Seeing Jiang Miao, he immediately bowed and nodded seriously to thank her. "Jiang Miao, Dr. Ma already told me. The situation was urgent, and he was unsure. It was your medicine that saved my life. If you need anything in the future, just ask. I, Zhang Cheng, will go through fire and water to repay you." He spoke confidently, with sincerity. Jiang Miao felt a bit nervous and shy. "Big brother Zhang, don't be so polite. How is your injury healing?" "It's fine now." Zhang Cheng moved his arm, and it looked much better. Jiang Miao breathed a sigh of relief and mentioned Su Baihui's request. Sui has already gone to look into it and promised Grandma Su to help find out what's happening now. Zhang Cheng nodded.
"I know about this."
Now, with the cold weather, the mercenary group is very busy. Plus, everyone is staying indoors, so it's not easy to find someone. The best way is to wait until spring when the snow melts. Then everyone can go out, and we can put up notices. Everyone will see them. With enough reward, brave people will come forward. There will definitely be news. A few days ago, I also visited Dr. Su. I brought her some food, warm clothing, and a heating device. I also told her about our plans, and she agreed. With those supplies, Dr. Su can safely get through this winter, and also take care of her health. We just have to wait for news. Seeing Zhang Cheng so attentive and thoughtful, Jiang Miao relaxed her worries. At this moment, Grandma Ji started chattering to Jiang Miao. "You and Sui have been married for a year now. I heard that if there are no children within 3 years, you might have to find a new partner or something. What do you think?" Initially, she didn't know about these things. It was only after Zhang Cheng came back and explained that they wanted to change the temporary land use rights to priority rights, and he told her the details, that she and her grandson learned about all these matters. Aunt Ji used to regret not teaching little E properly, which led her to accidentally get pregnant and have a child. Now, she feels grateful because with this child, their family truly belongs to them. Even the government can't just evict them without reason. If the government needs to take over this land, they will have to find a way to settle them. It's called land priority rights, but it's really no different from their situation. After solving their own problems, Aunt Ji started to worry about Jiang Miao. Their couple has been married for a year. Jiang Miao seems to be well cared for, but she begins to worry if her pregnancy isn't showing any signs. Jiang Miao's fair face turned a little red, and she hesitated for a long time before softly saying, "I've been practicing with Sui before. We're not really a married couple yet."
"What? You? How? Oh."
"Miao Miao, I think Sui is a good guy, honest, capable, and good-looking. Why don't you like him?" Aunt Ji asked anxiously. Jiang Miao didn't even get a chance to reply. Zhang Cheng quickly helped her out, saying, "Grandma, it's about time to cook something for little E, red sugar water and rice porridge. How does that sound?" Aunt Ji nodded, opened the bag Jiang Miao brought, and was surprised to find buns and steamed bread inside. She immediately smiled, saying, "All right, I'll just make her some red sugar water and buns." After Aunt Ji left, Zhang Qing sat across from Jiang Miao and asked seriously, "Do you mind about Su Yi and Su Qian's past?" Jiang Miao suddenly looked up.
Su Qian?
Seeing her reaction, it was clear she didn't know about Su Qian. Zhang Qing immediately wanted to slap himself. How could he be so talkative? But since he had already said it, leaving it half unsaid would be unfair. He nodded and said thoughtfully, "Su Qian is probably Su Yi's childhood friend. They knew each other before the disaster, and I heard they were classmates. During the disaster, they experienced life and death together. Everyone thought they were a couple and would be together in the future. Even Su Yi believed this. In the 7th year after the disaster, many people were recruited into peacekeeping organizations, which was the precursor to the mercenary groups. Where there are many people, conflicts happen often. Su Yi didn't want to get involved, but Su Qian was ambitious. She was tired of wandering and instability. Seeing that Su Yi didn't want fame or profit, she took the initiative. First, she attached herself to a minor leader at the time, then used that connection to contact a powerful peacekeeping organization, eventually becoming that person's partner. Since that time, Su Yi and Su Qian grew distant. But if it was just that, it wouldn't be a big deal, as everyone was willing to do anything to survive back then. Her choices were understandable to everyone. Even Su Yi didn't blame her. However, Su Qian's actions later became more extreme. At that time, rumors spread that she and Su Yi were a couple. Her boyfriend was upset when he found out and started to ignore her. To prove she had nothing to do with Su Yi and had no feelings for him, Su Qian coldly recommended Su Yi for a dangerous mission that was almost impossible to complete. It seemed like she wanted Su Yi to die. Luckily, Su Yi was very lucky. Not only did he complete the mission successfully, but he also made a good impression on Captain Zhao and was promoted. Of course, because of this, Captain Zhao also fell out with Su Qian's boyfriend. After 10 years of natural disasters, the country was rebuilding. The government was constructing new homes. Some members of the peacekeeping organization joined the government, while others stayed in the countryside and started their own lives. Su Qian's boyfriend did not accept the government. After that, they had no contact. "You just said you and Su Yi are not truly married. I thought you were worried about Su Yi's past, so I mentioned these things. Please promise me you won't tell anyone." Zhang Cheng was serious and confident earlier, but now he was acting carefree and casual. Jiang Miao chuckled and nodded. "Don't worry, I won't say anything. The reason we weren't together before was mainly because we didn't know each other well. It's not as complicated as you think. After a year of getting to know each other, we understand each other better and are thinking about dating." Zhang Cheng sighed in relief. Hearing Jiang Miao say that made him happy for his brother. He immediately went back to his room and brought out a bag of supplies. "These are nutritional supplements I brought back. Take whatever you like. Xiao Yi told me that during my absence, you've been giving her supplements. I haven't properly thanked you yet." Jiang Miao shook her head repeatedly. "It's okay about the supplements. I grow my own vegetables and raise chickens and ducks, so we don't lack food at home. But I need to keep some eggs for breeding, so I can't give them away. There aren't many vegetables either. Once I harvest more next year and hatch more chickens and ducks, I'll send some to you." Just as she finished speaking, there was a loud noise outside. Jiang Miao turned around and saw Grandma Ji looking at her in shock, having spilled her sweet drink. She quickly went over to help clean up. But Grandma Ji held her tightly, looking excited. "Meow meow, you really grew vegetables? And hatched chickens and ducks?" She carefully recalled Jiang Miao's backyard and realized she hadn't been to Jiang Miao's house in months. She hadn't even been to the backyard before. How were those vegetables planted? Where did the water come from? What should I do about chicken and duck feed? A lot of problems filled her mind, making it hard for her to think clearly. Jiang Miao picked up the iron basin, refilled it with red sugar water, then pulled Grandma Ji inside the house, explaining, "Actually, I started planning right after we got the house and land, but at that time I had nothing, and there was no one around doing these things. I couldn't speak up." It was Su Yi who helped me build a shed and turned the planting area into a greenhouse. Since there was no sunlight, we used powerful energy lamps. I didn't plant much, so 2 energy lamps were enough. We used tap water. I knew tap water had high radiation levels, so I asked Su Yi to find a radiation purifier. Such a thing isn't available on the market. We had to work hard to get it. After installing the purifier, we could safely use tap water. That solved our water problem at home. So I have safe water on my side. If you run out, just come to me for water. Zhang Qing took a deep breath. Su Yi is really impressive. He even managed to get that kind of thing. I truly admire him. There are many high-tech items in the city center. Even now, people there can live normal lives. Zhang Qing isn't sure exactly what high-tech items they have, but he instinctively thinks those things come from the city center. But that's not something he can do. Even Zhao Qingfeng might not be able to get such things. He didn't expect Su Yi to succeed. Grandma Ji was overjoyed. That's great. If that's the case, I'll come to borrow water from you in the future. I won't take your water for nothing. I'll trade you something. Jiang Miao kept waving her hands. No, it's fine. The tap water isn't charging now, so Grandma can use it freely. Just don't tell anyone. I don't want my house to be targeted. Zhang Qing was happy. No one dares to target your house. Ever since someone tried to steal from you and got electrocuted, everyone keeps their distance when passing by your place, afraid they might trigger the trap and die mysteriously. Jiang Miao chuckled awkwardly. Grandma Ji, happy beyond expectation, even ate a steamed bun for the first time in a while. Before leaving, Jiang Miao reminded her to take good care of Su Yi. Grandma Ji nodded repeatedly. After returning home from the Ji family, she closed the door and focused on her daily life. Since Su Yi wouldn't be back until the new year, she decided to use this time to think about making food, like rice cakes or dumplings. For dumplings, pork would be best. If only she could find pork, that would be perfect. Just as she thought this, the sign-in system appeared.
Ding.
Congratulations, the host has completed 65% of the territory construction. A strong food demand has been detected. Today's check-in items: A. Food. B. Drinking water. C. Daily necessities. D. Plant and animal growth supplements. E. Building materials. F. Poultry feed. G. Soil improvement. H. Survival medicine. I. High-tech equipment. Please make your choice.
Ha.
This system is becoming more human-like. Jiang Miao was very happy and quickly said, I choose A. Food. Please give me fresh pork. I want fresh pork. Pork. Okay, the host's choice is food. The system is checking in. Congratulations, the host has checked in pork. Please check your reward. The voice suddenly stopped. In front of Jiang Miao appeared a large rectangular foam box. When she opened it, she found half a slab of fresh pork, still with blood. She hurriedly dragged the foam box to the backyard. The half slab of pork weighed about 150 pounds, very fatty. The fat can be rendered into lard, and the meat scraps can be chopped up to make dumplings, just right. She divided the remaining pork into bags, placed them on shelves, and they quickly froze into solid meat blocks that could be stored for a long time. All day, Jiang Miao was busy dealing with this half slab of pork. She rendered the fat into oil, cut the lean meat into small pieces, chopped it up, mixed in seasonings and shredded cabbage, stirred well, and added some cooking oil to prevent raw water. Once the pork fat was rendered, she scooped out some pork scraps and added them to the mixture. Then she rolled out dough and made dumplings. She worked until late at night, finishing 500 dumplings. She opened the small door to the planting area and placed the dumplings next door. In the outdoor environment, within half an hour, they all froze into hard blocks. She packed them into bags, brought them home, and hung them up. When she wanted to eat, she could boil a few just right. She arranged everything carefully, paying no attention to Zhou Lantian and his wife's situation next door. Boss, do you think Meow Meow is boiling meat? It smells so good all day, but I don't know what delicious dish she's making. Yishui swallowed hard, full of the aroma of meat. Zhou Lantian also smelled it, but didn't dare go over to ask. Seeing Yishui craving so much, he said, I'll go find Meow Meow tomorrow morning, and ask if I can buy some meat with points. The beef jerky from last time would be fine too. The beef jerky Jiang Miao gave them was for Yishua's health. She ate 1 pack a day, and it was all gone now. No wonder. Eating better visibly improved Yishua's health, and her spirit was much better. He no longer worried about losing her. Yishue wanted to nod but was worried about not having enough points. You first ask about the situation. If it's too expensive, forget it. I'm already fine, and not eating it doesn't matter. She used to not crave things so much and didn't understand why she was so eager lately. Could it be because she had been eating beef jerky for several days and had become picky? Zhou Lantian patted her hand and smiled. Don't worry, we still have plenty of food. We originally saved points just in case of emergencies. Now that Miao Miao and Su Yi are here, I feel more at ease. Using some points isn't a problem. Only then did Yishue stop talking. At dawn, Zhou Lantian quietly went to Jiang Miao's house and knocked on the door. It took a while before Jiang Miao opened the door, looking at him strangely. Brother Zhou, is something wrong? Zhou Lantian felt a bit embarrassed. Miao Miao, Yishue wants to eat meat. I wanted to ask if you still have dried meat or something like that. I can buy it with points. Jiang Miao remembered what she did yesterday. Maybe she had made Yishue's craving worse. She nodded right away. Yes, I do. How much do you want? I can use 10,000 points to buy it. Just give me what you think is fair. Zhou Lantian immediately took out his smartwatch and transferred the points to Jiang Miao. Jiang Miao turned to open the storage room. After thinking for a moment, she packed some beef jerky, pork slices, and also a bag of pork fat residue left from yesterday's lard. She also cut a fresh cabbage and put everything into a black bag. She opened the door and handed these items to Zhou Lantian. Zhou Lantian was surprised that 10,000 points could exchange for so much. He was stunned with his mouth open, hesitant to speak. Jiang Miao made a shushing gesture. It's too cold. I'll go inside first. With a bang, the door closed. Zhou Lantian didn't dare stay longer. He quickly took the stuff and went home. When he got home and opened it, both he and his wife were amazed by the fresh cabbage. My goodness, this is cabbage. Did Miao Miao grow it? Yishue's eyes widened in shock, and she couldn't speak for a long time. Zhou Lantian looked surprised. It seems it's really Miao Miao's. Wait here, I'll test it. When the smartwatch showed that the cabbage's radiation level was 0, both of them were stunned and couldn't believe it for a while. Zhou Lantian looked serious. Ah Shui, Miao Miao and Su Yi are not ordinary people. We should treat them well and put their needs first. If we do that, we'll have a good life. Jiang Miao and Su Yi can easily give away even 0 radiation food, which shows they are not lacking in healthy supplies. The most important thing for people is good health food. Since they have this ability, they are the leaders. Zhou Lantian is willing to follow them. Yishue quickly agrees, you're right. They are really special. When Su Yi returns, you should talk to him. From now on, let's follow them. What do you think? Zhou Lantian nods. The couple smiles at each other and keeps looking through the items. They are very happy when they find beef jerky, pork slices, and pork fat scraps inside. They turn around to prepare food. Jiang Miao just sees Zhou Lantian off when the system appears again. This time, the system offers the same options for check-in, but praises her for being caring and willing to share with others. Jiang Miao feels both amused and helpless. She chooses food again, this time wishing for seafood. Surprisingly, the system gives her a half sheep leg. On the 3rd day, she is still not satisfied. During check-in, she keeps choosing food, hoping for fish. This time, the system gives her a box of crispy, small yellow croakers. For the next 10 days, she checks in daily for food, always asking for fresh seafood, but it never appears. After many tries, she begins to realize that the system either doesn't want to give her seafood or simply can't. She is not sure of the exact reason. Since she can't get seafood, she gives up. Now, the house is almost full of food, with various items hanging on the metal racks in the planting area. When Zhou Lantian comes to buy meat again, Jiang Miao generously gives him a bag of ribs and some dried yellow fish. Receiving the food, Zhou Lantian and his wife become even more determined to follow Jiang Miao. Soon, it is the day Su Yi returns from his leave. He runs into Zhang Cheng, who is returning to the mercenary group. Seeing Su Yi looking so happy, Zhang Cheng quickly stops him, looking guilty. What's going on?
Suiraises unable.
Normally, Zhang Cheng should look radiant as a new father, but now he looks strange. What's happening? Zhang Cheng pulls Su Yi's arm and struggles for a while before biting his lip and saying,
Brother, I'm sorry.
I didn't know Jiang Miao didn't know about your past. That day she came to my house, and while talking, I mentioned Su Qian. But don't worry, I only said what I had to. I didn't dare to lie. Jiang Miao didn't seem angry.
I swear.
Su Yi's expression remained unchanged, but he chuckled silently. You really have no skills at all. Always causing trouble. Never mind, it's not a big deal. I'll go first. I plan to rest for 10 days this time. You're in charge of Team 857. Zhang Cheng pounded his arm twice with force. Don't worry, brother. I'll make sure everything is handled properly. Su Yi sighed helplessly, then immediately contacted Tang Zheng to coordinate with him to manage Team 857 well. The car sped along quickly, arriving soon at the shantytown area. Su Yi carried down several large bags of supplies he brought back, then efficiently opened the door and went inside. Inside and outside the house felt like two different worlds. He took a deep breath, exhaled a puff of white smoke, and softly called out, "Meow meow." I'm in the backyard. Jiang Miao's voice came from behind. Su Yi's lips curled into a smile. He quickly walked toward the backyard, stunned for a few seconds at what he saw. What are these? He saw on the steel frame of the planting area shed, hanging round, plump bags, so densely packed that he couldn't tell what they were. They blocked the strong lights completely. Luckily, no crops could be grown in the field now, so the lights weren't needed. Jiang Miao stepped forward, casually took down a bag, and opened it for him to see. It's food. This bag has some recently made dumplings. Want to eat?
Sui nodded vigorously.
Then he opened one of the bags he brought back. There are some decorations for the new year inside. Do you want to hang them up? Also, during a mission, we found several beds of silk quilts in a building. I brought 2 back. They're real silk, light and warm. Jiang Miao immediately set the bags aside and went to look at the silk quilts. Su Yi smiled affectionately and helped her light a fire and boil water. When Jiang Miao laid a silk quilt on the bed and returned to the backyard, the water in the pot was almost boiling. She was just about to make dumplings.
How long can you stay this time?
10 days, Su Yi said, staring at her intently. Jiang Miao's face instantly turned red. She looked away and kept working. Su Yi hesitated before speaking. On the way back, I ran into Zhang Cheng. He told me he mentioned Su Qian's situation to you. I didn't care about these things anymore, but since he brought it up, I want to tell you about my past seriously. I was born without a father. Only my mother raised me. To support my studies, she moved our home to a small community near the school, right next to Su Qian's house. I was 7 years old then. We were in the same class. I am introverted, while she is cheerful and competitive. If it weren't for a natural disaster, we probably wouldn't have become friends. In the 2nd year after the natural disaster, my mother had an accident. Before she died, she entrusted me to Su Qian's parents. Unfortunately, less than 2 months later, Su Qian's parents also passed away. The two of us could only cling to each other for warmth and struggle to survive. The hardships we faced are hard to describe in just a few words. Once, we were so hungry that I had to risk running out. During that escape, I was badly injured by solar radiation, which caused my body to change. Later, to survive, we joined many teams. Where there were more people, there was more conflict. In others' eyes, she and I were like a couple. I didn't admit to what happened, and she didn't deny it either. We understood each other silently. Later, we joined a peacekeeping organization. That was also when Su Qian changed. She was tired of living a life without dignity and wanted to climb higher. I understood her, but in the end, she wanted to hurt me because of rumors and gossip. I was lucky to survive and come back. Since then, We officially became enemies. She betrayed me several times, and I also caused her trouble. We argued openly and fought secretly many times until the government took over. After I became a mercenary, I never saw her again. Would you mind? Jiang Miao looked up and carefully looked at him. She shook her head. Just like with Grandma Xiao Yi, even though we are not related by blood, we went through hardships together. They have long become my family. I understand your feelings for Su Qian. Being betrayed by someone you trust deeply must be very painful, right? Sui looked at her deeply and smiled silently.
Saying you feel nothing would be a lie.
But it's not heartbreak, it's anger. Like you said, we went through so much together. Even without love, there is family or friendship forged through shared hardships. I considered her one of my own, but in the end, she stabbed me in the back, almost costing me my life. That's why I hated her for a while. I was young and impulsive, not tolerant of fools, so I clashed with her. We had a very tense relationship in the peacekeeping organization. Even Zhao Qingfeng and Su Qian's boyfriend, Pei Guangji, fell out. Both sides were at each other's throats. When Zhao Qingfeng chose to be taken over by the government, Pei Guangji resolutely refused. Jiang Miao was a bit surprised because Su Yi's words didn't sound like the Su Yi she knew. Su Yi awkwardly touched his nose. Everyone has their youthful moments. I've come to accept it over the years. Su Qian and I just happened to meet in difficult times. Back then, if we had parted ways, we might not have survived. Once the crisis was over, two people who aren't on the same path would definitely go their own ways. The fact that she could so easily betray me shows that I am insignificant in her heart. So, there's no need to care about her. Once I understand this, it doesn't matter anymore. Plus, now I am Su Yi of the Canjing mercenary group. I have no connection with those past things, so I didn't mention it to you. Jiang Miao blinked hard and asked with worry, Does Su Qian know your secret? Could she use it against you? Su Yi shook his head decisively.
She doesn't know.
We used to work together. She handled the domestic side, and I looked for resources outside. Some close to me might have guessed, but I never admitted it. Later, they all died one after another, and I rarely showed my true self in front of others. Now, no one knows the real situation. They probably just think I am a bit stronger than an average person. Jiang Miao pointed at herself. So only I know. Su Yi nodded heavily, looking at her playfully. So, what do you think we should do? Jiang Miao proudly lifted her chin. Forget it. She was confident that Su Yi wouldn't hurt her. Su Yi looked at her proud expression and chuckled silently. His gaze fell on the boiling dumplings in the pot. Can we eat now? Hurry up. These dumplings are frozen hard. We need to boil them several more times and add a splash of cold water. When the water dumplings were cooked, a large bowl of fragrant dumplings made Su Yi's eyes almost close from the smell. He first scooped a few into Jiang Miao's bowl, then picked up one and put it in his mouth. The hot meat juice burst in his mouth, rich pork aroma mixed with the sweet juice of cabbage, along with some ingredients he couldn't identify, giving a special texture. If one flavor was hard to distinguish, he took another bite. Unconsciously, more than half of the water dumplings had been eaten. Jiang Miao watched him leisurely. How is it? Is it delicious? Su Yi gave a thumbs up. I haven't had such good pork in over 10 years. This is pork, right? Jiang Miao nodded again. Today we'll eat dumplings first. I made 500 of them earlier, enough for several meals. There are also some pig bones. Tonight we can make bone soup with noodles. Since you're at home these days, let's finish all the food that's about to spoil. Su Yi felt a bit helpless. What about what you ate in summer? Jiang Miao was not concerned. There are still fruits, vegetables, and eggs from the chickens and ducks in the summer. We won't go hungry. Su Yi saw her calm attitude and knew that his mysterious girl had skills. He felt more at ease. The two of them ate some dumplings, then Jiang Miao took Su Yi to see the building materials next door. As expected, Su Yi was so surprised he was stunned for a long time. He started planning how to arrange his vacation next year. They finished counting the building materials. Jiang Miao went to boil water for Su Yi so he could take a good bath and change into comfortable home clothes. After Sui finished his bath, Jiang Miao wanted to say a few words, but unexpectedly, he simply carried her into the room. Jiang Miao struggled. I still have something to tell you. It's dark now. It's time to sleep. We can talk tomorrow. No, it's not. As night deepened, the wind and snow outside couldn't stop the warmth inside the room. When Jiang Miao woke up again, her mind was a mess. She wanted to check the time but was pressed down by the dog-like man beside her. They tangled for a while. By the time Jiang Miao left the room, it was already after 9 in the morning. She was about to wash up when she heard a knock at the door. Sui's tall figure appeared behind her. I'll go check. With Sui there, Jiang Miao happily went to brush her teeth and wash her face. She felt a bit sticky and thought about boiling more hot water for a shower.
Oh.
If only there was a water heater. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, a system notification sounded. Congratulations! The host has completed 67% of territory development. Your status has changed. Based on your needs, today's check-in items are A. Food, B. Drinking water, C. Daily necessities, D. Plant and animal growth aid, E. Building materials, F. Poultry feed, G. Soil improvement, H. Survival medicine, I. High-tech equipment. Please make a choice. Jiang Miao didn't hesitate. She silently said, I want the high-tech equipment. Okay, the host has chosen high-tech equipment. System is checking in. Congratulations. You have checked in a high-tech energy water heater. Function. The energy water heater uses energy conversion to operate, connects to the tap water outlet, and can control the water temperature to switch between hot and cold water. Friendly reminder, the maximum heating temperature is 80 degrees Celsius. It cannot be used for direct drinking. After the system finished, Jiang Miao didn't see the so-called energy water heater. She ran to the backyard and looked around but didn't see it. Finally, she found it on a shelf in the breeding area. Mo, Zhou Lantian said he wanted to buy meat from you and mentioned that Yishue's appetite has been getting bigger lately, which seems a bit strange. What are you doing? Sui's voice sounded behind Jiang Miao. Jiang Miao was startled and turned around with a nervous smile. I told you I had something to discuss with you yesterday. It's this, an energy water heater. Can you help me install it? That way, I won't have to keep boiling water and wasting firewood. You mean a water heater, right? Sui didn't seem too surprised. It looked like these things weren't very rare. Jiang Miao hurriedly nodded. Yes, a water heater. It was hard to get. Sui didn't ask how she got it and immediately carried the energy water heater to the planting area for testing. Only then did Jiang Miao feel relieved and go to pack food for Zhou Lantian, muttering, Sister-in-law Yishue is really quite strange. Since I sent them some dried meat once, Brother Zhou has been coming to buy more and more. He always says it's what his sister-in-law wants to eat. Why didn't I notice before that she has such a big appetite? But these details weren't the main point. The main thing was that Jiang Miao knew Yishue as a very frugal and careful person, quite different from her own way of handling things. Sui frowned slightly, recalling what Zhou Lantian had just told him, and thought for a moment. I've given Zhou Lantian my contact info, so he can come directly to me if he needs anything next time. If you have leftover food, you can sell it to him for points. If you don't have enough to eat, don't feel wronged. Just tell him clearly. Zhou Lantian had just shown loyalty to him, but he hadn't made any promises on the spot. If Zhou Lantian couldn't prove his worth, he didn't need such loyalty. Jiang Miao agreed. After sending out the food, she returned to the backyard and found Sui already starting to install the water heater. The heaviest part of the energy water heater was the water storage tank. They even placed a shelf in the corner of the planting area to hold the tank. Once the water heater was installed, Jiang Miao couldn't wait to fetch a large bucket of hot water to the bathroom. Sui thought this was inconvenient and immediately went out, driving to the inner-city trading center to buy some pipes and faucets. He also found a brand-new shower head. Since they were running low on shower gel and shampoo, he bought some more. These items weren't essential, so they didn't cost many points. After Sui returned home and reinstalled the pipes, they could now take showers directly in the bathroom with the shower head, without carrying water everywhere. This made water use much more convenient. The quality of life has greatly improved. Jiang Miao almost wants to support Su Yi, trying different ways to make him delicious food. Today dumplings, tomorrow bone broth, the day after lamb soup, and also braised pig trotters. In just a short time, Su Yi's face has become rounder. When he reports back to the mercenary group, Zhao Qingfeng sees his face and is so surprised he jumps up.
Sweet.
Where have you been? Why are you so swollen? Swollen? Hey, do you want to look more carefully?
Suisi tepskilosur.
Zhao Qingfeng pushes him away with disgust. I'm not your wife, stay away from me. Anyway, Director Deng from the planning unit suddenly came to me. He said after the snow melts, we can start clearing land, and everything we find belongs to us. Did you ask him about this? Su Yi calmly admits, in spring, more than 200 survivors arrived. The current shanty town outside the city can't hold everyone. Making new policies is too complicated. We've finally figured out the situation in the current shanty town. If we disturb it suddenly, it will only increase our workload. It's better to start clearing new land. There's plenty of wasteland outside the city, and what we lack is people, not land. If we find something good, it will be a bonus for us. If we don't find anything, we're just doing our job. No loss at all. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes light up, and he nods with satisfaction. You kid, once you're married, you're different. You're starting to think. Okay, I agree with this. You go ahead and do your work. Thank you, boss. Su Yi grins. His cocky, annoying look makes Zhao Qingfeng want to hit him. He secretly curses, once again, you've tricked me. Since the 10-day holiday during the Spring Festival, Su Yi hasn't gone home to expand Jiang Miao's territory. Jiang Miao now has an energy water heater, and life is smooth. He spends his days either thinking about signing in, tinkering with food, or cleaning the house. He doesn't pay much attention to Su Yi. They only occasionally call each other to check in and say hello. Days pass, and the cold will eventually end. The earth awakens overnight. When Jiang Miao notices the temperature inside the house rising, he opens the small door to the planting area and looks. The thick snow on the nearby wasteland has melted into ice and is constantly dripping water. Everywhere is wet and sticky. Sunlight shines on the distant mountain peaks, and the reflected light is so bright it hurts the eyes. Jiang Miao immediately closes the small door and takes down all the bags from the steel frame in the planting area, checking them one by one. For the past half-month, she hasn't found fresh food to eat. The system only provided her with rice, flour, or dried meat. The pork and lamb she had 5 days ago are already gone, and the dumplings disappeared before Su Yi returned to the team. Now, these items are mostly unused and stored away, like the New Year decorations brought back by Su Yi. It's a pity to throw them away, but they take up space. She decided to take the items into the breeding area and hang them on the steel frame there. Once she cleaned the planting area, she could start plowing the land, adding base and top fertilizer. In a few days after nurturing the soil, she could begin planting. In the past, she read in books that spring farming was busy. She only observed, without feeling much. Now, working herself, she truly understands how busy spring farming is. Not only does she need to work in the fields, but she also has to care for the chickens and ducks in the breeding area. Because spring has arrived, it's also the animals' springtime. The planting area is noisy every day with chickens and ducks, and the noise at night makes it hard to sleep. Fortunately, there's no one next door on one side, and the other side belongs to her family, so no one will make a fuss about it. This crazy situation lasted for about half a month, and finally, everything calmed down. Her land is almost fully planted now. Su Yi has returned. Jiang Miao saw him as if he were a savior, with tears in her eyes, recounting how difficult these days had been. Su Yi stroked his chin and looked around the breeding area. Maybe we should slaughter those chickens and ducks? Jiang Miao shook her head vigorously. They both entered the breeding area, looking at the small chickens and ducks running around. Su Yi felt a bit overwhelmed. He seriously put his arm around Jiang Miao's shoulder. Let's sell them. You can't raise so many. There are at least a dozen or 20 chicks, and about the same number of ducks. This number far exceeded his expectations. Zhang Miao disagreed. This is 1 acre of land. Raising them is enough. Their manure, after fermentation, can fertilize the fields. I usually have nothing to do, and taking care of these little guys helps pass the time. The most urgent thing is to clear out the clutter here. Sui understood immediately and glanced at the neighboring area. He rolled up his sleeves and drove to the inner city to buy cement. It was almost dark now, but if he hurried, he could bring back a load of cement and sand. Tonight, he planned to build the wall around the neighboring planting area higher. The weather was starting to warm up. During the day, Zhang Miao didn't dare go outside, so she decided to help Sui at night. But she only managed to work until midnight before she couldn't hold on anymore, her eyelids heavy and twitching. Sui told her to go back to her room and sleep without arguing, and he sped up his work. When the first rays of sunlight entered the abandoned land of the neighboring planting area, Sui returned with another load of building materials. One morning, he was busy loading goods. Taking advantage of everyone's inability to go out, he used cement to attach metal sheets to the stone wall's exterior until the wall reached the same height as his own yard. Then he stopped. Next, he built a steel frame, covered it with wooden boards and metal sheets, and added an extra layer for insulation. By evening, he finished these tasks. At this point, people started to appear around. Sui decisively returned home, took a quick shower, ate 2 large bowls of rice cooked by Zhang Miao, then went inside to sleep deeply. He slept until after 9 at night. After waking up, he continued working. Over 3 days, the walls and greenhouses for the neighboring planting and breeding areas were finally completed. Zhang Miao was amazed by his speed and went to check. She kept praising, "Wow, Sui, you're getting more and more incredible." Sui chuckled quietly. "It's not that I'm extraordinary, but the stone slabs you brought are very useful. 1 slab can replace 10 or 20 bricks. I just pour cement on top and press the slabs down. It's much faster and easier. Only someone as strong as him could say that. An ordinary person wouldn't manage it." After finishing these 2 areas, they moved on to building the sheds. Since a tragic incident happened, Zhang Miao hadn't entered the shed once. Sui was worried she might be scared, so he bought metal sheets to enclose the shed, tore down the old one, and rebuilt it. Since it was a rebuild, they could plan it according to Zhang Miao's wishes. The shed only covered about 30 to 40 square meters, but they could connect 2 sheds together and use the space in between, totaling about 100 square meters. They also dug a basement, doubling the space with 2 floors. The basement was designed entirely as a storage room, so they wouldn't worry about running out of space later. The upper part, about 100 square meters, could be designed with 3 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. Once the house was built, they could try living on both sides and stay in the one that felt more comfortable. Sui also thought digging a basement was a good idea and even suggested making it 2 stories. Since the layout of the shantytown was almost fixed, expanding the land wasn't very realistic. So, they had to make the most of the limited space. Zhang Miao had no objections and was even happy about it. However, since they planned to build several floors, steel reinforcement, cement, and concrete pouring machines were definitely necessary. She was a bit worried that Sui might not be able to handle it all and shared her concerns. After hearing this, Sui laughed loudly. The city construction is mainly handled by mercenaries. Although we didn't participate in the later stages, we did all the early work, including building the main framework. Since I hold this position, I naturally need to be familiar with all kinds of infrastructure knowledge. Don't worry, I will make sure everything is done properly for you. He immediately called Tang Zheng, asking him to bring over the excavators, pile drivers, grout mixers, and cement mixers. Tang Zheng was confused when he received the call. No, wait. Don't forget, we're currently developing a new housing area. We've been digging day and night for 10 days already. Can you slow down a bit? Zhang Miao heard this and nodded quickly. Sui asked, "Have you found anything so far?" Tang Zheng sounded a bit discouraged. This area wasn't the city center before. It was probably a residential zone. The excavations mostly turned up bones or broken household items like pots and pans. Nothing useful. The only good thing was some food, but not much. We've already called specialists to handle the bones, and they're being taken to the funeral center for proper processing. Hearing this, Tang Zheng's voice became heavier. Everyone has lost family members, maybe a father, mother, siblings, or children, under the ruins. Some relatives might still be alive. These bones won't be discarded casually. Instead, their DNA will be extracted and stored. Once the city stabilizes, the government will collect DNA from survivors to help reunite them with their families.
Sui nodded lightly.
Alright, you guys focus on your work. I'll find someone to come up with a solution. After hanging up, Zhang Miao spoke first. It's okay, if we don't have much time. We don't need this area right now. Just help me reinforce the metal sheets, so no one can break in. Su Yi sighed helplessly and said thoughtfully, okay. I'll add another layer of metal sheets for reinforcement and also install a door to the planting area leading to the shelter zone. That way, even if someone enters this empty space, they can't get into the planting zone. You can plan the planting and breeding areas freely. Later, I'll help you clear the land and turn the soil. Zhang Miao agreed. Lately, she had been quite lazy, so having a free worker was a good deal. Su Yi worked quickly, finishing these tasks in just 2 days. Once he returned to the team, only Zhang Miao was left at home, which was perfect for continuing to farm. She marked the current 4 acres of land. The existing planting area at home is Plot 1, the neighboring planting area is Plot 2, the nearby breeding area is Plot 3, and the area where chickens and ducks are raised is Plot 4. Except for Plot 4, which is used specifically for breeding, she plans to plant crops on the other 3 plots. There are still 2 acres of land to be sown, which is a big task. Before planting, she needs to use diluted radiation purification liquid to clean the 2 plots, then add base fertilizer to improve the soil. After completing these steps, the seeds are almost ready to sprout. Since the seeds look similar, she can't tell what they are, so she plants them all at once. She will identify them carefully once they sprout into seedlings. For 10 days in a row, her daily check-ins involved planting and raising animals. On the 11th day, the system couldn't hold back anymore. Congratulations! You have completed 70% of your territory development. The system detects unfinished house construction. Today's check-in items: A. Food, B. Drinking water, C. Daily necessities, D. Plant and animal growth aid, E. Building materials, F. Poultry feed, G. Soil improvement, H. Survival medicine, I. High-tech equipment.
Please make a choice.
This hint was quite clear. Following the system's suggestion, she chose building materials. Soon, a pile of steel bars appeared on the fenced empty land. On the 12th day, the system provided 50 tons of construction water. On the 13th day, a batch of stone slabs was delivered. These slabs and steel bars filled the entire empty space, leaving no room for outsiders to step in. On the 14th day, Zhang Miao gritted her teeth and continued to check in for building materials. This time, she received more steel bars, stacked dangerously close to the planting area wall. While Zhang Miao was trembling with fear, Su Yi returned. He was also shocked by the scene of the empty land. He hesitated for a moment, then rolled up his sleeves and moved all the construction materials outside. He worked until late at night before finishing. Afterwards, he contacted the mercenary squad brothers to bring over excavators to help dig holes. Along with the excavators, there was also a concrete mixing and grouting machine. Hearing the noise of the machinery, Zhang Miao went back inside to sleep. When Tang Zheng and others arrived, they looked confused.
Hey!
There are only 2 people in your family. Why build so many houses? People might think you're building a fortress. Stop talking nonsense. Get to work. Finish quickly, and I'll reward each of you with a bun. As soon as Su Yi finished speaking, a group of people immediately started working with the excavators, silently and efficiently. Their attitude was so realistic it was almost shocking. Brothers helped, and the digging went very smoothly. In just 4 hours, they dug a large hole about 100 square meters and 7 meters deep. During the digging, they unexpectedly found some bronze artifacts and antiques, which surprised everyone. Boss, isn't there an ancient tomb underground? A few brothers asked in shock. Sui felt overwhelmed and quickly contacted Zhang Cheng to send his people to help. Everyone carefully dug all night, and the original 100 square meters expanded to 300 square meters. In the end, they found that only about 60 square meters had items, and the objects were very concentrated. The only explanation was that this place used to be a private storage for antiques. Because there were so many bronze items and ancient objects, and they looked like they had just been unearthed and not yet cleaned up. Looking at the site, it seemed more like a place where stolen goods were hidden. While digging, they also unearthed 3 skeletons. Tang Zheng and a few others took the skeletons and antiques away to report to Zhao Qingfeng. Sui stayed behind with a few brothers to help build the foundation. Since the activity was so loud, the survivors who went out early to scavenge heard about it. The mercenaries explained to outsiders that they found antiques, but they didn't mention building a house. Everyone saw the trucks leaving with a bunch of scrap metal. Because they weren't digging for food or survival supplies, those items were useless to everyone. After a brief discussion, everyone dispersed. Jiang Miao woke up and heard knocking and banging from the next door. She went out to check and saw that the empty lot next door had turned into a 300 square meter deep pit, with Sui and others working below tying steel bars. After a moment of shock, Jiang Miao called out, "Have you eaten?" Everyone looked up at Jiang Miao and shook their heads. Sui said, "Meow meow, make some buns." "They're all hungry." Jiang Miao gave a thumbs up and quickly got busy. With so many people working for her, she felt it was only right to prepare some hearty food. Today, she hadn't signed in yet, so she focused her system to check in for fresh pork. The system gave her half a pork leg again, just like last time. Jiang Miao hurried to knead the dough. She used a 20-gene bag of flour. Once the dough was ready, she waited for it to rise. While waiting, she quickly processed the pork, saving the fat for lard and chopping the lean meat into small pieces. She diced some cabbage and mixed everything into a large bowl of meat filling. When the dough had risen, she started making buns and steaming them. As the buns came out of the steamer, a strong aroma filled the air. Luckily, they were all working in the foundation pit, so they couldn't smell it. Jiang Miao worked until noon, steaming about 50 or 60 buns. The pork fat was also almost rendered, so she stored the leftover fat separately. She also cooked a pot of radish soup with pork fat scraps. Then she called Sui to come pick up the food. Sui carried a bucket of buns and a bucket of soup and left. In less than half an hour, he returned, looking helpless, and told Jiang Miao, "Those guys ate your meat buns and said I was eating alone. They also said they wanted to stay and work for you. As long as I give them 1 meat bun a day, it's fine. Just eat this meal for now, and in the evening, I'll make something simple." No need for such a fancy meal. In the Wasteland world, meat buns are extremely precious. Jiang Miao wanted to thank them by giving each of them one, which was understandable. She could also find an excuse to explain. If there was too much, people might start to suspect. Jiang Miao nodded. "I'll send some to Grandma Ji, Xiao Yi, Brother Zhou, Sister Yishui, and Grandma Su. I'll give them a little." Sui agreed. "You pack it up, and I'll deliver it. It's very sunny now, so others can't go out. It's safe to deliver things without being seen." Jiang Miao quickly made arrangements. Thinking of Little Bao from Ji Xiaoyi's family, she packed another bag of rice, a few eggs and duck eggs, and 2 large bones blanched in water. These are for the kids. Grandma should know how to arrange them, she thought. In this weather, fresh pork bones can't be kept for long, so they could only be used to make favors. Sui was quick. He was back in less than half an hour to continue working. Jiang Miao was about to rest when suddenly Zhou Lantian called. "Meow meow, I want to talk to you about something." Now that it's hot, everyone has taken off their heavy winter clothes and changed into lighter ones to go outside. I just realized that there are suddenly many pregnant women this year. Having new lives is naturally a good thing, but you know our current situation. It's not just about whether they can raise the children after they're born. Giving birth itself isn't simple. You saw how dangerous Ji Xiaoyi's childbirth was. I want to discuss whether we can set up a special place for deliveries and find some experienced people to train for that. Brother Zhou, that's a good idea. But I think we should talk to the government about this. As far as I know, only the inner city is hospitals, Jiang Miao replied. She hadn't been to the inner city yet. She only heard about it from others. Zhou Lantian nodded and said, "That's true. There are quite a few people in the inner city, and hospital resources are tight. It's not really our turn as people from the outer district. A few days ago, I went to the inner city to report this issue to the planning department. The staff said that the government is now mainly focused on settling the survivors they have taken in, so they don't have the time to deal with other matters. To encourage everyone to build their homes, the head of the planning department said we can arrange things ourselves as long as it doesn't affect the interests of the residents in the Shantytown. In the past 2 days, I talked with the leaders of Shantytown areas B, C, D, and F. Everyone agreed, except for Kong Ming'an and Qin Jianye from Area C, who each hold half the power and are fighting fiercely for control. I have a good relationship with Kong Ming'an. He is willing to support me. Qin Jianye doesn't get along with us and keeps opposing us, so I want to discuss with you to see if there are other solutions. Of course, I'm not claiming to be selfless. I have my own reasons.
Yeju
Is pregnant. I only found out recently. For Yi Shui and the baby, I must do something. Jiang Miao suddenly understood. If it's for Yi Shui, it makes sense. She thought for a moment and said, "Brother Zhou, since you have this idea, why not discuss it with Sui?
He's at home right now."
Zhou Lantian smiled bitterly. Just now, Sui came to deliver something. I mentioned it to him, but he said he's very busy lately and can't handle everything. He told me to talk to you first. Jiang Miao chuckled softly. In that case, I know what to do. Don't worry, I'll think it over carefully. Oh, by the way, Brother Zhou, I have some pig bones here. You can make soup with them, but you need to eat it soon. Do you want some? Yes, yes, yes. I'll go buy some right now, Zhou Lantian said eagerly. Jiang Miao quickly replied, "No rush. The sun is very strong now. I'll ask Sui to bring it to you. Just transfer the points to him." After hanging up, Jiang Miao handed a bag of pig bones to Sui, then felt relieved and went back to sleep. She slept until late at night. The neighbor was still working on construction, and Sui hadn't come back. Jiang Miao checked the time and went to water the fields. The construction continued for the next 3 days. Just as Jiang Miao was about to ask Sui about the progress, he returned. He looked dirty and his eyes were bloodshot, but he was smiling brightly. Our group of more than 10 brothers finally finished the 300-square-meter basement. The soil above has been backfilled, and from the outside, there's no sign of any problem. Jiang Miao felt heartbroken. She hurriedly pushed him to the bathroom. "Take a good shower first, eat something, and we'll talk about everything else later." Sui followed her suggestion to wash up. When he finished, there was a plate of scrambled eggs with pork fat, a dish of stir-fried white radish, a bowl of white rice, and a bowl of vegetable soup on the table. He immediately sat down and happily started eating. Jiang Miao watched him quietly, and after he had eaten enough, she asked, "Why is it 300 square meters?" Sui blinked at her and smiled. "I originally planned to dig only 100 square meters, but then we found a batch of antiques. Honestly, these things aren't useful to us, but the higher-ups think they're valuable. They say these are treasures of historical archaeology, and they even praised Captain Zhao a lot. We also received some awards." Captain Zhao joked that developing new shantytowns isn't rewarded, but when I do some private work, I make a contribution. He was happy and asked me a couple of questions. He wanted to know if I was building a house or digging underground. I told him to use the entire 300 square meters. Anyway, once the earth is buried, no one can see it, and it doesn't affect anything. Since the boss already approved, I naturally couldn't be picky. A dozen or so brothers helped openly, and the work went much faster. Now, the basement has 2 floors, each 300 square meters, so 2 floors total 600 square meters. Inside, there are only floodlights, nothing else. I told them to continue fencing off that 100 square meter empty space, keeping everything else the same. When I come back next time, I'll help you build the house. This project took quite some time, and he had to return to the team. Jiang Miao nodded to show she understood, and also discussed Zhou Lantian's proposal with him. I actually think this method is pretty good. From what I know, The only ones opposing are a group led by Chun Jianya, who are a bunch of troublemakers. Their people are mainly in Zone C. I suggest we talk to people in Zone F. Most of them are lonely, sick, or disabled, and have little ability to survive. We could find a few connected families and discuss building a maternity clinic with them. We could also help them build better houses and deliver food and supplies. If we give them just a little, they'll agree. What do you think? This seemed like the best plan she could think of. It could also bypass Chenjiania and wouldn't affect others' interests. It would be good for everyone. Sui looked at her appreciatively and gave a thumbs up. That's a good idea. You can tell Zhou Lantian your plan. Su Baihui lives in Zone F, so Zhou Lantian can talk to her first, then communicate with Zone F. It will work even better. Jiang Miao obediently agreed and immediately called Zhou Lantian to share her suggestion, offering to contribute some supplies. With Jiang Miao's words, Zhou Lantian felt more confident when handling matters. He wasn't sure how Jiang Miao was planning to proceed later, nor did he bother to ask. After Sui left, she went alone to check the basement. The large basement was very empty and clear, with nothing blocking her view. Luckily, there was a bright searchlight. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare stay here. Just as she was about to go upstairs, the system appeared.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing 72% of the territory development. It has been detected that the host has a large underground space with extra room. It is recommended to optimize the basement. Today's check-in items: A. Food. B. Drinking water. C. Daily necessities. D. Plant and animal growth aids. E. Building materials. F. Poultry feed. G. Soil improvement. H. Survival medicines. I. High-tech equipment. Please make a choice. Without hesitation, she chose building materials. The system is checking in. Congratulations to the host for receiving a batch of waterproof paint. Its purpose: to coat the floor, walls, and ceiling of the basement to prevent moisture and cold, keeping the space dry. Friendly reminder: the paint is a high-tech product, non-toxic and pollution-free. Applying it 3 times or more yields better results. In a flash, a number of buckets of paint appeared before Jiang Miao. The system thoughtfully provided her with tools for applying the paint, seemingly eager for her to start working. Knowing Sui would be away for another half-month, Jiang Miao resigned herself to doing the work herself. The space was 300 square meters, and the workload was huge. She wasn't like Sui, who could finish such tasks in 2 or 3 days. It took her over 10 days, during which the system also unlocked tiles and other paints. She couldn't handle everything alone, so she gave up and waited for Sui to return from his leave to help. Only after Sui came back did she finally escape the basement and see the sunlight again. At this time, Zhou Lantian asked her to visit him. As soon as Jiang Miao entered, she saw Yi Shui, who was visibly pregnant. Yi Shui was clearly well cared for by Zhou Lantian, looking much fuller, with a rosy complexion, radiating maternal warmth. She smiled brightly at Jiang Miao and warmly invited her to sit down. Lantian has already discussed with Grandma Su. It's likely that the mercenaries will agree to help, and they've posted notices. Grandma Su has been in good spirits lately, and she also said she can help. Recently, they've been talking to several households in Zone F and finally agreed with 8 connected families. They are willing to contribute their houses on the condition that we help build 8 houses for them to live in. They also want each person to receive 20 jin of white radishes, 20 jin of drinking water, and a set of warm clothes. Anything else?
Jiang Miao asked.
Yi Shui shook her head. We already have enough supplies. We are discussing how to gather more materials. Jiang Miao saw that both the couple were eagerly watching her and couldn't help but smile. Gathering supplies is easy. I think you can do this. Find the leaders of several districts, explain the situation to them. The goal is for everyone to contribute points. Those willing to contribute points can have their family members go to the maternity clinic for free when they have children. Those who don't want to contribute won't be forced. In the future, if they need help, they will have to pay high points. This way, it will be fair. After collecting the points, you can give them to me. Part of it will be used to hire mercenaries to build the maternity clinic and settle the 8 people, and the rest will be used to buy supplies. If it's not enough, I will find a way, but it shouldn't be too far off. If there are leftover points, they will be used to buy equipment. Not everyone can give birth naturally, so if surgery is needed, surgical facilities are essential, sterile operating rooms, etc. Do you agree? According to her plan, even more points wouldn't be enough. Yi Shui and Zhou Lantian naturally understood and immediately nodded in agreement. After Zhang Miao returned from the neighboring area, she hurried to take care of the vegetable garden. During this time, her plants had all sprouted. There were too few sweet potatoes and potatoes. They needed careful cultivation and to be kept for seeds. There were 16 corn plants that had grown enough to be left for seed, and the remaining crops she knew were tomatoes, carrots, beans, green onions, and pumpkins. She knew a little about the others but couldn't identify them clearly, guessing blindly. She took time to set up trellises for the plants that needed to climb, then fertilized and watered them. The rest she left alone. After finishing her work in the planting area, Zhang Miao finally had time to visit the breeding area. She went in and picked up a basket of eggs. Coming out, she felt refreshed and thought all her hard work was worth it. The chicks and ducklings had grown quite a bit, and by summer, they should start laying eggs. This year, she would have more eggs than she could eat. Thinking about it made her happy. Zhang Miao smiled softly and turned to cook for Sui. In the past few days, Sui had been busy renovating the basement. It was called renovation, but it mainly involved painting the ceiling and laying tiles. The tiles provided by the system were very large. Each one covered 3 or 4 square meters. He couldn't handle it alone, so he had to let Sui, the strongman, do it. This time, Sui completely finished the basement, even helping install the lights and air circulation system. Only the shelves and storage items were left. These things weren't urgent for now. After Sui returned to the team, Zhang Miao continued to check in. She gradually filled the basement with cabinets and shelves. At this moment, Zhou Lantian finally managed to gather 1 million points. He transferred 1 million points to Zhang Miao, saying, "In our Shantytown area, only those who are really struggling don't have enough points." Only Chen Jianya's group didn't contribute. Everyone else gave at least 100 points, up to 1,000 points. I wonder if these points are enough? Zhang Miao smiled and reassured him, "I'll call Sui to find out." After Zhang Miao explained the situation to Sui, Sui's calm voice came from the smartwatch. "As long as it's arranged properly, it will be enough. With these points, I can honestly follow the process and apply to the team to carry out this task. There will be a detailed list of expenses later, which will be made public for everyone to see. No need to worry about criticism. The reason mercenaries are called mercenaries is because they can accept tasks for money. As long as it doesn't interfere with government work, this is generally tolerated." In front of Zhou Lantian, Zhang Miao transferred all those points to Sui. "All right, now we just wait for the news." Zhou Lantian suppressed his excitement and thanked Zhang Miao. That same day, Sui told Zhao Qingfeng about the situation. Although Zhao Qingfeng's family didn't live in the shantytown, his brothers, who were assigned by the government, all settled there. Naturally, he cared a lot about the area's development. When he heard that residents of the shantytown were voluntarily raising funds to build a maternity clinic, he approved immediately and also applied to higher authorities, with costs reduced. Although the clinic isn't a formal hospital, it still provides proper childbirth and cesarean services. To handle emergencies, the planning requires professional advice. At this point, Ma Jichao had to step in. Ma Jichao was very eager to help people. He was very active in matters that benefited both the government and the public. Despite being busy, he called his apprentice Lin Zhao. The two of them spent 2 days and nights planning the land area, surrounding environment, and current funds for the Shantytown Area F. Finally, they produced the most reasonable blueprint. The master and apprentice took the plan to meet Zhao Qingfeng and Sui. The houses in Shantytown Area F are very small. The usable parts are the breeding and planting zones. Although each household has about 1 acre, 8 households together have 8 acres, which is enough. Considering there are many residents in that area and more babies might be born, the maternity clinic might not be enough. So, we've set the usable area at 6.5 acres, and the remaining 1.5 acres will be used to build resettlement houses for those 8 people. What do you think? Ma Jichao looked at them seriously, asking for their opinion. Sui nodded and said, among these 8 people, 3 are elderly and barely hanging on, while the remaining 5 are children. The oldest is 11, the youngest is 5. They stick together to make a living and keep each other warm. They took 1/3 of the 1.5 acres of land to build a house, and the remaining 1 acre is enough for farming and raising animals. To be blunt, those elderly people probably only have a few years left. The future houses and fields will be for those children. Although they are not related by blood, they have long since become a close family. 1 acre of land is enough for them to live on. Giving them more would be too much for them to handle. When they grow up, they can apply to reassign the houses and leave the temporary housing. Zhao Qingfeng carefully examined the plans, then patted his thigh and said, "Good, let's proceed with this design. Su-yi, I'm assigning this task to you." He then looked at Ma Jichao and asked, "Dr. Ma, since this is a maternity clinic, you might need to assist during construction. Will that be too tiring?" There are only 3 doctors in the mercenary group. One spends most of his time in the lab doing research, another stays in the team to handle emergencies, and Ma Jichao usually goes on dangerous missions and is often away. Ma Jichao immediately pushed Lin Zhao forward and said, "Captain Zhao, I really can't do it, but Lin Zhao can. I trained him, and he understands this plan well. Let him work with Su-yi."
Great.
Zhao Qingfeng laughed loudly, feeling much more relaxed. Since the plan was set, there was no time to delay. Su-yi immediately contacted his team members and ordered building materials from the inner city. That night, a large construction team entered the F district of the shantytown. Because F district was the most remote, only the residents nearby heard the noise. Others in the area didn't notice anything. Su-yi woke up the 8 households, briefly explained the situation, and temporarily dismantled the 2 houses on the edge. They dug a deep pit, about half an acre in size and roughly 3 meters deep, following their construction standards. There had been no rain recently, so there was no water in the pit, and the soil was moist but normal. They could immediately lay the foundation, install steel bars, and pour concrete. Team 857 from the mercenary group finished building the framework underground in just 1 night. At this time, the survivors in F District were preparing to go out scavenging. They watched the mercenaries work from afar, too afraid to get close. Little Wu, whose house was being dismantled, looked at his brother and sister with big, innocent eyes and asked, "Big brother, is this our new home?" Ada patted his head and smiled. "Yes. First, let's find something to eat. In a couple of days, we can move in." The words are like that, but Ada is also uncertain inside. They agreed to give up the house mainly to survive. During winter, they almost couldn't make it. It was Grandma Sue who kept helping them, allowing them to survive. This time, they also took a gamble trusting Grandma Sue, hoping they were right. The children followed others and went outside. Soon, all the people in the shantytown area F had fled. Sue-yi watched the ragged, dirty figures of the children, his gaze deep. He quickly looked away and continued working. In just 1 day, they built the frame of a 3-story concrete house. With the basement, it became 4 stories. The next day, they built walls, applied cement, attached metal sheets, and inside the house, they smoothed the walls with cement, made everything even, and painted a fresh coat to make the house look clean and bright. On the 4th day, they installed doors, vents on the roof, and iron fences. At the same time, they arranged furniture inside. The first building in the shantytown was completed. Su-yi told Ada and the others to move in. The 8 people gathered together, looking at the impressive, sturdy building, stunned into silence, unable to believe this was their new home. One elderly person wiped tears from their eyes and choked out, "I thought once we gave up the house, we'd just dig a hole and wait to die. I didn't expect it would be such a good house."
Boo-hoo.
Since the couple in Area E was killed by a wild beast, the people in Area F have been afraid they might also be attacked. Their houses are not strong, and they lack the ability to improve them, living every day in fear. Now, this house looks like a safe shelter to them, where they can sleep peacefully. Other residents looked at the house with envy and regretted not agreeing to contribute their own homes earlier. The mercenaries also felt mixed emotions. Tang Jung softly said, "Go inside and take a look. The first floor is about 300 square meters. Since you're not a family, we left a 20 square meter common resting area. The rest is divided into single-room apartments, a small living room, a bedroom, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Considering that it's best not to burn wood in the building, we replaced the kitchen stove with electric heating devices. The roof has 2 energy converters to supply enough power. The entire building was fitted with lights, making the inside as bright as the outside. There were water pipes, and each room had a faucet. We managed to bring you a water radiation purifier, so from now on, you just need to turn on the tap to use water, without worrying about radiation issues."
What?
"There's such a good thing? You should know how hard it was for us to find safe drinking water." All the onlookers were shocked. They are currently drinking snow water collected in winter, which isn't enough for a whole year. They still have to think hard about water supply. Now, this house has such advanced equipment. Doesn't that mean they won't have to worry about water problems anymore? Su Baihui stepped forward, worried, and said, "Sir, thank you for your kindness. But we don't have the ability to protect such a precious device. I'm afraid." Su Yi smiled reassuringly and said, "Don't worry, Granny. The device is installed in the water tower on the top floor, which is sealed off and inaccessible. I also welded the device, so it can't be removed. Even if someone tries to get up there, they won't succeed. Rest assured." Hearing this, some people with ulterior motives changed their expressions. Many whispered among themselves, full of envy and jealousy. Su Yi ignored them and turned to the 8 people, saying, "Now the tap water is working normally. You need to pay water fees based on your usage. Of course, others can buy water from you. Just don't take advantage of them." The 8 nodded quickly. Then Su Yi waved his hand, and the mercenaries brought in boxes of supplies. There are clothes for all seasons, towels, and other daily necessities. Each of you can take 1 set. The blankets, pots, and bowls in your rooms are new, so no need to bring those. Just check what's important. Bring food and valuables. The rest isn't necessary. Once inside, I suggest you take a good shower and change into clean clothes. Old things should be replaced with new ones. Finally, I wish you a better life ahead." Su Yi finally showed a faint smile. The 8 people thanked him repeatedly, quickly searching for their important belongings and food, while leaving the rest untouched. After entering the building, everyone found that each floor had 6 single rooms. The 3 elderly residents, finding stairs difficult, stayed on the first floor, while all 5 children went to the second floor. There were 3 rooms left on the first floor. Su Yi looked at Su Baihui. "Grandma, the maternity hospital still needs your help later, so we reserved a single room for you. The environment is better here, and it's more convenient for you to do your work." This is also Director Zhao's idea. Su Baihui, who was about to refuse, could only nod in agreement. As water sounds came from the building and the sun appeared, the crowd watching the scene dispersed. Su Yi and Tang Zheng continued to carry food. At this moment, on the second floor, Ada and Xiao San and Xiao Wu were taking a bath together in one bathroom. Er and Xiao Si, who were girls, were in another separate bathroom. Because Su Yi told them to wash thoroughly, the children's hair had become tangled. They decided to cut all their hair short, leaving just a few inches. Then, carefully, they turned on the tap to test the radiation level. Seeing that the radiation was 0, the children's eyes widened with relief. They carefully rinsed themselves with water, using nearby shower gel and shampoo to scrub away dirt and mud. They only dared to leave the bathroom once the foam turned white. Each put on a new set of clothes. Xiao Wu smiled happily. "Big brother, we can live here forever now. We don't have to worry about being thirsty or in danger, right?" Ada and Xiao San nodded seriously. Xiao San whispered, "But I wonder if they will give us food?" Ada patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Even if they don't give us food, it's okay. At least they provided us with a comfortable and safe place, and water. That's enough. We can find food slowly. Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Ada opened it and saw a mercenary outside. The water we promised you earlier has been sorted out, and we also have the food you asked for. You said each of you wanted 20 jin of white radishes, but with this weather, radishes won't last. Our boss decided to exchange the 20 jin of radishes for 5 jin of radishes, a box of compressed biscuits, and a box of dried meat. Is that okay? The three nodded repeatedly. The mercenary immediately handed the supplies for the three of them to Ada, then went to the rooms of the two girls and explained the situation. After giving the food to them, the mercenary went downstairs. The 5 children cheered excitedly.
Great.
We can survive now. They ran downstairs happily and saw Su Baihui, who had cleaned up, sitting in the common area talking to the mercenaries. They looked at her for a while before daring to approach and affectionately called her grandma. Su Baihui saw the children, refreshed and clean, and her eyes welled up with tears. Good, good, good. Everyone is clean now. That's how children should look. She looked at Su-yi, hesitating to speak. Su-yi kindly said, just say what you want to say. Grandma Su wiped her tears and hesitated. I want to ask if there's any news about my grandson and daughter-in-law. Su-yi's face remained calm, and he said thoughtfully, I've already posted missing notices in busy places outside the inner city and contacted the mercenary team members. Don't worry. Okay. Su Baihui's smile faded slightly. She forced herself to stay strong and asked, when will the maternity clinic start construction? Tonight, Su-yi replied, explaining, the clinic is like a hospital. Tonight, we'll level the land, dig the foundation, and set the piles. Since we're building, it will be a big project. The main structure should take about 10 days to 2 weeks. After that, we'll install energy and water pipes and do the interior decoration. It will take about a month. Once the framework is finished, a professional will come to guide us, and I'll ask him to discuss it with you. Good, Su Baihui responded happily. Seeing her eager to help realize her wish, Sui thought about it and decided to put a missing notice on his car too, so he could carry it everywhere. Lin Zhao and Ma Jichao returned from their mission. After receiving Su-yi's message, they packed their bags quickly and said goodbye to their master. Teacher, I'll be in the shanty town for about a month. Be careful if you go on missions during this time, and try not to act alone. Ma Jichao waved his hand. Stop fussing. Let's go already. Lin Zhao chuckled and ran towards Su-yi's car with his bag. As he got close, he saw that the car was surrounded by some unknown stuff, fluttering in the wind like dancing grass skirts. It was ice raining. What's your hobby? Lin Zhao complained, feeling reluctant to get on the car. If he didn't, he'd have to walk, so he reluctantly moved closer. Brother, where are all these things stuck on your car? Lin Zhao frowned, glancing at the photos on it. His face suddenly changed. He stepped forward and tore one off, examining it carefully. Lin Zhao broke down crying, rushing into the car while sobbing and incoherent, asking, Brother, where did you get this missing notice? Sui knitted his brows and looked sharply at him. Do you know? Of course. This is my grandfather, grandmother, father, and mother. I am this little boy. Lin Zhao cried so hard that tears and snot flowed freely. Su-yi forced himself to stay calm and asked confusedly, This missing person notice has been posted for several months. Have you seen it? Lin Zhao looked puzzled. When was that? Your car didn't look like this before. Of course. I've been posting it in the group for months. Su-yi said angrily. Lin Zhao looked innocent. My master and I are on a mission. We only come back once a month. Every time, it's just a quick visit. I don't know where you posted it. Also, if you don't look closely, you wouldn't notice this thing. Su-yi was speechless and unable to argue. All right, I see your point. Take a good look again. If you're sure there's no problem, I'll take you to see your grandma. She's been looking for you. Lin Zhao became excited again, I promise. She's my closest family. Even if she turns to dust, I wouldn't mistake her. After I got separated from my family years ago, I was wandering and almost starved. It was my master who found me and gave me some food. Over the years, my master's been trying to find my family, but there's been no news. I was prepared for them not to be around, but I didn't expect my grandma to still be alive. What about the others? Su-yi didn't dare look into Lin Zhao's eyes. Your mother is missing, and your grandfather and father are gone. Lin Zhao shed a few tears, but didn't cry loudly like before. Su-yi's car sped quickly, and by the time they arrived at the construction site, the sun was already up. Apart from mercenaries, there were no other people around. Su-yi greeted his brothers and led Lin Zhao into the building. Lin Zhao almost shouted, "Where are they? Where is my grandma? Come with me," Su-yi said, leading him to Su Baihui's room. Su Baihui had just returned from scavenging, washed her hands and face, and was about to prepare some food when she heard the knocking and hurried to open the door. Seeing Su-yi and an unfamiliar face, she was about to speak. Lin Zhao suddenly started crying, "Grandma, it's me. Hi."
Boo-hoo. Hi.
Su Baihui was shocked and grabbed Lin Zhao's arm, carefully examining his face, as if searching for a shadow of the past. Lin Zhao lowered his head and pointed to a small scar on his forehead and the edge of his hairline here. "I was naughty when I was little, running around the table and accidentally hitting the corner." His mother cried with worry, and his father and grandfather took him to the hospital. "You were there too, rushing over in a hurry, holding me and comforting me, and even bought me a toy gun. Also, I have a birthmark on my back. When you and Mom bathed me before, you often joked that it was because I didn't like bathing." Su Baihui's vision blurred with tears as she tightly embraced Lin Zhao, crying silently. After many years apart due to life and death, their reunion was filled with complex feelings that Su-yi could understand. He left the space for them, quietly stepped outside, and went to work with his brothers at the neighboring construction site. Lin Zhao stayed in the building for about 2 hours before coming out. The once cheerful and sunny boy looked even brighter now. He quickly ran to Su-yi and hugged him tightly. "Brother, my grandma already told me everything. If it weren't for my sister-in-law and others asking for help, giving my grandma the motivation to keep going and sending her clothes and food, she might not have made it this far. From now on, you and my sister-in-law are my great benefactors. If you need anything, just ask me. I'll do anything for you." Su-yi smiled and handed him the tools. "Help me with the work first. Where should we start?" With Lin Zhao joining, the construction sped up again. In just 3 days, all the water pipes and energy lines for the 3-story maternity hospital were connected. Next, they needed to plaster the walls, lay the floors, and install the ceiling panels. These tasks were easy for the workers. During the hottest weather, the maternity hospital was finally completed. It covers 6.5 acres, with a total of 4 floors, including the basement. The first floor has a delivery room, a maternity room, and 10 operating rooms. The second and third floors are all wards, with offices and meeting rooms. The basement has a large medical supplies warehouse, a medical waste storage room, and a temporary morgue, among other facilities. The hospital was quite well equipped. On the day it officially opened, almost all the residents of the shantytown came to see. They were amazed by the impressive building, and pregnant women cheered happily. Thanks to this hospital, they no longer had to worry daily about giving birth or risking their lives. Su Baihui, as the director, stepped forward to speak and said sadly, "Disasters have taken so much from us. Our loved ones, friends, homes, and skilled professionals, including those in medicine. Here, I ask those who have studied or know about medical care to step forward.
We
Start anew." She pointed at the gate behind her and shouted with all her strength, "Let's work together for the shantytown. Once you enter here, you won't have to worry about food, clothing, or shelter. Here, you will find the future you want." Encouraged by Su Baihui, more and more people began to step forward. She and Lin Zhao, whose name was changed back to Gu Yi, conducted interviews and background checks for these people. After 5 days of hard work, they finally finalized plans with a dozen medical staff members and then started professional training. The materials were all brought in by Su-yi from the city center. Gu Yi helped Su Baihui, and Su-yi quietly stepped back. He hadn't been home for so long. When he arrived at the door and looked up at the pile of stones topped with metal rings, he wondered if he should start working immediately. As soon as he entered, Sui noticed the house was very quiet, with only faint sounds coming from a room. Guessing that the girl was sleeping, he carefully pushed the door open to take a look. He saw Jiang Miao sleeping soundly with her back to him, and beside her, a white machine was blowing cool air. The room was much cooler than the living room. His eyes lingered on the cooling machine for a moment. He tiptoed inside, and when he saw Jiang Miao's swollen belly, he was struck like lightning and froze in place. Meow meow.
You're pregnant.
Jiang Miao woke up to the noise, opened her eyes softly, and turned to see Sui. She instantly became alert. You're finally back. Look at my new treasure, the cooling fan. It really saved my life. Last summer, she wasn't so afraid of the heat, but this year she couldn't stand it anymore. She had planned to sleep in the basement next door, but unexpectedly, the system kindly gave her a cooling machine when she signed in. After many days, she could finally sleep comfortably, so she relaxed and slept day and night. Sui's attention was all on her belly and didn't care about the cooling fan. When did you get pregnant? Why didn't you tell me? You've been so busy, and I have nothing to do. Telling you would only distract you. Besides, you already know now. Jiang Miao blinked innocently with big, adorable eyes. Sui looked at her and completely lost his temper. Yes, you're the best. You're right, it's all my fault. I neglected it.
How do you feel now?
Do you want to see Dr. Su? Sui asked nervously. Jiang Miao waved her hand, as if nothing was wrong. No need. I know my body well. I'm fine. Since you're back, I'll cook for you. Sui grabbed her gently. Don't move, little ancestor. Stay in the room and rest. I'll cook for you. Jiang Miao saw him insist and followed his advice. But she didn't stay obediently in her room. Instead, she followed him to the storage room. The basement is much cooler, and I moved all the food there. This storage room is just for supplies. Sui chuckled softly, feeling a bit amused. Outside, the sun was still shining brightly. Jiang Miao stopped at the door, and Sui went alone to the basement. Soon, he returned with a bunch of ingredients. There was rice, flour, beef jerky, and some eggs. The 3-acre vegetable garden was growing very well. Feel free to pick any vegetables you want. Jiang Miao had already picked 3 tomatoes and a bunch of romaine lettuce, enough for both of them to eat. With the ingredients ready, Sui was eager to cook. However, faced with so many items, he didn't know where to start. Jiang Miao found it funny and said, "Let me do it. I'll steam some rice, make tomato scrambled eggs over rice, prepare a cold salad with the lettuce, and cut the beef jerky into small pieces for a flavorful soup. How does that sound?" "Sounds good to me," Sui replied, beginning to follow Jiang Miao's instructions. During dinner, Jiang Miao looked at him and asked, "I heard the maternity clinic opened smoothly. Did you help Grandma Sue find her grandson?" Since she found out she was pregnant, she had been very careful, not leaving the house at all. All the news she received was from Zhou Lantian and Yushui. Sui nodded and recounted everything to Jiang Miao, also sharing the current situation outside. The maternity clinic is the biggest and most complete medical facility in our neighborhood. A few days ago, some women in labor were sent there. Director Sue is watching over everything. Things are going smoothly. To avoid sun radiation, the clinic closes when the sun is out and only opens after sunset, working day and night. We discussed building a road to make it easier for everyone to travel at night. Jiang Miao's eyes lit up, and she supported the idea. That's a good plan. Right now, there isn't even a proper road in the neighborhood. Building a smooth road to the clinic and installing bright streetlights would make it safer for everyone to go out late at night. Sui helped her serve some lettuce and said thoughtfully, but building a road isn't so simple. First, raising funds is a big problem. The government has already invested a lot in the second block of the neighborhood, so they probably won't pay for the road. We'll need to crowdfund, and no one knows when construction will start. If you're feeling unwell, it's best to go to the clinic for an exam early in the morning. If you can't come back, you can rest and observe inside. You can leave in the evening. The clinic also sells food outside. The points needed vary depending on the type of food. If you're willing, you can sell vegetables and eggs from home to the clinic, but the price will be lower because of limited funds. Currently, the maternity clinic cannot earn points by delivering babies. Its income mainly comes from selling water and nutritional meals for pregnant women. This income only covers the normal operation of the clinic. Jiang Miao agreed without hesitation, saying, "I can't handle this myself. You make the arrangements." Su Yi had already expected her to do so and smiled. After finishing his meal, he took his bowl to the kitchen, washed it, and immediately put on his gear to work next door. Since he knew Jiang Miao was pregnant, he had to hurry and finish building the house. Fortunately, only one layer of foundation was needed, using stone slabs. With no outsiders present, he worked freely, stacking stones as if playing house. By evening, he had completed more than half of it. When Jiang Miao called him for dinner, he was still working. He ate quickly, then continued building, working late into the night. Finally, he finished the 100-square-meter wall. Next, he applied cement on the exterior, added insulation material, and then attached metal sheets. Afterward, he installed steel bars for the roof, laid panels, added insulation and waterproof materials, and finally installed the metal sheets. Next, he set up 2 energy converters, connecting the power and water pipes. It took 3 days and nights to complete the basic construction. They also installed the gate, which matched their home's design, 2 sliding doors. The outer door was a stainless steel security door, allowing visibility outside, while the inner door was a sturdy, heavy door. After finishing these tasks, the remaining work was interior decoration. The basement still needed some wall paint, so he decided to paint the walls first. Jiang Miao urged Su Yi, whose eyes were bloodshot, to go to sleep. "You've slept less than 6 hours these days. Even a strong body can't handle this. Go back to your room and rest." Su Yi wanted to insist, but saw Jiang Miao was truly angry, so he obediently washed up and went to bed. As soon as he lay down and felt the cool breeze, he fell asleep immediately. Jiang Miao heard the steady breathing from the next room, quietly tiptoed over, and started laying new tiles. Su Yi slept deeply and for a long time. After 6 hours, he woke up feeling refreshed. Jiang Miao was not in the room. He quickly went next door and saw a batch of pure white tiles suddenly appeared in the empty, unfinished house, making him momentarily stunned. Jiang Miao explained, "They were sent while you were sleeping. I was just checking if they are enough." Isu, not asking anything, roughly estimated based on previous experience and helplessly said, "Not only is it enough, but I can also save a lot. How should I arrange so many tiles?" Jiang Miao looked around the house and smiled. "That's simple. Just put tiles on the walls too. Use as many as you need."
Great.
Su Yi immediately started working. Worried that Su Yi might ask questions if he stayed, Miao quickly left. Laying floor tiles and wall tiles is detailed work, and it took 2 more days. After 2 days, the whole house looked brand new. Su Yi breathed a sigh of relief and said to Jiang Miao, "The house is finally finished. Besides the furniture, everything else that needs to be installed has been done. I'll finish the rest when I come back on my next holiday." Jiang Miao obediently listened and, after seeing Su Yi off, hurried next door to admire her new home and do a thorough cleaning of the house. In just a few days, her neighbor's house was replaced by a grand new house. The 2 houses had identical layouts. Nearby residents were curious, but unfortunately, they had no relationship with Jiang Miao and didn't dare to ask about her house. Inside, Jiang Miao was sweating profusely and unaware that outside, people were talking about her home.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing 75% of territory construction. The system detects that the host has finished building the new territory. Since the new territory is too empty, it is recommended to add furniture and equipment. Today's check-in items: A. Food. B. Drinking water. C. Daily necessities. D. Plant and animal growth aids. E. Building materials. F. Poultry feed. G. Soil improvement. H. Survival medicine. I. High-tech equipment.
Please make a choice.
Jiang Miao was happy and kept saying, "I want daily necessities." Okay, the system is drawing lots. Congratulations! The host is checked in 3 large beds, each 2 meters by 2.2 meters. Please check your rewards. Jiang Miao immediately looked at the 3 rooms and found each had a large bed. Her bedroom had just been cleaned, so she placed the beds there and they could be used directly. The next day, the system provided a wardrobe. On the 3rd day, mattresses. On the 4th day, a set of living room sofas. On the 5th day, a living room shelf. On the 6th day, a dining table and chairs. On the 7th day, kitchen stove. On the 8th day, a bathroom energy water heater. On the 9th day, an energy cold fan. On the 10th day, an energy fully automatic washing machine, and so on. In just half a month, she filled her new home with items through check-ins. The most surprising thing was that the system gave her an energy freezer. The freezer measured 1 meter by 2 meters by 1 meter. Definitely a large freezer. There are 2 separate rooms, one for refrigeration and one for freezing. When the weather got hot before, she wanted one, but the system didn't allow it. Now that she has a new house, they generously provided one. Could it be that thing is also picky? Despite the complaints, having this item has improved Jiang Miao's quality of life. Not to mention, she can now store fresh meat in it for later, and leftover eggs and vegetables can also be kept inside, so she doesn't have to worry about food going bad. Both houses are now livable. The new house has insulation on the walls, making it much cooler than the old one. Plus, there is also a cold air machine here. It's also farther from the breeding area, making it quieter. Jiang Miao decided to sleep here and only go back to the other house when she wakes up. Soon, August arrived, and her belly was very big. However, Yishue's belly was even larger, and she looked close to giving birth. These days, Zhou Lantian was very anxious, coming over every day to find Jiang Miao, either to buy this or that. For 4 days straight, Zhou Lantian didn't come on the 5th day. Jiang Miao found it strange and asked the passing Sun Yufan and his sister about the situation. Sun Yufan held his sister's hand tightly and said seriously, "Sister-in-law Yishue went to the maternity clinic to give birth, and Captain Zhou should be there too."
How do you know that?
The siblings looked at each other. His sister, Sun Yuning, obediently said, "Last night, we heard sister-in-law Yishue calling out. Today, when we went to buy water at the maternity clinic, we saw Captain Zhou. We heard that sister-in-law Yishue's baby hasn't been born yet, and we don't know how things are now." Hearing this, Jiang Miao's face turned pale. She remembered she hadn't left the house or gone for prenatal checkups since she got pregnant. She decided to take this chance to check on her and gather some information, just in case, so that when she goes into labor, if Su Yi isn't around, she won't be helpless.
Thank you.
By the way, where is your water? Jiang Miao snapped out of her thoughts and realized the siblings had empty hands. Sun Yufan sighed helplessly, "Sister, there are too many people buying water at the maternity clinic. They have to queue. Usually they start lining up after sunset and there are people there all night. We just went to see, and there's no way to get in. It's better to come back first and go again at night." Seeing the siblings' lips chapped, Jiang Miao sighed helplessly. They are also children, relying on each other. Although they are better off than some survivors in Area F, they are still vulnerable and can't compete for resources. "Give me the buckets. I happen to have some water at home. I'll fill some for you." The siblings' eyes lit up, and they quickly expressed their thanks. "Older sister, I can give you my points," Sun Yufan said as he raised his smartwatch to pay. Jiang Miao shook her head. "Just a few times, no need to give." She took the bucket, closed the door, and went to the backyard to fetch water. When she came out, she handed the 2 buckets of water and a black bag to the siblings. "All right, you two, go quickly. I have to leave now." Jiang Miao urged them to leave without further explanation. The siblings didn't want to cause her trouble. After sincerely thanking her, they went back home. At home, Sun Yuning opened the bag and found it contained white radishes and tomatoes. Neither of them had ever seen a tomato before, and they were very surprised. "Big brother, can we eat this? It looks so tasty." Sun Yuning stared at the tomato without blinking. Sun Yufan stepped forward, picked up a tomato, and looked at the white radishes. He whispered, "Sister, bring a bowl. Let's cut these open and see." I'll try a bite first. If they are food, these will last us several days. Okay, Sun Yuning nodded seriously. Big brother, Momo is a good person. She wouldn't hurt us. Big brother knows. Sun Yufan also firmly believed this, or he wouldn't dare to try. For the first time, the siblings ate tomatoes and found them a bit sour. After finishing, they realized tomatoes are very thirst-quenching. They felt reluctant to part with the remaining ones and carefully stored them away. Meanwhile, Zhang Miao, heavily pregnant, was carrying a black bag as she arrived at the maternity clinic. From afar, she saw a long line at the back entrance of the clinic, stretching all the way to the street. All these people were holding water buckets, here to fetch water, not to see a doctor. She dared not get too close, only watching from a distance. Then she stepped into the clinic and explained her situation to the nurse at the reception desk. The nurse didn't hesitate and immediately took Zhang Miao into the prenatal checkup room, also notifying Su Baihui. Su Baihui arrived with a team of medical staff. Seeing Zhang Miao, she was very surprised. You're pregnant too. Your belly is so big, you're about to give birth. Zhang Miao was unsure and reported her last menstrual period. Su Baihui calculated and looked grim. You're already at your due date. Don't you feel anything? Zhang Miao shook her head in confusion. Su Baihui quickly arranged for her to have a prenatal exam. The first step was an ultrasound. Su Baihui operated the machine while giving on-site instructions. Everyone listened attentively, including Zhang Miao, who was a bit anxious and asked questions from time to time. Su Baihui was amused. Momo, your attitude is really good. Much better than Yishui. When mentioning Yishui, Zhang Miao hurriedly asked, has she given birth? Su Baihui shook her head. The first labor didn't come so quickly. She arrived around 4 a.m. and now only a fingertip dilation. There's still a long way to go. Plus, her body was quite weak before, and she's a bit older now, so she needs to work harder. Has Su Yi come back? Zhang Miao honestly shook her head. Su Baihui's expression became more serious. Su Yi has been taking very good care of you. According to the ultrasound, I estimate the baby weighs about 7 jin. It could be a chubby boy or a chubby girl. The due date has arrived, and this kind of situation can happen at any time. Since Su Yi isn't home, I don't feel safe leaving you alone. There's a bed available in the ward, so you might as well stay here, she suggested. Zhang Miao wanted to refuse, but seeing Su Baihui's stern look, she swallowed her words and obediently nodded. I'll listen to Grandma. Good girl. Su Baihui smiled and asked someone nearby to arrange a bed for Zhang Miao. Then she teased, honestly, many women have come to the maternity hospital to give birth recently, but you're the first one to raise such a big child. Yishui's baby is probably around 6 jin. Your baby is a full jin bigger. If you do some prenatal exercises as I suggested these days, a natural birth would be best. Given our current conditions, a cesarean isn't really recommended. Of course, this advice was for most people. Zhang Miao and Su Yi's family background was quite wealthy, so a cesarean could be an option if needed. But, considering government policies, she didn't mention it. Zhang Miao thought about her chickens, ducks, and vegetables at home, feeling a bit uneasy. After the nurse helped her with the hospital procedures, she was taken to the ward, which happened to be the same room as Yishui. Yishui was lying on the bed, feeling uncomfortable. When she saw Zhang Miao, she was surprised, and her discomfort eased a lot. Miao Miao, you're about to give birth too? Zhang Miao shook her head innocently. Grandma said I'm at the due date, so she wants me to stay in the hospital. If there's no change in the next couple of days, she might have to take some measures. Yishui suddenly felt a sense of shared hardship. They chatted for a while, and Zhang Miao's stomach suddenly growled. She pressed the call button, and soon a nurse brought 2 meals, simple congee with white radish and a few egg drops. Zhang Miao tasted a spoonful and found it only had a little salt, so it was a bit bland. Compared to what she usually ate, this was far worse. Since pregnancy, her taste had changed, and her appetite was poor, which made her mood not so good. Thinking for a moment, she decided to call Su Yi on her smartwatch. Su Yi has not returned recently, so he can be with Zhang Miao during childbirth. When she called him, he immediately asked, "Are you about to give birth?" Jiang Miao hesitated and said with a mix of tears and laughter, "I'm at the maternity clinic, but Grandma forced me to stay. She said I've reached my due date and should give birth. If the baby doesn't come out in the next couple of days, they'll induce labor. I'm worried about home. Can you come back and help me prepare? Also, I want to eat pancakes, buns, beef noodle soup, and steamed eggs." Sue was stunned by her list of food and nodded repeatedly, saying, "You stay at the maternity clinic. I'll make the food and bring it to you later." Jiang Miao felt her mood lighten after hearing this. She hung up and looked up just in time to see Shui and her husband looking confused. Upon closer look, Shui was drooling with desire. Jiang Miao quickly contacted Sue to prepare double portions of food. Nearby, Shui's eyes turned green with envy. She kept staring at the hospital door, disappointed whenever a nurse came in. Her reactions made Zhou Lantian both amused and helpless. He couldn't satisfy Shui's cravings, so he could only quietly stay by her side, talking to distract her. Having something to look forward to made the wait easier. She was both hoping for food and chatting with Jiang Miao, following medical staff's instructions to do some childbirth exercises. By around 1 p.m., her labor had progressed to 3 centimeters, and she was moved into the delivery room. Usually calm and steady, Zhou Lantian panicked and rushed after her. When only Jiang Miao was left in the room, she lay bored on the bed, thinking, then started calling Grandma Ji and Little Ji. "Grandma, I'm at the maternity clinic now,"
Jiang Miao said.
Grandma Ji was surprised and asked cautiously, "What's wrong? Are you pregnant?" She hoped Jiang Miao was just going for a checkup because there was a nearby clinic for women who couldn't conceive. Hearing this often, Grandma Ji's mind immediately jumped to the worst. Jiang Miao giggled and said, "Yes, I'm here for a checkup. I think I'll give birth in the next couple of days." With a loud thud, Grandma Ji knocked over her chair and raised her voice. "What? You're about to give birth? Why didn't you tell us earlier? Couldn't you have informed us? Is it that mischievous Little Ji again?" Meanwhile, Little Ji, who was busy comforting her child, was innocent and caught off guard. She felt wronged but remained obedient, not daring to argue. Jiang Miao awkwardly said, "Grandma, I am different from Shaoyi. Usually I am alone at home. When there are many things to do, I don't have time to think too much. After all, I can eat and sleep well, and I am proud of being healthy and chubby. It was only when my belly grew bigger and my figure started to change that I realized I was pregnant. At that time, it was hot outside, and you were busy helping Xiaoyi take care of the baby. Do you know what I told you? I didn't want to cause trouble for you. Later, your family had many things to do, and you came to chat with me for a few days. You were under a lot of pressure, and I was also feeling stressed. Why bother? Now, I've told you, and in a few days, I will let you know when to come and hold the baby." Grandma Ji was both annoyed and amused. She asked about Jiang Miao's hospital room and planned to go there after sunset. Jiang Miao sat with her legs crossed, guessing who would be the first to enter her room. But because she was feeling proud and excited, before anyone arrived, her baby in her belly suddenly kicked her hard, making her face twist in pain. She thought it was just one kick, but then irregular contractions started, becoming more frequent. Since Shui hadn't returned from giving birth, the maternity staff were nervous. Jiang Miao, wanting not to cause trouble, didn't press the call button immediately and just lay quietly in bed. She took deep breaths, feeling the pain in her belly, and used her smartwatch to record the situation. By evening, as the sun was about to set, Shui and Zhou Lantian still hadn't come back. Sue hadn't arrived either, and her mother-in-law couldn't leave the house. Jiang Miao couldn't hold it anymore and finally pressed the call button. I think I'm going to have the baby,"
she said.
Just after she spoke, doctors and nurses rushed into the room. They checked her quickly and immediately took her to the delivery room. When Sue, carrying a big bag, and Grandma Ji, holding 2 large shopping bags, met at the hospital entrance, they stared at each other for a moment before rushing inside together. "You two are really something. You didn't tell me about such a big thing as pregnancy. I don't know how I endured these hours. It was so nerve-wracking."
Grandma gli complimentă Sui.
Su-yi stayed calm and said, "Didn't Meow Meow tell you earlier?" Grandma G suddenly raised her voice. "That brat only told me today. She's even more careless than Xiao-yi. Both of them are making me angry. Also, that girl said she would give birth in the next 2 days and asked me to come and hold the baby." Thinking about Jiang Miao's words, Grandma G was so angry she couldn't help but laugh. Su-yi also thought her wife was a bit unreliable and quickly changed the subject. "She's in room A22, on the second floor." The two hurried upstairs and finally entered the ward, only to find it empty. After asking the nurse, they learned that Jiang Miao had gone to give birth. They were startled and immediately headed towards the delivery room. Just as they arrived, they saw Zhou Lantian standing outside the delivery room. Su-yi quickly asked, "Where is Meow Meow?" Zhou Lantian looked at the delivery room and said, "She's already inside. I think your baby might come out even earlier than mine." Su-yi's mind was a mess and he didn't think much about it. Grandma G hurriedly pulled him to sit down.
"Wait.
This is a maternity clinic. The conditions for giving birth here are much better than when Xiaoyi was born. Everything will be fine." As soon as she finished speaking, the door to the delivery room opened, and the three of them hurried over. A nurse holding a baby asked, "Who is Jiang Miao's family?"
Iam.
Su-yi quickly stepped forward. The nurse smiled and handed the baby to him. "Congratulations, mother and daughter are safe. It's a girl weighing 7.1 gene." Su-yi was flustered and didn't know how to hold her. Grandma G skillfully took the baby and beamed with happiness. Over 7 gene is not easy to give birth to. Meow Meow is amazing. This little girl is so well taken care of. Look at her skin. So white and rosy. She's definitely a beautiful baby. Zhou Lantian, standing nearby, was very envious and hurriedly asked the nurse, "Where's my wife?" "Yi Shui. Has she given birth?" The nurse shook her head. "Not yet, but it's close. The mother is a bit weak and doesn't have enough strength. The labor is progressing slowly, and the water hasn't broken yet. The director is handling it now. Just wait a little longer." Zhou Lantian nervously rubbed his hands together. Su-yi comforted him a few words, then stared intently at the baby in Grandma G's arms. When Jiang Miao was brought out, he quickly went to her side, holding her hand tenderly. "You've worked hard." Jiang Miao looked quite energetic and immediately wanted to see the baby. Grandma G immediately placed the baby beside her, smiling widely. "This baby is so well cared for. She'll be easy to raise in the future." Jiang Miao's motherly love overflowed, and she kept holding the baby tightly. After entering the ward and seeing some food, she handed the baby to Su-yi, ate a bowl of noodles, then bit into a big meat bun before feeling better. Grandma G watched Jiang Miao's meals and finally understood how she managed to raise such a big child. She felt envious and quickly asked, "Meow Meow, you mentioned planting vegetables before. Is it still okay for me to start now?" Actually, she had wanted to plant vegetables when the weather warmed up, but her home had a troublesome baby and water was inconvenient. Every time, Su-yi brought several buckets of water to them. Grandma G felt embarrassed to ask Jiang Miao for water again, so things were delayed. Later, the maternity hospital opened a water selling service. As long as there were points, they wouldn't worry about running out of water. She was tempted, but at this moment, her little baby at home was more restless. She and Ji Xiaoyi took turns caring for the baby day and night, also scavenging for food, which made her exhausted. Plus, whenever Zhang Qing came back, he brought a lot of food, making farming seem unnecessary. She wasn't so stubborn about it anymore. Seeing Jiang Miao's diverse and plentiful food, she was inspired again. Of course, no problem. Grandma can help with planting if she wants. Su-yi helped with the greenhouse, and he handled the soil. Once the initial work is done, I can provide basic and foundation fertilizers. We'll first prepare the land before planting seedlings. This year, we'll plant vegetables first, then expand next year. With enough food, we can raise chickens and ducks. I already have quite a few. The eggs can be eaten or sold, creating a good cycle. Jiang Miao briefly explained her family situation. Grandma G was excited and nodded repeatedly. All right, I trust you. After you're discharged, I'll come to discuss with you. By the way, did you bring things for the adults and children? The couple shook their heads together. They hadn't planned to have the baby today. The delivery was too quick and caught them off guard. Grandma G quickly opened her bag. There are clothes for the baby. I made some for little Bao before, but he can't wear them anymore. Your child can use them now. Also, Grandma G listed everything carefully. After she finished, Yi Shui and her son returned to the ward. Zhou Lantian was busy with something, but no one knew what. All three of them turned their attention to her. Compared to the energetic Jiang Miao, Yi Shui looked like a wilted eggplant, droopy, with half-closed eyes, pale, and weak. Jiang Miao quickly said, Brother Zhou, sister-in-law wants to eat. Su Yi brought some food. There are easy-to-digest noodles, buns, pancakes, and egg custard. I haven't eaten it yet. Hurry and feed her some. Zhou Lantian was very grateful and carefully fed Yi Shui a few bites of the egg custard. Yi Shui fell asleep exhausted. Jiang Miao and the others also stopped talking, feeling tired. Grandma Ji advised Jiang Miao to rest for a while. Jiang Miao obediently closed her eyes and soon fell asleep. Her ability to fall asleep instantly reassured Grandma Ji. Once Jiang Miao was asleep, she left. In the middle of the night, Yi Shui was awakened by her child's crying. She found her baby was hungry but had no milk, so she had to ask the nurse for help. The nurse came and fed the baby, and only then did the ward quiet down. There was a commotion here, but Jiang Miao and her daughter slept soundly without waking. Even Su Yi found it funny. Zhou Lantian and his wife were very envious. The next morning, Su Baihui came to check on the patients. She was very pleased with Jiang Miao and her daughter, smiling all the time. When she reached Yi Shui, her expression suddenly became serious. She gave several instructions before leaving. Jiang Miao rested again during the day. After sunset, Su Baihui returned to check and found that Jiang Miao was producing milk and had successfully fed the baby twice. She then told them to prepare for discharge. Because Yi Shui's milk was still very little, the baby wasn't getting enough to eat, so she needed to stay in the hospital for further observation. Before leaving, Jiang Miao gave them the remaining food. Sister-in-law, eat more. If you're full, you'll produce more milk. Thank you, Yi Shui said gratefully, watching their family of 3 leave. Su Yi drove Jiang Miao and the baby to their home. After they entered, Jiang Miao eagerly wanted to take a shower. Su Yi knew she had been holding back for a long time. Not letting her shower was impossible, so he advised, be careful, don't catch a cold. I'll carry the baby inside first. The baby metabolizes quickly, and since the weather was hot, even wrapped in a thin blanket, the baby was sweaty. Cooling off with the fan inside the house felt much better. Sure enough, once the air conditioner was turned on, the crying baby on the bed immediately calmed down and slept peacefully. Su Yi was so captivated by the scene. Meanwhile, as Jiang Miao entered the bathroom, she heard a system notification.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing 80% of territory construction. The system detects that the host has just given birth. Newborns always bring joy and celebration. Since the host hasn't checked in these past 2 days, a special offer of 3 check-ins is granted today. Items for today's check-in: A. Food. B. Drinking water. C. Daily necessities. D. Plant and animal growth enhancers. E. Building materials. F. Poultry feed. G. Soil improvement. H. Survival medicine. I. High-tech equipment. J. Maternity and baby products. Please make your choice. Jiang Miao's eyes widened in excitement, almost jumping up. Her only thought was, shower, shower, shower. Almost all the energy machines at home were ready, except for a hot air blower for drying hair. She quickly said, I choose high-tech equipment, the high-efficiency energy hairdryer, please, please, please. Okay, since it's your first check-in, the system is now processing. Congratulations. The host has checked in and received a high-efficiency energy hairdryer, which can quickly dry hair or clothes. Usage instructions. After washing your hair, Remove the nozzle of the energy hot air machine and cover all your hair. Press the quick dry button for hair. It only takes 5 minutes to give you dry, shiny hair. For drying clothes, fully cover the item, press the quick dry button, and it will be done in 5 minutes. Other items can be dried similarly. Friendly reminder: do not mix items with food and keep everything clean and hygienic. Just after the system finished speaking, a machine about the size of an electric stove appeared on a shelf in the corner of the bathroom, slightly higher than the shower head. Jiang Miao calmly observed it for a moment and then drew her second lot. This time, she chose baby and maternity products. The system gave her a box of milk powder. For her third choice of the same category, she received a box of diapers. The items did not appear in the bathroom. They are probably stored in the warehouse. Jiang Miao quickly turned on hot water, took a comfortable hot shower, and immediately used the energy hot air machine to dry her hair. When she left the bathroom, she first went to the warehouse and saw the 2 large boxes on the ground. Sui came over and looked at them. "What are these?" Jiang Miao went inside, squatted down a check, and said, "Milk powder and diapers. I had someone buy them earlier. They haven't been used yet, so I didn't look closely. Now I'm checking." She opened the boxes, and unsurprisingly, the items were all unbranded products. The milk powder only had the words baby milk powder written on it, with no weight listed. The diapers were similar. Fortunately, there were quite a few, 24 cans of milk powder, each weighing 2 pounds. The diapers came in 8 large packs, with about 100 pieces in each, enough for a long time. Jiang Miao was very happy. Sui was worried and asked, "There are no labels on these. Can they be used for children? Are they safe?" Jiang Miao nonchalantly put the items into a cabinet, saying, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The reason they have no labels is probably to avoid revealing their source. Just relax." Still feeling uneasy, Sui opened a can of milk powder and tasted it himself. Jiang Miao, craving some too, asked for a glass. The couple happily shared the food meant for children. The 2-pound can of milk powder was finished in a week. Fortunately, Jiang Miao had plenty of milk, and the baby mainly drank milk, so it didn't affect anything. During this time, Sui handled household chores. The baby only fussed when hungry or had a movement. Otherwise, it slept peacefully. Jiang Miao also ate well and slept well, feeling very healthy. She hadn't yet finished her confinement period, but felt she had fully recovered. Unfortunately, Sui wouldn't let her move around. While the couple was debating and strategizing, Zhou Lantian came knocking. This time, Sui didn't keep him outside but invited him in to sit. It was the first time Zhou Lantian had entered Jiang Miao's home in all their years of knowing each other. The bright, tidy house left him feeling overwhelmed and a bit dazed. Yes, before the disaster, his own home was just as clean, with furniture and appliances everywhere. But after 10 years of disaster, he had forgotten what normal life was like. Although he and his wife were older than Sui and his wife, their life was not even half as good. Zhou Lantian felt a bitter taste in his heart. When Sui poured him a glass of water, he hesitated before speaking. "Yishui. Her health isn't good. She produces very little milk, and the baby isn't getting enough to eat. Since we came back from the maternity center, the baby often wakes up hungry and cries loudly. I checked with the inner-city trading center, but there's no fully qualified baby food for sale to the public. I want to ask if you can find milk powder or rice cereal or similar things. As long as it's safe, I'll buy as much as I can with points." Zhou Lantian looked at Sui anxiously, hoping for help. Sui thought about the baby formula they had drunk and suddenly felt guilty. He looked down and pondered, "I can try to find out for you. I'll let you know later."
Sweet.
"Thank you so much." Zhou Lantian's eyes reddened with gratitude. With Sui's words, he felt much more at ease and then turned to ask about building a house. "Can I ask how many points it takes to build a house like this?" "Of course." Sui smiled, leaning back and carefully calculating with Zhou Lantian. Right now, the materials used in the shanty towns are mainly iron sheets and wooden planks. Our house is made of cement and stone bricks, which are cheaper than white radishes. If you have the ability, you can build it yourself, which won't cost many points. If you can't do it, you can hire mercenaries. For example, hiring a mercenary costs about 100 points a day, and you need to follow proper procedures. Of course, mercenaries are professionals. They will do the job perfectly. It's up to you how you choose. Zhou Lantian thought about it for a long time, feeling very tempted. But since it was such a big project, he knew he had to discuss it with Yi Shui first. After he left, Sui went back to his room and told Jiang Miao about the situation. That baby formula is quite good for adults, but I don't know if the baby can drink it. Should we sell it to them?
Sell it? Why not?
You just say that the milk was obtained from outside the city, through connections. There isn't much, so ask him not to tell anyone. Also, make sure to tell him that it's completely fine for adults to drink it and children don't understand. As for whether others want to buy it or give it to their children, that's not our concern. Jiang Miao's attitude was very clear. She could help, but she didn't want to cause trouble. After understanding her thoughts, Sui turned and took a can of milk powder from the storage room before leaving. He returned about an hour later. Zhou Lantian took the stuff. He offered me 1,000 points, but I only took 200. It's not that Sui was particularly kind, but he wasn't sure about this milk powder either. He was worried about charging too much and causing problems for the child, which could lead to disputes later. Jiang Miao nodded and didn't say anything more. After getting the milk powder, Zhou Lantian and his wife both felt relieved. Yi Shui looked eagerly at the milk can. Hurry up and give some to the child. He's starving and can't take it anymore. Okay. Zhou Lantian hurriedly prepared the milk, worriedly saying, it's really hard to find milk powder in the city. This was brought from outside by Sui. The situation outside is unclear. Even the government doesn't know much. I'm not sure about this. Should we really give it to the child? Hearing this, Yi Shui's face turned pale. She looked at the milk and hesitated. Has no one ever drunk it before? Zhou Lantian paused and shook his head. Sui said he and Miao Miao drank a can. It's fine for adults, but children aren't sure. Yi Shui's expression softened. She held the child tightly and, after a moment, made up her mind.
All right.
If he keeps starving like this, something might happen. It's better to trust Sui and Miao Miao. Zhou Lantian's eyes showed a hint of pain, but he silently handed the prepared milk to Yi Shui. Because the child hadn't eaten enough, he was restless and woke up crying loudly. When the first spoonful of milk was fed to him, the child tasted it and started to eagerly. His urgent behavior clearly showed he was very hungry. Yi Shui carefully fed the milk, and soon the child finished almost half a bowl. She let him a few more bites of milk, and the child finally fell into a deep sleep. The couple was very worried. Since the child drank the milk powder, they kept watching him, touching his forehead and checking his nose every half hour. Seeing that the child was fine, they finally felt relieved. The child slept for 5 hours straight. When he woke up, he drank half a bowl of milk, changed his diaper, and then slept peacefully again. This was the first time the child was so easy to care for since returning from the maternity hospital. The couple was very surprised, as before the baby would wake up and fuss every 1 or 2 hours. They observed the child carefully for a week and found that after drinking formula, there were no bad reactions, and the baby adapted well. The baby also became easier to take care of. To thank Sui, Zhou Lantian specially brought a pair of delicate vases he had exchanged for and told him in detail about the child's reaction to the formula. Sui smiled and said, "That's good if there's no problem. We were unsure before and didn't want to make a big deal out of it. This time I bought a few cans of formula from the other side just in case. Luckily, Miao Miao's milk is enough, so the baby doesn't need it now. If you want, I can share some with you." Zhou Lantian's eyes lit up, and he quickly expressed his thanks. He then gave Sui a pair of different beautiful vases. Sui had to ask, "Are these antiques?" Zhou Lantian nodded openly and explained, "Actually, these items were dug out from beneath my family's breeding area. There are about a few boxes of them. So, I wasn't surprised when you found antiques in basement 887. I just can't understand what this place was used for before. These things aren't useful to us now, but who knows what will happen in the future. I saw how carefully you treat antiques last time, so I think you might like these more. Right now, these are the best things I can offer. Sui chuckled and said, Brother Zhou, you don't need to tell me such secret things. Zhou Lantian looked serious and said, I'm getting old and not very capable. Now that I have a child and Yishui isn't in good health, I know you'll help me often in the future. I can't always take advantage of you. From now on, I'll exchange these items with you. Sui waved his hand and said, There's no need. The inner-city trading center is strict about transactions and often undervalues items or questions their origins. If you trade at the inner-city central market, the prices can be several times higher. If you trust me, I can handle it for you. I'll take a 10% commission for my effort, and the rest of the points are yours. If your family needs anything, you can ask Meow Meow to buy it. I will also periodically stock up on food and daily necessities at home. Also, please keep an eye out at home. Meow Meow occasionally needs help too. Zhou Lantian nodded repeatedly in agreement. While they talked, they finalized their plans. Later, Sui went to the inner-city central market to find Xie Pengfei and handed him the 2 pairs of vases. Help me appraise their value, please. What is this? Xie Pengfei curiously opened the box, pupils shrinking.
Wow.
This is amazing. Captain Su, you have quite the network.
You can sell anything.
Sui rolled his eyes. Isn't that normal? In our line of work, there's nothing you can't find. Last time, during a mercenary excavation, they uncovered a radiation-mutated crocodile. Your place is special. You even take those. Xie Pengfei beamed with pride. Of course. It's how we maintain our status in the central trading area of the inner city. Captain Su, I should bring in some experts to appraise this. Do you want to sit for a bit? Sui nodded and left the appraisal to Xie Pengfei. While waiting, he kept a close eye on his surroundings. He noticed several trucks carrying building materials in the warehouse area. When Xie Pengfei approached, Sui immediately asked about it. Xie Pengfei glanced over and said casually, I heard that in the eastern part of the outer city, a new maternity clinic was built, which greatly increased the birth rate. The government liked the idea and plans to build another one in the 2nd district. We don't know the details, but as long as the funds are there, it's fine.
Sui thought quietly.
Xie Pengfei quickly changed the subject to the vases. Our expert just examined these 2 pairs. He said they are from the Song and Yuan dynasties. The exact years need more research, but there's no doubt they are genuine antiques. Do you think the price is right? He pressed a series of numbers on his smartwatch. Sui suppressed his surprise and nodded calmly. I trust you. Xie Pengfei was even happier. He immediately issued a receipt, transferred the points to Sui, and after Sui signed, the deal was complete. With these points, Zhou Lantian could easily renovate his house. He directly ordered some building materials from Xie Pengfei and paid a deposit. Later, Sui went to Zhou Lantian's home to update him. The 2 pairs of vases are real antiques. The city center offered 800,000 points. As agreed, I took 80,000 points. Since you want to renovate your house, I've ordered the materials for you. The deposit is 20,000 points, and I'll transfer the remaining 700,000 points to you. With these points, I suggest you hire a mercenary team to do the work. If you're worried about valuables being discovered, you can also plan the construction in phases. Start with the backyard breeding and planting areas, then apply for a second renovation of the front yard after the first phase is finished. Of course, another way is for you to find mercenaries to rent machines and do the work yourself. That way, if you find something while digging, no one will know, and you can keep it for yourself. Sui shared all possible plans with Zhou Lantian. Zhou Lantian listened carefully and looked at Sui eagerly, asking, Can I ask you to help me?
Me?
Sui pointed to himself and chuckled. You can ask me, but only when our team has no tasks. I can wait, Zhou Lantian said eagerly. After they agreed on this, Sui got up and went home. Jiang Miao, upon learning the price of the 2 antique vases, shook her head with regret. They say a prosperous era has chaotic antiques, but in today's world, antiques aren't even worth as much as my vegetables.
Sui laughed happily.
That's true. Meow Meow. You are the richest. I need to upgrade our home security system again, just to keep you and the kids safe.
Jiang Miao was pleased to hear that.
Once Su Yi finished upgrading the home security, Jiang Miao was almost ready to have her baby. At this time, the management staff from the shantytown came to visit. Hello, I am Dai Deshan, responsible for household registration in Shantytown District 1. I heard you had a new baby this year. Congratulations. Seeing Su Yi dressed in mercenary gear, Dai Deshan's attitude was very friendly. Su Yi nodded and asked, "Is there something you need?" Dai Deshan smiled and said, "We mainly want to see the baby, make a record, and also inform you that your family needs to go to the management center for blood sampling and information registration. After that, you can apply for a change of land use rights." "Thank you, we will go this evening." After seeing Dai Deshan off, Su Yi immediately went inside and told Jiang Miao about it. Blood sampling and information registration need the baby's name. Have you thought of one? Jiang Miao shook her head decisively. Don't ask me. I'm terrible at naming. Before, when Su Yi was away, she was so bored she planned to keep those chickens and ducks as pets, but she got stuck on naming them. In the end, she decided to give up and let them be food. Su Yi thought carefully and then said, "How about Su Nian Nian?" Nian Nian? Jiang Miao repeated the name twice, pondering it. Su Yi nodded and explained, "I often go on missions outside and think of you guys from time to time. This name suits that." After finalizing the baby's name, Su Yi took Jiang Miao and the baby out in the evening. Coincidentally, Zhou Lantian's family of 3 was also going out. 6 people went together. Yi Shui mentioned the baby's name. Jiang Miao proudly lifted her chin and loudly introduced her daughter. Her name is Nian Nian. Yi Shui immediately praised, "Nice name. My son is Zhou Kongsheng. Nian Nian can play with Kongsheng in the future." Zhou Lantian thought for a moment and said to Su Yi, "Our house is still a bit small. I want to apply for an extension of the shed so the kids will have more space to play at home." Su Yi nodded. "Since your family just had a baby, it's a contribution to the government's development. You can take the opportunity to make a request. It shouldn't be hard." Because their family had set a precedent, and considering the previous beast attacks on the shantytown, as long as residents are willing to use their points to build or upgrade their homes, the planning department has no reason to refuse. With Su Yi's words, Zhou Lantian and his wife felt more confident. After the 6 of them arrived at the Shantytown Management Center, Dai Deshan personally came out to greet them and led both families through the registration process. Jiang Miao then realized that her marriage to Su Yi was only a temporary arrangement before, but now it had officially changed to a permanent marriage. Although only 2 words were added, the meaning was completely different. After leaving the management center, Su Yi drove Zhou Lantian to the land use rights office to change the land ownership. Zhou Lantian also brought up his own request. Deng Jianhong didn't make things difficult for Zhou Lantian. He simply said, "I can approve the land for you, but once you have it, you must develop and use it. It can't just sit idle." Zhou Lantian nodded repeatedly. "Director Deng, don't worry. I plan to expand soon. I've already bought the materials. Don't believe it?"
Ask Su Yi. Su Yi nodded.
Deng Jianhong then quickly stamped the approval. After returning from the planning department, Su Yi immediately contacted Zhao Qingfeng to apply for a task on behalf of Zhou Lantian. Zhao Qingfeng was happy. These small tasks can be done in a few days. Since it's near your home, you can handle it. Finish up and come back. Thanks, boss. Su Yi's voice was unusually cheerful. Taking on this task meant he could spend more time with his wife and children at home. Early the next morning, Su Yi went to Zhou Lantian's house to discuss the construction work. Zhou Lantian immediately took Su Yi to the breeding area. Zhou's breeding area had long been converted into rooms and storage, which was now their real living space. It looked cleaner and tidier than the outside shanty. The 2 worked together to clear things over to the shed. Su Yi contacted Tang Zheng to send over the excavator and other machinery. For now, they didn't plan to let the brothers work on this activity together. Tang Zheng delivered the machines, chatted briefly with Su Yi, and then left. He had just left, and Su Yi immediately started construction, beginning with digging the foundation. 1 acre of land is neither too big nor too small. He worked slowly alone, and once the sun came out, Zhou Lantian couldn't help much. Luckily, the work wasn't urgent, so he could take his time. Since the ancient artifacts were found in this area before, Su Yi was very cautious while working, afraid of accidentally damaging any relics. He worked carefully all day and surprisingly unearthed 4 large boxes. He moved everything into the house and handed it over to Zhou Lantian while continuing his work. Due to limited space, Su Yi and Zhou Lantian discussed building a basement. They planned for a 2-story basement, the second floor as a storage area for items, and the first floor with an air exchange system, making it livable. The above-ground shed could be turned into rooms or a farm area. The planting area would have a roof and strong lights, like their home, to grow vegetables. The front shed was expanded to 100 square meters, and they dug a basement underneath, transforming the upper part into a 3-room, 1 living room layout. This would give them more rooms and a larger storage, allowing flexible use of space in the future. Of course, according to Su Yi's design, it would take at least 50,000 points to build. Zhou Lantian wasn't short of points and agreed immediately. It took 5 days to dig the foundation and lay the base. Then Su Yi gathered his team, and in just 3 days, they built the rough structure of the breeding area and also raised the walls of the planting zone, adding a roof. Zhou Lantian and his wife were overjoyed to see their new home. Su Yi and his team continued to pour cement for the underground and above-ground floors of the breeding zone, applied waterproof coatings, painted the walls on the 2 lower floors, laid tiles, installed lights, and bought new furniture. It took half a month to complete everything. Next, they planned to renovate the previous shed. Zhou Lantian's family temporarily moved to the breeding zone. The old rusty iron shed was dismantled. The commotion was so loud that all residents of Shelter Area E knew Zhou Lantian was renovating his house and kept an eye on the progress. The old shed was nearly finished after about 10 days. Its layout was the same as Jiang Miao's house. After decoration, the house looked almost like a pre-disaster commercial apartment. Once furniture was moved in, the home looked much warmer. The only thing missing now was electrical appliances. Thinking about water supply issues, Zhou Lantian secretly asked Su Yi, "I want to ask if there's still a place to buy that tap water radiation purifier? If possible, I would also like to install one at home." Su Yi had already expected Zhou Lantian to make this request and calmly lowered his eyelids. "Yes, you can, but this thing isn't cheap, and right now the maternity clinic is busy selling water dispensers. I can't just give one away freely." Zhou Lantian understood and promised, "I just want to make water access easier at home. I won't sell water externally, and I won't let others know." Su Yi sighed. "All right, I'll ask around and let you know when I have news." Zhou Lantian was very happy and kept thanking him. After returning home, Su Yi told Jiang Miao about Zhou Lantian's request. "Now that they have a child, I can understand his idea. Do you think we should sell it? If not, I'll find an excuse to refuse." Jiang Miao thought for a moment. "Selling is okay, but like you said, we need to be discreet. Besides, the only other places with this installed are the maternity clinic and the housing block. The housing block is now managed by the clinic, and the residents work there too. They share interests, so there won't be conflicts over selling water. We know our own situation best. If we install it next door, unpredictable problems might occur. The benefit is that in the future, everyone will know that some of us are sharing the responsibility." Su Yi nodded. "Exactly. That's why I want to raise the price. 20,000 points per unit. Most people can't afford that. Even if everyone finds out we installed it ourselves, it won't matter. Just mention the price and no one can argue. Maybe just some envy." Jiang Miao nodded thoughtfully. "Since we're selling to Zhou Lantian, we should also inform Zhang Qing to avoid any misunderstandings later with Grandma and Xiaoyi. Whether they want it or not is one thing, but giving prior notice is another."
Su Yi immediately contacted Zhang Qing.
"I managed to get 2 water radiation purifiers. Zhou Lantian next door wants one, and there's one left. Do you want it? 20,000 points." Zhang Qing, who was on vacation at home these days, lit up when he heard about the water purifier. "Yes, yes, yes. Not just 20,000 points. I considered 200,000 points. I heard you've been working on the house next door. Are you planning to install it now that the work is almost done? Sue-yi nodded honestly. Yes, they asked me for help because they need it. I've been trying to contact them for almost a month, and I just got it now. Zhang Qing stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Wait for me. I'll come over later to check it out, and we can talk face to face. After hanging up the call, Zhang Qing told Grandma Ji and Little Ji about the situation. When they heard it would cost 20,000 points, both gasped in surprise. That's so expensive. 20,000 points could last us several years.
Grandma exclaimed.
Little Ji nodded in agreement, saying it really is very costly. Zhang Qing felt a bit helpless. It's normal that it costs so much because it can purify radiation from tap water. Not only is it expensive, but it's also hard to get. Sue-yi took a month to contact 2 units. Once the equipment arrives, just let me know. He continued, since we have a child now, our daily water usage is higher. If we had this device, Grandma wouldn't have to wake up early to queue for water. Also, I heard Sue-yi's neighbor is renovating their house. I want to go see what the renovated house looks like. If possible, we might consider renovating ours too. This time, Grandma Ji talked about farming and raising animals, and Zhang Qing began to take this seriously. She looked at Zhang Qing and Little Ji, then smiled wistfully. In the future, you should live together. Just discuss and decide among yourselves. They didn't have many points. Only Zhang Qing had the strength to afford this. Grandma Ji didn't want to influence his decision at such a moment. She stayed silent, and Little Ji had no objections either. So, the family of 4 went to Shelter E after sunset. When they arrived at the Zhou family's place, they heard voices inside, Sue-yi and Zhou Lantian talking. Zhou Lantian went to open the door and saw Grandma Ji's family. He quickly invited them inside. As soon as they stepped in, they were amazed by the interior decor. Bright lights shone on the clean, tidy tiles, making the whole house look bright and welcoming. Being inside made everyone feel calmer. They looked at the spotless floor, which was so reflective it could be used as a mirror. Deciding not to sit, they followed Zhou Lantian on a tour of the house, ending in the backyard. Sue-yi had just finished installing the tap water radiation purifier and was testing it. Zhang Qing and Zhou Lantian both gathered around, seeing the radiation level display as 0. Even though they had expected this, they still felt excited, staring intently at the tap water. Yi Shui carried her son and came over from the breeding area to talk with Grandma Ji and her family. Women with children always talk about kids, and the conversation kept getting more lively. Sui thought about Jiang Miao, who was stuck at home, and invited, "Come over for dinner tonight. It's been a while since we last talked. Zhou Ge and his wife can come too." Recently, Zhou Lantian asked Sue-yi to help sell an old bronze artifact, earning 30,000 points, of which Sue-yi received 3,000. Just from the Zhou Lantian side, they earned over 10,000 points. Plus, many of the building materials for the house were provided by Jiang Miao, and the costs were charged at the same price as the inner-city trading center, earning another profit. In this way, Zhou Lantian also became a supporter, and Sue-yi couldn't neglect them. Everyone looked happy but felt a bit shy to agree out loud. Sue-yi encouraged them a few times before everyone went together. When leaving, Ji Xiaoyi said enviously, "Sister-in-law, your house is really nice, so beautiful. Later, I'll take a good shower, change into clean clothes, close the door, and enjoy my own little life. That would be so wonderful." Grandma Ji nodded in agreement. Xiaoyi is right. This place immediately feels like home. In her memory, home was warm and a safe place for the soul, but now their house was more like a shelter, nothing like a warm, cozy home. Hearing the praise, Yishue felt happy inside but was modest, saying, "You're too kind. My house is nothing special. I heard Lantian say Miao Miao's house is more comfortable, with everything you could want. Living there feels like being a fairy." Everyone listened and looked forward even more to the neighboring house. After leaving, Zhou Lantian carefully locked both doors. Sui glanced around and suggested, spend a few more 10,000 points, and I'll help you install an anti-theft system, just like mine. Then, even if your wife and kids are home alone, they won't have to worry about intruders. Zhou Lantian quickly nodded. The group followed Sui into the neighboring house. Grandma Ji's family hadn't been here for nearly a year. Seeing the unfamiliar, yet cozy house, they felt a bit overwhelmed. Yi Shui was also visiting for the first time. She looked at the wooden walls, floors, and ceiling, exclaiming repeatedly, "This house must stay warm in winter and cool in summer. It's nothing like my home." Sui explained, "This house was built quite early. We didn't get to buy paint, so we used wooden panels instead." Yi Shui nodded, understanding. "Where's Miao Miao?" Ji Xiaoi quickly asked after realizing. Sui took them to the backyard, and everyone was amazed by the lush greenery. Sui shouted loudly, "Miao Miao, guests are here." As soon as he finished, Jiang Miao finally came out from the breeding area, holding her child. Seeing the visitors, she smiled happily and walked over past the vegetable patch. "Did you all agree to come together?" Ji Xiaoi couldn't wait to reply, pointing excitedly at the vegetables. "Miao Miao, did you grow these? Are they all edible?" Yi Shui exclaimed in surprise. "Many of these I've eaten before. I haven't seen such in 10 years. She stared at the bright red tomato, feeling her mouth water uncontrollably. Grandma Ji carefully touched the sweet potato leaves. Unknown to others, she knew that the most valuable thing in this vegetable patch was this plant, because it could be eaten as food. "Miao Miao, is this a sweet potato, right?" Jiang Miao nodded slightly, handed her daughter to Sui, and picked up a shovel. She pondered. The sweet potato seeds Sui brought back earlier were too few, just a little bit. I was worried that cutting the sprouting stems might prevent them from producing fruit, so I had to grow them slowly. I don't know how many fruits have already grown, but today I want to dig some up and take a look. Everyone listened, and their eyes lit up. They all held their breath, watching Jiang Miao work. Jiang Miao took the opportunity to teach them some basic farming knowledge. When the first sweet potato was dug out, Jiang Miao sighed in relief, a relaxed smile on her face. "It looks like the harvest is pretty good." The first sweet potato was not small, long and plump, a dream vegetable. Soon, the second one appeared. After all the sweet potatoes were dug up, Jiang Miao counted them. Each plant had about 12 fruits. The biggest weighed over a pound, and the smallest about 3 or 4 ounces. It was a big harvest. Grandma Ji watched eagerly and shared some knowledge. Back in the hard days of the past, sweet potatoes were the main food. They could save lives, sweet, filling, and nutritious. If you could eat sweet potatoes, who would bother with white radishes? Little E.G. was excited and looked at Jiang Miao eagerly. "Miao Miao, can you sell me 2 seeds? I want to plant some too." Jiang Miao nodded. "Sure, I can do that. There are still sweet potato vines here. I can grow seedlings from the thick vines. But I'm not sure if they will produce fruit, so I want to keep some for myself." Little E.G. affectionately rubbed her head against Jiang Miao. "Miao Miao, you're the best." Yi Shui quickly chimed in. "Miao Miao, can you sell me 2 too?" Jiang Miao agreed to everyone's requests. Sui, seeing that things were almost settled, spoke up. "Miao Miao, I invite everyone to our house for dinner. What should we make tonight?" "It's simple." Jiang Miao smiled, holding a basket and turning toward the breeding area. "I was just inside with Nian Nian, watching the chicks and ducklings. I saw a few eggs that hadn't been collected. We can make some eggs and vegetables, then cook a lean meat porridge. How does that sound?"
Great.
Sui carried the child and went to help. Everyone happily followed behind. When they entered the breeding area, they were all surprised again. Zhang Cheng was so excited he jumped 3 feet high, clutching the fence and staring intently at the chickens and ducks. "Oh my goodness. Sui, you and your wife are amazing. You really managed to hatch chickens and ducks and raise them so well. Their eyes look normal, no problem at all." Out of professional instinct, he first checked the animal's eyes. Animals with issues often have abnormal eye colors. Normally, animals have amber-colored eyes, but animals with problems often have eyes that turn red or solid black. Animals like rabbits, which naturally have red eyes, can have eyes that turn blood red, black, or strange deep blue. These are signs of animal mutations, but other features need to be checked too. Zhang Qing quickly looked over the poultry and knew they were fine. After a careful check, he was 90% sure they were healthy. In times of scarce supplies, people often struggle to survive. The fact that they can raise so many chickens and ducks is impressive. Zhang Qing felt dizzy. Everyone else was stunned, staring at the chirping birds and ducks around them, unsure where to look. At this moment, Zhang Miao was already picking up eggs. When she entered, the chickens and ducks in the fence were startled and ran around chaotically, making loud clucking and quacking sounds. Grandma Ji's little treasure in her arms watched closely, full of curiosity and excitement. Soon, Zhang Miao finished collecting the eggs. "All right, we can leave now." The others still didn't want to leave and looked back repeatedly as they left. Outside, everyone looked at the eggs in Zhang Miao's hands, hesitant to speak. Zhang Miao guessed what they were thinking and smiled wryly. "Don't worry too much. Even if you feel sad, you can't raise them if you don't have the resources. To raise animals, you need to grow crops first. You haven't even planted vegetables, so what would they eat if I gave you chickens and ducks? We feed them vegetable leaves." Her words cooled everyone down, and their excited minds gradually settled. Grandma Ji looked regretful. If I had started farming earlier, we could have raised chickens and ducks too." Ji Xiaoi didn't understand these things, and just nodded in agreement. Zhou Lantian pondered and said, "Auntie, this isn't easy. If it were simple, everyone would be doing it by now. As far as I know, only Miao Miao here is doing such a good job with both planting and raising animals." Yi Shui then said, "It's not that everyone doesn't want to farm or raise chickens and ducks, but we lack resources. First, the water issue hasn't been solved, so all other ideas are useless." "That's right," Zhang Miao explained. "I only started farming and raising animals after we got water. The tap water purifier is a rare item. We had to find ways to get one. Later, to support the development of the maternity clinic, Su Yi boldly approached them. When they heard it was for a good cause, they sold us a few units, which we installed in the clinic and the housing area. Now that we finally have some extras, we immediately contacted you." Zhang Qing nodded repeatedly. "Building the maternity clinic is more urgent, so we need to focus on that first. There's still one left, so I'll take it later, then I'll feel at ease." Grandma Ji and Ji Xiaoi strongly agreed. Zhang Miao immediately asked Su Yi to bring the items out. While they were busy studying the tap water purifier, Zhang Miao secretly went next door to bring ingredients and started cooking. Since she was hosting guests, she wanted to show her skills. She first blanched 2 pork bones with meat, then put them in a pressure cooker to cook. Next, she soaked rice, washed fresh vegetables from the field, and cut them into strips. She diced a white radish and sliced tomatoes. She beat eggs and scrambled them. She heated oil in a pan, first cooked tomato scrambled eggs, then prepared a cold vegetable salad. Once the pork bone broth was nearly ready, she added rice and radish, continued cooking, and when almost done, added fried salted duck eggs and shredded vegetables. After boiling twice, it was ready to eat. This way, she made a big pot of porridge and 2 large bowls of side dishes. For everyone, it was like a feast. Everyone ate silently, savoring each bite. Grandma Ji's little child, in her arms ate happily, jumping and dancing with excitement. Ji Xiaoi saw her son was restless, so she quickly asked Zhang Qing to hold him. One held the child, the other fed him. Surprisingly, the usually picky little bok ate a big bowl. This made Ji Xiaoi and her husband very happy. Looking at Su Nian Nian, who was plump and well-fed thanks to Zhang Miao, they became even more determined to farm and raise animals. Next year, they wanted to live like this too. After dinner, Zhang Qing discussed building a house with Su Yi. "Although we are all mercenaries, no one has your experience. I'll submit a request to the higher-ups. You bring your team to support us. What do you think?" Su Yi was non-committal. "If you want it, you need to act quickly. The weather is already starting to cool down. Once it gets colder, snow is not far off. It's too late to plant crops now, but we can still hurry to finish building the house. While we're at it, we can turn the soil over again and add fertilizer to nurture it. Come spring, when the snow melts, we can do it again, add some fertilizer, and then it's almost ready for planting. I see Meow Meow doing it this way. Zhang Cheng nodded repeatedly. Okay, I'll submit the application now. We'll start tomorrow. More people and we should be able to finish within a month.
Sui similet.
He believed Zhang Cheng would follow through and get it done. That night, after Su Yi and Zhang Miao had just seen off some guests, Zhao Qingfeng's call came through. What's going on with the East District of the Shantytown lately? Everyone seems to be rebuilding their houses. Just now, Zhang Cheng's family even asked me about renovation. Isn't their house fine? Or are they just eager because of points? Faced with Zhao Qingfeng's complaints, Su Yi remained expressionless. Everyone has children now. It's understandable to want a better living environment. Maybe you and your wife should also try for another child? Get lost. Zhao Qingfeng snapped and hung up.
Viank miao nudget sui playfully.
Is that how you talk to your boss? Aren't you worried about getting into trouble?
No worries.
We're close enough that we can joke around. Besides, since I have a daughter, I hope that guy can let go and have another child, Su Yi said seriously. When Jiang Miao asked further, Su Yi explained, Captain Zhao isn't very old, maybe even younger than Zhou Lantian. He used to have a wife. They argued a lot, and their relationship was complicated. During the 10 years of disasters, his wife had a child, but they couldn't afford to raise it, and the child eventually died. His ex-wife was so angry that she took her own life in a tragic way. Before she died, she blamed Zhao for not being capable. That's when Zhao changed. The woman around him now was someone he saved after joining the peacekeeping organization. She's a good person, but Zhao has been afraid to have children ever since his ex-wife's death. We all joke about it to encourage him to move on, and he understands deep down. Jiang Miao felt reassured. Because of Zhang Cheng's application, Sui finished the work at Zhou Lantian's house and then took Tang Zheng and others to help Zhang Cheng. With more people, the work went faster. Granny Ji and Little E finally moved into a new big house before the snow came, and they also gained access to running water. Their quality of life improved a lot. During this time, Zhang Miao signed for 2 more water heaters and directly contacted their families to sell each for 50,000 points. Now, her points have reached over 8 figures, making her a truly wealthy person. Even if she did nothing else, simply maintaining these points and the check-in system would allow her to live comfortably as a freeloader for life. However, clearly, the system is not going to let her have her way. Since she had her daughter, Su Nian Nian, the system's construction progress has been stuck at 80%. Even after she sold various items to help Zhou Lantian and Ji Xiaoyi's families improve their lives, the progress didn't increase. She only received some praise. Over time, she became numb to it. If the progress keeps stagnating, it's unlikely she'll unlock new features. What if the system becomes more stingy because she shows no progress? Thinking about this, Jiang Miao feels anxious. Perhaps sensing her thoughts, the system arrived on time the next day.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing 80% of the territory construction. The system detects emotional fluctuations. Remember to stay helpful to gain trust and goodwill from others. Friendly reminder: the weather will turn cold, and a harsh winter is coming. Life is fragile. It's easy to add beauty, but hard to offer timely help in difficult times. Today's check-in items: A. Food. B. Drinking water. C. Daily necessities. D. Plant and animal growth supplements. E. Building materials. F. Poultry feed. G. Soil improvement. H. Survival medicines. I. High-tech equipment. J. Maternity and baby products. Please make your choice. Jiang Miao paused for a moment, pondering the system's prompt. Recalling last year's infectious disease, she felt a tight knot in her stomach and quickly spoke up, I choose H. Survival medicines. Okay, the host has chosen to check in for survival medicines. The system is processing. Congratulations, the host has received a batch of special cold and flu medicine. The items are placed in the underground storage.
Please check.
Is it so considerate? Jiang Miao was somewhat surprised. She got up and carried her chubby little girl to the basement. When she saw the pile of medicines in the corner, her eyelids twitched fiercely. She finally understood why the system had placed them there directly. This batch of medicines was enough for 20 prescriptions. Carrying such a heavy load alone left her exhausted. She simply couldn't manage it all. After complaining, she suddenly remembered, why did the system give her so many medicines at once? Could there be another large-scale epidemic this year? Thinking of this possibility, Jiang Miao's hand trembled, nearly dropping her precious little one. She shivered and hurriedly contacted Su Yi to ask about the outside situation. At this moment, Su Yi was guarding the entrance to the city with his team, tightly blocking the way. Afraid Jiang Miao would worry, he reported good news but not the worries. Everything outside is fine, just like before. Don't go out, take care of yourself and the kids. I've been busy lately and may not be able to come back. Jiang Miao immediately sensed something was wrong. Su Yi, is something wrong? Don't hide it from me. For the first time, Su Yi thought that his wife's cleverness was also troublesome. Glancing at the brutal scene outside the city, he frowned and walked to a corner, lowering his voice. There are indeed some problems. The flu is raging outside. Last year, the city experienced a big outbreak with many deaths, which put a lot of pressure on the government. So this year, they tightened controls and stopped accepting outsiders since winter started. They're trying to survive and are finding ways to get into the city. We've been on the defensive line all this time and can't move easily. Jiang Miao instinctively tightened her grip on the child. If the government doesn't take control of them, what will happen to these people? Sui took a deep breath and looked at the sky with a deep gaze. Miao Miao, these are personal choices. We have limited ability and can't help everyone. I know, Jiang Miao replied without hesitation. But I want to ask, will the government just watch as they head toward death? Sui rubbed his forehead, glanced at his somber brothers, and placed a hand on his waist. Actually, the government isn't truly heartless. Since spring warmed the weather, they've posted notices on the defense line. If they wanted, they could have entered the city long ago. Now, because of the raging flu, many people are sick and abandoned. They're desperate and trying to break through the defenses. It's completely different from people trying to survive outside. Do you understand?
Understand, Sui.
There's a large stock of medicine at home, fever and cold medicine, a lot of it. Enough to fill a room. If you need it, you can go home and take some. It's all stored in the basement. Jiang Miao bit her lip and confided in Sui. The rest was up to him. Sui was surprised. Thinking of Jiang Miao's special circumstances, he didn't dare ask more. He simply nodded and reminded her, take care of yourself. I'll handle the rest. Okay. After Jiang Miao hung up, Sui returned to Tangzheng. What's the situation now? Tangzheng was operating a patrol drone remotely, and the screen clearly showed the scene in the Wasteland. Boss, these people are probably about to die. And these others, he pointed at a group digging holes continuously. They've been at it for days. I think they're trying to dig their way to death. Don't forget, this is a defensive barrier. The entire city wall is built with advanced materials that have automatic defense functions. It's not something that can be easily dug through just because they say so. Tangzheng shook his head in silence. Watching what those people were doing on the screen, he didn't get angry but felt sad and helpless. They are all from the same roots. Why fight so fiercely? Everyone just chose different paths. There is no right or wrong. Now they have to watch those people head toward danger, and this feeling is terrible. Sui stared intently at the people on the screen. After thinking for a moment, he turned to contact Zhao Qingfeng. Boss, they received a strict order from above. Are they not going to stop anyone? Zhao Qingfeng was in a meeting with other team leaders. When he heard Sui's question, he frowned instinctively. What can we do? There's no special medicine to treat the flu in the city. You know how serious last year was. If we let them in and the virus spreads inside, who'll be responsible? Sui glanced at the city wall and sneered. Is it safer if we don't let them in? What if some of their relatives are in the city? What then? Zhao Qingfeng felt even more headache. My little boss. That's the main issue we're arguing about. If it could be solved, I wouldn't be talking to you now. Just do what you're told and follow orders. Su-yi hung up the phone. After understanding Zhao Qingfeng's thoughts, he explained briefly to Tang Zheng and others, then borrowed a large cargo truck to go home.
It was already darker now.
Under the night, the east district of the shanty town was dimly lit only by faint streetlights on the main road. Because of the cold weather, everyone had closed their doors and stayed inside. Su-yi's car drove smoothly. When he got home, he immediately opened the door and checked on Jiang Miao and her daughter. Jiang Miao had just put her daughter to sleep. Seeing him return, she quickly put on a down jacket, lowered her voice, and asked, "Aren't you busy? Why did you come back so suddenly?" Su-yi pulled her toward the basement. "I'm here to get medicine. Can you boil some water for me? I need to take some." Jiang Miao nodded without asking anything and went to prepare. When she saw the pile of medicine in the basement, even Su-yi, who was mentally prepared, was shocked. "So much. Are they all for treating the flu?" Jiang Miao hesitated. "It's cold and fever medicine for flu symptoms. It's not guaranteed to work perfectly. You decide how much you need. I'll go boil water." Su-yi rolled up his sleeves and started moving things himself. To speed things up, Jiang Miao turned the water heater in the bathroom to the hottest setting and poured the hot water into a pot. After a while, the water boiled. She poured boiling water into a large iron bucket and then boiled a second pot. When Su-yi had almost finished moving everything, 3 large iron buckets of water were already filled on her side. "Is this enough?" Jiang Miao asked. Su-yi nodded. "For now, I'll take the stuff and treat it as a last resort." Hearing this, Jiang Miao guessed that the outside was like a hellish scene. She reminded Su-yi to stay safe, locked the door, and hurried back to her room to sleep with her daughter. Su-yi drove to the front line with the supplies and called his brothers to help. Tang Zheng was still operating the machine and didn't dare relax. Gao Yi brought some people over to help Su-yi. "Boss, what are these?" Su-yi, without looking up, replied, "Medicines I found and some water. Later, you guys will operate the machine to give medicine and water to the people on the wasteland. Whether they survive depends on luck." Gao Ye's eyes widened with excitement. "Brothers, what are we waiting for? Let's go." Everyone rushed to the cargo truck like hungry wolves, quickly opened a box of medicine, and kept moving it into the guard towers on the city wall. In less than 10 minutes, the first batch of medicine was being distributed. At that moment, a 9-year-old boy was tightly hugging his mother, hopelessly waiting for death. The cold wind howled, and wild animals could appear at any time. But he didn't care. It seemed that as long as he held his mother tightly, he had nothing to fear. A drone hovered above the mother and child for a while before gradually descending. The boy heard the sound and opened his eyes, looking around confused. After a while, he saw the drone above and the bag hanging from it. The drone's voice said, "This is medicine and water for you. We can't guarantee to save your lives, but we've done our best. Stay strong." The boy was stunned for a moment before reaching out to untie the bag. The drone explained how to take the medicine. When the boy nodded to show he understood, the drone left. As soon as the drone left, he quickly opened the medicine and fed the still warm water to his mother. "Mom, take the medicine. Once you take it, you'll be fine. As long as your illness gets better, Dad won't chase us away anymore." The woman was drowsy from the burn, unable to refuse, and was force-fed the medicine by her child. Seeing his mother take the medicine, the boy felt relieved and ate a packet himself. It's good, they both took the medicine. If they couldn't get better together, they would rather die together. No matter what, they wouldn't be separated. Thinking of this, the little boy ran nearby to pick up some wooden and plastic boards, along with 2 deformed tables, and built a simple shelter, then dragged the woman inside. After the mother and son hid inside, Tang Zheng could no longer see them on the patrol device from a distance. He had to switch the view to another location. They spent the night like this. At dawn, Su-yi led Team 857, all closely watching the footage from the patrol device, hoping to see if those people had been rescued. After a while, the first to appear were the group of people who had been digging holes tirelessly. The originally weak and sickly people looked much better after taking medicine. They stopped digging and started searching for food around the area. Takano Daisuke said happily, "Great.
These people seem much better now.
The medicine really works." Tangjung, check on the others, those elderly folks and the mother and child. This was what worried them the most. Tangjung quickly switched the view to the elderly people. He saw they had already woken up. They still looked very weak, almost lifeless, but compared to yesterday, when they looked faint and confused, they seemed much better today. Some with milder symptoms had already opened their eyes. Everyone's anxious hearts finally felt at ease. Tangjung then focused the camera on the small shelter where the mother and son were staying. Strange, they took medicine yesterday too, so why is there no movement? To see clearly, he adjusted the device to zoom in. The view is almost fixed inside the small shelter, and their voices could be heard clearly. "Xiaoya, Mom is a bit thirsty and wants some water." The woman's weak voice came out. Then there was the sound of a water bottle being opened. The little boy fed water to the woman, happily saying, "Mom, are you feeling better? Stay at home and rest well. I'll go find some food for you, okay?" The woman shook her head repeatedly, holding the boy tightly to stop him from leaving. "It's too dangerous outside. What if you get lost? You can't go. If you need to go, Mom will go with you." The boy hesitated. "Mom, you're still sick and shouldn't go outside. Also, my name is Pidden, not Xiaoya. Mom knows."
"Be good, Xiaoya.
Don't run around. Mom will worry if she can't find you." Tangjung and the others quietly listened to the mother and son's conversation. Su-yi felt more and more something was wrong. He said to Gao Yi, "Go, bring some food to them. I have something to ask." "Okay, I'll go right now." Takano was very fast, and soon the drone arrived with food at the shelter where the mother and child were hiding. "Child, come out and take the stuff," Su-yi whispered. In the next moment, a child crawled out of the shelter. With yesterday's experience, he didn't hesitate and took the items apart. Su-yi said, "Take the machine on top as well. I have something to ask you." The boy obediently did as told. After bringing the items inside, the boy opened the bag and found water and compressed biscuits. He immediately tore open a packet and gave some to the woman. "Mom, it's food. Eat quickly." The woman cooperated obediently. Hearing the sounds of eating, Su-yi asked, "What is your name?" The boy answered without hesitation, "My name is Pai Dan." "What's your full name?" "I don't know. I don't have a full name. Dad always calls me Pai Dan, and Mom sometimes calls me Xiaoyi." Su-yi continued to ask, "Why does your mom call you Xiaoyi?" The boy still replied, "Mom is sick. Sometimes she's clear, sometimes she's confused. When she's clear, she doesn't speak or eat. When she's confused, she loves me very much, holding me and calling me Xiaoyi. She's the mom who loves me the most." "And your dad?" The boy's voice suddenly grew sad. "Dad says Mom is sick and disobedient. Staying at home might hurt us. He wants to leave her behind. I don't agree. Dad told us to leave too, so he wants us to leave together." Everyone listened with tight hearts. Several men had tears in their eyes. Takano was even angrier and kicked the wall fiercely. Su-yi spoke softly, "Child, take good care of yourself and your mom. First, get her treatment. Once she's better, you can go to the city." "Do you want to go to the city?" The boy hesitated for a moment and nodded strongly. "Yes." Su-yi comforted him a few more words and asked Takano to get a large men's down jacket for them. In the next few days, Su-yi arranged for food to be delivered to the mother and child after dark, while also checking the patients in their area. If any cases were serious, they would give medicine. As a result, in the following 10 days, no more deaths from illness occurred in this area. Seeing that everything was almost settled, Su-yi went to report personally to Zhao Qingfeng. "Boss, we've been monitoring closely for 10 days, and there haven't been any deaths from the flu. I suggest we build a temporary shelter outside the defense line to observe their situation. If everything is fine, we can let them into the city. There are quite a few empty houses in the east district of the shanty town, which should be enough to accommodate these survivors." Zhao Qingfeng smiled helplessly, pointing at Su-yi. You have caused a lot of trouble lately. Don't think I don't know you've been sending medicine water, and food to them. If they can't survive, it's not your fault. But Sue, your kindness helps only a small number of people, not everyone. Have you thought about what will happen if this gets out and everyone starts asking you for medicine? What will you do then? Sue nodded expressionlessly. Captain Zhao, I understand. I don't have many medicines left and can't help so many people. Also, I did this because I found out that some of those people might be relatives of our mercenaries. Instead of being kind-hearted, I did it for my brothers.
What?
Really? Zhao Qingfeng looked surprised, his attention quickly shifting. Sue explained about the mother and son. You know about me helping Sue by we find a daughter-in-law and grandson. It was a deal. I didn't expect that Lin Zhao from our team is Sue Baihui's grandson. Now I suspect that woman might be Sue Baihui's daughter-in-law. If her identity is confirmed, she would be Lin Zhao's mother. Medical staff are already in short supply. Lin Zhao is Dr. Ma's apprentice, and with Director Sue as her grandmother's guide, she will surely become a key member of our mercenary group in the future. Do you think I wouldn't pay attention to that? Zhao Qingfeng nodded repeatedly. If that's the case, they should definitely be allowed into the city. Okay, I'll talk to the leaders downtown. We'll prepare as you suggested.